My name is Erica Lorraine Spencer, and I remain subject to state surveillance and terrorism by the state of California that is operating a malicious targeting system, which is referred to as federal group stalking and monitoring via communication devices. And it is in violation of federal stalking statute 18 U.S.C. sections 2261A subsections 1 and 2. My website and podcast serve the public good by publishing evidence of the public entity's ceaseless engagement in a pattern of conduct intended to stalk and monitor via communication devices, surveil, harass, and terrorize an American citizen in concert with the people of the state of California. Documentation serves the lawful purposes of wide exposure, federal prosecution, and influencing federal legislation with policies specifically designed to punish, dismantle, and disincentivize an unprecedented targeting system by a public entity that acts in concert with the people of the state in order to criminally place under surveillance and terrorize an American citizen, which is a matter of public corruption in the state of California. It's Wednesday, October 16th, 2024. It's 8:58 a.m. As I lay in the bed sleeping at third-party facilitating venue La Quinta Inns and Suites at 12000 Mariposa Road in Hesperia, California, where the fake sun, that is the light source, that is the indicator that federal group stalking and monitoring is underway. That's criminal monitoring, that's state surveillance. Where La Quinta Inns and Suites is engaged in criminal facilitation and directly engaging in state surveillance as opposed to the lawful operation of a business, while ongoing terrorism is documented and engaged in with malice and impunity by La Quinta Inns and Suites, while such criminal acts of terrorism are underway inside of the hotel room. It is currently 8:59 a.m. as well. Number 902, the fake sun is on video and impossible light activity. Good morning. May I ask who I'm speaking with?
Renee.
Oh, hi, Renee. I'm calling from 308. My name is Erica. I got a text message this morning about checkout. What time is checkout, by the way?
But yeah, check us at 11 o'clock.
Okay, thank you. I understood that. I'm sorry, could you repeat that? You said they send text messages customarily? Is that what you're saying?
Yeah, it's the program Wyndham. They automatically do it. We don't do it here at the property, but everybody who stays at a Wyndham property gets a text message very early in the morning.
Okay, yeah, that's fine. Not complaining about that. I just wanted to confirm the time. I actually wanted to ask my checkout date, or my checkout date is today, I believe, the 16th. I wanted to find out what is the rate for staying for another night.
So right now, today, I am 100% sold out. I do not have any room to rent today.
Oh, okay. When's the next date you have available then?
Let me check. Give me 1 second.
Okay.
Right now, at the moment, I show tomorrow. The least expensive I have is going to be a king bed with a sofa sleeper, and it's running at $163 plus tax.
Okay, and that would be tomorrow, the 17th?
That's tomorrow.
Okay, and you are the assistant manager, right?
I am.
Okay, Renee. What's your manager's name, Renee?
Her name is Mintu. M-I-N-T-U.
Mintu. Okay, thank you very much. I was told your name, but I was told the manager's name, but I wasn't told what was the correct spelling of it. There were some disruptive issues, which I'm actually still experiencing. I don't understand how the bed would be shaking or how someone's hotel room. I don't even know what you could attribute that to. The elevator is what Cindy stated. But while sleeping in my room, which occurred again this morning while I'm in my bed sleeping, the bed is shaking, violently shaking, which is a disconcerting experience while I'm staying at the Quinta Inn. Yeah, me neither. Very, very unique. But nonetheless, you're sold out, right? Renee, what's your last name, Renee?
Yes. It starts with the letter G. I'm the only Renee here.
Renee G. Okay. Thank you, Renee. You have a good one.
Welcome. You as well.
Okay, Renee is going to federal prison. It's 9:02 a.m. The fake sun is outside of the window facing Mariposa Road at 9:02 a.m. as I documented. And the fake sun is also over the back of the hotel as I documented in that same video at 9 o'clock in the morning. As you are aware, the video that I also captured after 12 o'clock in the afternoon shows the fake sun over both the front portion of the entrance still, that's the same building 3 hours later, as I walked to the back of the same building, that same parking lot location, and the fake sun is over me. And that video ended at around 1 p.m. where I'm reminding the video evidence shows the light source in its zenith over the top of my head in the same manner in San Diego, California, at the San Diego Police Department at 1401 Broadway in San Diego, California. As I returned from the Dunia Plaza, where the entity is engaged in federal group stalking and monitoring, including helicopter, the entity, which placed the entire Walmart workforce, they're going to federal prison for that. This is what is a well-documented pattern by the people of the state, specifically Walmart. They enjoy engaging in federal group stalking and monitoring in concert with the state, engaging in terrorism by helicopter, and they repeated that, not coincidentally, in the specific environment as I documented it on podcast that day. And by the way, the Dunia Plaza is merely across the street, and Margosa Road, which is where the Dunia Plaza is, running parallel with Mariposa Road, which is where this venue is located. So that is, again, non-movement of the specific environment. The fake sun that's present at the address of 12000 Mariposa Road in Hesperia, California, is not going to be at the same exact location. In other words, at 2 and 3 o'clock in the afternoon across the street. That's a duration of time. You can look at the map. That's not the sun. That would be essentially at the same location. This is big picture analysis. I didn't go anywhere, essentially. I went across the street to the Dunia Plaza. The fake sun is remaining. And as I, on video, captured the light source remaining in alignment with me over my vehicle as I approached the same location where I'm capturing it on video at 9 o'clock in the morning. That's what I capture. And this is at 4 o'clock in the evening. The fake sun, as I am driving onto the property where Renee G and the manager meant to are maliciously engaged in federal group stalking and monitoring, and doing so while the ongoing terrorism is documented, as I repeatedly report to that front office the malicious engagement in that system that they are participating in through such spectacular acts such as a bed shaking in a hotel room, which is impossible to occur from any hotel room door closure. There are no earthquakes today. There is nothing that anyone on the second floor can engage in that's going to result in your bed shaking, your room shaking, anything. There's nothing that closing a door or anything that a hotel patron is going to engage in that's going to cause that earthquake, like that sensational activity is what it's technically referred to as. It's monitoring. It's criminal monitoring. And it's also demonic. It is referred to as what is terrorism as an entity, it's harassment as an entity, and it is also relevant with the criminal intent to psychologically harm. The entity is engaging in this pattern, which I documented in the document entitled La Quinta Ends dash the people, where I'm documenting the same pattern of conduct amongst different venues, and you have the same exact specific environment, which is showing the pattern of conduct by the state of California, and the people who are Wyndham is engaging in not only federal stalking, as Renee G has admitted, sending text messages, regardless of whether it's customarily engaged in by the company. The company's engaged in federal group stalking and monitoring, and it is a criminal act where surveillance is underway using communication devices on the venue of the internet. So the explanation, which is audible activity, the fact that Wyndham is always sending text messages is absolutely irrelevant. It's occurring in the specific environment. It is criminal conduct. I also want to make sure that that is clear, that the light source is directly over this venue where she's engaging in what is criminal monitoring and the ongoing terrorism that I'm documenting. And the entity is admitting that is peculiar, that the bed is shaking. That's relevant to what is terrorism. That's the pattern of conduct underway where the entity is engaging in what is demonic methods of terrorizing and harassing and targeting an American citizen for that specific purpose. That is to engage in conduct that is supposed to result in what is the even though I want to be clear as one that is familiar with the practice of law and also the process, not being a somebody that is educated in the psychology field, for example, but that doesn't mean that you're not capable of clearly articulating what is revealing psychopathic tendencies, psychopathic behaviors. So the entities engaging in, however, conduct that is supposed to, and also it illogically, because the entity that's targeting you and doing so in demonic and very unique ways does, and under no circumstances, reflect on the targeted individual's mindset. But the malicious system that the government is engaging in is exactly how that's supposed to result. And the only way that you get that is because the government itself, who are the people of the state are in the shoes of the state. They're the ones that are defaming, and that is criminal defamation that may result in pecuniary harms, but that's not the focus. It's criminal defamation because it's criminally facilitating the pattern of conduct that the people of the state, in concert with the state, are intentionally and maliciously engaging in. And so while a government is targeting you and employing the demonic in doing so, and that is supposed to falsely depict, bear some reflection on the mind state of that targeted individual, which is absolutely absurd. Okay, but this is the pattern of conduct, and this is how the government is engaging in targeting and criminally defaming American citizens, and then using that to create some sort of unofficial diagnoses where kidnapping, including abuse of existing laws where the entity doesn't even have authority, by the way, because they're engaged in state surveillance, which is criminal, but they are nevertheless abusing existing laws and engaging in things such as criminal defamation, kidnappings even, where the entity is diagnosing a targeted individual as suffering from some mental incapacity because you are reporting what that entity is doing, such as terrorizing you, where the demonic occurrence, which is occurring in the demonic environment, which is also documented amongst the demon possessed, whose criminal behavior pattern is demonic, and that's also a matter of evidence. And you are understanding the malice of the state of California's criminal system. Federal group stalking and monitoring is demonic activity, and that entity's engagement in a demonic targeting system bears no reflection on the mindset of that targeted individual, and that is also why Renee G is going to federal prison. Okay, her reaction to what is the ongoing documented acts of terrorism inside of this hotel room, which she is engaging in, while she's doing so in concert with the people of the state, who are criminals, as you've seen, group stalking while they're quote unquote housekeeping, group stalking while they're quote unquote staying in the hotel, which are all criminal acts. All right. Nobody is protected under the Constitution where the specific environment is present. That means it is a criminal act if you maliciously engage in what is any form of employment to facilitate the pattern of conduct. That is what is a criminal act where you are maliciously engaged in the pattern of conduct, where you are arriving to be present as a consumer or a patron, which is how, by the way, the state of California is engaged in federal group stalking and monitoring amongst the public, amongst the facilitating venues, amongst what's supposed to appear as ordinary everyday society. All right, this is public corruption exposed, and that's how they're doing it. So I just want to make sure that that's clarified. It's 9:10 a.m. and I am on video showing the fake sun, which is remaining in the same address at 12:08 p.m. And again at 12:52 p.m. and again at 4 o'clock in the evening, and again at 5:22 p.m. Renee's audible activity is the basis of federal prison. That's where she's going, and her manager Min2. And if Min2 is not a natural born citizen, by the way, even Renee, I'm not just going to surmise Min2 based on her name, but if Renee is not a natural born citizen, she too will be deported after she goes to federal prison, but she's going to federal prison. All right. The entities engage in very foolish conduct, and as under the false idea, which is entirely illogical. That's also the purpose of documenting and exposing federal group stalking and monitoring, the criminal system that the state is engaging in. Not only is it malicious, not only is it designed to result in the murder and kidnapping of an American citizen, where the entity is intentionally and maliciously, by virtue of abuse of the position that the state holds as it is targeting you, falsely depicting the character of that targeting individual by either depicting them as a criminal, and that is manufacturing literally criminal charges while you're being targeted, or manufacturing mental illness, making it up while they are targeting you, and that is malice. That's why you target in demonic methods such as the bed shaking in the middle of the hotel room. All right, the entities engaging in that under what is a fake sun that's remaining over the hotel, and that's revealing the mental illness of every demon-possessed person that's group stalking, contrary to some sort of malicious depiction of the mind state of the targeted individual that is reporting the ongoing acts of harassment and terrorism as an entity. I want to make sure that you understand the purpose of this documentation is not only to prosecute, it's not only to speak to the reality of the Lord Jesus Christ, what the Lord Jesus is revealing about also not only what this government is engaging in, which is relevant to what's going on as a matter of history, where we are at this point in time, but also the reality of the enemy of your soul, Satan, who is a spirit who uses people, i.e. demon possession, which is instrumental to federal group stalking and monitoring, but it is also on a very basic, fundamental, and practical level exposing the asininity, exposing the outright malice, and what is absolutely illogical, the ways in which the government is just abusing its position, and how it makes no sense that the pattern of conduct that the government is employing is falsely depicting on the character of that targeted individual, which what ordinary targeted individuals are suffering every day. They're sitting in facilities, both mental facilities and jails and prisons, where they've committed no crime, they've been defamed, and they suffer no mental illness. They've been defamed while they've been targeted by this system, by this population, just like Renee, by this population who's acting in concert with the corrupt government, including the San Bernardino County Fire Department, including the San Bernardino County Sheriff's Department, that's the state, in Hesperia, that's engaged in federal group stalking and monitoring, by the way, including the government body, of course, the city councilmen, and those are not men and women, those are demon-possessed group stalkers who esteem themselves as government actors. That's why group stalking is occurring in Hesperia, because the government in Hesperia is entirely corrupt. It's a very specific pattern of conduct. It is currently, I want to make sure that that is abundantly clear. Renee is providing admissions against the state as she's speaking to me on the phone, and Renee is going to federal prison. It's 9:13 a.m. This is P.O.C. All right, just to further confirm, the sex offender going by the name of Renee G. She's an employee. This is a malicious actor. She's a violent sex offender who is indeed monitoring while I am nude in the bathroom, and audible activity is used as a means of stalking with audible noise in the specific environment. Remember, the hotel has the fake sun directly over the top of it, where it is that I stand at that hotel, moving in real time, which is not the sun on its face. That engages in moving from the front of the building as you see it outside of the window. Imagine looking outside of the window facing Mariposa Road, and then as I walk to the back portion of that hotel and you're still looking out the window, and you see all of a sudden the sun just move to be on the opposite side, because that's necessarily going to be outside of your vision as you're looking outside of the window facing Mariposa, and I'm capturing video of the fake sun over the opposite side of the parking lot of the same building. Where Econo lodges, that's the movement of the fake sun. Where I am inside of the restroom and I am physically indisposed as I'm taking my clothes off, as I'm nude, in other words, being physically indisposed, being inside of a private space, and the entities engaged in criminal monitoring is a sex offense. Criminal surveillance of a woman in a restroom in a private space is sexually predatory conduct that Renee is engaged in. Renee G, as she specified. Renee G is a violent sex offender, and she's going to federal prison for the impunity with which she engages in and facilitates sexual violence. And she's also doing so while Wyndham is profiting, which is also criminal. She's doing so in concert with the patrons who Wyndham is profiting off of. And that is also why Renee is going to federal prison in Wyndham. That's La Quinta Inns and Suites by Wyndham. Is going to be civilly and criminally prosecuted. There is psychological harm also related to the sexual violence that the entity is engaging in while it's monitoring you as you're physically nude, as you are indisposed, as you're engaged in any private or personal conduct, which is a predatory and sexually motivated aspect of the state's pattern of conduct. That is the government that's group stalking you, the government that's monitoring you, keeping you under surveillance is for some odd reason, and that's because it's a sex offender interested in what's going on in the restroom, where you are in possession or outside of possession of a communication device, engaged in or not engaged in documentation, and that is a sex offender by definition, okay? The entity is going to be prosecuted, the state of California, the people of the state, such as Renee G, who goes home, whether she has an actual family or not, but I'm sure she's blood related. Somebody had to give birth to this demon. This entity is engaging in the pattern of conduct and goes home to their family, which is what the state does, outwardly depicts itself as some sort of normal Okay, law-abiding citizen even, and it is a violent sex offender, keeping the American citizen under surveillance, and also a sexually violent manner and for a sexually violent purpose. There is no interest that the state should have in stalking with audible activity, which is, by the way, what demons do with your every move. And as I'm in the bathroom, as I'm taking off my shirt, this is my breasts are exposed, and I'm being this descriptive because this is the sexual violence that the entity is engaging in and is knowledgeable of, and you know that because the fake sun is over this venue. It's very detailed and specific what the entity does as it does it. The impossible light activity is ricocheting in the hallway of this venue. Demons are group stalking in the hotel rooms, engaging in surveillance by the demon-possessed housekeepers who are stalking in the path while they are interested in my nudity in order to monitor. Renee G is a violent sex offender, and she is indeed going to federal prison. It is currently 9:24 while I'm documenting what is the perpetual sex offense that the state of California engages in with the people of the state. It is P.O.C. right now. That is P.O.C. documenting right now at 9:24 a.m. All right, as you will see on video, 9LRR895 is engaging in surveillance in the parking lot, group stalking with Renee, and the employees and the patrons alike. They're engaged in group stalking under the fake sun, which I captured on video. License 9EQS235, and they're group stalking with the demons who are at Mariposa Road, where the Mariposa Tire Road, Impossible light activity. Sully Muller, license 2035021. Sully Muller is a commercial actor, and that's a terrorist. While they're driving by the Mariposa Tire and Auto, just like every other demon, impossible light activity, dynamic, just like you see inside of the hallway of La Quinta Inn, is moving all across that building. They're monitoring. License 5UNN393-1407374. These are demons, one after another. 9GJS280. Impossible lights swiping across the building. 6RKX. I can't really see that one. 77847Y1. These are all sex offenders who are pacing under the fake sun that's still here after 5 p.m. 8PFJ977. These are the domestic terrorists and violent sex offenders, the people of the state. 9LNX227, I believe. This is P.O.C. And you will see the video of the light source that's in the same exact position as you look at the video where I am at this same street, at this same building at 4 o'clock in the afternoon. 9KHL210. And the entity is engaging in what is impossible light activity in the hallway of La Quinta Inn. And it's also impossible light activity across the building of Mariposa Tire and Auto across the street. And they're going to be prosecuted for state surveillance, and they're violent sex offenders as well. And that's not a secret. As I'm documenting federal group stalking and monitoring, it's supposed to be maintained as a secret. And if the target individual is even at a level where they are able to articulate the pattern of conduct at this level that I am, it is supposed to result in what is the target individual's criminal defamation, which is absurd, is what I'm stating. You're looking at the pattern of conduct. It's pointing directly at the entity. It bears no reflection with regard to any negative estimation or quote unquote diagnoses of the entity that doesn't even have any authority to diagnose anything. They're engaged in criminal conduct. This is revealing, in other words, outright abuse by the government that's kidnapping American citizens when its mental state, which is very disturbed, while it's engaged in group stalking, is to the contrast. That's the one that's being diagnosed while the criminal system is being exposed. They're exposed as psychopaths and violent sex offenders. 5YCD022, federal prison. 9DSS133, federal prison. These are the people of the state, third parties, group stalking. 7SOF719. All right, and you see group stalking by the demon that's in the hallway. Oh, I just wanted to see who's talking. No, that's called relevant positioning and crossing a path under the fake sun and in engineered light, where the entity is stalking with things such as the use of the bed shaking in the middle of the hotel room. License 9MSS512, and this demon is driving the Frontier vehicle. Frontier is a heavily documented group stalker, a commercial actor, just like Spectrum, okay? Spectrum under the fake sun and engineered light. Many of them are going to federal prison, heavily group stalking at Alvarado Gardens, where there's no sun that's going to be over me, contrary to what I documented working at Alvarado Gardens, and the entity was group stalking through the dumpster men. Universal Waste would like to contend that that's the sun, and that sunlight that was ricocheting all over that apartment building. But you and every other third grader in the world would recognize that sunlight doesn't do that. AG56941 is Frontier, the commercial vehicle. That's a means where this sex offender on video is accessing that vehicle, which doesn't mean that that's his vehicle. But nonetheless, that's the vehicle that's being accessed, and Frontier is being documented and engaged in federal group stalking and monitoring. Artur Express. All right, Artur Express. I don't see a license plate for this one, so I'm going to capture the commercial actor, because the commercial actor is engaged in Regardless of the fact that they may not be actually on the job parked right here, this is a company that is engaged in federal group stalking and monitoring at all hours in the state of California. So I'm going to document nonetheless. And the demon that's on video, group stalking because of curiosity, oh, I heard someone talking, is the one that's accessing the Frontier vehicle for purposes of light activity and audible activity. This is a violent sex offender acting with impunity and ongoing documented obsession. The entity is doing so under the fake sun, and that's the reality of what demons are always doing, and that's why a fake sun remains over them. And that fake sun is there for the world to witness, for you to see, and you can see what is what's supposed to be never exposed, the malicious criminal system that a society is engaging in together, and it's exposing the massive public corruption in the state of California. This sex offender 9EWD072, that's a Latino male group stalking on the elevator, impossible light across the curb, just like Tracy Banks under the fake sun at 3:40 p.m., which is not possibly over Woodside Senior Apartments when I'm documenting it here over me at the Dunia Plaza and at the La Quinta Inn at 4 p.m. That's a demon, license 9EWD072, a sex offender that wants to group stalk you in a closed, confined space like an elevator because they're obsessively consumed with maintaining presence in the path, especially while you document demons. They get more sexually violent, they get more aggressive, and the engineer light is also communication of that. That's exactly what Tracy Banks has across the curb outside while she's driving out where the fake sun is over the top of my head at Woodside Senior Apartments, the same apartment complex where it's rising, which is also what I was pointing out while I'm showing you the fake sun at 9:02 in the morning here, and I'm capturing the city of Ontario, including Dante. With the municipality, Dante is going to federal prison, okay? And it's currently 9:39 a.m. where that demon who you see group stalking on the elevator and the demon that you see group stalking in the same video, they're both coming to the parking lot, not coincidentally, while hostile demons come out and engage more. That's what demons do. You expose them and they engage more. They're much like animals, okay? The entity is engaging in that with real-time knowledge while federal stalking is underway. It is Arthur Express Incorporated, US.767997. This is the vehicle that is outside with no license plate on it. I'm going to capture an image of it. It is engaged in group stalking monitoring, a means of group stalking. The entity is using the vehicle, driving onto the grounds, which is criminally facilitating federal group stalking and monitoring. No license plate. You can use the company name. That company will be prosecuted, regardless of the fact of whether this demon that's operating it is actually on the job or not. You're using what the entity is employing to engage in criminal surveillance. Alrighty, Renee and the demon with the Frontier vehicle are group stalking in the parking lot. License HGK99 handicap. License 26660T2. Nevada plate 4145A4. License 7DNG714. License 8MUC924. License 767NBM, Oregon. License 76033G2. License 8MHP295. That's somebody speaking about their daughter being a Marine. And their parent is a demon engaged in impunity, still present. I documented that demon days ago. That's relevant to how long they're going to federal prison. And they're going even longer while Renee and another third-party group stalking together under the guise of Wyndham operating a lawful business are engaged in what is harassment, okay? License, and that's harassment as an entity, not ordinary harassment. License 32186L3, and the same demons who you see group stalking under the fake sun 9JVJ420 on video are group stalking still remaining present in the path at this venue. License, and the fake sun is no longer over the entrance. It moves over the building to the back of the building as I go to the back of that building. And the entity is doing so while the people of the state, that's the government itself, by the way, who is under no circumstances going to avoid federal prison for an enhanced term while threatening your life as you're documenting it, to engage in group stalking, which is the purpose to murder or kidnap you. And then the entity is, first of all, asking any questions. This is a changed landscape and you don't have any privacy and you will be documented. Second of all, the entity is clearly a psychopath. You're talking about a license plate that's on the outside of a vehicle. You are talking about necessarily staring at me through your rear view mirror and making a very specific accusation about what it is that I'm doing on my phone, and holding your phone just like these demons do is no basis on its face to make very specific accusations that the entity does. You're dealing with audible activity, relevant positioning, and also hostility of a demon, which is a threat to your life as well. This is a psychopath and a sex offender that is monitoring evidence and is exhibiting hostility, and it's also a threat to your liberty. This is the same fact pattern where the entity engages in what is criminal summoning the entity that's already monitoring through the people. The demons that are abusing their position as quote-unquote law enforcement, these terrorist organizations, are then given what's supposed to appear as some basis to be present right in your face, okay? Because the police police being present at the venue is clearly, quote unquote, inappropriate. That's why the entity is group stalking with the people. The people that engage in summoning, the state is already group stalking. These are psychopaths, and I'm breaking down their whole system because this is how it works. And that rapidly escalates to what is also criminal defamation. So I just want to be clear. Renee is going to federal prison, and so is this demon that's driving Frontier. Frontier is a defendant, and so is the driver of that vehicle, a defendant. All right, and I captured that on video. You will see that. Everything that's coming out of that demon's mouth is malicious, and it's also criminal conduct. You don't even have a right to be there while you're talking about your license plate, which the entity knows that they're being documented by, and they are exhibiting extreme mental illness while using that as a basis to harass you and threaten you because you're enforcing your rights. License 6PYC593. It's very psychotic what the entity is engaging in, and Renee is in the parking lot group stalking with that third party. All right, this is the same demon you see on video while my shadow's above my head. All she's doing is group stalking. That's it. All she's doing is monitoring. And she's doing so in that specific environment, working at the venue where the fake son is present until 5 o'clock in the evening. She and him are both going to federal prison. License 7Z00920. This is P.O.C. It's currently 9:47 a.m. Alrighty, you will see in images that Renee is in the specific environment, group stalking with a third party who's harassing while you are documenting the entity engaged in group stalking. 9HRE975. I think I read these. Yeah, 8VLY870 and 8WZU260. All right. This is the people of the state that are group stalking. Her coming out is a means of pacing. The entire argument is audible activity. License 8YJC221. License 8ZRX041. License 7W52203. The sex offenders monitoring me with the venue that's staying at and traveling by the venue of La Quinta Inn includes HMEAGRO. The entities engaged in the pattern of conduct together with malice, also engaged in what you just heard, which was criminal obstruction of justice. The entity is engaging in what is a threat. He's going to federal prison. That's an independent basis for federal prison. The government that's group stalking you is under no circumstances going to infringe on your rights to enforce the constitutional and humane right of not being subject to criminal surveillance by via the people. You have all the specific environment, and the entity is, in other words, the government's not going to utter a word to you. This bullying system, you will not utter a word, and if you do, you're going to federal prison. License 8VHS845. This is what the government is doing, hiding behind unintelligent demons such as Renee, and this demon that's group stalking using the Frontier vehicle. License 9ADX633. License 5PWP848. 9BA51W. That is Arizona. KD297 handicap. 7C95411. It's a Latino male. Looks to be way too old to be wearing this, but also nobody should be group stalking either. So that's speaking to his taste in attire and the way he conducts himself as a clearly older person. It's 9:51 a.m. You will see the malice with which that demon is harassing in a parking lot while it is monitoring evidence and seeks to engage in what is harassment and terrorism. And how is that? Because as I drive right next door, the fake sun is engaged in real-time movement, and it is over me at Econo Lodge, a third-party facilitating venue, which, by the way, I came over to this venue later in the day, and this is where the fake sun is again. That's speaking to, and remember, it's across the street of the Dunia Plaza at 3 and 4 o'clock in the afternoon. This is not the sun. This is showing what is a group stalker that's engaging what is harassment, and is using, why are you? That's a psychopath that would ask that but why do you engage in asking questions when you know that you're being documented, when you are engaged in criminal conduct that's designed to murder and kidnap someone, because the entity's system is to engage in things such as obstructing justice, such as falsely depicting that target individual. And again, as I'm showing you the system, it's not even intelligent. It does not even make sense. It's outright malice while an entity is targeting you, and they're supposed to engage in what is defaming you by either manufacturing criminal charges, also defamation, while it is engaged in outright criminal conduct with the government. This whole quote unquote top secret, and it's not quote unquote, it actually is a secret system, but it's just not intelligent, and I'm breaking it down in every regard. It's outright malice by any Joe Schmo. No IQ requirement, nothing at all. All they're doing is group stalking with the state, which the entity is abusing its position as the gate. As the state. The entity is engaged in criminal summoning at the drop of a dime, and that's why any Joe Schmo, all right, any idiot, educated or uneducated, engages in that method of harassment and obstruction of justice while you're documenting it. We're shutting that down. You're going straight to federal prison. You're going straight to federal prison. You are going to federal prison. Everybody else group stalking with you in relevant positions going to federal prison, and so are the demons that you summon to the venue. They're all going to federal prison. That's how that system is designed to work. License, I don't see a license on here, but LDT This is a commercial vehicle. I'll get that in a second. License 8XTV380. License 6NMC736. That is designed. It is inherently designed to shut up the targeted individual. 8WTV452, 7RLX466, 70360F1, L751AO. This is a paper plate on a Subaru 386828U, a 2015 white Subaru, an 8SNB954. All right, a demon driving out of the parking lot to be replaced by another demon who drives in. These are demons that think that they're intelligent. They're not. That's called pacing. License EC830. That's a handicap plate on a Ford F-150, I believe. It's a gray Ford F-50, excuse me. Group stalking together. Let me get this license plate. That's what I wanted to get. And the fake sun is, again, not over. It's not the sun, period, because it's still at this venue. That's not the sun. That would be at the same address. 6-7 hours later. That's the light source that's present for the criminal purposes of the entity that's stalking you as a population. License 1WAOFH. That's an Arizona plate on that commercial vehicle, the white van. What is the name of that brand that's on there again? That commercial vehicle is again LDT International. This is some sort of commercial brand. The driver of this commercial vehicle is a demon. They're maliciously engaged in the state's pattern of conduct. That's also those are facts with regard to the pattern of conduct. And they're also, let me be clear, Econo Lodge, the employees of this venue, basis of federal prison. The housekeepers are in relevant position, group stalking, all the same. The entity is on the opposite side of the same land, meaning I just went across the gate to Econo Lodge, which is right next door, 6UYL909. All right, you will see that third-party group stalking as the fake sun is in alignment with Econo Lodge, where I sit in my vehicle driving next door to document the people of the state who are fully engaged in terrorism while the bed is shaking all day and all night. Econo Lodge is group stalking, engaging in that terrorizing system. Econo Lodge is right next door, where the sun is remaining over me as I go next door, which is under no circumstances the natural environment, where it's still here at 4 p.m. License 8PCA873. It is currently 9:56 a.m. The entity is keeping the fake sun over me while I'm literally on video during the 9 a.m. hour and Costa Mesa at the Best Western, demonstrating the pattern of conduct in the specific environment where the entity is engaged in the same pattern. Impossible light activity inside of that hotel on the wall in the depths of that building. No sunlight is going to be ricocheting on an interior of a building while you look at who is in relevant position. The demons who are group stalking in Mariposa Road, the people of the state. That's what you see at Town Place Suites by Marriott. The impossible light activity that's occurring inside of what is a hotel hallway. And the entity is engaging in a pattern of conduct that is speaking to impossible light activity above my head along the walls inside of that hallway. And the entity is doing so while who do you see in the relevant position off of Myrtle and Huntington driving, crossing path? The people of the state, the violent sex offenders, the demon possessed who are group stalking. It's 9:57 a.m. Alrighty, showing you sex offenders that are stalking with the state, just driving in and out of the driveway, these are two males. These are demons, by the way. These are two demons of the male species, demon-possessed people of the male species, sex offenders, stalking a woman together on behalf of the state. And I did catch up-close images of them. The fake sun is over me, and this is an entity that's pursuing you obsessively. And that's supposed to be hidden while the entity is doing so via strangers. The entity is group stalking, and they're going to federal prison while San Bernardino County Sheriff's Department is crossing path right now. So you will see images at 9:58 a.m. San Bernardino County Sheriff's Department, a documented terrorist and group stalker and kidnapper, which is why that agency is subject for disbanding, okay, for this criminal system that it is engaging in 2024. Not having ceased engaging in this criminal system and doing so with impunity. I want to be clear, San Bernardino County Sheriff's Department intentionally crosses path while I'm documenting the people. That puts the people and itself in federal prison. Jeremy Dean is simultaneously being exposed. There's nothing that's ambiguous or broad or distinct or far removed from Jeremy Dean. This is a demon who is over a corrupt department, the HESPERIA branch in Hesperia, California. San Bernardino Sheriff's Department, under the corrupt and dangerous leadership of this demon, Shannon DICUS, is being exposed. They like to engage in group stalking by kidnapping, criminally facilitating the pattern of conduct where they don't even have authority under the law. That's San Bernardino County Sheriff's Department. Again, everybody at La Quinta Inn's going to federal prison, and everybody that I just documented, including the demons that are crossing paths as I captured them on images. Remember, they're in a silver, let me go ahead and read that license plate again because they're going to federal prison. And remember, the demons are tracking your steps. You can identify that through the impossible light activity and the fake sun. So the San Bernardino County Sheriff's Department is always group stalking. That's who I'm documenting while I'm in the lobby, and you see the fake sun and impossible light. And Renee is group stalking with the employees. You're exposing San Bernardino County Sheriff's Department. Understand how this is the state's pattern of conduct. You have very foolish people who are going to federal prison for the government who can't even utter one syllable in defense of the people of the state. They're going to federal prison together. This whole intelligence system. The entity knows exactly where I'm at, and it is down to the timing. When you see that demon cross path in a vehicle identifying some sort of function of the state, such as law enforcement, they're not a law enforcement agency, they're a terrorist organization, and they're stalkers. They're also bearing weapons while they're stalking, and bearing badges, speaking to fictitious authority under the law while they're stalking. That's federal prison. Okay, and everybody that I just documented, the demons cross path in that type of vehicle for a very specific purpose, to their own demise. You do not, and you shouldn't, by the way, engage in threatening the federal prosecutor. That's not prudent. It's also not wise to be found under the fake sun where it's over one venue for 8+ hours in the day. That's not wise either. It's not wise. That's not wise. The entity's engaging in a series of federal mistakes is what I'll label them. And you have a lot of people that are going to federal prison for that. And you have what is even better, the entity that's engaging in harassment on behalf of the San Bernardino County Sheriff's Department, because that's what that demon driving the Frontier vehicle represents. And he's going to federal prison. Okay. They're crossing paths while the entity is supposed to engage in that which is designed to silence you and threaten you. The entity's pattern of conduct of obstruction of justice is exactly why that entity, acting vicariously through the people, are subject to federal prison. That was a sex offender asking about their license plate, which they have no right to do so. Even in doing so, they're monitoring. With the demons crossing paths via San Bernardino County Sheriff's Department. If you don't know who that is, they're a heavily documented kidnapper and stalker. Captured on video even in 2024, but I have them group stalking for years. On the roads and the highways, including on the surveillance cameras where they engaged in kidnapping inside of their facilities. All right. You have hundreds that are going to federal prison. I documented them by badge number. Anybody having anything to do with the repeated acts of obstruction via kidnapping, which is exactly what the harassment in this parking lot is supposed to lead up to, they're all going to federal prison. Those were demons pacing inside of the facilities in engineer light, sex offenders pacing around waiting for me to pull my panties down. Then those demons bearing badges and weapons, group stalking with the demons who are inmates. All right, group stalking together, amplification, all the same. Impossible light activity, all the same. Fake sun over the venue all day long, all the same. These are the demons that are masquerading as law enforcement agencies, relying on the unintelligent conduct and the admissions created by the people of the state who have no IQ requirements. All right, who are clearly engaging in what is outright conduct where they're relying on the bullying by the government. That's what they're relying on. This unintelligent enterprise is relying on nothing other than abuse of power. That's how this operates. That's how it operates. That's clear cut. That's it. You're breaking all of that down. I'm not only exposing it, but I'm breaking all of that down, and everybody's going to federal prison. Every single last person, every aspect of that bullying system will be broken down, and you will find yourself in federal prison where dogs, lawless animals, dangerous animals belong. The fake sun is back over the La Quinta Inn as I drive next door back to La Quinta Inn, which is speaking to stalking by San Bernardino County Sheriff's Department, where I'm capturing the state actor group stalking with this demon with this license plate. Again, these two males are in a silver van with this license plate. They're going to federal prison in concert with everybody else at La Quinta Inn who's going to federal prison, and the employees of Economy Inn, that's federal prison. Why? Because they're facilitating on a systematic basis while I stay at this hotel, reporting to work on an ongoing daily basis. Econo Lodge is engaged in making money while group stalking right next door to the venue. They're engaged in every act of terrorism of a sexually violent nature that is engaged in harassment and terrorism as an entity while the bed is shaking and I'm reporting it. I'm talking to this demon Cindy on the phone who's monitoring. So is Econo Lodge. I'm talking to this demon Renee G on the phone who is monitoring. So is Econo Lodge. Doing so as a means of systematic facilitation, that is employment, is the basis of federal prison. Doing so while I just documented you and the entity is crossing path by the state directly, that's federal prison. So I just want to be clear, all routes are leading to federal prison for those that I just documented. It's 10:03 a.m. And the entity that is the people of the state, license 6UYL909. That is federal prison as I capture up close images of these demons. These are males that are stalking me, and that is readily identifiable. It's no longer a mystery that how the people of the state are stalking you openly in plain sight, because you are supposed to be some sort of paranoid schizophrenic and not able to identify that, first of all, demons, second of all, stalkers by a population are following you around. And that's exactly what's underway. I captured on images seconds later. That is with simultaneity to the operation of my communication device as well. the demons, who are San Bernardino County Sheriff's Department, are crossing path under that same exact fake sun. That license plate indicating 3 third parties who have not only am I capturing them in still images, but I took a screenshot so you can see their the demons' faces up close. They're going to federal prison. That's federal prison. It's also what is obstruction of justice while the entity group stalked by the state directly. All right, so the entity likes to and derives pleasure from doing it vicariously through the people. And if, by the way, you pose any sort of threat, that is, identify it, try to report it, contest it, okay, enforce your rights, or show any sort of hostility, which a reasonable person would, you're going to be frustrated. The ordinary person may even act out. And these are human beings. Okay, so I'm putting myself in a position of a human being, being able to literally directly understand it, being subject to it, nonetheless in a position of maintaining a posture to speak to it as opposed to reacting to it, which is what Satan relies on. And so when that doesn't work, then what do you have? You have a massive and epic historic prosecution of a corrupt government. In public, corruption is exposed where Satan's system doesn't work on that person. So this is what federal group stalking monitoring is supposed to result in, though. And understand all the ways in which I'm showing malice in every regard, every angle, every facet of malice. San Bernardino County Sheriff's Department is crossing path where the fake sun is over the same street at 4 o'clock in the afternoon. San Bernardino County Sheriff's Department is crossing path where the fake sun is over me and the people of the state are present in the path. Impossible light activity moving across that building. What do you think that demon is driving that vehicle that's identifying the state? It's the same exact conduct in a law enforcement vehicle. That's an unlawful threat. That's the stalker that is posing an impermissible threat, not tolerated, in other words, under federal law. That will not be tolerated, stalking by the state, directly or vicariously. And where they want to show up directly, which is what San Bernardino County Sheriff's Department just did while they're engaged in federal stalking, that is monitoring the evidence, that's federal prison. And Jeremy Dean, by name, is being documented. The corruption of that office, the HESPERIA branch, which is, again, the SHANNON DICUS. This is the county sheriff over San Bernardino County Sheriff's Department. And the county sheriff before him. These are demons strategically placed in this position. This public corruption has been underway for years. Okay, they've been murdering, kidnapping people for years, masquerading as a law enforcement agency, acting with every corrupt police department that I've documented, by the way, in San Bernardino County. Fontana Police, Upland Police, Ontario Police, Montclair Police, the entities engaged, Chino Police, etc. I've documented all of them. Group stalkers. So is San Bernardino County Sheriff's Department, who has engaged in kidnapping. The entity is going to be disbanded for that. That's amplification where San Bernardino County Sheriff's Department is crossing path. That's P.O.C. Those are demons, and that is placing the people of the state in federal prison. And the state itself is going to be, the state's not hiding from anything. This is prosecuting the state. This is getting down, trickling down to the population who are going to be placed in federal prison and be placed on what are lists to identify domestic terrorism, who are the constituents of the state. That's what that amplified audible activity is serving for. Remember, it's happening under a fake sun and an engineered light. What the entity is doing, it's pointing at itself on an ongoing basis. Okay? Frontiers group stalking with San Bernardino County Sheriff's Department engaged in what is harassment, while a psychopath and a sex offender is targeting you. That sex offender is not going to ask you anything about why you're reporting their sexual violence. Okay? And a delusional psychopath is the only one that does that on video. As though they look like anything other than somebody that thinks that they're going to get away with public corruption. And you're not. You are not under any circumstances. All right, P.O.C. And again, it is currently, you'll see that light source in the same position where it's at after 5 p.m., where the entity is having a smoke. All right, having a smoke under the fake sun at 10 o'clock. That's where that fake sun is still at. Over the same Econo Lodge where I'm showing you, Econo Lodge after 5 p.m., 5:22 p.m., where demons are group stalking via vacuuming. That's a demon that's pacing with audible activity in the same hallway under the fake sun at 5:22 in the afternoon. All right, the entity's peculiar ways of engaging in what is demonic and criminal bears no reflection on the targeted individual. And this is putting all of that in its proper perspective. Okay, the demons will be shown as the psychopaths that they are and the criminals and the violent sex offenders that they are, as a matter of fact, as opposed to a bunch of gang members defaming together, and that is supposed to be establishing the reputation of the target individual. That is, again, addressing all of that. It doesn't even make any logical sense, and it's clearly unintelligent, not requiring any IQ, a baseline prerequisite whatsoever. Any Joe Schmo is engaging in what is just saying something about you, and the gang members team up on it. It rapidly escalates into what are criminal acts of kidnapping and defamation by the state while it is stalking you. This is P.O.C. It's 10:09 a.m. All right, room 319, room 317. The demons are engaging in surveillance in the hallway. group stalking by crossing a path, room 315 as well. Impossible light activity, the same demon that you see on video, group stalking with Renee G, using what is audible activity creation in room 307. These are the rooms where the entity is maintaining the hotel room doors as they're cracked open right now. The entity is just using them to engage in what is stalking with noise. They can obviously open any other hotel room door as well. These are the doors where they're maintaining presence right now, group stalking, and they're violent sex offenders that are engaging in that pattern of conduct with the same entity that's crossing path in the sky space, as I captured, and also via the state, who is at all times being documented and exposed for public corruption, and the basis of disbanding the San Bernardino County Sheriff's Department, who is engaged in state surveillance that I'm documenting and prosecuting amongst the people of the state. The entity is doing so while the engineer light that you see stationary on the ground is combined with the dynamic engineer light that's moving across all the walls and the ceiling. And this is while the fake sun then goes back to being in alignment with me through in the hallway, which is what I just took a picture of, while demons are engaging in what is the highly unintelligent system, which you are not ever supposed to be able to suspect. And by the way, reporting it will never result in the criminal defamation of that target individual. It's going to result in the prolonged time in federal prison for such actors as La Quinta N. It is currently 10:11 a.m. This is P.O.C. All right, it is 10:15 a.m. This is documenting again the basis for enhancement to federal charges, sentencing, and damages that the people of the state, that is Windham, will be responsible for, while they're engaged in not only state surveillance on behalf and in concert with the state, but also criminal monitoring, federal stalking in violation of Title 18, Section 2261A, subsections 1 and 2. And this is what the demons that are group stalking on the third floor, accessing all the hotel rooms, using the hotel room door closure in the engineer light that is on video and in images. That's the environment where demons are opening and closing doors. The closure of the door is what is used as a method of stalking with activity with simultaneity to my operation of my phone, and that's what's ongoing. It's 10:16 a.m. and right now videos are uploading onto YouTube. The people of the state is criminally monitoring through these demon-possessed group stalkers who are masquerading as housekeeping, all right, and maintenance. They are the employees who are going to federal prison, and they're also acting with noted impunity, which is also relevant to their time in federal prison. The entity is doing this on an ongoing basis. This is not new. I'm documenting it because this is going on the podcast, and literally while the evidence of the defendant is being, with regard to blowing the whistle on terrorism in the U.S., the government is going to prosecute for that criminal monitoring of that very evidence, knowing that is anticipating a prosecution, and the entity is going to stand in federal court and it will be subject to what is relevant to their sentencing while they were still engaging in this criminal system, mindful and aware of that evidence that it was still engaging in criminal monitoring. That's on surveillance cameras. That's what Renee G is engaged in. That's what the entity group stalking on the third floor in the specific environment is engaging in while the evidence is being uploaded to the Google Drive. It is currently 10:17 a.m. where that ongoing criminal monitoring is underway. This is documenting what is also sexual violence. While I'm nude, every move that I make is also pursuant to the same demonic pattern of conduct. The population pacing around into the fake sun and engineer light ricocheting into the windows all over the walls and the ceilings, while the fake sun remains over the hotel as I documented after 5 p.m. And you saw it on the back portion right now in a still image where the people of the state are group stalking by smoking a cigarette, and that fake sun is directly over the venue at 10 o'clock. It's over the same venue as I look out of that window, the same end of the building at 5:22 p.m. where vacuuming is used by a demon that is pacing and monitoring and going to federal prison for that criminal monitoring system in concert with the state. It's 10:17 a.m. where federal stalking remains underway. This is P.O.C. All right, the sex offender that is Renee G. She is engaged in criminal monitoring by pacing. She's also group stalking with the demons inside of the room on the third floor. They're an engineered light that is on video. It's currently on YouTube right now. You can look at the impossible light activity while these sex offenders are obsessed with my nude body, while I'm in the shower, and amplified noise is heard through the wall, which is how you're engaging in the criminal elements monitoring. These are demons that are exposed as the sex offenders that they are, keeping me, a woman, under surveillance inside of a shower where a population is fixated on that private activity. That's literally the sex offense by the state. The demons are in relevant position inside of room 310, 306, 307, 309, as the hotel rooms that I documented upon returning back to the hotel where the fake sun remained in perfect alignment with me at the hotel window in the hallway where the impossible light activity, which has nothing to do with that light source. These are distinct methods of identifying the sex offense where the entity is keeping people under surveillance. Keeping a man or a woman in a private space while engaged in a personal activity is a sex offense. And this is a sex offense that a population is committing together, and they're doing it so on behalf of the state. So I just want to be clear, Jeremy Dean is a closeted sex offender, and that closeted sexual violence that Jeremy enjoys while abusing the position that he currently holds as captain over a corrupt police department The San Bernardino Sheriff's Department is not closeted anymore. Jeremy Dean, just like the demons who are group stalking at a hotel, where the amplified noise and sensational activities occurring under my feet while I'm standing in the shower, understand there is nothing that some human is going to engage in on the ceiling that's going to create any sort of rupturing under my feet. That's demonic. And the demons are group stalking by being on surveillance cameras as a matter of what are the key card uses, where all the rooms are means of pacing and amplified audible activity while they're stalking a naked woman in the shower. That's actually what Wenham is engaging in and is facilitating. And as those demons are monitoring evidence, they increase that ongoing sexual violence together. That is the ongoing and continuing and heightening frequency of amplified audible activity while demons are aware, the target individual knows that we're monitoring, so we're going to engage in more activity creation. That's literally the mindset of the mentally ill population that engages in group stalking. And that's exactly what the entity is engaging in. Sensational activity under my feet, amplified audible activity through the walls, concentrated in the bathroom where the fake sun is over the venue and impossible light fills the venue. They're engaging in nothing other than sexual violence, which an entity that is targeting an American citizen, keeping them in a bubble and stalking them relentlessly, and also consumed with all that is occurring with regard to private, personal conduct. Sex offenders are interested in what you're doing in the shower. Sex offenders are interested in engaging in what is noise creation as you are necessarily touching yourself, cleaning your genitalia, washing your body. Sex offenders engage in that activity creation. Those are demon-possessed people who are monitoring you while they know that you're nude, while they know that you're in the shower, while they know that you're in a private space, while they know that you're also documenting it. That's the intent, to psychologically harm in a specifically sexual manner while engaging in the pattern of conduct. In concert with demons such as Jeremy Dean, understand how he is directly implicated in being documented as a government actor group stalking with the people of the state. This is sexual violence that Wenham is proudly engaging in. Their criminal engagement and what is going to be the conviction of this defendant, another one by Wenham, specifically identified where the state of California is engaging in the pattern of conduct. Wenham is just engaging in and represents what the entire population is engaging in, which are exceedingly violent sex offenders that are consumed with the, obsessed with the genitalia of the target individual. That is every third party, including Renee G., including Jeremy Dean of the San Bernardino County Sheriff's Department, the demon-possessed who are group stalking as an entity and engage in more demonic and criminal conduct as you document it. Those indeed, by definition, are terrorists, and this domestic terrorism that is exposed in the state of California is going to be severely prosecuted. It is in concert with a population who you'll see on surveillance cameras at this facilitating venue where nothing lawful is underway and nothing is protected under the Constitution, and it is all serving for what is criminal monitoring while they are on surveillance cameras engaging in terrorism that is concentrated inside of my hotel room while they are exposed as the demons that they are. They don't look like normal people. They don't look like they're engaging in anything appropriate or lawful on camera. The world, and also most importantly, the federal government knows what they're looking at on the surveillance cameras. They know that they're looking at demons who are terrorizing which is relevant and exposed on my documentation, which coexists with all the surveillance camera footage, which is exposing the demon-possessed who are violent sex offenders, targeting me while I'm nude in the shower, and doing so while they're monitoring evidence. That is the sex offender that knows that they were documented engaging in that sexual violence. Also, the sex offender was harassing in the parking lot, okay? You'll see the impossible light activity moving across the asphalt while a sex offender engaging in what is ongoing group stalking, a sex offense with malice, because you're not supposed to know about it, and the entity fails at actually diagnosing any sort of mental illness while their mental illness is exposed paradoxically while they're group stalking you, okay? The entity is engaging in the sex offense while I'm in the shower, and this is what Renee G. is actually engaged in while she is concentrating. Again, the malice is what she's showing while she knows that she's being documented right now, while you'll see her on camera talking to someone, typing on a computer, on the phone, holding a piece of paper, whatever it is that this demon who's going to federal prison would like to appear on surveillance camera. All of the world knows that that's a demon. And she is acting on behalf of the corrupt agency, the San Bernardino Sheriff's Department, who has maintained criminal presence, criminal elements of monitoring in concert with this highly unintelligent entity, exposing mental illness and vast methods of sexual violence and terrorism at what is La Quinta Inn Suites by Wenham. This is going to be a severe prosecution for yet another actor within the same entity, the people of the state. Okay, the population is a sex offender while it is group stalking with the state of California. It's 11:30 a.m. This is P.O.C. while I'm revealing and documenting sexual violence that I'm subject to, because the entity, I cannot pull my panties down, I cannot take my clothes off and take a shower, I cannot sleep in the bed inside of a hotel room without the entity obsessively stalking. All right, this is P.O.C. All right, the people of the state, the same sex offenders that you see pacing around under a fake sun. The same fake sun that stays here all day long, that's the intentional engagement in what is surveillance by a population who's driving on the 15 freeway and on Mariposa and Margosa. They're all group stalkers. These are the sex offenders together, no longer secretly engaging in what is a demonic system designed to target one person and then falsely depict that person that they're targeting. And the sex offenders are engaging in what is amplification via traffic. As I am walking inside of the hotel room, walking toward the cooler, and that is the rising in elevation of volume with regard to elements of monitoring as you're moving around, in other words. And this is, again, the intentional engagement in that demonic system while a population is keeping a woman under surveillance while she's nude in a shower, while she's in a hotel room, while she's in the bathroom, engaging in all manner of living and being and having whatever it is that's going on in a hotel, which is private. And doing so also while that sexual violence is being documented, and the sex offender that are the people of the state engage in more of that sexual violence. So the amplification gets louder. The audible activity creation continues with greater frequency. The ongoing pattern of conduct increases, which is, by the way, the character of the demon possessed. The mental illness is exposed as that pattern is exhibited, as I document that over and over and over again. The people of the state are indeed violent sex offenders, and this is a population whose engagement as a corrupt, this public corruption is exposing sexual violence, and it's also exposing mental illness that a population shares as it is group stalking. And again, it is attributed to what is demon possession. And this is headline news. If you do not know, demon possession does result in what is recognized in the secular. That is diagnosable as what is mental illness. Stalking strangers, being consumed with a stranger's genitalia, sexual violence, doing so while you are aware of the fact that your decision making includes engaging in more of that. You have a hostility toward that criminal and sexually and predatory conduct being exposed. You engage in things that's supposed to result in what is causing that target individual to suffer more. This is the psychopathic pattern of conduct of the demon possessed. It is mental illness that is not being diagnosed. It's not being addressed. But it starts with that which is spiritual. These are demons that are psychopaths, and this is not, this needs to be known. That's what I'm also exposing. And this is occurring on Wyndham. Wyndham will under no circumstances profit while you're engaging in trying to murder and kidnap me. I'm going to prosecute Wyndham, the people of the state, civilly and criminally. And then that's also speaking for what is the punitive and deterrent purpose of draining the pockets of the people of the state. It's currently 11:38 a.m. This is P.O.C. This is P.O.C. Yes.
Good morning.
Good morning.
It's time to check in out today.
Yes,
It's
I am.
11 already. 11:40.
Yes, thank you. I'm coming on as soon as I can.
Ah,
I'm coming on as soon as I can.
okay, because the lady has to clean the room.
Understood.
So
Anything
what
else?
Because
I'm getting out right now.
Okay.
Thank you. What's your name again?
Marisa?
Marisa? Thank you, Marisa. I'll be right out. Those are the sex offenders that are engaging in terrorism. Again, engaging in what is doubling as a housekeeper. This is a demon and a violent sex offender who's monitoring the evidence and then knocks on the door, referencing what is checkout time. That's also audible activity. They're engaged in criminal conduct with the state under all circumstances. There is no lawful business underway right now. Marisa is the demon that you see group stalking with the African-American couple that were in room 306. Who open and close the door, which is the audible activity method by demons group stalking in a hotel where the fake sun remains all day long. And she is engaged in group stalking on video with Renee G. on video under the fake sun that I captured. That's the same demon who is group stalking and derives pleasure while ongoing amplified noise is heard through the walls and under my feet. Impossible audible activity amplification in the hallway where she's talking to me about the checkout time. Impossible light activity ricocheting off the walls. Okay, Marisa's going to federal prison, and so is everybody else. And while she's talking to me about checkout time and the fake sun is over the venue, Marisa and everybody else is going to federal prison. All right, it's currently 11:41 a.m. This is P.O.C. Okay, again, the entity is engaging in what is crossing a path. That's surveillance inside of the rooms of the third floor where engineered light is ricocheting. These are terrorists who are threatening your life and your safety, and they're also sex offenders obsessively consumed with what's going on with you and your genitalia when your panties are down. That's also very psychologically harmful while sex offenders pursue you and monitor you at those pivotal moments, which is very, very mentally deranged to do so, and it's also very perverted. These are group stalkers that are wearing housekeeper uniforms, engaged in relevant positioning at room 309. This is where the entity is stalking with amplified audible activity. As I reach my arm up, for example, adjusting my sweater, bang, a noise is heard. As I pick up my purse, bang, a noise is heard. And you open up the door, the fake sun, the engineered light, and relevant positioning of what you see. These are the sex offenders monitoring me while I'm nude in the shower and engaging in what is coming to the door while they know everything that you're doing. They're monitoring you inside, and this is a psychopath that is then knocking on the door as though they're engaging in what is just the execution of their job. They are the delusional psychopaths exhibiting mental illness. illness, it has no reflection on the target individual, and they're all going to federal prison. It is currently 11:44 a.m. You'll see relevant positioning captured in still images at 11:42, 11:43. This is P.O.C. This is malice that I'm revealing. Ongoing malice exhibited by the entity that's engaged in group stalking. And it is met with nothing less than federal prison for the people of the state engaging in this role, aiding the government that's engaged in criminal surveillance. P.O.C. All right, you will see these sex offenders who are the people of the state, many of whom I surmise have been granted the privilege to be in this country while they're engaging in the un-American terrorist system of federal group stalking and monitoring. And you are looking at a demon who's not clever tactic is to leave the communication device in the hallway where I must cross path in order to get on the elevator. You will see the demons engaged in relevant positioning in the form of housekeeping at the venue. The fake sun is directly over the venue, which is I've already shown through 9 o'clock until 5:22 p.m. These are demons who are group stalking and engaged in what is sexual violence. It's 11:48 a.m. You'll see those in still images. It is currently 11:52 a.m. And what you'll see is the federal group stalking and monitoring underway by Renee G. This is somebody exercising fictitious authority with a malicious and corrupt company that is Lexington Inns and Suites by Wyndham. And it is evidenced through what is literally her presence at the venue under the guise of being an employee, where state surveillance is underway. That is domestic terrorism is underway. And you can see the light source directly over the top of my head as I'm facing Mariposa Road. And the entities engaged in the pattern of conduct, while that light source is over the building, that's the same window that, the same street, the same road, the same direction that I'm facing at 9:02 on video. And it is, again, 11:50. It's 11:53 right now, so I'm just walking outside. As I walk outside of the opposite side of the building, the fake sun is not in a position where it's going to be outside of that same hallway window. It is advancing to be over the building, which is, again, mutually exclusive. If it's over the top of the building in order to be seen at the back parking lot over my head, which is what it is right now, then it's not going to be outside of the window, creating any light inside of the building as well, because it's over the building. It's over the top of the building. There's no windows over the roof of the building that's creating any purported sunlight. This is speaking to, again, the unintelligent system, the entity stalking with a fake sun, which is showing you demons who are stalking you very maliciously, while they're also monitoring your evidence very foolishly, and they're witnessing their own demise as this system is literally being deconstructed and imploding. The entities engaging in this pattern of conduct, which you can see through the fake sun that's outside of the Mariposa end of the hotel, right directly above. You'll see it in the image directly above my head. And the fake sun, seconds later, as I walk out the opposite end, is in a position that is impossible to naturally occur with regard to the advancement over the top of the building to be over me, to be over this end of the building. As I walk down the hallway and go down the exit the door that is facing the back parking lot. Now, understand what it is. This is a small building, but with regard to the placement of a fake sun that's outside of a window on one end of that building, and then directly over the opposite side, you are necessarily over the top. If it's over the top of the building, then it can't be seen outside of the window facing Mariposa Road. The two aren't happening at the same time. Neither is the sun an object that's remaining for, let's see, from 9 till 5:22 p.m. 10, 11, 12, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, where the fake sun is in the same position that I'm going to capture pictures of it right now over the same end of the the hotel, where demons such as license plate A722A0, this is an Asian male with honoring a veteran. No, I'm exposing a veteran, a demon-possessed terrorist who is engaging in what is federal group stalking and monitoring, and is also a demon bearing such a license plate. You need to understand that there's no respect of persons, and the Lord Jesus is exposing everyone, and there is no difference. This appears... Oh, no, this isn't an Asian male. This is an aged third party, however, and he's engaged in federal group stalking and monitoring by just sitting in the vehicle. This is surveillance that a population openly engages in, where you are non-suspecting, never suspecting, because of the specific environment that you are ignorant about. And this is how you're being kept under surveillance, and you don't even know it. But you get a lot of hints when the entity's stalking with helicopters, when the entity's engaged in an ongoing pattern of harassment, and all of a sudden criminal defamation. All of a sudden, when you're exposing what is openly illogical and conduct where they being the entity is targeting you, and then defamation somehow just finds its way in the fact pattern. The entity is openly engaging in what's the objective: to criminally defame you, to murder you, if not defame you. this license plate again is license A722A0. This is a third-party group stalking where the fake son is not in a position where it's going to be like I captured it while Renee is group stalking at the front desk, and that fake son is at the Mariposa Road end of, excuse me, not the Mariposa Road. I think Mariposa Road is right here along the 15. So the street right along across the street from the Mariposa Tire and Auto, that's the street where the front entrance is. This street where you can see it outside of the hallway window, this is the window where the light source is directly above. Okay, where I am walking through the back of the parking lot that is along Mariposa, which is parallel with Amargosa. So that's why I surmise I'm going to correct the streets. I'm going to look at a Google map right now and give you the streets. I can actually do that right now. I'm multitasking. So the entity is maintaining this fake sun. Nonetheless, seconds later, as I walk out the back parking lot, the light source is necessarily engaged in that which I've shown, real-time movement, which is how you have it remaining over me while I am in Los Angeles, California, driving in real time, no longer remaining stationary over Alvarado Gardens, mutually exclusive with any sun being outside over the property in Hesperia, over the hotel, outside of any window, and the impossible light activity doesn't even have anything to do with that level of analysis. However, the entity is keeping the fake sun as I'm traveling from Alvarado Gardens to what is the Social Security office. As I documented, the entity is keeping the fake in real time moving. All right, the entity is keeping the fake sun over me while I'm traveling from Alvarado Gardens, where it's keeping that fake sun stationary all day long, rising and setting. And then when I'm driving to the Glendale DMV, where the entity is engaged in the federal group stalking and monitoring during the same hour, by the way. The Glendale Police Department is group stalking under that fake sun at 9:08 a.m. The entity is engaging in that pattern of conduct where the impossible light activity is moving across the Glendale DMV. And the fake sun has hovered directly over my head over that Glendale DMV in Glendale, California, where there is only one sun, supposedly. And this is the entity, but the evidence is speaking to what is not a natural environment as we have been conditioned to believe. The evidence is exposing what is demonic, both the environment and the behaviors. And the demonic are engaged in what is obsessively consumed in what is sexually violent, what's predatory, it's sexually motivated, it's perverted. And this is the criminal monitoring demons who are monitoring you while you're nude, while they know that you're nude, while they're tracking your every step and your every move, including in the shower, including while your underwear, your undergarments are down around your ankles and you're relieving yourself. You're necessarily touching yourself because you're relieving yourself. You're touching your body because you're cleaning yourself. The entity who are demons, who are also sex offenders obsessed with you and your genitalia and your body and that personal private activity are monitoring. And they're violent sex offenders who are severely mentally ill, while their secret condition of demon possession is exposed, while their criminal conduct of federal group stalking and monitoring is exposed. The mentally ill psychopaths who are demon possessed engage in more of that activity creation and more of that group stalking behavior. And that is also shown, it is supported through the evidence. You'll have more helicopter activity, you'll have more amplification, you'll have more sensational conduct. And it is, speaking again, psychopaths engaging in that which is to their own demise. This is not just for funsies. When I say people are going to federal prison, that's exactly where they're going. So a psychopath in their mind failing in their objective, group stalking under this circumstance, you're not sacrificing Erica Spencer. You are not going to end up kidnapping Erica Spencer. You already did that, and everybody's going to federal prison. The Lord Jesus permitted that so that you can know, the rest of the world can know how these demons are engaging in terrorism and psychological torture in their facilities where they're exercising authority that they don't have. Group stalking is indeed demonic. That's why they're group stalking in the facilities. That's why that was permitted to happen. Understand that. They are failing in their objective, and they're still psychopaths engaging in that pattern of conduct. Why? Because that is manifest that mental illness, and it's also because it's not just the fact that it's criminal. It is indeed demonic. This obsession is shown, that demon possession is shown through that ongoing obsession. Why would someone in their right mind, which you're not while you're group stalking, you're not in your right mind, you're keeping an American citizen under surveillance, and this person, this is distinct from everybody else that you've targeted. And while you are monitoring the evidence, you're aware of what's being exposed about you. And while you are also very fearful of that, yet you continue and you're going to federal prison, you are listening to your prosecutor tell you what your sentence is going to be. And the entity increases in that ongoing sexually aggressive and perverted conduct on behalf of a corrupt government who is simultaneously being exposed, because Jeremy Dean is sitting at that front desk and inside of the La Quinta Inn does not mean that Jeremy Dean is not being exposed for public corruption.
It's letting you know exactly what's wrong with Jeremy Dean. It's letting you know what needs to happen regarding Jeremy Dean and every threat that he poses as a part of the corrupt government here. License A722AO. That is again impossible light activity while this demon drives away under that which is not the sun, while that which is engineer light covers the property. There's no sun that's going to remain over me while I am documented at this same time traveling in motion on the roads and the highways, while the entity is keeping the fake sun over the window where Renee G is group stalking at the front desk. And you'll see that, and you'll see the light source, and you are seeing the light source that's advanced over the building. The sun is not moving that rapidly over the front and back and all rounds of all sides of a building. That's not the sun. You also know that it's not the sun because there is a body of evidence speaking to the maintenance of the light source over the Ovid Family Community Library. Don't forget what I documented from 2018 to 2022. This entity is surrounded with evidence which is speaking to a specific environment where demons are targeting American citizens that are not of that same condition or for a criminal purpose. This same demonic entity also engages in sacrificing each other. This is the system that they're using. This is a system of persecution. They're targeting me with regard to, and I am exposing the fact not only are these demons, this is the government that's engaged in criminal surveillance. It is unconstitutional and it is also inhumane. And the government is aware of the fact that they have been exposed, and the government is continuously engaging in that animalistic and barbaric endeavor to its own demise, however. All right, corrupt government actors that are being exposed as engaged in public corruption because the mayor, the city council members, every county, every function of the state, every level of government is engaged in this system of federal group stalking and monitoring. It is underway by the very population. That's why you have the light source and engineer light inside of a random hotel in Hesperia, California, a random corner in Hesperia where the entity is keeping all of the specific environment, acting on behalf of the state in concert with the state, who are violent sex offenders. It is exposing all of that while I'm documenting the unintelligent system of stalking under a fake sun. All right, the entity is doing so while I'm going to go ahead and capture that light source. I want to be clear, those that are indeed demon possessed are engaging in the system, and I have documented those that are part of the Navy, those that are part of the Air Force, those that are bearing federal government license plates, those that are a part of the armed forces, in other words, and they're engaged in this criminal system, which is speaking, again, profoundly regarding the ways, all of those who are both a part of the society and in the United States bearing what is relevant with regard to their quote-unquote status in this country and the quote-unquote service that they've provided while they're simultaneously engaging in what is an un-American system that directly opposes the constitutional rights that they are supposedly, advocating, enforcing, supporting while they are abroad or in the military or in some sort of branch of the government. It is literally paradoxical. It is antithetical to what they stand for, and understand the malice in that. Okay, the entity is, and this is exactly what Satan uses, and Satan specifically uses on purpose because it's supposed to appear to be. And nobody is ever getting to this level of revelation, by the way. Nobody's getting this deep into the system, but I'm letting you know this level of malice is literally what is required. It is within the formula of public corruption. It's supposed to occur amongst those that are never supposed to. It's not even supposed to be spoken of them. That's exactly who Satan is using. All right. This is speaking to that public corruption that is, again, unspeakable with regard to what, but it is not, no one is speaking to, in other words, is revealing no one is above suspicion. And I want to let you know, and what the evidence shows, it's not just me. This is not hyperbole. This is not just unsupported commentary. These are the demon possessed, and they are a part of the military. They're a part of the government. They are a part of the, what's supposed to be the everyday society. Renee G is anything but that. This is a sex offender, very perverted, very mentally deranged, highly mentally deranged sex offender who she's a threat to herself. She's a threat to minor children. She's a threat to all of those vulnerable in the American society. That is the elderly. That is the mentally vulnerable, those that suffer from mental illness not caused by demon possession. I mean, somebody that can't, function. They need someone to protect or support them, help them take care of themselves. Renee G and sex offenders, the demon possessed alike, are a threat to those vulnerable aspects of society. She is also a threat to American society in general. These are the demon possessed. These are the people of the state that are engaging in what is criminal violence. Violence out amongst the streets, what is supposedly violence that was never given any hint that it was ever going to occur amongst people that don't even have a criminal record, those that have before never engaged in or were part of any sort of reason why you would suspect that they would just, go on a frenzy and just go around knifing everyone in the mall. This is what exactly what Renee G represents, the people of the state, the demon-possessed, the highly malicious. They are predisposed to engage in such acts of violence, and they will continue to increase with regard to the malice, which I want to be clear, this malice that's exhibited by the government, that's acting with the constituents of the state, that malice is revealing the demonic. That malice is entirely demonic. The pattern of conduct is demonic, okay? Stalking with noise, stalking with light, stalking under the light source, which isn't even the sun. And you're supposed to be, you want to look like you're just, hey, I'm just walking next to you. I don't even know you. I mean, there's no that's a demon that is stalking you, but you're not supposed to know that. Because you're not supposed to be aware of the impossible light activity. You're not supposed to be able to claim with any sort of credibility that helicopters are following everywhere that you're going. And that's following. If they're everywhere that you're at, that is evidence of following in helicopters as they arrive everywhere that you're at. They're doing it from county to county, city to city, as I've documented, state to state. The entity is engaging in a pattern of conduct that is indeed stalking and surveillance while they're keeping you under surveillance on your communication devices, on the internet, which is a violation of existing federal laws, namely Title 18, Section 22618, subsections 1 and 2. This is all supported under the existing body of evidence, and it includes those that are bringing shame, okay, to the veterans, to the armed forces in this country. It is not speaking to some exception. It's not speaking to some anomaly. All right, it is indeed the pattern of conduct, and it's showing you those, first of all, who serve Satan. Second of all, who are speaking to the implications regarding what this country is secretly engaging in, not just here as I am an American citizen being subject to terrorism by my own corrupt government, but what they are doing, what this country is doing to those outside of the jurisdiction of the U.S., which, by the way, is inevitably reaping for what this country is going to suffer. You can anticipate what's going to happen in this country with regard to destruction based on what this country is doing to its own citizens and what it's necessarily doing. It's necessarily engaging this sort of terrorism across the borders. Across the borders. It's inevitable what this country is reaping. It is currently, let me get the time. While the entity is keeping the fake sun that's advancing over the building, and you already know this is already on video. I have the fake sun over me at this back parking lot at 12:52 in the afternoon when I'm reminding you about the fact that I'm standing at 1401 Broadway in San Diego, California. It's not the sun. So you're looking to your right. What is this? This is a demon that's bearing some sort of license plate that's speaking of the fact that they're veterans. You have a demon who's I documented by virtue of being associated with the Marines and talking about that, Lord God, they have a child. Okay, that's horrifying. Okay, these mentally ill people, they are engaging in what is this system of public corruption, and they go home to their families. That's what Renee G is doing now. She has a federal prosecution over her head. She's not escaping anything. This is the threat, however, that the population poses. This is what this country is engaging in, secretly engaging in what is the practice of witchcraft. All they're engaging in, you know what defamation is? Word spells. Word spells. They use it to defame. This is the massive practice of witchcraft. The entity is seeking to defame you in order to kidnap you, and it's the government that's practicing this demonic system. Okay, while they speak lies against your reputation, against your character, against your competence in the professional, whatever area that they're engaging in. This is the work of Satan. It is demonic in every regard. It's also demonic as you literally look at the ways in which demons are monitoring you. They monitor with noise. They monitor in that engineered light. They monitor and group stalk you as a population while that specific environment follows everywhere that you're going. That is something that is so sick. Only Satan himself can conjure up something like that. I have documented it. Regardless of the fact that it's demonic, it is a matter of evidence, and it's going to be submitted against the state of California to prosecute such terrorism. All right. And it's a shame that the United States is going to be placed on the map for engaging in terrorism, which is supposed to be un-American, antithetical to the very purpose, all right, the very rhyme and scheme of this country, what we're supposed to represent, while they're doing it in this country. And they're doing it in service to Satan. Because we like to tout how we are an American society that is a Christian country, and it could not be farther from the truth. The truth is supported by what this criminal system, what this country seeks to secretly engage in. And it's not a secret anymore. And that's also letting you know about the times that we're in. The Lord Jesus is not permitting this to remain a secret anymore. He's not permitting it to remain covert anymore. You're not going to be able to engage in this sort of conduct and the like. You have celebrities, you have politicians, okay, you have criminal conduct, you have corruption and all manner. There's a lot going on in this country. There's a lot of the birth pains, if you will. These are indicators of the times. That's what you're looking at. That's what you're witnessing. Okay, now the Lord Jesus, he's coming back, and he's coming back in judgment. All right. And this prosecution of the state of California, which is in service to Satan, is speaking about the limited time that Satan knows that he has. And it is bearing on the criminal convictions of the people of the state of California. The demons that are sitting in positions of government, the demons that are sitting in the roles, which is a relevant status under the law. The constituents of the state, they're supposed to be quote unquote free citizens exercising freedom of speech. They are none of that whatsoever. That's the heights of malice, by the way. And you're going to be prosecuted for that because of the abuse of that, what's supposed to be treasured. Understand, the entity is literally masquerading as a free society. No, you're not. You're not free to engage in group stalking, and the targeted individual is not free while it's being group stalked by that entity. And based on all of that malice that's being exposed, you have a lot of people that are going to federal prison as a matter of justice because it will not be tolerated. And it's also not capable of being maintained as a secret anymore. Okay, so this sex offenders group stalk, you'll see that light source, and I'm going to capture a picture right now while the fake sin is advanced beyond the window where Renee G is group stalking right in front of me, engaging what is the conduct that Wyndham is going to be civilly and criminally prosecuted. Okay, draining the pockets is necessary also with regard to justice. And remember, the Dunia Plaza in relevant position, you have millions and billions of dollars that's being made while they're group stalking me. Okay, and that's why the fake sun is rising and setting at this hotel. Dunia is engaged in criminal surveillance. That's an entire shopping plaza engaged in criminal surveillance on behalf of the corrupt guy. It has exposed public corruption, and you need to know that Lowe's is intentionally engaged in that criminal system. And everybody working in Lowe's, everybody affiliated with that company Lowe's, is engaged in surveillance in the United States, making money with the corrupt government. That's exactly what Lowe's represents. That's exactly what they're doing. And they're engaged in criminal surveillance in relevant position to me while the light source is remaining over me at La Quinta by Wyndham in Hesperia, California. And that's not just Lowe's, it's every single commercial actor inside of what is Dunia Plaza, a third-party facilitating venue. You were talking about what is reaping with regard to the entity. They are reaping massive civil and criminal prosecution with regard to the damages that are going to be awarded to that American citizen subject to this criminal system. All right, it is currently 12:12 p.m. I'm going to capture the light source that's not stationary, nor would it under any circumstances be the sun going from the window off of the outside of the lobby where Renee G and the demon-possessed employees who are group stalking with her, and the entity is group stalking while that fake sun immediately advances over beyond any window, which is not a characteristic of the sun, to be over me where Renee G is group stalking, and that's why that fake sun remains over me as I go out the opposite side of the same building, and the light source would be at in a position where it's in alignment with that window, outside of that window, as opposed to being directly over me at the opposite side of that parking lot, which is the pattern of conduct of group stalking. And the demons, the psychopaths and the sex offenders are exposed while that pattern of conduct is exposed at yet another third-party facilitated venue, which is simultaneously exposing the government that's group stalking. The government is always group stalking. It's the government's criminal system. The state of California is engaged in federal group stalking and monitoring directly. That is the government acting directly. Through helicopters. The government is group stalking vicariously through commercial planes, such as the Ontario International Airport, such as the white plane you saw flying over my head in this parking lot. The entity is engaged, but the government is also using smaller planes as well. So it is state action, direct and vicarious, using the aerial surveillance methods. But nonetheless, the government is group stalking also vicariously through demons such as Renee G. And that's the threat posed, while you're subject to demonic methods of terrorizing someone, which has no bearing whatsoever on the mind state or the mental health of the targeted individual. This is exposing what is the abuse of the government, which, by the way, is doing so in very highly unintelligent methods. It is relying on abuse of power. It's relying on that, and nothing other than witchcraft. Spells, speaking spells, word curses. This is damning your name and your reputation. That's all that these demons are doing. It's legally referred to as defamation. Okay, name calling you while they are targeting you. That is met with federal prison. I'm going to capture this light source right now. It's 12:14 p.m. This is P.O.C. Alrighty, capturing the light source, and you'll see my long finger. The reason why I'm using my finger is because I'm reminding you about what you've already seen. I understand when you're documenting something as intricate, it's intricate with regard to the ways in which the entity and who the entity is using and the methods employed, but it's not intricate with regard to, it's very plain. You have strangers, the population, in other words, it's broken down to an entire population is stalking you through what is the multiplicity of faces, as opposed, and the multiplicity of faces, while the specific environment, that's an unnatural environment, is perpetually present. Literally, the environment is stalking. Okay, and that stalking via an environment is because it's unnatural. The sun does not remain over you over one, as I've shown it at yet another venue, over one hotel all day long. You'll see my finger in the images that I captured. What am I pointing at? You can see the light source right now. That's not over and outside of the window that's along the street where Renee G is group stalking outside of that front entrance area of the hotel, where, by the way, 3 hours earlier at 9 o'clock, that's also not going to be the sun that's at the same location. Also, the documentation showing the fake sun over me at 9 o'clock at the Glendale DMV, that's also speaking to what's not the sun. That cannot be the sun at the same time, at the same, in that same manner, under any circumstances. The entity is engaging in what is the sun as though the sun is the sky. The sky is the only thing that's maintaining perpetual presence. It's never moving. In other words, it's everywhere over all of us all day long, day and night. The entity is doing that with the sun. Okay, and that's why I don't refer to it as the sun, because that is not the sun. It's a demonic imitation of the natural environment. That is a light source, and it is a direct indicator. You look at everybody around you because they're all stalking. And they're also capable, it's also knowledgeable. You are also knowledgeable about their condition. These are demons that seek to maliciously target you and don't want that to be known. And so the entity likes to flip that and paint you as a paranoid person, as some bipolar person, as some person suffering from hallucinations, as some person that's just socially dysfunctional. While you are operating off of what is some instinct that the ordinary target individual may have. They may not have spiritual gifts to be able to discern demons. All right, but the entity is engaging in what is a pattern of conduct, and you have an instinct as a human being. You can sense nefarious intentions around you. It's God-given, whether you want to acknowledge God or not. We are all given an ability to sense ominous conduct, something that is seeking your demise. You can sense that. All right. Now, you don't prosecute off of that. You prosecute off of what you can prove. And some sort of sensing is not evidence. All right. The entity is engaging in targeting me, the ability to spiritually discern the demon possessed, and also spiritually discern their demonic behaviors, and also envelop it within evidence that everybody can see. You can see the engineered light. You can see the fake sun. You can see literally the amplification while I show you a helicopter that's miles away, but yet it's amplified inside of my apartment or inside of my office or inside of the hotel or wherever it is that I'm located. And as you see amplification while I'm referencing what you can hear and I'm speaking to sight, why am I doing that? I'm doing that because as I start capturing video and I'm inside of whatever location, and it would be impossible for me to hear when I am on capturing the evidence of it, and I am speaking to amplified helicopter activity, and I step out and you can see the helicopter at a great distance away. This is not me having some schedule about when helicopters are flying over or flying around so I can in some way manufacture some crime committed against me by the government because I'm some some sort of attention-seeking, that would be a mentally disturbed person. That would be some sort of narcissistic person, some sort of personality disorder with regard to seeking attention, and to go to that degree to do so. That is mental illness. I don't have such information in order to put together, okay, they're going to be around in helicopter, and I'm going to wait till they're so far away, and then I'm going to act like I know that they're around and they're disrupting me, and I'm going to go outside with my camera and capture them at that great distance to make it seem like there's some sort of way that they are targeting me at that great distance away in a helicopter. That is absurd, and it would be impossible for me to have a body of evidence that is consistent. Okay, and by the way, the entity that's group stalking me and is assuming that that the federal government is not watching them while they're watching me criminally and aware of all the ways that the entity is watching me. The federal government is also watching me and are very perfect and fully informed about the fact that I don't have to manufacture any information. I literally turn on my cell phone, turn on the podcast, and let the tape roll and document the criminal conduct. I do provide commentary regarding context, regarding the deception that Satan is employing, dissecting the statements, the malicious statement that Satan is making. Why? Because I'm going to prosecute these demons. Providing analysis, providing insight. And there are also spiritual lessons. Do not be seduced by Satan. Don't be deceived by Satan. Do not be ignorant of the enemy's devices. Okay, the entity is targeting those that do not have a legal skill set, that do not perhaps have discernment, that do not have the ability to think quick on your feet and understand that while you're being targeted by people, you have to be in a position to anticipate what the enemy is doing. And they're not smart. They're not smart. They're bullies. By the way, bullies are not powerful or strong. They're not even formidable. Bullies are pathetic. Bullies are anxious, weak, insecure people who group up together, which is what demons do. Demons don't act individually. Literally, group stalking is the definition of what demons do. Demons act in a pact. They're very fearful and timid. Okay, the demon possessor necessarily, they need each other in order to maintain this foolish level of defiance. This is foolish, okay, because this is not just for funsies. Everybody you're going to federal prison. It's the most foolish thing that I have ever witnessed, but I've had the pleasure to expose and prosecute. But it is entirely foolish. You have a lot of ignorant defendants. Very foolish. Okay, but the entity is nonetheless engaging in conduct. Bullies is not speaking to something that's powerful or formidable. It's pathetic. And they do it against those that don't have the ability, the skill set to stand up and confront it. They're sitting around, they're dead somewhere, okay? Or they're sitting around kidnapped already, okay? Because they're overwhelmed, they're being bullied by the government, all right? And that is exactly my purpose in exposing it, speaking directly to it. I will not mince words regarding a sex offender, everything that sex offender is mindful of while it's engaging in this criminal conduct, not even having a right to breathe air in that building where they are on video present. It's the most foolish pattern of conduct. And it is also providence. It is not a mystery with regard to prosecuting federal group stalking and monitoring. They're right in your face because it's malicious. The entity thought, Satan thought, the government thought that it could group stalk you right in your face and no one would ever be able to suspect it, nor would they ever be heard because you're supposed to be written off and discarded from society. And that is not working. It's not going to happen. So what is the entity doing? Still group stalking in 2024 under a fake sun? Exhibiting mental illness, which is the affect of demon possession. If you do not know the Lord Jesus, you need deliverance for more than one reason. You are not in your right mind while you're walking in alignment with Satan, serving Satan, engaging in what is revealing the character of Satan, a psychopath, a sex offender, all manner of sexual violence, all manner of acts of violence amongst people. It is inspired by evil, by the wicked one, the father of lies. You are exhibiting mental illness while you're engaged in group stalking. It is demonic activity. In case you did not know, that's yet another aspect regarding the benefits of knowing the Lord Jesus Christ in a personal relationship as your Lord and Savior, accepting the free gift of salvation, which will save your natural mind. All right, it is currently 12:22 p.m. The entity is keeping the fake sun over me as I am remaining at the venue. And the entity, remember, it's keeping it stationary over this venue. And this is already published on the venue of the internet. Renee G is anticipating, and she's going directly to federal prison while that sex offender is engaging in what is group stalking in a exposed manner. This is public corruption while Wyndham is operating a business and profiting off of state surveillance, which is the ongoing criminal purpose to murder and kidnap American citizens. And you shall not profit while you're engaging in that. Okay, and that it's not just Renee G as an employee. Wyndham itself is a group stalker. Corporations shall be treated as persons under federal law, engaging in federal group stalking and monitoring, and you are engaging in it where the light source is over your property. You are criminally facilitating it, and it goes even beyond that. They are not innocent, and it is, in fact, what the entity is doing, and it is also supported by the evidence. That's why the employees of La Quinta Inns and Suites by Wyndham are engaging in the pattern of conduct. You are not ignorantly engaging in the elements of monitoring or presence in that environment where the impossible is occurring, as though this is Star Wars or we're in an arcade and engineer light is shooting all across the ceilings and in the hallways. You're a bunch of demons and the whole masquerade is fully exposed. You're all going to federal prison. Every single last one of them. The entity isn't also going to be subject to deportation while they're not even from this country, engaging in this un-American system of terrorism, trying to sacrifice people to Satan and kidnap them and falsely depict their character. Because those mentally ill psychopaths are group stalking a targeted individual that alleges the ways in which they're being targeted. It requires public corruption and abuse of power for the entity to criminally defame. That's how you are understanding. There's no coincidence with regard to the population that's sitting around kidnapped right now, defamed right now. It's not an error. It's not some oversight by some judge that doesn't know what's going on. This is a corrupt system at all levels of government. It is criminal facilitation. It is public exposure at a massive scale that is being exposed while I'm documenting these highly unintelligent demons at La Quinta Inn. It is currently 12:25 p.m. This is P.O.C. The entity is engaging in what is an outright departure from what it can never contend as a natural environment, because that which is clearly not the natural environment, but I'm just letting you know what's the entity, absence of an argument. The natural environment does not contain or involve what is the sun being over one building, which is 12000 Mariposa Road, La Quinta Inns and Suites, from 9:02 as a matter of evidence until 5:22 p.m. In addition to that, as I drive away from this venue, which is evidence that pre-existed my coming to this venue, showing the people of the state who are sex offenders and domestic terrorists. Nonetheless, as I document the pattern of conduct, even as the fake sun remains over me as I drive away from Mariposa, drive away from La Quinta Inn, there is no such son over that venue. Renee G is going to federal prison. Okay. And she's doing so on behalf of the state that's exposing the demons who are sounding sirens, stalking in the sky space, engaging in what is the criminal pattern of conduct in concert with the population. All kinds of woefully unprepared and unintelligent idiots stalking under a fake sun and an engineered light, even while the fake sun is absent and the fake moon is over the same venue where the fake sun is present all day long. You have what are multiple shadows that are not caused by a street lamp. Because there are 4 street lamps in a parking lot does not mean you're going to have 8 shadows or have 8 shadows or 4 shadows, 1 shadow per street lamp. This is literally imbecilic. It is asinine. It is highly unintelligent. It is ridiculous. It is patently absurd. How many more adjectives do I have to come up with? The entities engaged in what is clearly demonic while they are targeting American citizens, and their psychotic pattern of conduct, their demon-possessed methods of targeting an American citizen that is absent any evidence, absent anybody to contend with them about the ways in which they're being targeted, is supposed to result in their being defamed. It's supposed to be the result of their being defamed even while the entity murders that target individual. After their life has been snuffed out, they are defamed even at death. Oh, they killed themselves because they were depressed, or oh, they killed themselves because they couldn't suffer. They were paranoid for so long, and this is how the entity is engaging the system. And they are sacrificing souls unto Satan. That's very real. Witchcraft is very real. Demon possession is very real. The state of California is practicing it, and there are celebrities that are engaging in the system, by the way. They have sold their soul for celebrity. And you have to continue a system of sacrifices when you live for Satan. All right. There are politicians who serve Satan. OK, relying on such sacrifices, relying on such torturing of people in order for their own success. It's very sick. OK, there are people that sell their souls to have a $70,000 job, an annual salary to work with the county. People sell their souls for that. OK, there are people in my family sold their soul while they are on welfare, the welfare system, getting food stamps, living in low income housing, and you have sold your soul. Not that there is anything that Satan could pay me, okay, in order to work for the enemy. There's nothing. There is no compensation. Okay, I am clearly, I serve the Lord Jesus, and that's who I serve. That's who I use the gifts that He's given me. All right. And there's nothing that He could ever offer me, but I want to be clear. The entity has engaged in selling its soul for low income housing. All right, for a used Mercedes Benz, okay, for what, getting your food stamps, getting your Social Security, making sure that check is like clockwork coming every month. These are the things that people are selling their soul for. These are the things that people are sacrificing their soul and sacrificing other people for. It could not be any more. Robbing the worth of the soul. The Lord Jesus died for you, and you are selling your soul to Satan for pennies. And what is not going to be tolerated is the entity that is targeting American citizens. You're not going to be sacrificing any American citizen to Satan for whatever your purposes are, because you have celebrities, politicians, the constituents of the state on welfare making $2,000K a year alike. They're the same entity group stalking in California. The same entity. All right. The entities engaging in this pattern of conduct, which is demonic, and you are putting all of this in its proper perspective. It is exposing what is mental illness on the part of that entity. It is exposing public corruption on the part of that entity, including the demons group stalking in a little corner in Hesperia. It's letting you know about what's going on with the government. It's pointing directly at them by name. It's very specific. The entity is engaging in this pattern of conduct under the fake sun, 12:29 p.m. The entity is keeping a fake sun while I drive away, where there will be no sun seen outside of the windows of La Quinta Inn at 5:22, contrary to what I documented, which is why every demon-possessed housekeeper, every demon-possessed third party checking out a room, providing ID and credit cards, and the license plates that I documented, they are all going to federal prison. This is not tolerated in this country, and it will not be tolerated by the Lord Jesus. He's not permitting it any longer. It is currently 12:30 p.m. This is P.O.C. All right, license 32186L3. These are the people of the state as I drive and that's amplification under the fake sun. That's the population who are sex offenders keeping me under surveillance while I'm nude in the shower. The demons that are pacing on the 15 freeway, the population, while the fake sun remains over La Quinta, and it's going to remain over my vehicle as I drive away from La Quinta. That is the sex offender who are the people of the state. Again, that's 321-86L3. And the third parties that are already documented in this parking lot, while the fake sun was in the same position it's in right now at 12:31 p.m. So while I took pictures approximately 10 minutes ago, around 12:20, you'll see the fake sun in the same position it was at while the demon driving the Frontier commercial vehicle and the demon that is Renee G are group stalking in the parking lot after they engaged in a documented act of obstruction of justice. These are the sex offenders, the state, who are aware of everything you're documenting, and then engage in what is audible activity creation, threatening to engage in, while a demon is, let me let you know what this means. When a demon is acting, oh my goodness, why are you capturing my license plate? I'm going to call the police. That's what these demons engage in. That's their P.O.C. And that's a threat. First of all, it's public information. It's on your vehicle. And second of all, Satan, what are you acting? So who is it that you think that you're fooling? This is why they're going in cages. This is the same entity in the impossible light under the fake sun asking while you are staring at me through your rear view window and sitting in your car, focused on me, group stalking. You know that that's the fact also, not because he's getting out the car and I'm referencing the demon that's on video. That's evidence against the entire state. The entity is group stalking, by the way, and doing so while that demon closes the door of that Frontier truck. You will see impossible light activity that's not moving in alignment with the vehicle door that closes. You'll see the door closes after the light has already escaped because it's supposed to be, this unintelligence is supposed to be light that's reflecting off the door and it's swiping and moving underneath the truck as the door is closing. You will pay attention to the light activity that's captured while this demon is group stalking inside of the hotel with the impossible light activity across the ceiling and on the walls. This is the demon that opens the door. Oh, I just wanted to see, I heard someone talking. That was audible activity, relative positioning, and light activity. This is a sex offender who is also monitoring me while I'm nude, while my panties are down. He then comes downstairs to sit in the side of the Frontier truck, and he is engaged in group stalking then, and knows exactly the fact that he knows very well that he's being documented, and is feigning unpersuasively that he is appalled, that while he's assuming also. Because understand the ordinary target individual. Yes, these demons are monitoring me and I am prosecuting and documenting them. But you're putting this in what is their whole little illusion. Oh, no one's stalking the target individual. The target individual is making this up. This is all occurring in their mind. No one knows. Okay, this person is, they're crazy. That's what the entity wants to suggest. And it's not even intelligent and it doesn't even make sense. The entity is necessarily focused on me while I'm standing in the parking lot holding my phone in the same position that I will be holding it if I'm taking selfies. And I am very much capable of taking selfies of myself. Okay, very selfie worthy, if you will, okay, to put humbly. But I just want to be clear. Under all circumstances, you don't know me. Why are you assuming I'm taking pictures of your license plate? Why would I be interested in your license plate? Why are you assuming all of this while I'm holding my phone in the same manner that I would be holding my phone were I taking a picture of myself? Were I engaged in FaceTime? I can stand anywhere in the parking lot and engage in what is FaceTime with these demons who use it to engage in federal stalking, by the way. The same thing that they're doing. In addition to that, the entity is engaging what is approaching me. While engaging audible activity, he's monitoring and he's causing a threat. I documented this on video. You will also see the engineer light while that demon closes the door and references another demon, Renee G, exercising fictitious authority as an assistant manager who's a demon-possessed sex offending group stalker at La Quinta Inn, who's going to be civilly and criminally prosecuted. As this demon closes the door of the Frontier vehicle, you will see the engineer light swipe across the ground, and the door closes after the light has disappeared. That light is not based on the closure of that door. It's not a reflection of light. Sunlight also is not going to appear in that manner. This is revealing what is malice, and that's exactly what you will see in the description box. It is quintessence, the quintessence of malice. That's why the people of the state are subject to federal prison for domestic terrorism. That iteration of the P.O.C, harassment and terrorism, while you're documenting, and the demons know that you're documenting, and they're also aware of everything else that's going on with your genitalia while they're group stalking you. And the entities, that's supposed to result in the bully showing up directly. Oh, then they're going to call the police because you're documenting public information, even if you admit, which the ordinary target individual, this has changed the landscape. The government's going to be documented, and the government's not going to say a word. The government's going to watch its mouth. The government's going to federal prison. The government that's acting through the people of the state, or the government that wants to arrive in any means of what is a government agency that's masquerading as having authority under the law, which it doesn't. You will document, and the government's going to watch its mouth. The government's going to shut its mouth, or the government's going to federal prison. Period. The entity is engaged in all out. This is lawlessness. This is putting all of this in its proper place, in its proper perspective. It's way out of hand. This is delusion to the nth degree. Psychotic. Psychotic. When you are group stalking, sir. You are a whole sex offender and a demon possessed one. This is the subject where you will see the fake sun over this venue in the same manner that I'm capturing it at 12 o'clock in the afternoon. That's the same position where the fake sun was at while I was in the same parking lot. And that demon was harassing while in the morning time, in other words, it's the afternoon. Again, evidence of what is the advancement of the entity. The fake sun, in other words, went right back to what is being over the window where Renee G is group stalking as I'm checking out at around 11:40 a.m. I take a picture at around 12:20 p.m. The fake sun is going from the street facing the entrance back to the back portion of the parking lot, advancing well beyond. It's not going to be seen out the window along the street while it's advanced over the top of the building in order for me to see it, for it to be seen through the windshield of my vehicle, which is what I took a picture of. And that's exactly what's the case, the position of that light source while that demon is engaged in what is harassment and terrorism as an entity, intending to obstruct justice. This is threatening your liberty. This is engaging in what is the entity that's acting with knowledge they're engaged in federal stalking. Only a delusional psychopath engages in that conduct. High level of malice. High level of malice. That is punishable by federal prison. By the way, nothing less. It's required federal prison. Okay? This chicanery, it's just intolerable. It's literally ridiculous. It's ridiculous. And the entity is doing so on behalf of a government whose entire criminal system is exposed. The entire system has been fully exposed, detailed, a literal tutorial. This is what they are. This is what they're doing. This is how they do it. That's what the P.O.C. serves. The entity is engaged in this pattern of conduct under a fake sun that's literally bouncing from the window to the back parking lot, back to the window, over to the back parking lot, which is what I captured at 12:20 p.m. And the fake sun that's not going to be stationary over this over this hotel after 5 p.m., which is what I documented already, which is speaking to criminal conduct by a psychopath who's a violent sex offender, who is admittedly engaging in group stalking while impossible light activity is coexisting with his closing his door and going to quote unquote report to the group stalker Renee G, who are group stalking together while they're in this parking lot. And you'll understand what I'm talking about when you look at the video and you look at the images and you look at the specific environment. They're going to federal prison, and the prosecution of the state of California shall be televised. All right, and it's on YouTube right now. It is currently 12:38 p.m. 8 MUC 924, license 7DNG 714, license 2666 OT2. And the fake sun moves as I move from this venue. 7SOF 719. Crisp Company, license plate 07501V. Crisp Company is a commercial actor. Crisp is spelled CHRISP. And the entity is group stalking in the sky space with a plane. The cloud path is the entity's silent method of crossing path in the sky space. The fake sun is over me. You are understanding what is group stalking in all manners. The demons are surrounding all around. They're pacing. These are psychopaths that are pacing back and forth and back and forth and back and forth and back and forth. But it's supposed to hide amongst what's supposed to appear to the natural eye as traffic. It's supposed to be hidden with regard to the appearance of what is just air traffic. Okay, they're group stalking in the sky space. License 7Z00920. License 5YCD022, and license the Crisp Company, a commercial actor. I'm going to document them, and also the means of aerial surveillance in the sky space. 12:39 p.m. Alrighty, you will see the means of aerial surveillance while the cloud space is directly in alignment with my position. You will see the fake sun that's no longer over the back parking lot portion of La Quinta Inn. In fact, it's back over the front portion where Renee G was group stalking as she was checking me out of my hotel room at 11:40 a.m. It's 12:40 p.m. and that fake sun in alignment with me as I move back toward what is the street where that window, that fake sun is over that window where Renee G is group stalking right in front of me inside of the building. And seconds later, as I walk out of the back portion, the fake sun is immediately advancing over the top of the building to be over me at that back parking lot portion. And that's not the sun that engages in that sort of movement and with immediacy. And also, it's not the sun that's still at this venue at 5:22 p.m. It's also not the sun while I am in an entirely different region, including San Diego, California, checking out at 12 o'clock in the afternoon. And the entity's keeping the fake sun over me. It's the same analysis with my presence at the Courtyard by Marriott in Las Vegas, Nevada. It's the same analysis with regard to my presence living and working at Alvarado Gardens. License 62219B3. 9PJK499, 8WHF135, 8ZQX188. These are the demon possessed who are group stalking while the entity is maintaining impossible light activity inside of the hallway. These are the sex offenders whose amplified audible activity while they're group stalking as a population consumed with and knowledgeable about my nudity, about my breasts being exposed, about my genitalia being exposed, about my walking around in the apartment, while the impossible, that is the sound of that traffic, which is not interrupting me while I'm driving around them on the roads and the highways, it's also not going to be heard inside of that hotel room. All right, that's the ongoing admission by a population who's group stalking you, and they are employing the demonic in doing so, and the abusive government requires what is the engagement in that pattern of conduct. I want to document the state that's group stalking. All right, it is currently 12:41 p.m. License plate, San Bernardino Sheriff's Department, license 16051213989-2B3. They're all going to federal prison. This is P.O.C. at Mariposa Road and Bear Valley Road.
Erica Lorraine Spencer here. The following is an audio version of video evidence that is captured for purposes of mass distribution, which is why I am capturing it and sharing it on the podcast for evidentiary purposes, and also to reveal the wealth of documentation that extends beyond what it is that I document on podcasts. Much of the video and images will be published onto the YouTube channel, the P.O.C, and it is also shared on the Google Drive. Again, this is for purposes of revealing what I remain subject to, which is federal group stalking and monitoring. It is a demonic system of state surveillance that the government is practicing in concert with the people of the state, and it should be known and well understood that for the government to engage in federal group stalking and monitoring, this is a crime that is committed with a criminal purpose to threaten the life of an American citizen. This is to conspire to murder and or permanently kidnap an American citizen while engaging in a perpetual sex offense in concert with the people of the state. All right, this is the entity that is indeed group stalking right now at the traffic light. And the engagement in group stalking is documented while the entity is keeping a specific environment, and I'm going to show you that right now over my head. This 7BBD645, CP69R51, they're group stalking on the roads and the highways. The state actor, this is crossing a path 8LSY816. San Bernardino County is monitoring me while they cross path 9ADX 633, license 7DAX 605, and the entity is doing so with San Bernardino County Sheriff's Department. That's Jeremy Dean, okay? Jeremy Dean's engaged in the pattern of conduct with the population who's going to federal prison, group stalking with the state. Let me show you the fake sun that's not remaining over Quinta Inn anymore. That's P.O.C, okay? This is a demon. That is San Bernardino Department. This is revealing Shannon DICUS. This is revealing Jeremy Dean. And the people of the state are a bunch of demons while a fake sun remains over you. Oh, remember, the entity's keeping the fake sun over me while I am remaining at 12:43 p.m. at 1 o'clock in the afternoon. The entity's keeping the fake sun while I'm in San Diego. San Bernardino County Sheriff's Department are under no sky space that's anywhere near 1401 South Broadway. Okay, that sort of motorcycle activity that's heard inside of the hotel room of La Quinta Inn is amplification, and demons like this are engaging in group stalking while they're group stalking while I'm nude in the shower. The San Bernardino County Sheriff's Department are filled with demon-possessed group stalkers who are violent sex offenders. It includes Jeremy Dean and Shannon DICUS. This is the captain over the Hesperia branch who's group stalking in the specific environment. The same population engaged in crossing a path with impossible light, doing so in the same exact manner. Everybody's going to federal prison. 8H20778 1605121. San Bernardino County, they're going to federal prison. 9FFY602, 7BBD645, 8SHNQ57. And the no longer over La Quinta Inn right there. Okay? It's remaining over me. The entity's keeping the fake sign as I'm at 1252 and standing in that parking lot. And it's over the back parking lot portion where I just stood. And no, it's not. It's engaged in real-time movement. This isn't the natural environment. This is how you're understanding a population is group stalking. And it includes the government. The government goes to federal prison bearing weapons and exercising fictitious authority by driving a law enforcement vehicle that's a threat to your life. The entity does this to the ordinary target individual that has no protection. That's supposed to, excuse my French, that's supposed to scare the crap out of you. That's supposed to silence you. You go to federal prison for that. And so do all the demons group stalking with them.
That's the entity's bullying system, and it's highly unintelligent. You're looking at the demon possessed of all races engaging in that pattern of conduct, exhibiting hostility while you document them. You will document their license plates. You'll document their social security numbers. You'll document their addresses. You'll document them in images and video. You will document their demonic behaviors, which are designed to target you. Going to federal prison, 8KAJ731. Going to federal prison, okay? The entities engaged in terrorism via directed light. And doing so while I'm documenting that, very, very highly intelligent. And the entire Dunia Plaza is going to be civilly and criminally prosecuted. That's millions and billions of dollars while they've been profiting off of my demise. That is making money while they're engaged in criminal surveillance under the fake sun. It's not a lawful private business. They're under no circumstances engaging in anything that is protected under the law. This is exposing that malicious system of state surveillance, which is criminal in the U.S. and it's also demonic. This demon's going to federal prison. 9FPV 9FPV 993. That's P.O.C. Impossible light activity while they're crossing path on this side, and impossible light is occurring inside of the vehicle, which you see in the hallway of La Quinta Inn, where there is no sun. Okay, Renee G is going to federal prison because she's been engaged in on multiple days of facilitation with that corrupt government that just crossed path right now. 9KRK 827 federal prison. Impossible light while they're crossing path. San Bernardino County Sheriff's Department that's threatening your life, acting to murder and kidnap you. It's group stalking through these demons. 9BQX 654 P.O.C. Okay, that's the entity that's maintaining a light source while Jeremy Dean's public corruption that he's engaging in concert with the constituents of the state. Okay, the entity's doing so in a manner that is readily identifiable. While I am on video standing at the property of La Quinta Inn at 12:52, when I started that video, I am capturing podcast, standing in that parking lot, capturing images and video. There is no sun. That's over me at Pacoima Road and Bear Valley Road, while I'm in motion and also stationary at the parking lot over the hotel room building of La Quinta Inn at 12000 Mariposa Road. Even at that close location, you're understanding what is the light source, what's not the sun, what is not remaining stationary all day long, and also simultaneously while I'm engaged in real-time movement, traveling amongst the demons who are the people of the state. Doing so with the age of majority, showing you what is demon possession while a population engages in that criminal system with corrupt law enforcement such as San Bernardino County Sheriff's Department, not a law enforcement agency, and to be disbanded. Okay, this third-party group stalking with a minor child, that's basis of federal prison, license 9FLB055. They're also all engaged in federal stalking, including the department, the San Bernardino County Sheriff's Department. It's going to be criminally prosecuted for federal stalking under Title 18. This is terrorism that the government is engaging and facilitating with La Quinta Inn, Windham, and also the people of the state, as you see them group stalking on the roads and the highways, which is a threat to your life. There's no car accident. This is murder when you're subject to any sort of harm while you're driving a dangerous vehicle. The entity's engaged in targeting you, which you know through the light source, you know through the impossible light activity. And you have people that are going to federal prison, as I've documented for years, group stalking with the state in helicopters, group stalking with the state in vehicles, just like you witnessed in the specific environment. That's the intent, to engage in terrorism and psychological torture. The entity is doing so to communicate a threat to oppress the ordinary target individual. That's a criminal act. That is designed to obstruct justice. You go to federal prison for that. You're going to federal prison for that. This is P.O.C. and it's currently 12:47 p.m. at 13605A Bear Valley Road and Stonegate. That's the nearest intersection where I'm at. This is P.O.C. All right, license plate, crossing path, license 4ARW855. Diligent to cross path, license 8WQF821. Crossing path 8LW. 8JOW795. That is a Latino male driving a Ford Explorer, group stalking while the fake sun remains over me. And this is how you know that a population is hunting you down as opposed to engaging in just random traffic. They're stalking you. All right. And that intent to stalk you is clearly shown through what is under no circumstances ever capable of being the natural environment. And I just captured that on video while the San Bernardino County Sheriff's Department, the policing agency in Hesperia, California, namely the criminal conduct of Jeremy Dean, which is not a secret, as I'm capturing it again on video under a light source that's nowhere near 9750 Key Point. That is the Holiday Inn where they were group stalking as well. Well, that is not in alignment with the hotel window facing the 7-Eleven. The entity is engaged in clearly stalking amongst a demonic environment that is designed to terrorize you, psychologically harm you, and also doing so with the state acting directly, group stalking at the traffic light, which the entity is doing so while you are literally, it is the most foolish thing that I've ever seen, but I captured it on video so that the world could witness, because the prosecution of the state of California, it is going to be televised. Insofar as it's all over the internet, you can watch the evidence, you can watch the exposure of Satan, you can watch the exposure of public corruption in the state of California, while their demonic conduct is inherently designed to harm another, and it's harming themselves, because you have a lot of people that are going to federal prison and who are also going to be deported. All right. And their criminal conviction is literally their diagnosis for what is the secret psychopaths who fill the state of California. It is currently 12:49 p.m. I'm at Amethyst Road in Bear Valley, where the fake sun is remaining over me, and it's not some natural environment that's going to have the sun stationary over the La Quinta Inn by Wyndham, which is exactly what I documented on video, however, at 12:52 p.m. This is P.O.C. 55115C2. It's 12:51 p.m. And you can see the fake sun over me at the intersection at the traffic light of Amethyst Road and Bear Valley Road. The entity is stalking. License passing by the Jet Wave Express car wash on Bear Valley Road. And so is the fake sun over me, where 55115C2 is group stalking with the government. On behalf of the government. Adelanto School District is also group stalking, license 1591271. That's the school district engaging in the pattern of conduct while in custody of minor children, engaging in federal stalking with minor children and via minor children. Remember, many of the adolescents in California have cell phones, and they're all simultaneously engaging in that pattern of conduct amongst the population that is under the age of majority. This is what California, the corrupt government, is inherently engaging in while group stalking. Those also with their own children, group stalking, very malicious, and it's also very psychotic, and it also is demonic. The entity is training up the younger generation to engage in this terrorism, the system of terrorism in the U.S., and also doing so while employing the level of malice, teaching them the demonic methods of targeting someone and psychologically harming another. This is what teenagers, young adults are being taught to do. FedEx is group stalking, 0214543. Or 02145H3. That's FedEx, nonetheless. Group stalking at Dunia Road and Bear Valley Road. The fake sun, which I've already documented, the wealth of documentation showing exactly what San Bernardino County Sheriff's Department we're documented engaging in right now. With the entity in this, that is again psychological torture. That is also terrorism, while the government is stalking you directly in police vehicles, as I've shown you, in helicopters, doing so also with fire departments, and doing so in ambulances. These are the same government actors that abuse the Welfare and Institutions Code while they seek to falsely depict that target individual when they're exhibiting mental illness. Okay, this is putting all of that malice in its proper perspective. I cannot stress that enough. All right, I'm gonna make sure that not only do you understand the criminal system, it will never ever be mistaken for the mental state of the target individual. That is absurd. It is absolutely absurd to a criminal degree. Right, the entity is engaging in this, and it's necessarily relying on the abuse of power by the corrupt government. All right, for some random gang member to talk about, oh my gosh, she's crazy, and then that turns into some sort of diagnosis, and all they do is kidnap you and do that. That's all they're doing is kidnapping. It never ceases to be the criminal act committed by the state. Ever. So the entity is doing so, and the entity is going to find out the consequences for that is federal prison. You want to go for 25 years? You want to go for 25 years to life? You be my guest. License LULEX. Terrorism via impossible light activities. 7RZV302 is group stalking with them. 9MNV023. 7RVB762. 80997R2, that's a truck with the logo R, the letter R and the number 2 on it. And the demons that lack self-control, they get each other in trouble. They're never ceasing to engage in the federal federal group stalking and monitoring. But there are many demons that will cross paths a lot more subtly than others. And those are the demons that are going to federal prison together. They're all going to federal prison together. You want to engage in robbing banks with an idiot that doesn't know how to stop using gunfire? If you don't need to kill people while you're taking the money, just steal the money. You don't have to kill people. They don't know how to engage in that. You shouldn't be engaging in robbing a bank in the first place. And you're going to federal prison for everybody that loses their life while you are committing an inherently violent crime, where loss of life is reasonably foreseeable to occur. It's the same with regard to federal group stalking and monitoring. You're going to federal prison for all of the uneducated idiots stalking under a fake sun, terrorizing with an impossible light activity, regardless of the fact that you cross paths absent that impossible light activity. You have no business group stalking in the first place. You're targeting and threatening together, by the way. You're still engaging in the elements of crossing path, and you're creating light activity while moving in the engineer light in the environment. So I understand how the entity is going to be prosecuted. It's surrounded with evidence. You're going to prosecute to the furthest extent of the law. And laws that do not exist, they will come into existence to prosecute. T567WT with amplification. Q56, oh, you can scratch that. I can't see that one. License 7LUW1289KDT091. It is currently 12:55 p.m. This is P.O.C. in the city of Hesperia, where there is never any sun in Hesperia because the entity engaged in the idiotic conduct that I documented on video, that the sun rises and sets at Alvarado Gardens. And before that, the sun rises and sets at the Ontario Museum of History and Arts. And then the entity has the sun over the Hesperia La Quinta Inn at 12000 Mariposa, where everyone is incriminated. Group stalking in that environment, which is the intentional engagement in that criminal system, not accidentally, not coincidentally, not ignorantly. Especially when the people of the state exhibit their demon possession while they're group stalking with impossible light activity. That is the evidence showing what the government will not avoid. You will be prosecuted for domestic terrorism in that specific environment, as opposed to stating, well, the targeted individual may have established a specific environment. Let me be clear. No demon-possessed group stalker is going to speak that eloquently regarding the evidence that it never anticipated to prosecute it. Nonetheless, I'll give them the argument. I'll concede it. The targeted individual may have established a specific environment. However, Your Honor, I am in the environment. All I'm doing is driving to work, and I don't know the targeted individual, and I'm not creating any activity knowingly or intentionally or doing. That is absolutely legally irrelevant. The specific environment, first of all, is demonic. The impossible light activity is that which is intentionally occurring. It is, in other words, going out of their way to create impossible light activity. It's not the product of driving under the fake sun. It's not the product of driving in the natural environment where the sun would not be present either. Okay? It is the intentional and the outright admission of a demon who is targeting you. And the people of the state and the state admitted that they are demons who are targeting you while you see the body of evidence showing the impossible light activity. The lawlessness, the absence of self-control by the demon possessed, provides the prosecution of the entire state. While they're driving on what is the street. Oh, I meant to get that street. I'm going to get that street as well. While they're driving on the street outside of the entrance of Mariposa Road, the same population, 9LNA331, the same population that's driving by the Mariposa Tire and Auto, while impossible light activity covering that whole building, and the entity would like to contend in the face of that evidence that they are ignorantly in that environment, engaging in the elements of monitoring, unbeknownst to them, not intending to target or terrorize or psychologically torture that targeted individual who is targeted only in their mind and not in reality. And not only is it absurd, the evidence does not support that, neither does the demonic engagement in the elements of monitoring. By virtue of impossible light activity, you are intentionally engaging in presence and activity creation. And that evidence is against every single one of your demon-possessed partners who are group stalking, directly and vicariously. You will use the evidence, which is tangible, despite the fact that it is also exposing the demonic, it is nonetheless evidence. Just like a satanic method of murdering someone, it is nonetheless evidence. Because it was a part of some satanic ritual, the ways in which they were still murdering is criminal evidence to be used against the entity. Stalking, a crime that is nonetheless underway in a demonic method, is nonetheless criminal, and you will be prosecuted. Period. And the entity's demonic behavioral patterns is going to be used against them in ways that they never anticipated, which is justice, and it's also judgment. The entities engage in this pattern of conduct with impunity, or they engage in more impossible light activity. They engage in more amplification. They like to do more of it, which is exposing the mental illness of those that engage in such system, in that system. License 8PRX030. Criminal engagement in the elements of monitoring. Amplification is the defiance in the face of that evidence. And that's not going to be missed at every single last one of these demons' prosecution. They're all going to be prosecuted for domestic terrorism, which is no longer a secret in this country. That's impunity that you hear. That's not audible activity that's naturally occurring nor lawfully occurring. None of them have a right to even be on the roads and the highways. The government's going to learn to not only shut its mouth, the government's going to learn to watch its mouth. The government's going to learn you ought not be caught in the path at all. That's where we're heading with this. That's exactly where we're heading. Because Satan is defiant, that does not mean that Satan is winning. You are equally a loser. You want to be a loser that's placed under the prison instead of being in it? That's fine. And what am I speaking with regard to being under it? Meaning you're never getting out. You will never get out of federal prison. It only intensifies for the enemy. It does not somehow convert into some sort of victory because you're disregarding what is your inevitable prosecution. Only a delusional psychopath engages in that. Okay? You're dealing with psychopaths. This is mental illness exposed. Okay? License 9MQT470. They don't even have a right. They don't have any constitutional protected basis to be on the roads and the highways. This is not public property. This is not freedom of expression. This is not private conduct. It's criminal conduct on behalf of the government, keeping you under surveillance. The government is following you everywhere in that specific environment. And the malice with which the entity engages in that, including the elements of monitoring, is duly noted. 9 JSH 252. And it's going to translate into a federal prosecution, like you would document any other stalker that is defying the restraining orders, that is defying the ongoing request to stop stalking me, documenting you're going to the superior court, you're asking the judge, you're telling the judge about what's going on, and the stalker is still pursuing you. This is what the government is doing. The government, by the way, is the one that is denying you your right to redress in the courts. You're going to prosecute through the federal government. The federal government. And I dare you to tell a federal judge that you're not going to federal prison, or that you're going to continue to engage in state surveillance. Oh, no, not even a demon-possessed psychopath is going to do that openly. Oh, but they do it while they're monitoring evidence. They do it while they're still engaged in the pattern of conduct. That's not going to be missed. It is just like standing in federal court and telling a federal judge you're not going to federal prison when you were just sentenced to that. You're delusional. You're going to be subject to mental examinations. You're delusional. You're not in control. You are not controlling the narrative. You are also in plain view, in plain sight, everything that you're doing in the ways in which you do it. This is understanding and what is putting in all manner of proper perspective the state system of federal group stalking and monitoring. The intolerable level of malice. It's disgusting. It's despicable. All right? It is the heights of hypocrisy. The heights. Unprecedented hypocrisy. And lawlessness by a society. Lawlessness. That's what's underway when you're looking at the family in the car next to you, group stalking you, terrorizing you with impossible light activity, with the police officer in relevant position, group stalking with them, and they think that they're safe. They think they can get away with it because the cops are group stalking. That's how this system works. That's what these demons think in their minds, and that's over. It's not happening. All right. It is currently I'm at Hesperia Road and Bear Valley Road. And the entity's keeping a fake sun, which you already know is the evidence. A subdued fake sun is equally a fake sun. It's the same exact pattern of conduct. It's revealing what is malice. And at 1:02 p.m., there's no sun in Hesperia, California, while it's over the top of my head, while I'm living and working at Alvarado Gardens, let alone while I'm at the San Diego Police Department, one of my favorite indicators regarding state surveillance. This is P.O.C. 48182X3. License I.S.N.A.T.C.H. I snatch. Okay. Is group stalking. P.O.C. It's 1:03 p.m. All right. The Desert Valley Medical Center. These are the type of things that I like to expose, and it's important that you expose. This is a group stalker. This is a medical facility that's engaged in federal group stalking and monitoring. These are demons that are dressed up as doctors, nurses, urgent cares, even the demon-possessed EMTs that are engaged in criminal summoning, stalking in ambulances, drive to these sorts of facilities. Again, this is, the Desert Valley Medical Group. You can see the fake sun over my head. And I'm at 2nd Avenue and Bear Valley Road at 1:05 p.m. There's no sun in San Diego. That was a light source over my head at the San Diego Police Department, engaging in the state's pattern of conduct. That's how you have the impossible, the light source over me, seen through the window of my vehicle while I'm driving on Bear Valley Road. At the same time, in Hesperia, California, while I'm driving by a venue such as Desert Valley Medical Group, who poses a threat to American citizens. Understand that this entity is group stalking, and this is where loss of life occurs amongst medical facilities. This is where demons, the people of the state, the corrupt entity that's targeting American citizens, engaging in psychological harm, deriving pleasure and gratification, showing this level of malice. The demon-possessed are dressing up in scrubs and calling themselves nurses. They're not heroes. They are, again, strategically placed as Satan uses them to take the lives, to sacrifice American citizens, and it's called something else. It's called even malpractice. It's called an oversight. It's called negligence. It's called anything but what it is. It's murder, while federal group stalking and monitoring is underway, and it's in service to Satan. All right. The entity is engaging in a malicious system in a specific environment, and that Desert Medical Group on Bear Valley Road is engaged in group stalking. 6DJJ445 is group stalking at 3rd Avenue and Bear Valley Road, where the fake sun is, again, group stalking, where I'm at Hesperia Health Center at 16453, I believe. This is another group stalker. These are the medical facilities. This is speaking to, again, the public corruption, what you are able to arm yourself with, what you need to know about what Satan is doing and who Satan is using everyone, and your ability to identify that in that specific environment. The entity is group stalking while the demon is using their stereo as a means of audible activity to monitor, while the fake son is remaining in perfect alignment with my vehicle. This demon's license plate is 7RBX075. Okay, the entity is engaging in a pattern of conduct with malice. And again, the Hesperia Health Center, who's also monitoring while the fake son moves over their vehicle, keeping me under surveillance in San Bernardino County, by the way, 16453. San Bernardino County is a heavily documented state actor. You already know that by virtue of that logo. But I'm letting you know what they're doing while I'm documenting it, and they're group stalking me while the fake son remains over me, and they're crossing path, in other words. That's the criminal engagement of a commercial actor, a government actor, but I also happen to have documentation of San Bernardino County specifically terrorizing me at San Bernardino County venues by helicopter, flying over my head, flying around me while the fake son's over me at the Holt Boulevard TAD office. That's San Bernardino County. Engaging in criminal acts of obstruction of justice, trying to manufacture, trying to construct some non-existent relationship between me and San Bernardino County Behavioral Department. Again, for what purpose? To criminally defame. While they're engaged in group stalking. San Bernardino County is a terrorist and they will be prosecuted. That has not been forgotten. And they are group stalking as I'm passing by the Hesperia Health Center, by the way. That's my purpose. But I'm speaking to, again, what there is no statute of limitations with regard to federal group stalking and monitoring. And because the government's engaged in criminal surveillance, and you may not even be aware of it until you're like 24, and since you were born, the entity's been targeting you. And by targeting, we're all subject to surveillance. There's no privacy. This is an illusion. We are not, in other words, different from Russia. We're not different from North Korea. We're not different from Afghanistan. We're not different from these other countries that we like to make ourselves distinct from. We're not. This is a system of surveillance. Okay? Secret is out. In addition to that, the entity is criminally targeting me. This is criminal targeting while this system of surveillance is simultaneously being exposed. All right. So the entity is doing so. There's no statute of limitations to that. I didn't realize that the entity was targeting. And once I realized that, that's when they pulled out the helicopters. Okay, which was all only confirming what I knew. The fact that they were demons. I stated that on day one. And number two, the fact that they are indeed targeting. And that is supported by the evidence, the ongoing hallmark. And why do you stalk somebody in helicopters? First of all, because that is supposed to appear as though you're imagining it. Because why? The entity is in a helicopter. You're flying over the sky space. So you're flying over a lot of people when you are targeting one, however. And the body of evidence is showing that over a span of time. In order to establish, what do I mean by a specific environment? Well, the evidence shows there's more than enough to show you what is targeting identified through the specific environment. What is targeting through the pattern of conduct that's occurring in that specific environment. Very specific. License plate 8C55972. And it's pointing out the mayor, it's pointing out the county sheriff, it's pointing out the chief of police, it's pointing out the entire department, it's pointing out the constituents of the state, it's pointing out everybody at the same time while a statewide pattern of conduct is underway. Okay, the entity is engaging in what is not a coincidence as I go from LA County to San Bernardino County to Orange County to San Diego County to the state of Nevada. It's pointing out a pattern of conduct as I go to all those counties, showing you, including the hallmark. Kern County as well, Bakersfield. Helicopter, stalking in helicopter under the light source, all of that. The P.O.C. All right. The entity is doing so while, again, there's no statute of limitations with regard to the entity's failed attempt. Nonetheless, noted aspect of the P.O.C. criminal defamation by state actors, their emails, acting with Tracy Banks. You can, a third party, a state actor can say whatever they want. There are demons engaging in witchcraft. Okay, trying to defame you. You're going to federal prison for that. Nobody is persuaded by that. The government is abusing power because it's supposed to have power and weight because the government is saying it. You're going to federal prison for that level of malice. You have a bunch of gang stalkers trying to defame you. Doing so by the government, San Bernardino County, a documented terrorist, and engaging in what are multiple acts of criminal defamation and kidnapping with the state. And they're going to federal prison for that. They are going. Okay, going from being a county worker, engaging in state terrorism, to federal prison, because it's not going to be tolerated what the state is doing and how it does it. And by the way, that is Hesperia Health Center. Back to my point, while the fake son is over me, that's a venue engaging in what is state terrorism. That's called crossing a path, while the environment remains over me and your business, your facility is in relevant position. Hesperia Health Center is group stalking on Bear Valley Road, where the ongoing means of amplification, like you hear inside of my car, 9KZR942 is group stalking as well. Okay, the other demons that are group stalking on the roads and the highways, 9MVM 359, 7ZFE 654. The entity is group stalking as an entire population under a fake sun that's never over anywhere in San Diego while it's over me in Hesperia. And it's also the exact opposite. That's not the sun then that's over me right now in Hesperia when it's already documented directly over my head in the same manner in San Diego, California. I captured substantial video standing in front of the San Diego Police Department. Substantial video where the captain of that San Diego Police Department then crossed his path after I finished captured that video. Look at the pictures and the video together. Okay, the entity group stalking by the San Bernardino County Sheriff's Department, 9KZR942, was going to federal prison at Bear Valley Road in Cottonwood. License 9DJN379, federal prison. License 9HBA781, federal prison. Alrighty, the entity is keeping a fake sign at Bear Valley Road and Cottonwood Avenue. That's not going to be seen through any window of the venue of the La Quinta. And the San Bernardino County Sheriff's, that's group stalking, license plate 1589887. That's a female driving that vehicle for Victorville Police, San Bernardino Sheriff's Department, and she's going to federal prison. All right, group stalking at 1:13 p.m. And you will see the specific environment and all the third parties group stalking as I documented them on license plate. Right now, they're going to federal prison. The entity's group stalking by millions of people. I'm documenting all of those that are immediately around me, and you're snatching those terrorists up from that population, helping the government keep you under surveillance, and the entities is showing its mental, and that's a mentally ill demon driving a San Bernardino County Sheriff's Department, which is speaking to Jeremy Dean, the captain over that corrupt department, speaking to Shannon DICUS, the corrupt demon in a position of leadership over this corrupt department, San Bernardino County Sheriff's Department. All right, and what do they have in common with San Diego Police Department? You know it through the specific environment that remains over me while I'm in two counties that are not sharing the sky space, where the sun is remaining perpetually present over all of us, everywhere, no matter where you're at, no matter what direction you're traveling for the duration of the day. Not the sun. That's the sky, not the sun. That's P.O.C. And it also doesn't create impossible light activity. License 1453582, vehicle 25883. American Medical Response. Demons, heavily documented, engaged in group stalking, and they are right now. They're engaged in and affiliated with the demons who are group stalking in medical facilities, such as the Hesperia Health Unit. Alrighty, you will see a demon, a Caucasian male. This is a demon-possessed person, license AMZGRMA. This is a mentally ill psychopath, a sex offender, group stalking, and it's the same exact condition while somebody is licensed, practiced as an EMT, engaging in state surveillance by having the occupation of an EMT, an ambulance driver. That's how the entities engage in state surveillance. And these are the demons that engage in criminal summoning as a way of their job. Okay, they're stalking using, and they're exhibiting demon possession in doing so. They do so with regard to targeting another while they're monitoring. The entity is, what are you doing? The entity is group stalking by, hi, he's going to federal prison. License plate, going out of his way to drive into the middle of the intersection, targeting me, and I don't even know this demon license. 8DAS 252 is going to federal prison, okay? And he's driving up on me, engaging in what is focusing on, he's coming off of the freeway. So this is a third party who is pointing his cell phone at me. This is the entity that's hostile to being documented. He's going to federal prison, okay? The entity's group stalking together in the middle of the road while I'm trying to get out, and he drives into the middle of the road in front of me while he keeps his cell phone aimed on me. I want to be clear, that's the hostility of the demons who are group stalking. Okay, group stalking together. The same demon that I documented before, 9KZR942, is going to federal prison. She's, he or she is still in front, group stalking, while these demons are acting together, exhibiting hostility as one, because I'm documenting them so heavily right now. This is how sex offenders and psychopaths, the mentally ill, react to their exposure. Okay, this mental illness that's being exposed by a bunch of hostile demons whose public corruption is not a secret. The mental illness of the demons that drive American Medical Response vehicles is sitting on the record. License 1453582, that's the basis of federal prison, while that Caucasian male is group stalking. And the entity is engaging in what is pointing, I guess this is supposed to, I guess that's, a demon that's engaging in criminal monitoring is going to federal prison for federal stalking. And so the entity is engaging in some sort of futile effort of, I'm going to hold my phone up as you document me, and I'm going to federal prison for that. That's what that demon just accomplished right now. Nonetheless, I just want to make sure that that's clear. That third party license plate that I just documented, it's 1:17 p.m. He is going to federal prison. That's the entity that's, again, this is a random, by random. What do I mean by random? They're one entity. These are all demons, okay? But this is a demon that's coming off the freeway. And so this level of what is aiming the phone up at me as though I don't know where. This is a third party. I'm trying to speak to what is the unfounded basis of focusing on me with the phone while he's coming off the freeway, and I have not encountered this particular third party before. This is the ongoing evidence of an entity that's targeting you together, the entity that shares the same knowledge of everything that you're doing and saying, the demon possessed, the entity that's keeping you under surveillance together as one. And that's what is pointing out while I'm pointing the inexplicable, that it doesn't make sense with regard to somebody that's coming off the freeway. It would make more sense rather, but not actually, because you're still admitting to focus. But nonetheless, at least the demon that's in the path, and I'm documenting, even though I'm not holding my phone up at anyone, I'm holding up my phone and I'm speaking into the podcast because I'm going to publish this on the podcast. But the entity is holding their phone up because they know that they're being documented, and this is by somebody that's getting off of the freeway. So where did you come from, and why are you showing hostility with regard to your knowledge that you're being documented? Is that what you're admitting, Satan? 6ELC 831 61660M1 license 8XHF190. That's what I just documented while I'm in the middle of the intersection, and the entity is focused on me and honking while aiming his phone at me. So I'm waving, and that is criminal conduct that he is admitting with regard to criminal presence in the path, federal stalking, which is the basis of federal prison. It's also harassment and terrorism as an entity. He's group stalking with the San Bernardino County Sheriff's Department. I'm communicating all manner of what is federal prison as a result. Understand that license plate that I just recited, it's 1:18 p.m. It's 1:18 p.m. That third party in particular is going to federal prison. So I just want to make sure I document that. But nonetheless, breaking down this illogical conduct, the entity is engaged in an ongoing revelation. Their behavior reveals exactly and corroborates exactly with what it is that I have already stated on the basis of the evidence. You're dealing with an entity. One person acts through the entity, the entity acts through one person. 8VYC664. This is why you have somebody that's getting off the freeway, who I have not crossed paths with yet today, and is showing some sort of unfounded focus with their phone on me. And where does this hostility come from? From some demon that I have not yet documented yet, because they're all the same entity who are group stalking together, and they're all mad. And Satan can be mad. Satan's going to be mad going to federal prison. Satan's going to be mad with a diagnosis of psychopathic criminal conduct with regard to the state's system of federal group stalking and monitoring. The mentally ill engage in this conduct. Satan's going to be mad while they're labeled as what they are, sex offenders. You can be mad all you want. Does anybody care about a sex offender that's mad because they were caught engaging in sexual violence? Is anybody mad when Charles Manson is placed where he belongs after engaging in the lawlessness, the criminality, the loss of life and violation of, does anybody care that they're mad? In fact, it shows you about how disturbed Charles Manson is based on that reaction to what is justice, to what's a proper and appropriate response to that type of violation of other people, right? Okay, the mentally disturbed entity that's group stalking provides a series of ongoing concessions and admissions, while you have what are strangers who are in fact stalking and who are in fact monitoring and keeping you under surveillance online. That's why you have some third party that hops into the middle of the intersection, and instead of focusing on getting past my vehicle because they're honking like they want to get past, but they're holding up their phone as though it's some sort of act of retaliation. Oh, you're going around. In other words, you're going around. You're documenting everywhere, so I'm going to hold my phone up and you're going to federal prison. This is the entity that's engaging in group stalking. Like I said, 61660M1 and 9GNS075. That's terrorism via directed light. The entity is engaging in ongoing lawlessness and terrorism while they're monitoring. And as I'm getting on the 15 freeway, the fake sun at no time is over the La Quinta end. And that's exactly what I just captured right now, while the entity that is full of strangers stalking one person together, that's the system of terrorism. That's domestic terrorism in the U.S. And that's exactly how the state of California is going to be exposed, while domestic terrorism is exposed and also prosecuted. And it will be noted with regard to terrorism, just like the Oklahoma Unabomber. The entity, terrorism, just like flying commercial planes into skyscrapers. It's domestic terrorism by the government in the United States. It's going to be recognized. This is what the government does. It's group stalking you through the people of the state, and it is indeed domestic terrorism that is equally intolerable, and it will be severely punished. And it's also demonic. The entity that is group stalking American citizens serves Satan in doing so, and it is revealing the times that we are in with regard to the massive public corruption. That is the corrupt government in the United States, instrumental with regard to what Satan is inflicting upon the human race. And it's going to also cause the suffering of the very demon possessed. They're going to suffer as well. But I'm exposing what is a means of persecution. All right, Satan is engaging in what is using a corrupt government and the constituents of the state to engage in what is an ongoing series of admissions while its unintelligent conduct is surrounded by an evidence. Literally, the pattern of conduct is the net whereby the demons are caught themselves, and they're going to be prosecuted for that. All right. All they're doing is pacing all around me while that fake sun remains over me. And it is exposing what is the system of terrorism. Strangers stalking you. All right. License 9GCJ893. And strangers are stalking you. And they're also sex offenders. And they are stalking you 24/7. Aware of the moment you pull your panties down and aware of everything that you're capturing on your phone. Okay. That is relevant to what is federal prison and all the many routes to federal prison. And it does cause for what is, again, a large amount of a population being deported and also going to federal prison because of the government's engagement and necessity, reliance upon the population. 8JYT731 is group stalking with the demon that is on what is Amargosa Road, creating light activity, a criminal act under the fake sun that's remaining over me. I took a picture. You will see the La Quinta Inn. License also 8YHW347, criminal light activity, using their hazards on the side of the road. It's facilitation, and that's the basis of federal prison. The entity is doing so while federal stalking and criminal surveillance is underway. This demon with the Utah plate, U43OVY, group stalking with the demon that's using their hazard lights. This is what commercial actors such as Caltrans are engaging in. They're engaging in criminal facilitation in the same way that the people of the state are doing, and they like to appear as though they're engaging in road work under the fake sun and engineered light, the same exact criminal facilitation. That is exposing a company to civil and criminal prosecution. That's all they're doing. All right. It's the same exact pattern of conduct, and they're demons alike. In the United States, the entity is engaging in domestic terrorism while wanting to make a buck. That's what's so disgusting about the U.S. It is a capitalistic society. It worships money, sacrificing people for fame, for power, for celebrity, and for dollars. Even those that are living on low-income housing and collecting food stamps, and that is the wager that they've placed on their soul while they are engaging in this system of group stalking in service to Satan. License 8ZUL065. The entity is engaging in this pattern of conduct with regard to malice and the light sources and movement. Remember, I'm capturing video at the same time at La Quinta Inn, and then you're going to be mindful of what I'm documenting right now while I'm away from La Quinta Inn, which is exactly what's occurring when I'm in San Diego, when I'm in Kern County, and the entity is keeping the fake sun over me at La Quinta Inn. It's the prosecution, the inevitable prosecution of strangers who know exactly who I am and what I'm doing on my phone while they're getting off of a freeway, and I have never encountered them before, and they're engaging in that conduct of focusing on me and as some retaliatory act. Why? Because I'm documenting to a very severe degree a lawless entity. I'll put it that way. Okay, the entity is hostile. Satan doesn't like it because Satan loses, but Satan is inferior. Satan was brought about to engage in this system because it was always going to lose. This was never going to be a victory. This was never going to continue. Okay, Satan is the delusional psychopath who is running out of time. And when I'm referencing Satan, I'm referencing the demon possessed. These are the people of the state, the government, that are under the influence of demon possession. That is literally Satan that is using the state to engage in criminal conduct that Satan cannot help them. Satan can't help them with regard to this, what they're engaging in, but they're doing it in service to Satan. License 6NND173. Right, 6NND173, yeah, and license 15002X2, license, Amazon Prime's group stalking a large truck. Amazon Prime's fully documented terrorist. 24728W3, and it is currently, by the way, 1:26 p.m. I'm gonna get this license plate of this white Tahoe. This is license plate. Looks like 19, using their brakes, which is light activity. License 9KV. Hold on. It's a black plate with white letters. 9KVV519. 7FBJ079, in case I did not read that one. I believe I did, though. It's a white Sentra, group stalking. The entity is group stalking on the roads of the highways using these commercial means of light activity. And you know the malice of that entity doing so through the government. Understand, the entity is group stalking while a demon is driving on the front, and engineer light is moving across the meridian, while the fake sun is remaining over my vehicle, driving far away from La Quinta Inn. It's not over the roof of La Quinta Inn while it's in relevant position to me. And Caltrans, a demon is operating a Caltrans vehicle with vehicle lights, which is light activity. All right, this is criminal facilitation where this demon driving this vehicle 15002X2 can better monitor and engage in what is crossing a path, light activity creation. Demons creating light activity in the path while that specific environment surrounds. It is maintaining that specific environment. All right, that's Caltrans, that's exhibiting malice and doing so. But it is currently 1:27 p.m. This is P.O.C. All right, you will see the fake sun over me at 1:27 p.m. and this is the demon stalking in the path. This is Sully Mueller Contracting Company. The license plate of this commercial actor who's going to be criminally prosecuted, civilly and criminally, license 74838S3. You'll see the images captured at 1:28 p.m. This is a demon that's engaged in criminal presence and light activity, criminal facilitation, which is the basis of federal prison for the driver. Alrighty, license 74838S3. Again, Sully Miller is the commercial actor, group stalking. The entity has signage as they're putting up the Ranchero Road next right exit. That signage with the arrow is a method of light activity. And Sully Miller is doing the same thing using a white Ford truck to engage in light activity on the top of that vehicle. And again, Sully Miller is a third-party commercial actor, group stalking, while the fake sun is seen through the windshield of the front of my vehicle at Ranchero Road, exit number 40, and doing so with malice. Okay, doing so also, this is a demon, just like the demon getting off the freeway knows exactly who I am. So does this demon driving the Sully Miller vehicle. Driver and a passenger, and it is vehicle number 107851, license plate 74838S3. I'm going to sue Sully Miller. That's what this is getting to. And I'm also going to prosecute these drivers. They're going to be prosecuted for domestic terrorism in the state of California, doing so maliciously under the guise of a company name, while criminal facilitation. As I get off the freeway, so does the fake sun. Okay, this is facilitation, which is the basis of federal prison. Alrighty, Sully Miller, license 747612-A, and the vehicle number 107851, and license 748S3, I believe. Don't listen to me. Let me, I took a picture of it. They're driving away. Let me correctly recite that again. The fake sun gets off the freeway as I get off the freeway, remains directly over me, which is how you're looking at light activity intentionally created, which is criminal. And it's facilitating the threat to your life while a population is stalking you, following you from place to place, doing so as a population while they're also aware of what it is that you're documenting. That's why you have strangers getting off the freeway, focusing their phone on you, as though they're mad that you were documenting them on your phone the whole time when you have not even encountered that particular person. This is an entity that is stalking and knows exactly what you're doing on your phone while that fake sun and that engineered light coexist with that. That's a specific environment. It's 1:30 p.m. where you will see Sully Mueller with that those identifying characters. And let me read that license plate correctly again on the record. License 813V79 Nevada. As you witness the entity, the Nevada State Police engage in what is assault with a deadly weapon. That's literally the attempt on your life. Group stalking as the entities keeping the fake sun as you document them, and then they're ramming towards you like they don't see you. You know that they see you because the fake sun and engineer light and the pattern of conduct. So this is speaking to all the levels of malice, and that third party with the Nevada state plate that looks like an Asian male with a hoodie on. He's engaging in what is veering in and out of the lane while I'm in operation on my phone. That's a threat to harm you while they're stalking you, and a bunch of demons that are mad because you know that they're targeting you. You're not supposed to be able to do that, and you're supposed to look and sound crazy while you're doing it, is hostile to that documentation. That's a threat to your life, by the way. So I want to document, I'm trying to see if I have an image up close of this license plate. That I read the license plate plenty of times, but I just want to see if I have a picture in order to recite it correctly. If not, reliance on what I documented, it's already recited on here. It's, by the way, it's 1:32 p.m. Okay, the license number, not the license plate, the license number of Sully Miller Contracting Company. I cannot see the license plate. I'm capturing the light source in alignment while this vehicle is criminally in the path, and it is also a commercial actor engaged in criminal light activity creation. It's Sully Miller Contracting Company, the license, the business license, a Colas company, business license number 747612-A. And they're in the path creating light activity, and the entity is intentionally doing so. And they're also making money, profiting, engaging in federal stalking as a business. Well, this is criminal conduct that business is also going to be prosecuted for in concert with what is criminal facilitation, the intentional creation of light activity, which is a threat to your life, in order that the government may more effectively group stalk you, keep you under surveillance via communication devices in the specific environment. And I clearly got off the freeway, and you can see the fake sun remains in alignment with me off the freeway. License 8YFZ599. This is the malice employed by Sully Miller Contracting Company, using its employees while exhibiting demon possession as well. Remember, light activity in that environment is a demon that's group stalking you maliciously in a way that you're not supposed to be able to detect or be aware of. It is indeed the P.O.C. License 49186H2. It's currently 9JUJ661. It's currently 1:33 p.m. The license plate of that Sully Miller, I'm going to have to rely on what I just, so you'll just have to rewind the tape back. I'm driving right now, multitasking, so I can't do that right now. But that is the correct third party, and that's the business license. I want to make sure that's stressed. This is what the entity is doing by Caltrans. This is what the entity is doing by, I believe it's United Rentals. So many of these commercial actors, all they're doing is stalking in the path with light activity. They put on a hard hat, they pull out a shovel, and they're group stalking. That's the state. License 7LFB092. It's currently 1:34 p.m. It is the picture of malice, 9AXD125. It is the picture of malice by the entity that is engaging in what is also making money, engaging in what are the affairs of the state while the state is group stalking. It's simultaneously occurring. It is also that which is occurring with regard to the entity that's tracking your steps. Not only will they have, for example, construction on a freeway that's been planned for years or months or weeks or whatever, but the entity is also engaging in that which will occur with regard, if they need it that day, based on what they're targeting, it will arrive. They will engage in it that day. They engage in knee-jerk conduct. They will engage in whatever sort of production of light activity and presence in the path via these hard hat wearing demons that are group stalking with the state on a massive scale. It's massive facilitation. These corporate actors are going to be severely prosecuted while they are engaged in what is the basis of federal prison. This light activity, the signage, the vehicles, the entities that's acting in concert with the corrupt law enforcement agencies, CHP, the police departments, they are relying on that outward appearance of we're doing something important, we're building this, we're doing that, this is a part of the planning. It is within the pattern of conduct that's simultaneously underway, and it is also that which the entity can and does arrive at any point based on what the entity needs, that the entity wants to maliciously engage in. So understand how that works, and it is nothing other than the elements of monitoring. Nothing. And how is that the case? Because the fake sun remains over me while you are engaging in anything, including while you're wearing a hard hat, including while you're on the side of the road having your coffee break. You're engaged in criminal conduct, and it's not a secret. All right, the entity seeks to do so in a way that's supposed to supersedes the claims of an American citizen. And an American citizen is never getting to this level of detail, by the way. You're not mindful of the details of the fact that you're being group stalked on the freeways. All right. This is, however, what I have devoted my attention to, because the entity has devoted its attention to try to murder and kidnap me. And so I'm showing you, not only is the entity group stalking, it's everywhere in the state of California, including as I drove outside of the state, which is showing what the rest of the country is engaging when you have a pattern of conduct amongst the population. All right. The entity is engaging in what is group stalking on the roads and the highways, everywhere that you're going, through all manner of what is malice, which includes those wearing hard hats, engaging in what is light activity under the fake sun in relevant position to you on the roads and the highways. A basis for federal prison. Very, very malicious. And it's a threat to the life. This is what the government relies on. The government's relying on these companies. The government's relying on the population. And you're breaking that whole system down. You're breaking it all the way down. You want to engage in it, you're going to lose all your money, you're going to lose your reputation, you're going to lose your freedom, you're losing everything. And Satan isn't even going to be able to help you in court. Okay? The entity is doing so with a high level of malice. That's what Sully Miller represents. Okay? And again, you can rewind the tape to listen to the license plate. It is currently 1:37 p.m. The fake sun's remaining over me as I get off the freeway, and Sully Miller, a third-party group stalker, just like La Quinta N, that has the fake sun over me while I'm in front of Sully Miller off the freeway, is not that which is remaining stationary over the building of La Quinta N off of Mariposa Road. Remember, I went to the Walmart inside of the Dunia Plaza. Remember, I'm documenting, and the entity's keeping a fake sun across the street from the La Quinta N. But while I am driving far away, so does that fake sun in the direction that I go as I go. That's speaking to the pattern of conduct. Okay, ABM building value, license IFD 582 or IFO 582. That's an out-of-state license plate and impossible light activity filling my vehicle. While a hostile demon, a commercial actor, is mad because they're going to be criminally and civilly prosecuted. Only a psychopath would expose their reputation, by the way, their own criminal conduct being documented, and also that company. These company owners, believe me, they don't want to be caught up in federal group stalking and monitoring, but they are, all right? And they are while the demons are operating their vehicles, bearing their logos, and they're going to federal prison, and those companies are going to compensate for the harms inflicted while group stalking is underway via that company. License AEOG 416. Only demons, only psychopaths engage in that conduct. Again, that's ABM. that's crossing path. An engineered light fills my vehicle, the same engineered light that you saw in the hallway at La Quinta Inn. This is what this third party is engaging in intentionally to monitor, harass, and psychologically harm, which is going to be, again, relevant to the damages that ABM will pay. ABM building value, ABM is group stalking, okay? All right, license plate 7T04744, crossing path with a vehicle which is a threat to your safety while they're group stalking. They're targeting you with impossible light activity. They know exactly who you are and what you're doing on your phone. He honks his horn at the same time that I begin recording. That's a basis of federal prison, by the way. Doing so under the fake sun, which I captured at 1:38 p.m. It's outside of my driver's side window while I am driving north on the 15, which is not stationary over La Quinta Inn, which is what the evidence shows, that the sun is going to be present remaining from 9:02 to 5:23 p.m. In addition, what is not sunlight is also that which is in the hallway of La Quinta Inn, impossible light, while this demon driving an ABM vehicle is crossing path. License 9FCX417 is also engaged in what is a threat to your physical safety, while a demon that's group stalking you is acting as though they're going to hit you because they don't see. That's a psychopath that's stalking as a population. The entity is group stalking license 8L7, hold on, light activity while they cross path license 8TZL153, I believe. I'll get that in a second. I want to make sure that I get ABM correctly. That is 8TZL153, I believe, and license of ABM.com IFO582, and that's an Oklahoma plate. All right, license number 989000, that is abm.com with that Oklahoma license plate. And the fake sun is remaining in alignment to my vehicles. I'm now driving on the same freeway in the opposite direction, and so does that fake sun zigzag on the 15 South and then on the 15 North as I get off. And slowly McMiller is group stalking commercially, and so is abm.com, terrorizing with impossible light activity, which that company is going to be prosecuted for. And that third party is going to be prosecuted as a domestic terrorist. A sex offender who was also on the freeway when I'm inside of a hotel room where fake sun's remaining over that hotel La Quinta Inn. And these demons who I'm driving by, and I'm not being, again, overwhelmed with the sound of traffic such that I can't hear, such that my ears are bleeding, all right, but it's heard inside of the hotel room as I'm nude, as I'm in the bathroom, as I'm walking around. And these are the sex offenders group stalking as I'm naming their license plates and the company names. License 8SRK382 is a sex offender. That's how you understand that. License 7ZTU418, a sex offender, keeping nude women under surveillance in a hotel room, which is supposed to be a private space, where 9JLV203 should not know that I'm nude, that my genitalia is exposed, that I'm engaged in personal private activity in the bathroom, but that sex offender does. 8ZJL828, the same exact pattern of conduct, the same exact criminal conduct on behalf of the state. That includes the company ABM.com with that license number that I recited, while the fake sun remains over me. And while it's over me on this freeway, it is not stationary over La Quinta Inn that I'm driving by right now. That's P.O.C. Nor can you hear this traffic while I'm on it. You can't hear my car driving on the freeway in that hotel room where I remain and where I documented that ongoing act of terrorism, while these sex offenders that I'm identifying by company name and license plates are engaged in federal group stalking and monitoring. It's currently 1:42 p.m. That's terrorism by ABM. That's going to be drained from your pockets. Terrorism will be there will be a dollar amount placed on terrorism while you're group stalking and terrorizing by a directed light. There will be a dollar amount placed on that. All right, and that's relevant to the psychological harm, the threat to your life and your safety and your well-being, the entity that intends to cause you to engage in suicidal ideation while a bunch of strangers, a population, are targeting you through engineered light under that fake sun with the government that's engaging in group stalking right along with them, pursuing you in helicopters, pursuing you with amplification of audible activity at your every moment, including everything that you're doing on a communication device, on your phone, including as you're documenting it, communicating the impermissible threat that it doesn't matter that you're enforcing your rights and documenting it. We're still going to stalk you and target you. No, you will not, without sitting in federal prison. P.O.C. That's why ABM is going to compensate me for the harms that this demon, driving license IFO582, that is, again, Oklahoma, group stalking and getting off on the 15 North Freeway, where I am located right now at 1:44 p.m., where the fake sun is over me. Alrighty, license 8WXZ453, license 8SDZ584. This is P.O.C. All right, I'm in my car. I can hear myself thinking. I've got a nice fluidity of thought. All right, it's nice and quiet. My car is a 2023 nice humming engine. All right, it's quiet in my vehicle. The entity engages in amplification to monitor, while a fake sun and engineered light swipes all inside of your car. And none of that is sunlight, nor is that the sun while it's over San Diego, the police department, and I'm driving back to Fairfield. This is an intentional engagement in the criminal pattern of conduct that ABM.com engaged in with malice to the demise of that company and to the demise of that demon operating operating that commercial vehicle. All right. The entity is doing so while they're monitoring, keeping you under surveillance on communication devices on the internet as well. The entity is doing so while it's not remaining anonymous. I am literally reading your license plate, and you are literally subject to what is a prosecution for terrorism in the U.S., which again, eWorld Enterprise is engaging in eWorld Enterprise US dot 3949437, MC number 1469305, and the license plates, which I do not see, 94225N3 at what is 14130 Lavere, 14730. That's the address of the people of the state at La Mesa Road, where the fake sun is over me. I'm literally prosecuting the people of the state by address, by license plate, by company name. The entity is group stalking by impossible light activity inside of my vehicle while the fake sun is over me at the people of the state, who are group stalking by virtue of where you live. And the entity is doing so in a malicious manner because you're never supposed to be able to identify how pathetic the demons living at that address that I just recited, who are engaged in domestic terrorism by virtue of where you live, where the government has no warrant, no probable cause to group stalk you via those third parties who are maintaining criminal presence in the path, having nothing to do with the sun that would be over the Hesperia Health Unit on Bear Valley Road, by the way. Now I'm at El Ivado Road and La Mesa Road in Victorville, and the entity's keeping a fake sun over my vehicle. That's how you know a population is group stalking. License 8GGY995, a demon driving a blue Chevy, group stalking at this intersection at 1:46 p.m. with impunity. Okay, that is terrorism via impossible light activity, just like ABM.com. Okay, just like every other demon that's group stalking inside of a hotel, where the entity is keeping a fake sun out the window of that hotel until after 5:20 in the afternoon. License 7ZSS921. License 9MLJ041. And let's see, the people of the state group stalking at license 91629Z1 20813R3 at 12848. License 9MUT152 is another license plate. The people of the state at 12848. This is El Ivado, I believe, in Victorville, California. I'm gonna get that right now. All right. You will see the people of the state documented on the Google Maps, where I'm showing you the address is 12848 El Ivado in Victorville, California. License 91629Z1. That is the ease with which the state is prosecuted for group stalking. It's the statewide pattern of conduct. While the demon that's crossing path under that fake sun, the supernatural, it's both over me in San Diego, as the evidence shows, while I'm living and working at Alvarado Gardens in Los Angeles, as the evidence shows, and while I'm driving by on the street off of La Mesa Road in El Ivado, this demon 7WVK393. Group stalking with the demons that live at 12848 El Ivado Road in Victorville. That's not the natural environment, and that's how you're understanding how a population is group stalking you, including by where they live. That's called a facilitating venue, where you are fully exposed to prosecution for federal group stalking and monitoring. In the same way that I'm equally being molested with impossible light activity, the entity is equally engaged in stalking in helicopters and planes, already documented, where the people of the state live, where the entity is doing so and you are under no circumstances protected while you live wherever it is you pay your rent or you pay your mortgage or whatever it is that you pay, whether you pay or not. It's a facilitating venue where the government is acting vicariously through you, and I will prosecute you. All right. The entity is engaging in this pattern of conduct maliciously. And that's another example. As you look at the Google Maps, I took a screenshot. Everybody's address is identifying the people of the state who are to be prosecuted for group stalking. And I captured in images where you're looking at the addresses, documenting the people of the state by address of facilitating venue. And the fake sun remains over me. All right. That's not the natural environment. That's a specific environment exhibiting malice by an entity that is relentlessly engaged in stalking their own prosecutor, very foolish and imprudent, harassing their own prosecutor, very foolish and imprudent. And it's also a matter of evidence, which is serving to enhance the charges, the sentencing, and the damages that the entity will be responsible for at prosecution of the state of California, which is going to be televised, like I stated. This is not going to be private. It's going to be public. It's P.O.C. It's 1:50 p.m. All right, license 9KNH115. The people of the state are group stalking right now while I'm at home to Suites Hilton, which I documented in Azusa, California, with the Azusa police, who were group stalking by helicopter. If you'll recall, the entity's keeping a fake sun over the La Quinta Inn over me while I'm in Hesperia and Hesperia, California, driving on the freeway, getting back off and getting back on the freeway, driving north beyond La Quinta Inn, and there's no sun that's going to be stationary over the hotel. And it's also not both remaining over me while I'm in motion, moving away, and also stationary, which is the evidence showing, again, what is mutually exclusive and what's under all circumstances unnatural, impossible to naturally occur, which is the intent of an entity to keep you under surveillance and group stalk you. And then that corrupt government thinks that it's going to falsely depict that targeted individual. This is revealing what is abuse of power by the corrupt entity. That is indeed group stalking. License 522MX, that's handicap. License 9EWX680. License NB314, that's handicap. License 93018, that's handicap. 664 PBR, Oregon. 8EQA 992. 9MST 695. And I will show you the fake son that's over me at Home to Suites by Hilton, who has stated as a matter of their information on their records that they are full as of what is 1:54 p.m. They're totally full, and even though the parking lot is empty, everybody's at work because everyone is maintaining what is multiple days, night stays apparently. The entity is engaged in what is monitoring evidence, and they are all group stalking, but they're also fearful of me actually staying at their entity. And by the way, they don't want to cease to engage in group stalking. They want to group stalk you, but they just don't want to go to federal prison for it, so they'll tell you that their rooms are full. It is currently 1:54 p.m. I'm going to capture the fake sun over me at Home to Suites Hilton, which is not the Home to Suites Hilton in Azusa. This is showing that Home to Suites Hilton is engaged in state surveillance in the state of California. P.O.C. It's currently 1:55 p.m. All right, Home to Suites by Hilton in Victorville is located at 12792 Amargosa Road in Victorville, California. The entity is engaging in that pattern of conduct while I'm showing you the light source that I'm capturing. It's 1:56 p.m. That light source is not the sun that would be over my head. The evidence is keeping the fake sun rising and setting, never leaving Alvarado Gardens at all. Documenting it for years, for a series of months while I was working and living at Alvarado Gardens in Los Angeles. And the evidence is sprouting beyond LA. So then I moved from LA and I'm showing you what is a statewide pattern of conduct, not just what the city of LA County was engaging in. And by the way, you know that because I documented upon relocating to Los Angeles, where there is a body of evidence for a term of years between 2018 and 2022, where this entity was engaged in group stalking, as I chiefly remained in the city of Ontario, San Bernardino County, that is Ontario to Fontana, Ontario to Upland, Ontario to even Pomona, just to document. I would get on in the morning documenting the Pomona Police Department, documenting the Los Angeles Sheriff's Department. Remember what's on the record and under the fake sun, okay? And the entities engaged in this pattern, there's evidence just sitting on the record showing what is a statewide pattern of conduct. And then I relocated to LA, where speaker companies hired me to engage in what is the state's pattern of conduct, the conspiracy to murder or kidnap me, all right? Seeking to falsely depict. And as I'm showing, not only am I going to prosecute you, but I'm also showing the absurdity of the entity that is clearly just abusing its power by falsely depicting, speaking on, okay, defaming a target individual while they're exhibiting mental illness while engaging in this criminal system. Okay, the absurdity of it. It is literally absurd what the entity is doing. And it's requiring nothing other than just outright abuse of power. And doing so through gang members. Because that's what group stalkers are. That's what these demons are. They're gang members, group stalking, ganging up on a defenseless person that doesn't have the voice, doesn't have the ability, all right, doesn't have the skill set, the combination in order to confront Satan's system that the government is engaging in. All right, so this is what the pattern of conduct is underway, and this is where the light source is on its face, capturing the light source is speaking to, again, what you know what Azusa in Azusa, California, Azusa police in that specific environment. Under the fake sun with helicopter activity, those are the hallmarks, okay? And the entity is keeping impossible light activity, which I showed the sunset through my hotel window at the Homes to Suites Hilton in Azusa, California. How was there some sun outside of the hallway window of the La Quinta and Hesperia? How? Because the entity is group stalking. And they're demons that are crossing path, maintaining, in other words, they're pacing all around you in that environment, group stalking. And the entity is engaging what is a highly unintelligent and highly disgusting and despicable system, showing the cockroaches that are the demon possessed. All they're doing is crawling all around you. And then the state of California wants to depict itself on social media and in the public and on the national scene as though California is a place where you need to come tour, you need to be here, this is where the celebrities are at. These celebrities serve Satan, okay? They're into making these sacrifices unto Satan. They're fully engaged in group stalking, okay? When I'm driving on the 15 passing Mulholland Drive, the light source isn't disappearing. It stays right over my car while demons that are living in estates are criminally engaged in that pattern of conduct, which is demonic. And they are interested in Satan's system of surveillance here. Satan is accepting sacrifices. That's what the state is engaging in. Okay, and those that are celebrities, those that are politicians, those that are officials, those that are a part of these, literally the constituents of the state are group stalking. That's what California is engaged in. California is entirely under the hold of Satan, and that's being exposed as well, while the criminal conduct for what is real life natural consequences for what it is engaging in. License 717 LNT Oregon, license 0537 9Z2 9EEP 995 6WZG 099 8URA 268 6RTN 470 7VNX 694. These are demons who are pacing. One demon after another, after another, after another, that's pacing by a group, while the fake sun does not remain over that home to Suites by Hilton. It is off of Amargosa Road. It maintains the same position over me while I drive away from that venue, which is speaking to criminal conduct by that corrupt company, which I've already documented, Homes to Suites by Hilton, in concert with the Azusa Police Department. Okay, that was Rocky Weinrich, I believe, Rocky. He's being documented on an ongoing basis. As I went to Azusa, then I documented that pattern of conduct. This is speaking for what is a statewide prosecution, just letting you know what are the demons doing in the city of Azusa amongst the corrupt government in Azusa. The same exact P.O.C. And that demon is in a position that he is to be removed from. And you're talking about what is disbanding little peon departments like that. They're a small little corrupt department totally devoted to Satan, engaging in a pattern of conduct, and the consequences far outweigh their small little department that, let me be clear, you don't need them. In other words, that's what I'm getting at. You're fully devoted to public corruption. You shouldn't even exist anymore, let alone engaging in what is the worthiness of disbanding. As I've stated, the rules is upon kidnapping, group stalking, period. You can be disbanded based on engaging in what is federal group stalking and monitoring, period. But engaging in kidnapping and a pattern of kidnapping, such as the San Bernardino Sheriff's Department, such as the Ontario Police Department, such as the Upland Police Department, you're talking about what is disbanding. But I just want to be clear, small little rinky-dink police departments that are corrupt, such as, go ahead, never mind, I'm not kidding, such as the Azusa Police Department. This is what I advocate with regard to those that they're riddled with corruption, and they're so small but also so corrupt. You're talking about what is necessary, what's in the benefit of that of society is to remove such corrupt departments like that, and you can go without and rebuild again, okay, with those that are not going to be devoted to corruption. Criminal facilitation by Liberty, license plate 35039N2. Liberty Landscaping, California 333077. And I'm going to capture this right now at what is 2:02 p.m. All right, and you will see Liberty Landscaping. This is a commercial actor. Any of those that aren't natural born citizens going to be deported. Yeah, you heard me right, third party. You're going to be deported upon federal prosecution. They're engaged in criminal facilitation. These demons that are group stalking by landscaping at the nearby Victorville Mall under the fake sun that's directly positioned perfectly over the edge of the building, right where my vehicle is driving at the mall. And you can see the fake sun. It's not over La Quinta. It's not in San Diego outside of my window of my hotel. It's not over the demons engaging in group stalking at Alvarado Gardens while it's remaining outside of my leasing office over the top of my head. It's right over me while I'm at Victor Valley, and you can see it through the window of this Liberty Landscaping vehicle, which is very clear in what is, let me see, group stalking, let me get this license plate, group stalking by Liberty Landscaping, who's creating light activity, 9HDL786, and so is that demon while impossible light activity moves across the black asphalt. All right, the entity's doing so while that light source is remaining over me, and Liberty Landscaping, a corrupt company to be prosecuted, also prosecuted for also civilly, but also engaged in federal stalking, not just group stalking using that commercial vehicle, but also federal stalking via communication devices on the internet to keep another under surveillance. Doing so also as a means of business, maintaining a business, but they're also doing so while the entity is keeping the specific environment over me. And that's what you'll see through the window. 7JAW417, demons pacing while engineer lights moving all across the curves while these demons are pacing all around. All right, this is the demon-possessed population. License 8VMP956. Burtech, a documented group stalker at the Victor Valley Mall. The entity's keeping the fake sun over the Fontana Lewis Library, okay? And while a demon is emptying the garbage, it's causing the desks inside of the Fontana Lewis Library to shake and vibrate, okay? That's terrorism that Burtech documented. I mean, that fake sun is right hovered down outside of the window of that Fontana Lewis library, while engineered light is moving is documented on the ceiling inside of that Fontana Lewis library. That's clearly not the sun, and it's also not sunlight. That's the P.O.C. And the entity engages in terrorism, much like shaking my bed inside of the hotel room, which the entity's going to federal prison for that. Terrorism of a demonic nature as well. That's not going to result, but it's supposed to result in what is the criminal defamation of the targeted individual. And that's what Bird Tech is documented as engaging in. Okay, while you're emptying the garbage, and that's causing the desk on the inside of the library to shake and vibrate. These demons are psychotic. Okay, that's Bird Tech. That is group stalking in Victorville. In other words, I just want to make sure that I'm pointing out this is everything that's just sitting on the record, just sitting on the record. The comprehensive prosecution of the state has already been completed, and it's been complete for years. Okay, the entity is engaging in what are a series of offenses that are federal in nature. Remember, any theft of personal ID, any acts of defamation, including in a corrupt courthouse, part of any court hearings that the target individual is not even aware of, especially being a lawyer clearly capable of articulating, representing myself, had I had any notice about any court hearings that are unbeknownst to me, especially regarding the mind state of an attorney. Nobody is speaking about the fact that this person is a lawyer. Never mind the fact that the entity is being targeted. The entity is targeting that lawyer, and that's the basis for defamation. If that's being entertained by a corrupt courthouse where that entity is targeting, you're talking about everybody going to federal prison for that. It's not, you're understanding the context regarding the crimes that are surrounding federal group stalking and monitoring. It has been escalated to what are of a federal nature. That targeted individual that's being defamed in any corrupt courthouse is being defamed by that same entity that's group stalking. All right, that are engaging in maintaining any court hearings outside of the knowledge of that target individual, who happens to be a lawyer, fully capable of articulating. The evidence shows fully capable of articulating whatever the issue, the controversy may be. All right, which the target individual knows nothing about. All right, while the entity sought to what? Kidnap or murder. Okay, while the entity is engaging in what is not just ordinary fraud, it's not just ordinary defamation, it's not just ordinary, it's all escalated to a federal nature. Well, state surveillance is underway. The conspiracy to murder and kidnap is underway. While the entity engages in any of that, which I just mentioned right now, you're going to federal prison. You are going to federal prison. It's currently 2:07 p.m. The entity's keeping the fake sun over me while I'm just documenting the entity. So the light source is remaining over me as I'm driving in Victorville. And this is what, 13577. And this street is 13577. Let me read the street. Eucalyptus Street. At Amargosa, and this is where the fake sun is over me. License plate GOLFRN, crossing path. License plates TRUEAK, true AK, I guess. 8KWV277. You have another school district group stalking. I'm going to go ahead and capture this. Hesperia Unified School District is group stalking at Eucalyptus Street and Amargosa Road in concert with CPTMAL. That's a third-party group stalker that is engaging in the criminal elements monitoring. And I'm showing you my location, another place where I've never been, but yet you have the fake sun that's in perfect alignment with me. An impossible occurrence with regard to the documentation of stalking via an unnatural environment where a population of strangers are stalking you from place to place as an entity. Doing so while they are also notably and what is legally relevant, demon-possessed in doing so. And the Hesperia Unified School District are group stalkers that are in custody of minor children while they're engaging in this criminal system. They have access, in other words, to minor children. There's no surprise when you have teachers, when you have those that are working amongst children engaging in sexual violence. A lot of this is that which there are plenty of signs regarding the threat that the demon-possessed, that the entity poses to minor children when they're engaging in this criminal system, when they are of this condition, and surprise, surprise, they happen to be engaging, having sex with minor children, sexually molesting minor children, trafficking minor children. There's no surprise when you're exposed, when you are exposed as engaging in this system as a state. Okay, you have the Hesperia Unified School District group stalking, as I'm showing you the specific environment. It's currently 2:09 p.m. This is P.O.C. and that third party, that license plate that I documented is group stalking with that school, that unified school district, and a school bus. And it is sitting on the record. Videos and images of the entity group stalking me, driving school buses, crossing path, all the same, and impossible light activity, just like every other demon. And they have kids on the bus. You have kids with cell phones. They're engaged in federal stalking, all manner of the P.O.C. okay, which is demonic. And the demons are part of these school districts, these unified school districts. Okay, this terrorist, this sex offender, 4SZF818, crossing path while impossible light activity moves inside of my car. The same repeated by the Dunia Plaza in concert with this demon 5NSF405. They're all going to be prosecuted for what is terrorism as an entity. Impossible light activity moving inside of your vehicle, 7UUR560, 152MXA, and the Dunia Plaza shopping center is group stalking together. Okay, while the fake son is in a position, they're group stalking in the same way with school districts. That's exactly what the demons that are driving school buses are doing. So all you're doing is placing a demon, the third party, the sex offender, in a position, working amongst children, engaging in this criminal conduct. It is no surprise that they're having sex with children. It is no surprise that they're engaging in sexual violence amongst minors. Okay, that is the group stalker, by the way. License 6CBE015, 9KDG258. There are plenty indications regarding the threats that are posed to the elderly, that are posed to those that are under the age of majority, who are being trained to engage in what is terrorism in the U.S. in a manner that's supposed to be distinct, but yet it's not different. It's just nuance with regard to how they're training children to hold large weapons and shoot and murder people in places like Afghanistan. Okay, third world countries, 9NZU060 and 26E9889 and license 8RRH382. Going to be prosecuted for federal group stalking and monitoring and federal stalking, which, by the way, is the basis of federal prison. License 4X4CAMY. Demonic pacing at Bear Valley Road and Amargosa Road at 2:11 p.m. License 75376Z2, which Dunia Plaza is engaged in criminal monitoring in concert. They're engaged in that sex offense while I was staying at La Quinta and the bed repeatedly shaking. These are the demons pacing amplified traffic inside of the hotel room. These are the same sex offenders that are targeting with impossible light activity. That's the P.O.C. License 8DOH970. While they engage in an ongoing mission, okay, Hesperia Unified School District intentionally crossing path again. That's what the demons and the mentally ill engage in. License 8CIK960 under a fake sun, terrorizing while impossible light. All the same, while demons are pacing on one side, a demon derives pleasure of the same identification, the school district, while they're on the opposite. These are the mentally ill who will have nothing to do with being around minor children or elderly or driving public transportation, flying planes, having nothing to do with the medical profession, the legal profession, while sex offenders with driving the Hesperia Unified School District are engaged in that pattern of conduct. License 8CIK960, bus number 342672, P.O.C. Alrighty, license 8LOH830 and the Dunia Plaza. I'm at Dunia Road and Bear Valley Road. The Dunia Plaza is fully engaged in that terrorizing system while I'm driving around the perimeter, and the fake sun is remaining over me. It's not the sun that's over me at the Walmart. It's not the sun that's over me at the Lowe's. It's not the sun that's over me at the Staples and the Dollar Tree. The entities engage in group stalking as a population, including through such commercial actors who are acting with the Hesperia Unified School District, with the demons whose license plate I just documented. So this is the same entity keeping a woman and sex offenders who engage in having sex with kids, who engage in sexually trafficking children. It's not a surprise while they're engaging in this very system. Okay, La Petite Academy, they're group stalking while they literally, their job is to work with children. Okay, at Pacoima Road in Bear Valley, those are sex offenders working with children. The impossible light activity, the fake sun, the ongoing terrorism, the demon possession, and you're leaving your children with them. Okay, Pacoima Road in Hesperia, the La Petite Academy. P.O.C. All right. So I just want to point that out. The mentally ill are exposing themselves while they engage in that ongoing admission. Those are the same sex offenders keeping me under surveillance while my panties are down inside of my hotel room, with sex offenders that are driving school buses and sex offenders that are pacing around with children in their car, having sex with kids, trafficking kids, engaging in group stalking a woman. That's also sexually violent and predatory. That's not unsuspected. That is fully and reasonable to occur where you are engaging in the sex offense, which is federal group stalking and monitoring, by the way. This is something that you could have known and that you should know. You should already expect it. License plate 8BWB657, 4VQS414, 7ZGR111, 9CIH798, 6STY571, license 6NTK318, POC. These are sex offenders crossing path, and they engage in terrorism in concert with demons such as American Medical Response, who's also in relevant position group stalking. It is currently, again, 2:14 p.m. Let me read you the license plate. Vehicle 25883, license 1453. Hold on, 1453482. That's American Medical Response, a demon with impossible light driving an ambulance. License 7UIV 775, 8EMW 414. Group stalking while in helicopter. Everybody's going to federal prison. License 89644L3, 9CBC 764, 9NEB 593. License 8LLD 737, 9LOA D35. 6XTR 325, and the entity's crossing path in a helicopter just like it did at under the fake sun. Hesperia 8GZ 2145. That's the Hesperia Unified School District group stalking with the state that's flying in a white, looks like a white and red helicopter in the sky space while the fake sun is over me. American Medical Response, the Hesperia Unified School District, the La Petite Academy group stalking, same exact terrorism, same exact demon possession. It is, like I stated, no surprise, while the people of the state are the sex offenders having sex with the students. They're the ones trafficking children. They're the ones engaging in what is child porn. It's the people of the state. There is no surprise there. In case you did not know, Satan is the father of lies. Satan is the one that conjures up such sexual violence. It is demonic. License FD960. Handicap. All right, everybody just documented that they're group stalking with the entity that arrives in helicopter while a fake sun remains over you. I just want to be clear. Jeremy Dean is being very heavily documented. He's not going to remain in that position as a captain. Neither is Shannon DICUS. And the San Bernardino County Sheriff's Department is also subject to what is disbanding. This is happening in San Bernardino County. It's amongst the San Bernardino County Fire Department as well. License 7ZGR111, 6YSZ228, 8YCJ216. Never to have anything to do with driving school buses. These are sex offenders. Yes, they have sex with kids. That's what sex offenders do. 9FHH111, 8ZKP874. That's why they're keeping a woman under surveillance while she's in the shower, while her panties are down. Literally while she's sleeping. That's why they're obsessively engaged in that. Those are sex offenders that have no business around children. This is syllogism. This is basic logic. This is applying the criminal conduct and how you're going to create rules that surround policy that form policies to protect American society. 7ZGR111, a demon which becomes legally relevant because the government's practicing a demonic system that's targeting American citizens, and it's sexually perverted. That's what's driving 8GSZ145, the Hesperia School District, Unified School District. And the more that I document those demons, more of those bus drivers arrive, okay? License 9JWD684, Impossible Light, which you've seen on video inside of the venues and inside of my car. That's exactly what is inside of that vehicle, a demon driving a red Tesla, okay? Targeting me, a sex offender whose vehicle you can't hear inside of my car, and you also can't hear it inside of the hotel room. That's a sex offender. They are the likes that are having sex with teenagers. They are the likes that are having sex and trafficking children while they're group stalking a woman. That is not far-fetched nor hyperbolic. It is literally the context and the behavioral pattern of the demon possessed who are group stalking. Impossible light activity while a demon is driving a Hesperia Unified School District. Demon possession exhibited by this demon. This is an elderly woman driving a red Tesla, and impossible light activity appearing inside of my car, which, by the way, is an impossible occurrence. It's also not even the sun that's over San Diego and over Alvarado Gardens. License 9CBC 764. You have the school district engaged in sexual violence. You have the school district engaged in domestic terrorism. You have the school district engaged in what is ongoing psychological torture in concert with minor children, having access to minor children. It is no wonder, again, when you're looking at the newscast and they're telling you about people, the teachers, the gym teachers, the employees having sex with them. That's not far-fetched. You have been given warnings. You have been given the signs. License 6XTR325. License 6PKF972, PB047 handicap. License 8XDY175. Another demon driving a school bus. All right, the more you document, the more that the demons arrive. 7UVT537. And you know that it's intentional because they're not only engaged in criminal monitoring, but they're under a fake sun and impossible light on the road while these demons are driving these school buses. P.O.C. Alrighty, and you will see a demon that is engaged in targeting while impossible light activity moves across the curb. This demon that wants to appear as, oh my goodness, I'm so fixated on this conversation. This person is the funniest person I've ever experienced in my life while they're engaging in what is sexually violent group stalking. And this is a male driving license 8GSZ145. You will see the fake sun as I captured images of it. It's 2:20 p.m. That's the average sex offender that has custody of minor children driving school buses, group stalking in the state of California. Hiring sex offenders. placing sex offenders in positions, custodial positions, to maintain the safety of those children as well. Remember, on the roads and the highways, you're driving a dangerous machine. These are psychopaths that are engaged in this criminal conduct simultaneously, and that's also a matter of evidence. Impossible light activity, terrorizing me, group stalking me under a fake sun. This is a psychopath and a sex offender group stalking, driving a school bus, contributing to the delinquency of minors, group stalking together. That's literally, it's sitting on the record, okay? No sex offender should have any business being around children or the vulnerable, in other words. This is shown, like I stated, and as you are being shown unapologetically, there is nothing that is a surprise with regard to the pattern of conduct that the entity is engaging in. Absolutely nothing. It is reasonably foreseeable. It is expected that sex offenders will engage in sexual violence, including those among the minority, those under the age of majority. It is absolutely expected, and it is something that is happening more often than you realize. Sexual violence, as I'm exposing federal group stalking and monitoring, it is sexual violence, and the government is facilitating and directly engaging in it. It's also happening amongst minor children. Okay, sexual abuse amongst those under the age of majority, sex offenders that are not prosecuted under natural law. By the way, they're driving around. That is a sex offender. That's the likes that engages in sexual violence, and it's reported on the news one day. All right, but this person doesn't have any pre-existing criminal record regarding sexual violence. That's happening every day. I'm exposing it to you. These are the same ones engaging in sexual violence, and just because they don't have a criminal record yet, this prosecution is going to change that as well. But just because they don't have a criminal record, as you've seen, where they're being exposed for, oh, this person's been having sex with the 14-year-olds and the 13-year-olds at the nearby middle school, at the high school. They're the people of the state. And by the way, the demon-possessed or group stalking, that's a sex offense. It's a violent sex offense. License 9MSS182, group stalking at Fairfield by Marriott. It is currently 2:22. Excellent time. All right, this is P.O.C. While I'm capturing this third party, she's accessing her vehicle as a means of crossing path. All right, and she's doing so third party, Fairfield by Marriott, distinct from the same company, the same third party, which is showing how companies in California are engaging in state surveillance. In other words, it's not just that Arco Gasoline in Bakersfield. It's Arco is engaged in group stalking throughout the state of California, and Arco is going to be subject to a hefty, weighty lawsuit. Okay, the basis upon which includes existing violations under the laws as they are, but also that which is to be recognized, domestic terrorism, and the ways in which the public entity is engaging in surveillance in the United States with the population that's maliciously relying on Arco's engagement. Arco is supposed to maintain a posture of operating a business, while actually Arco is engaged in relevant positioning. Arco is engaged in activity creation. Arco is engaged in domestic terrorism while profiting. That's an unlawful, and you will hand over those profits and more. All right. It is currently 2:23 p.m. This is P.O.C.
Morning as well, which is complimentary.
Okay. Your name again is Jonathan?
My name would be John. Yeah.
Okay. So you said tomorrow, which would be what, the 17th?
Thursday the 17th, correct?
Right. But today you're sold out, right?
We're 100% sold out.
Okay. How many? Do you guys look kind of large? How many rooms do you guys have?
We have 96 rooms.
96 rooms? Okay. All right. Thank you for your help, Jonathan. Have a good one.
Have a good day, sir.
All right, this is documentation of what is Fairfield by Marriott, who is indeed group stalking. You can see the people of the state having a smoke in relevant position and impossible light activity. It's appearing on the inside of the lobby of the fair. That's absolutely, that's the same gymnastics with impossible light activity. That is the intent, to be in the path. A psychopath, a sex offender wants to do so while casually just having a smoke. They're stalking you. Okay, they're doing so while the entity's keeping a fake sun over the Fairfield by Marriott. And I'm in Victorville. All right, that's amplification of a demon, just like the city of Ontario, just like Burtech. Okay, just like Waste Management, they're group stalking under the fake sun. That is license 4ZIH 214. The entity's group stalking at IEHP. In case you did not know that, Inland Empire Health Plan, they're group stalkers. License 9EWE163, license 9LDF389. The entity is claiming, again, that the entity that's monitoring evidence, that's engaging in a sexual violence, that doesn't like being documented while its secrets are being exposed, is claiming that, oh, we're 100% full. We don't have anything, nothing available, while they are still group stalking. And Jonathan is engaging in that group stalking while the fake sun is over this video. So I just want to be clear. They're still group stalking while they're claiming that all of the rooms are filled in this rinky-dink town of Victorville / Hesperia. Okay, license 9NQN504 6SAD470, license 435Y41 Nevada, license 9MSS182, license 8WCZ048. This is Texas, GL75Y2. That is somebody with a Bronze Star medal. They bring shame to whatever honor that they seek to gain from that, putting this on their vehicle, which is again a Texas plate GL75YT with a Bronze Star medal. They're demons and they're group stalkers. License, they bring shame to whatever honor that on their license plate is supposed to derive. It doesn't. License 9FID751, license 9LAS239, 8LSP035, 83773K1, 9AQM606, 7PLR215, 8JGU196, 8MPG536, and this is a Nevada plate. License plate Q47 or 047. Hold on, let me see. Looks like 047X97. That's Nevada. And they're all group stalking while that truck was a means of amplification in the nearby parking lot. Who else is group stalking while the entity engages in such manners of maintaining the elements of monitoring? Vallarta Supermarkets, and that is again IEHP, who's group stalking relevant position. So are these commercial actors. It looks like executive residency, and also we've got the Chick-fil-A over here. I'm gonna take with regard to documenting the location where I'm at. It's documenting everyone else in relevant position. The entity's group stalking here. It is 2:28 p.m. All right, the demon that is utilizing the large truck that I took pictures of, and you'll see the demons that are pacing in the parking lot. And how is pacing occurring? You'll have multiple bodies. They're walking under the light source, which is remaining over me. That's how they understand that what is stalking by strangers in relevant position, meaning they don't have to keep their back to you. They don't even have to talk to you. They're maintaining presence in the path, and they're maintaining activity while they're walking under that light source that's remaining over me as I'm going from place to place. They're doing so in concert with the entity that's walking in front of a large truck. That truck is a means of amplified noise. That is a demon who's usually that's a demon who is using the truck as a means of the creation of noise with simultaneity to the operation of my phone. So as I'm capturing screenshots of the addresses of the people of the state who are group stalking and the state that's group stalking, as I'm going to recite their addresses right now, I'm capturing screenshots of the entity in relevant position, not just Fairfield by Marriott and Victorville who's group stalking, but everybody in relevant position is group stalking while a fake sun is over me. This is criminal conduct that all these commercial actors are engaging in concert with the people of the state. Everybody inside of those venues is group stalking. All right, the companies, the commercial actors represent a means of profiting under while state surveillance is underway on behalf of the government. Okay, and the entities engaging in what is group stalking and monitoring and federal stalking with malice and impunity while stating as their audible activity, we don't have any rooms available. Okay, this is an entity that is again hostile because I am literally embarrassing it while I am documenting and prosecuting them in Hesperia, California. Understand that. The entity is because also they're embarrassed because they're obsessed with the target individual. The entity is ashamed and is embarrassed by the fact that they're shown to be stalking. Why are you stalking this black woman? Why are you stalking her? What is it that she has done? Why is it that those are all the questions that the world is going to pose when their criminal system is televised? Okay, and that's the entity is embarrassed about that, but the entity is fully obsessively engaged in this pattern of conduct, and they serve Satan in doing so because they're demons. That's why. That's why you have strange men that I don't know, strange women that I don't know are engaging in what is obsessively stalking. This is indeed demonic. Okay, it is I Am Legend on steroids. Okay, because these people want to maintain an outward posture as though they're working at the front desk at a quote unquote luxury hotel or pseudo luxury hotel. Okay, or standard baseline with regard to luxury of a hotel. The entities engage in what is conduct where they're supposed to be engaged in the free conduct. I'm just walking by on the sidewalk, and it couldn't be farther from the truth. All right, they're openly engaged in warfare, where it appears in a third world country as that which is occurring amongst those that have clothes ripped and dirty clothes all over them, and they're wearing certain sort of weaponry all over their person, and they're actively ducking and dodging gunfire. Okay, warfare in the United States is occurring. First of all, it's spiritual, and it's also spiritual in the other parts of the world, but it's spiritual here with regard to the level of malice also, because these demons like to maintain an outward demeanor as though they are composed and civilized and also protected and governed by, a constitution, which is speaking to the ways in which they're engaging in warfare in America, in California. All right. The entities engaging in what is openly threatening, and it is as threatening to your life as somebody walking by you and walking right towards you, aiming a gun at your head, while they're group stalking you, not addressing you, and not personally known by you, and they're crossing path in that specific environment. And that needs to be understood. It's also a demon that is engaging in what is a malicious pattern of conduct by an entity, which is also putting your understanding the position of the target individual who is subject to strangers who are both passive aggressively and also quite directly targeting you. All right, it's both at the same time, which is relevant to the psychological harms that the entity is inflicting while they're group stalking you. It's highly psychotic, and it is revealing the mental illness of that entity, and bears no reflection whatsoever. You're not even getting to, it has nothing to do with the mind state of the targeted person, who may or may not actually be mentally ill. And I've stated this before. Say that the entity is targeting somebody that is, say they're dyslexic, if that's a mental illness. I don't mean to offend anyone, but some sort of, say you've got, say you do have some sort of, you've been diagnosed before with bipolar complex or something like that. Depression. Okay, depression could be looked at as a mental illness, as I've heard as well. The entity is engaging in the same exact pattern of conduct. You are still, as a matter of evidence, under the light source. You are still, as a matter of evidence, being targeted with impossible light activity. The entity is still amplifying audible activity with regard to everything you're doing physically and on a communication device. The entity is still pursuing in helicopters. The entity is still group stalking in planes. Everywhere that you're going in that specific environment, it is the same exact P.O.C. The mind state of the target individual never becomes a part of the controversy. It is legally irrelevant. To the contrary, the mind state of that entity that is targeting in such manners, with such high level of malice, is making necessary what is inextricably inherently a part of the controversy is the mind state, the mental health of that entity, as opposed to that targeted individual. It's absurd what the entity is doing. It is literally absurd. Okay? It is requiring nothing other than gang members just defaming. That's it. They're just gang members that are defaming. They're just calling names, and guess who does it? Those that are in a position of calling themselves affiliated with the medical field or law enforcement, and that's what makes it stick. That's what makes it stick. That's how you accomplish kidnapping and criminal defamation. Oh, you're going to federal prison for that. You are going to federal prison for that, and everybody that's facilitating it, everybody whose hands it passes through. Nobody cares about your rebuttal, your argument. Oh, I didn't know, you're going to federal prison. And you could think about the ways in which you will be subject to what is criminal liability for any American citizen who is being kidnapped on your watch. On your watch, because the reality is that the entity is not ignorantly facilitating a statewide P.O.C. where American citizens are being defamed, they're being kidnapped, they're being murdered. Oh, they're intentionally engaging in that. It's a whole system. It's a whole and it requires the corrupt judge. It requires the corrupt DA. It requires the corrupt PD. It corrupts, and by PD I don't mean police departments, the public defenders. It requires the corrupt police departments, though. They're stalking, and they never have, nor does it ever convert into authority under the law. So then while they're engaging in the outside of any authority under the law, then you're just defaming. And that's supposed to stick. That because they hand you while they're kidnapping, the kidnappers then subject you to some sort of mental examination that you never consent to, which, by the way, you will not be capable of consenting. You cannot consent. No target individual, whether they know the law or not. Just because I know it, I'm letting you know what the rules are. You cannot consent to any mental examination, because an ordinary target individual may very well volunteer for it. No, you're not. It's legally ineffective. It's void. You cannot agree or consent to the criminal conduct by the state. And that is going to be used against the state. So the entity is doing so while they're targeting American citizens and criminally defaming them. While you remain the criminal at all times. This is the absurdity of that system. All right, so nonetheless, it's currently 2:39 p.m. And the entity is maintaining that light source over Fairfield by Marriott, and the entity is engaging in the same conduct, fearful and embarrassed by the fact that they're stalking their sex offenders who are exposed or mentally ill, and they're stalking this black woman, okay, which I want to be clear, a lot, especially those that call themselves pious, they call themselves followers of Christ, they even call themselves bigots, who would never want to be found stalking a black woman. Ooh. What does that have to do with your, what you affirm the superiority of the Aryan race? All right. The entity is engaging in what is group stalking. It's outside of race. That obsession and that, as a matter of fact, stalking conduct It's not based on race. It's based on their condition. And you need to know also, just as an aside, the demon possessed are very united. They hold a united front. Black, white, Asian. There is no Latino. There's no discrimination amongst the demon possessed with regard to targeting. There is none. They're acting. It is like double dutch. They're all in at all times, and it's the state acting directly and vicariously at all times. That contrary to what the division that Satan requires in order to have any effectiveness with regard to deceiving mankind. He needs that that ignorant basis of dividing human beings based on your race. It's absolutely ignorant, but it's a spirit. Understand that. License plate. Demonic pacing. License 6YXF721 25565J3. License 5PVM714 9AFH088. License GR894 handicap. Group stalking, one demon after another crossing path, 8WLR068, and a demon engaging in harassment while they're group stalking you. They're not in a rush to go anywhere. They're in a rush to maintain the elements of monitoring, including by honking their horn. All right, license 8ZXX186, and this demon's license plate is 6K37209. Yeah, P.O.C. It is currently 2:41 p.m. Alrighty, as you hear, again, Jonathan inside of Fairfield by Marriott in Victorville, he's group stalking, 6GPM 350, through his criminal presence inside of the venue of Fairfield by Marriott in Victorville, and through his criminal engagement activity creation, even while he is harassing me by failing to, you're group stalking, and then feigning ignorance about my presence outside of the door. That is, again, the demons who are just, you're dealing with a whole bunch of sore losers. Mad because they're going to be shown to be stalking, notably a black woman, which is supposed to usher in some sort of specific form of shame because they're stalking a black woman in particular while they're engaging in the pattern of conduct. A black woman that's telling all of their secrets, the fact that they serve Satan while they're engaging in a secret government system of surveillance in the United States. 6CPM 350 amongst amplification. License 54036F3. License 6FGK307. And the entity's keeping this fake sun over me while the entity is group stalking by the state. Everything that I'm documenting is what the criminal conduct that the San Bernardino County Sheriff's Department is engaging in. It is license 9EIX882, 8MJU178, 6CPM 388, 6JKC 498. And let's see. Oh yeah, I'm back over here. The entity is keeping the fake sun, and none of this is coexisting with remaining over the La Quinta Inn and Suites, which understand I went to the extent I captured the video at 9:02 a.m. and then I stepped outside of the same building at 12:08 p.m. The fake sun is remaining over the roof of literally the same entrance as I walked out 3 hours later, and I'm at the same venue driving from across the street, which is the Dunia Plaza, at 4 p.m. The fake sun is in the same position. Okay, the entity that's witnessing its exposure is the same entity that's saying, oh no, we don't have any rooms because while we're still group stalking and you're still going to be prosecuted, the entity is engaging in what is harassment by not providing a room. Understand the entity's criminal engagement in the pattern of conduct, which is inspiring the inability to check into any rooms while their criminal conduct is exposed. Okay, that's what that's about, first of all. Second of all, the entity is under a light source that's not remaining stationary over La Quinta Inn. Regardless of the fact that I went to the Dunia Plaza across the street, understand, if I would have driven to San Diego, back to San Diego, the entity would have kept the fake sun over me en route back to La Quinta Inn. That's the system of group stalking. That's the likes of those that are group stalking, and while they're witnessing their exposure, they are engaging, they're still group stalking while they're stating, oh, all 94 rooms are full, all 144 rooms are filled. Oh, I'm sorry, they're all filled up here. We don't have any rooms here. The entity is engaging in that pattern of conduct and witnessing its exposure in Hesperia, and that is not any excuse from the P.O.C. That's speaking to the ongoing intent to obstruct justice, and it's also a form of harassment by the entity. Okay, it's currently 2:45 p.m. The entity is engaged in the pattern of conduct in the specific environment while they are making such statements, and that's what Jonathan represents. And while impossible light activity and is inside of the venue, and he's group stalking with the patrons inside of the venue, which is what I take a picture of, a bunch of demons crowding around his front desk, who he's monitoring with, and the fake sun that's over my head at that Fairfield by Marriott in Victorville. Okay, license plate 8YPK381 P.O.C. Alrighty, showing you the Victorville Fire Department group stalking. License 6EKB301 is also a demon. License 901G36 is also a demon with a Nevada plate. That's the likes, that's the character, that's the condition of the demon driving a Victorville Fire Department vehicle under the fake sun while impossible light activity is flat on the ground beside the fire truck. You'll see that on video. It's absolutely demonic. The demon possessed have no business engaging in the industry of firefighting. Just like no sex offender should be driving school buses. Just like no sex offender should be walking around without a criminal record, which is going to be the result of the demons engaging in terrorism via impossible light activity. 8VYC664, 7VRY553, 9JDU 982. This demon, this is a Caucasian male with a tattoo on his inner right forearm, license 8UGE065. That's a sex offender, okay? Stalking a black woman, by the way. That's what you want to know. If that brings shame to you because you have the spirit, that demonic spirit of racism, they're also engaging in what is stalking a black woman. Then that's what needs to be known by this demon-possessed group stalker, keeping his eye on the road while I'm being terrorized with impossible light activity. The same impossible light activity you saw sitting on the ground beside the Victorville fire truck, which is impossible light activity by demons who are stalking. Okay, it's an admission by the way, that they're demons, and also that they're engaged in the pattern of conduct underway by an entity that is stalking amongst strangers, targeting one person, which will never result in what is defamation by a targeted, the defamation of that targeted individual. It will result by conviction, the mental illness and the necessity of mental examinations of that entity that's engaging in and revealed to be engaging in psychotic targeting methods that is designed to psychologically harm and terrorize an American citizen. All right, that's what these sex offenders are engaging in together, corporately, with knowledge, while engaged in federal stalking as well. It's 2:51 p.m. That's video that you'll see, the Victorville Fire Department, that's directly pointing to who's to be removed. That is the corrupt chief over that fire department. San Bernardino County Fire is engaged in that pattern of conduct as well. Cal Fire, as you saw them group stalking at Hesperia's Holiday Inn, which I've documented them before 2024. They're exposed as state terrorists. There's no exception. In other words, those are the demons that engage in criminal summoning. Okay, it's currently 2:50. Oh, they also engage in kidnapping, but they engage in criminal summoning. All they're doing is stalking as a society. All they're doing is stalking, driving a fire truck. Absolutely psychotic. A stalker driving a fire truck. That's what all Satan is doing is where it's Halloween 24/7, 365. All they're doing is dressing up in a uniform, masquerading as, no, you're a demon possessed group stalker. Okay, and you've been made. License 8UGE065, 1BADLS6, 7SJU551. Impossible light activity paneling on the roof of my car, across my stereo, while this demon, license 6UAU466, group stalking with the demons that were driving the Victorville Fire Department vehicle as well. Okay, that's the basis, by the way, of federal prison. It's not separate while I'm just documenting helicopters. The entity is going to be prosecuted, and all this evidence is going to be examined again with regard to who is going to federal prison. Now, federal prison, as with regard to the ways in which I've documented it, you're going to federal prison, but it's not limited to that. That's what I mean. License 9LXD095. This rampant terrorism, that's exactly what's going to be addressed. That's why I document what are the demons doing as they do it, and what do they know? Everything that I'm stating is what they know. 8YCF484. This is the terrorism that will place terrorists where they need to be, and that's in federal prison. So a large portion of the population in California is going to learn that the hard way. BD42S37, paper plate on a Ford Explorer. Impossible light activity by this elderly couple driving 8MKV138. License plate 6PGB573. 8WHZ926, in case I did not read that one. And AutoZone is group stalking. Western Dental is group stalking. The entity is group stalking at, what is this venue over here? While the entity is keeping a fake sun and these demons are group stalking on the roads and the highways, which is a threat to your life, they're also group stalking in the venues where Home Depot, I'm driving by Home Depot, Hustler, Hollywood is group stalking, and they're all engaged in federal stalking, and they all know who you are. As I arrive, they know exactly who I am, and you know that because of the fake sun. But you also know that because they're engaged in federal stalking as one, and the demons maintain seamlessly, they maintain the elements of monitoring, they engage in lying in wait, they're already in their vehicles, they're maintaining presence with regard to working at the venues in order to maintain some sort of method of crossing a path in the parking lot. The entity is doing this on an ongoing basis. 8B41568. All right. Ebenezer Furniture is group stalking. Ebenezer group stalking in Victorville, California. Hustler Hollywood, Home Depot, they're group stalking. Desert Dental Group at 15209. I believe this would be Bear Valley Road, I believe. Skechers is group stalking. Arby's is group stalking. Smart and Final is group stalking. Locust. I'm at Locust Avenue and Bear Valley Road. So this is the address that I just noted, 15082 Bear Valley Road. Dunkin' Donuts is a group stalking, which I've specifically documented Dunkin' Donuts in Upland, California, where there's not going to be some sunset through my hotel room window here. And also, it's absurd what the entity is documented as engaging in. All right, so that is indeed demon possession exhibited by your neighborhood fire department. Group stalking with all of these demons. The pattern of conduct doesn't stop. It doesn't take a pause around the fire department. In fact, you see the fire department engaging in the same exact thing, same exact pattern. And then the demons engage in more of it. More impossible light activity is more time in federal prison. That's it. That's what psychopaths are going to learn a very hard lesson in California. They're going to learn a very hard lesson, and it's going to be televised in order to make sure that point is learned by everyone at the same time. 8B41568. License 7133OZ1. That is Rush Truck Center, a commercial actor, group stalking on the roads and the highways using that commercial vehicle. El Super, which you know, in Ontario, California, where the entity's keeping the fake sun over me at 12:08 p.m. at the Chase Bank off of Mountain Avenue in Ontario. When I'm getting out, going to the Chase Bank at approximately 11:50, the entity's keeping the fake sun over me in Hesperia, California today. It's not over the Ontario shopping center where El Super is a documented group stalker. Also, that same shopping center, the Sunset, in perfect alignment with me at that same location. This is what's documented well before 2024. I've been documenting this criminal system for years, showing what is an unmistakable and irrefutable pattern of conduct that is encircling the state as engaging in a targeting system which is demonic at its core, all right, which is speaking to what is malicious. Okay, everyone knows. Okay, in federal legislation and in the courts, we don't have to talk about Satan. You don't have to name Satan, but we're all talking about Satan, who's being prosecuted in the court for his malicious engagement in federal group stalking and monitoring via the state of California. Alrighty, it is currently 2:57 p.m. This is P.O.C. All right. And this is the entity that is stalking by helicopter. Jeremy Dean is fully apprised of what the criminal conduct, the aerial surveillance, in violation of existing federal laws. This is indeed group stalking, and it's very specific. While that specific, the fake sun, which by the way is not over La Quinta Inn, it's remaining over me as I'm driving up and down Bear Valley. The La Quinta Inn is down here. It's down yonder. The entity is engaging in what is group stalking and is stalking me in a helicopter because you know the specific environment where the fake sun would be over La Quinta Inn if I were at La Quinta Inn. That's why everybody at La Quinta Inn that I documented is going to federal prison. That's an intolerable means of facilitation, but everybody here is going to federal prison while is pacing in helicopter. Okay, 8DHP 803, 9AVF 696, 8VJA 160, and impossible light activity is moving underneath that vehicle. Those are demons that are pacing on the opposite side of the road under that which isn't even the sun, while is pacing back and forth in a helicopter. That's a demon-possessed person. It is engaging in a statewide POC together. Everybody is going to federal prison right here. They're all going. And so is everybody. Like I stated, there's no sun over La Quinta Inn. Contrary to what I'm documenting when I'm inside of that venue, where impossible light activity is ricocheting off of the walls inside of that hallway, where demons such as 8VJA 160 and the demons that are the San Bernardino County Sheriff's Department, as you saw the Victorville Fire Department, the demons that are group stalking in ambulances are group stalking as a matter of an entity while the fake sun remains planted over La Quinta Inn. That's La Quinta. There's no sun over La Quinta Inn. They're over me while I was at La Quinta. Everybody at La Quinta is going to federal prison, which is why the demons want to tell me that all the hotels are filled because they're all witnessing their exposure and they're still group stalking, and you will still be prosecuted for domestic terrorism with these demons that are engaging in a pattern of conduct. There's no sun over the Walmart, by the way, at this Dunia Plaza. It's right over my head while I'm in that parking lot at 2:19 p.m. It's 2:59 p.m. Remember, I'm documenting maintaining presence, and the entity's keeping that fake sun stationary over the Dunia Plaza. This is not over the Dunia Plaza. It's over me while I'm driving by the Dunia Plaza on Bear Valley Road, where demons are crossing path. 7DEJ 549 is also going to federal prison, and so is this one. Well, impossible light activity moves inside of your car. It's not even the sun. And demons like to reference scripture and Jesus while they serve Satan. 36580 P.O.C. That's a handicap license plate. This is P.O.C. All right, the entity's keeping a fake sun over me at 3 o'clock in the afternoon. It's through my bedroom window in Alvarado Gardens in Los Angeles, and that is not this. It's not coexisting at the same time. It's also not going to remain over me while I am literally remaining in what is the hotel room of the Holiday Inn in Hesperia at 9750 Key Point, where at 3 p.m. CAL FIRE is group stalking. That's the state, and group stalking with the rest of the demons who are already on the record, and they're going to federal prison, engaging the same conduct that La Quinta is documented engaging in, and these demons on the roads and the highways are engaging in, while this is not seen through the window, the hallway window of 9750 Key Point Holiday Inn in Hesperia. It's moving, as you see in real time, keeping in perfect alignment while demons are pacing in hell. P.O.C. This is state stalking by the state. The entity is doing this at every place, everywhere that you're going, in the specific environment. And this is exhibiting demon possession while flying in a circle. This is a mentally ill, demon-possessed person and a violent sex offender who's also monitoring while panties are down, while your nude body is exposed, and a population keeps you under surveillance. This is a sex offender. This is directly attributed to the San Bernardino County Sheriff's Department, the San Bernardino County Fire Department, who also employ helicopters to engage in aerial surveillance. License 1590393, federal prison. P.O.C. All right, the entity is group stalking with the entity that's using helicopters, and they intentionally did so. They want to go to federal prison. You're exposing Jeremy Dean, who's engaged in public corruption. My pleasure. That's fine. They're engaged in state surveillance while the fake sun is remaining. All right, that's the San Bernardino County Sheriff's Department that's engaged in group stalking, and it's not distinct from the method of stalking by helicopter. They're the same entity, and so are the people of the state. Everybody I documented with license plates are going to federal prison for group stalking in concert with the state using helicopters, psychological torture, terrorism, DE 94C66 paper, and also the state that's crossing path in a state vehicle. License 8DHP 803. This is P.O.C. This is the lawlessness that the San Bernardino County is engaged in, public corruption, while demons around children are engaged in state surveillance, while this lawlessness is occurring outside of the doors. They're group stalking while maintaining a kindergarten school facility. Okay? Demon possessed. The same. License. 29063E3. There's no sun over Alvarado Gardens, where the entity's stalking, keeping a fake sun over that Alvarado Gardens, where LAPD engage in the same criminal system that San Bernardino County Sheriff's Department is engaging in, while those demons know that I'm naming them, and they cross path because they're stalking the whole time, including while helicopters and airplanes are employed. And everybody around goes to federal prison for that. Everyone. It is currently 3:02 p.m. License plate. This is a demon in the sky space that was flying in a circle in the helicopter. That's what you saw. All right, this is a demon that's engaging in the pattern of conduct and intentionally doing so with no license plate on their vehicle. Okay, that's P.O.C. That's criminal obstruction of justice. That's P.O.C. It's currently, by the way, 3:02 p.m. That's the state of brothers that I documented at nightfall. They were indeed group stalking, and they're group stalking right now. That's already sitting on the record. P.O.C. Alrighty, documenting terrorism in Hesperia, as I've already established, documenting more terrorism by the entity that's stalking in helicopters. This demon with the possible light activity under its truck 11907R2, group stalking with ARCO. Alright, and ARCO is going to be prosecuted civilly and criminally for impossible light activity, while demons where ARCO is making money off of them, and they're group stalking me together. Impossible light activity moves inside of my car while I read that demon's license plate, and an act of retaliation is more impossible light inside of my car where they've already crossed path. 9MQT451, they're also group stalking with the entity that's in the sky space exhibiting demon possession and psychosis, flying in a circle in a helicopter while the fake sun remains over me. License 8ADW583, 6XHZ108, 6TCL875. Birdtech is crossing path, LF661, that's handicap. License plate 7J52846. MY427, that's handicap, and 8AVP653. They're all engaged in federal stalking together, while the entity is indeed group stalking via the helicopter, which I will capture the light source over me right now at this ARCO. The employee also a basis of federal prison. This is P.O.C. Alrighty, what you will see is the demon that is in helicopter targeting by virtue of the fake sun over me, and they're flying in a circle. 8DW583, 8ADW583, is engaging in criminal facilitation, group stalking with the government that employs helicopters to threaten your life and your safety, and also psychologically inflict harm intentionally. The entity is group stalking with the San Bernardino County Sheriff's Department. And at this ARCO, where you will see some very key aspects of the P.O.C. You'll see the logo. You will see the fake sun. You will see the demon in the helicopter as I'm reciting all these license plates that I just read at ARCO. And I'm also going to document this address. ARCO is group stalking with the rest of the people of the state. Okay, they're all on surveillance cameras inside of this ARCO at what is 3:05 p.m., where the entity is in alignment to me under the fake sun amongst impossible light activity, group stalking in concert with the state by helicopter, a federal no-no for which everyone goes to federal prison for that. The entity is clearly targeting while it is, again, flying in a circle, not being set ablaze, while that hovering light source, which is clearly not the sun, is directly over that demon that's in the helicopter flying back and forth. 7 DEJ 549. This is incriminating Walgreens at 13655 Bear Valley Road, and the ARCO that is 13660 Bear Valley Road, and the fake sun that's over in alignment to me while I'm at this ARCO in Hesperia, California. You will see those images, very compelling evidence. You'll see the light source hovering. You'll see the stalking by the helicopter in the path. You'll see the ARCO, which represents, again, what the United States is doing, keeping American citizens under surveillance. This is a surveillance state, and doing so, that is very powerful evidence when you're looking at also demonic activity exposed. All right. That's what you'll see. It's currently 3:06 p.m. Everybody that I just documented, again, the aspect of the population subject to federal prison for that. And the entity's address, Walgreens across the street, is engaged in relevant positioning. The shops at Bear Valley, that's a shopping plaza, relevant position. At McDonald's, group stalking. Everybody in that shopping plaza, just like the Dunia Plaza, that entire shopping plaza being criminally prosecuted. That's a lot of money with regard to civil prosecution as well. And that's relevant with regard to the harms inflicted, as I'm giving you an ongoing play-by-play regarding the terrorism that an ordinary targeted individual is suffering in silence, while helicopters are following you around everywhere. All right. That is psychologically harmful, and a bunch of demons looking to the left and right while they're targeting you under that fake sun, and they're also targeting you with impossible light activity. And then as you document, the demons who call themselves police, no, they're not. You're not a police officer. You're not a police department. You are exposed demons. You're terrorists masquerading as a police department. They're terrorist organizations, which Jeremy Dean is fired as a terrorist organization. There is no terrorist organizations that will stand, and you will not remain in that position as a terrorist organization. It's the same with Shannon. DICUS. It's the San Bernardino County Sheriff's Department. It's the same with the terrorist organizations masquerading as fire departments. The fire chiefs. These are the same exact terrorist organizations who exercise fictitious authority under the law, by the way, to kidnap the targeted individual when the entity seeks to criminally defame and also murder. All right. This is the entity that's engaging in that pattern of conduct together as one. You will see those powerful images regarding the pattern of conduct that's very peculiar, very specific. It's very unique, and it's all encapsulated in these images. ARCO represents American society that's engaging in the capitalistic means of surveillance. The light sources, which speaking to the demonic, speaking to malice of the state that's group stalking you by a population, a bunch of strangers who are indeed stalking, and the hallmark, which is using helicopters, which is the communication of a threat of that entity. That doesn't work very well on the prosecutor. Everybody that's documented is going to federal prison. That's what you get when you threaten a federal court, when you threaten a federal judge, when you threaten a federal prosecutor. That's what you get. All right. And that's exactly what's going to happen. It's currently 3:08 p.m. That's directly pointing to the prosecution of the state of California and what the entity is doing while it is engaging in what is group stalking, and while they're witnessing their own demise. Oh, no, we don't forget what the entity is doing. Group stalking. Okay. But also, we don't have any rooms available. Oh, no, we don't have any rooms available. This is an entity that is fully in control of such, I would say, artificial facts. All right. That's what the government works with. They create the facts. And that's what I mean by that, because there's no such thing that is as an artificial facts. As an artificial fact. The government that's corrupt creates the fact, and it's esteemed as a fact because the government is the one that's creating it. The government is the one that's claiming it. This is public corruption exposed. And why am I referencing the government regarding these hotels? Because they're in the specific environment group stalking. All right. So the state is stating, we don't have any rooms available, while the state is monitoring evidence, and the state is still engaged in criminal monitoring. Still. And everybody that's being documented is indisputably engaged in the pattern of conduct, while the incriminating event of stalking in helicopters, that's how stalking is identified in the specific environment. It is not ambiguous. It's not vague. It's not separate. It's also not free conduct. It's very costly. All right. The entity is doing so. It's 3:09 p.m. at ARCO. Alrighty. The address of this third party facilitating venue who is group stalking with the entity that is inside of the shops at Bear Valley. I'm looking at McDonald's, who's group stalking with the demons that are crossing path with impossible light activity. MY427 handicap. McDonald's is across the street, a relevant position, group stalking with this demon. It's facilitation of the entity that's group stalking together. McDonald's is engaged in criminal surveillance under the light source in concert with the state that's stalking, terrorizing, and engaging in psychological torture, documented in images at the specific environment in relevant position to my location at the ARCO, who's engaged in criminal surveillance. This is stalking that ARCO was engaged in as an entity, while that specific environment remains over me, and I am in the path of what is ARCO, who's criminally monitoring. 8FB 894, I believe. The entity is doing so. Nonetheless, McDonald's is located at what is 13625 Bear Valley Road in Victorville, California. The entity is flying in circles in helicopter. I captured this on video, and I captured in still images where I remain at this third-party facilitating venue, the specific environment. And that specific environment is a means of stalking by an entity. Also, the Walgreens, located at what is 13655 Bear Valley Road in Victorville, is engaged in federal group stalking and monitoring as I'm documenting it, as I'm subject to it. The entity is group stalking in concert with the entity that is, maintaining the elements of monitoring while I am at the ARCO, which is located at 13660 Bear Valley Road in Victorville, California. This is where you will see the logo, which is emblematic. It represents American society that's group stalking, engaging in terrorism in the United States, and doing so with the mentally ill and the sex offender that is group stalking, license 9DMG 403. As they open their door, impossible light activity swipes all across the sidewalk and across the building. That's a psychopath that's stalking you. And that's also a sex offender that is too obsessed and interested in my genitalia, whose maintenance of presence on the freeway is impossible to hear inside of a hotel room. Okay, whose opening and closing of the door does not create sunlight shooting horizontally across a surface. This is a demon that's walking in via minor children group stalking and federal stalking. 7PGB039, that's a basis of federal prison while they're doing so with minor children. Doing so at this venue where the entity is flying in circles in helicopter. And that's how you're also aware of everything that I'm pointing out, what the demons are doing on an ongoing basis as a society. This is public corruption exposed, and it's demonic. This is ARCO again at 13660 Bear Valley Road in Victorville, California. And you will see these powerful images and this video that's captured. This is documenting, again, the whole shopping plaza, which is the shops at Bear Valley, off of Bear Valley and looks like Amethyst Road. This is the intersection. The 76 in relevant position is also group stalking at what is 13724 Bear Valley Road. They're also all engaged in federal stalking in violation of Title 18. The entities engaged in group stalking with all of these commercial actors who are making money simultaneously while the people of the state are going to their venues and spending money, and they're group stalking together. And the entity is doing so while I'm capturing the images of the presence of the helicopter that is a means of group stalking. P.O.C. Alrighty, you are witnessing the entity that is engaged in the malicious pattern of conduct, which is openly demonic, obviously demonic. In other words, you could see the light source, and also while you see a demon that is group stalking with a minor child, that opening and closing that door is impossible light activity coexisting with that. It's criminal facilitation and contributing to the delinquency of minors, while the state of California employs minor children, the same minor children that they sexually violate. While sex offenders are engaged in group stalking, they are predisposed with regard to engaging in sexual violence, and they're engaging in group stalking with minor children, and that's what that third party in that vehicle represents. While you see at ARCO opening and closing that door, impossible light activity that's never naturally occurring with regard to light activity moving across the building, stretching across in front of you. That's a terrorizing occurrence also that is underway by children. This is how children are a part of the psychological warfare, also the terrorism that the entity is engaging in. And the entity also does so while things such as helicopters stalking you are simultaneously underway. That is why the people of the state are subject to federal prison. License 8ZW443, group stalking while impossible light activities inside of my vehicle, and the fake sun remains over me as I drive away from the shops at Bear Valley, from the ARCO, that where I'm showing you the light source where the entity is flying in circles in a helicopter. The video that I captured, very damning evidence. San Bernardino County Sheriff's Department, which is pointing directly at a corrupt captain over a corrupt police agency, the San Bernardino County Sheriff's Department. Even the timing that demon crosses path You're understanding what are demons that are engaged in heavy surveillance, and they know every syllable that I utter as I utter it. That is also revealing sex offenders, because they also know the moment when my panties are down. All right, and you're going to be prosecuted as the sex offender that you are, and you are no longer a secretive sex offender, a sex offender who is able to engage in this massive sex offense as a corrupt entity, and nobody knows about it. While then on the surface, okay, in these corrupt courts, the government is prosecuting acts of sexual violence amongst the people of the state whom they're engaging in sexual violence with. Okay, but the fact that it's a matter of a demonic system, that's what's not being addressed in these corrupt courts. It is, again, the hypocrisy, and it's literally the entity that's playing cops and robbers. Entirely corrupt. All right, it is currently 3:17 p.m. where the entity is engaged in that pattern of conduct at Dunia Road again. And I'm going to capture at Bear Valley Road. Let me get this. 79793 W2. This is a third party that's group stalking, again, stalking at the traffic lights. And you'll see this is a Latino male, and he is group stalking by stopping right next to me. The fake sun is directly over my car at Dunia Plaza and Bear Valley Road, doing the exact same thing that another demon driving a blue Silverado group stalking at the intersection of Bear Valley Road and Mall Boulevard. These are the sex offenders that occupy positions of government, that occupy positions with the hotel, the demons that are group stalking, working in the malls. This is an entire population that's engaging in very psychotic criminal conduct, which is also sexually violent, and it's entirely deranged. All right, the entities engaging in this, while a demon, the same sex offense underway, the same closeted sex offender who wants to look at somebody that's wearing a badge, okay, is stalking one person. It's not ambiguous whatsoever what the entity is doing. You're stalking somebody and using a helicopter. This sex offender's license plate. This is a male with heavy facial hair, license 03702X1. And this is a demon that's targeting by just driving next to me in the car. And the impossible is occurring. Light is horizontally shooting through my window. No, that's a demon. That's a sex offender that is, again, predisposed to engaging in having sex with minors while they're engaging in a sex offense group stalking a woman. License 9GQW809. That is literally what the demon possessed are engaging in, and that is what they are predisposed with regard to engaging in such sexual violence. That's the entity that's group stalking. All right, and that's why he's targeting a woman that he doesn't even know. License 03702X1, to be prosecuted and publicly known as a domestic terrorist in the U.S. To be removed and not capable of working around children, not capable of working amongst the public, based on the ways in which domestic terrorists will be outlawed in American society, as I'm prosecuting and exposing this system. 9JOE075, 8ZWZ443, 8XLP688, 8E58488, 9LPH927. Okay, literally driving by La Quinta Inn, and the fake sun is remaining over this street off Bear Valley Road. This is not the natural environment. This is P.O.C. It's really pathetic what the entity is engaging in. It's very, very pathetic, but it's exposing what needs to be known. Those that are a threat to society, they are a threat to minor children, even though minor children are fully engaging in a demonic pattern of conduct, exhibiting demon possession. The same, it's much like having a constitutional right to a zealous defense. It's about protecting that innocent person that is being unjustly accused. Everybody, even the guilty person, has a right to a zealous defense under the Constitution. And in the same manner, minor children, even those that are of this condition, even those that are engaged in this criminal conduct, based on, again, they've been brought up with regard to this system amongst these American families who are engaging in terrorism in the U.S. The entity is doing so, and minor children should not be in an environment where criminal conduct, terrorism, is that which is being pushed on them, that which is, they're being reared up, they're being trained in it. Their mom and their dads and their aunties and their families and all their friends, their teachers, their yoga instructors, their babysitters, all of them are group stalking. And you're questioning the youth and the corruption of the youth. They're literally, this criminal system, you're understanding, they're going to schools and shooting people up. There's no question with regard to what is going on and the entity that's engaging in this sort of pattern of conduct. Okay, now, not to be insensitive regarding things and people that have lost their lives, and my heart goes out to that. This is not something that I wish on anything, but I want to understand a fundamental issue with regard to the chokehold that Satan has on a society. This is coexisting with what's going on in American life, and this is not being discussed whatsoever. It's not. But it needs to be. You know why? Because Satan has to do with all of the works of the wicked. Okay, it's more than just a disturbed kid who was abandoned by his family. He was neglected, and so he gets a hold of his dad's gun, and then he goes to school and shoots everyone up. These children, these minors, and these adults in this country are engaged in this system, which is exposing a lot of what is a condition that's not being discussed: demon possession. Okay, Satan whispering in their ear, telling them that they should do these wicked things. That is not being discussed whatsoever. And also it's being diagnosed as, mental illness, multiple personality disorder. That's a secular way of addressing demon possession. Okay, you've got spirits that are telling you to do things. All right, I just want to point that out. The entities engaged in a pattern of conduct, and a lot of what is being exposed regarding the criminal system is speaking to what are indicators regarding threats in society. Just for you to inform yourself, not to be creating what is some sense of hysteria, some sense of fear, because that's not the Lord's will, and that's also not the Holy Spirit that is instilling fear. That's information for your own protection, for you to walk around with knowledge and wisdom, not to be ignorant. Okay, and also what Satan doesn't want you to be aware of, Satan doesn't want you to be aware of his presence, of his impression upon what's going on, his thumbprint. Okay. He is fully engaged in what is going on amongst the youth in this country, amongst the so-called crime rates. You know who's engaged in this criminal conduct? It's the people of the state, this corrupt government. They are literally making up the crime rate. They're the ones that are engaged in the criminal conduct. And they're engaging in a whole manner of a criminal system that's not even being addressed. This is a criminal act committed by the government that is clearly not being incorporated in their statistics. It's not. And then you have things that are being subject to what is a misnomer. Crimes that are not being appreciated in their proper context regarding federal group stalking and monitoring. There's a whole aspect in context that's being missed where federal group stalking and monitoring is not a part of the equation when you're coming with your quote unquote statistics regarding the crime rates in any given county or state. The entity's group stalking. The state itself is group stalking with the population. All right, and so the entity is also not taking into account the average criminal that's group stalking and the never before convicted sex offender, all right, who's looked at as some upright member of the community, and they're a demon possessed group stalker. Malice, okay, they're not a part of that statistic of the crime rate, and they're engaged in criminal conduct. They are engaged in criminal activity with the government. This is not a part of what's being averaged with regard to the crime rates that the government, the multiple functions of the state are quantifying, if you will, when they're coming up with their crime rates, their statistics for how crimes are looking, how the government is fighting crime. The government's engaging in criminal conduct. That's not a part of the equation. All right, so like I said, there are many aspects of deception. There's a lot of black holes, missing information, relevant context that should be addressed, and it's not being addressed. All right, and that's by design. That is by design. But nonetheless, the entity is engaged in this pattern of conduct, and they're doing so with minor children. And they are sex offenders engaging in a sex offense. Federal group stalking and monitoring is an exceedingly violent sex offense, and they engage in it with children. License 7YNC082. All right, it's currently 3:26 p.m. License 8KAA162. License 9D VW987. While you have the sex offender group stalking you in traffic and touching all over you, and nobody is missing, that doesn't mean you're going to be prosecuted for being a lawless sex offending group stalker and a psychopath. 8WIJ012. While impossible light activity is terrorizing the targeted individual while you're in relevant position in the specific environment, the entity is engaging in this on an ongoing basis. Okay, this is, again, the idiot stalking under a fake sun, and the whole plan is supposed to, you're being targeted, and it's all a matter of your imagination, and that's supposed to be the information that creates defamation of the targeted individual. That's all the entity is doing. That's it. That's all they're doing. It's literally the gang members who are defaming a targeted individual together. And by the way, it is totally absurd. It's ridiculous. It's absolutely, it's idiotic. It's idiotic. You are a whole psychopath group stalking somebody else, and because the gang members that you're targeting with are lending credence to your defamation. And it's and it's not labeled as defamation because the entity maliciously does so through corrupt government actors such as the San Bernardino County, who's engaging in what is the use of psychiatrists who are criminally defaming targeted individuals. That's what I witnessed. That's what I was subject to, criminal defamation, when they manufactured a whole relationship while I was being kidnapped. There was no relationship, and on top of that, they made it up while they were kidnapping, remaining on the wrong side of the law. Remaining on the wrong side of the law. Yeah, everybody's going to federal prison for that. That's still sitting on the record. No one has forgotten that. And there is no statute of limitations. All right? There's no statute of limitations with the entity engaged in the ongoing endeavor to murder or kidnap you. There's no statute of limitations with that. The entity's engaging in that, and that's the entity's pattern of conduct. That's textbook P.O.C. 8 PLB 682. While impossible light activity is appearing on the roads on this at this intersection while they're driving off of the freeway off of the 15 South. All right. It is currently, by the way, 3:28 p.m. All right. So you have sex offenders who you can document by license plate. And then that's all I'm speaking to is the crime rates that aren't incorporating that third party who may or may not even have a criminal record. All right. But that's a sex offender. That's a stalker. He's a criminal. And he's a psychopath, an undiagnosed one, targeting one while hiding behind tinted windows. All right, and the other demon targeting a target individual while looking to the left and the right like they're oblivious of what the entity knows is not going to be based on what a psychopath is exhibiting. It's based on the specific environment. How about the helicopters that are flying in circles in that specific environment while you're being terrorized by the established fact of directed light? Then that targeted individual has the information and the facts, the evidence, in other words, to place such psychopaths and sex offenders in federal prison, because that's exactly where they belong. That's a sex offender. That's the mind state. That's the spirit. That's the behavior of a sex offender, by the way. Targeting someone, then looking to the left and right, like nobody knows what's going on over there. They are absolutely out of it. This is deranged conduct. And it is not existing solely within the imagination of the ordinary targeted individual. That's what I'm speaking to. License plate 8TTM510, impossible light swiping through my vehicle while that demon, that's a sex offender, and that's going to be a conviction of a sex offender and a terrorist. Group stalking on the freeway, the 15 South Freeway, under the fake sun at 3:29 p.m. And I'll capture an image of that. All right, license, and that's called malice. That's the demon possessed who are highly malicious. That's the state of California. That's group stalking, and the entire unintelligent system whereby the entity is group stalking you is fully exposed. And the terrorists on the roads and the highways threatening the lives of American citizens. The entities murdering people on the roads and the highways, by the way, and calling it car accidents, by the way. All right, the entity is stalking you, knows exactly who you are, and knows exactly what you're stating. While car collisions are a means of murdering by an entity, and criminal summoning by that entity who is targeting together. License 7MBH470. Okay, the malice is just unprecedented regarding what the entity is engaging in. License plate 9LLG220. Getting off on what is Palmdale Road right now, and the fake son's going to get off the freeway with me, speaking to all these demons who are group stalking. It's 3:31 p.m. Alrighty, you will see the light source remaining over me while I am getting off of the Palmdale Road exit. IMALAV. It is crossing path under that light source, and that's how you're recognizing strangers that are stalking together as an entity, a corrupt entity. It's public corruption exposed, and this is what the government is relying on, keeping American citizens under surveillance. They're also engaged in federal stalking in violation of Title 18, Section 22618, subsections 1 and 2. The people of the state do so with their own real property. They do so with their own vehicles, and they also do so commercially, using their own companies, using their business establishments, using the resources of their business, such as a business vehicle, a company vehicle, whatnot, to maintain the elements of monitoring. And it's demonic. All right. That's how you have, by the way, a pattern of conduct, a very specific pattern of conduct. Impossible light activity. That's the deliberate act of a demon. It's not natural light activity that's existing under the sun. You also know that because of the light source, which is not a naturally occurring event. It's literally the light source that's telling on, okay, this whole population is stalking one person, while that light source remains over you as you drive outside of that city. Okay, that whole city was stalking. As you drive outside of that county, okay, that whole county is stalking. As you drive outside of that state, okay, that whole state is stalking. That's what I've documented as I drive to Nevada. Okay, license 7KKP275. The entity is engaging in a pattern of conduct where the license. Let me get this license plate. TK1920DK, I believe. That's Texas. TK192DK, I believe. That's a Texas plate. Nonetheless, the entity is engaged in a pattern of conduct where it's to the exclusion because there's only one sun in the natural environment, as we have been taught. And so the one sun is remaining over me while I drive outside of the state of California into the state of Nevada. I am documenting a sunrise through my living room window in Los Angeles, and I'm documenting the sunrise over me in Las Vegas at the Courtyard by Marriott on Dean Martin Drive. And the two are not happening at the same time at any time of year, which would be only a variation regarding an hour if incorporating daylight savings time. But I have, for illustrative purposes, kept the documentation regarding what I'm publishing onto YouTube. Relatively recent, but regarding the pattern of conduct. But there is no daylight savings time that's relevant regarding stalking under a fake sun, because it's staying at one address. It's staying over me no matter where I travel all day long. So that is disregarding the farce of time constraints and the movement of the sun and the time of day, and all of that's a illusion. That's not actually what's governing what's happening in this environment. Nonetheless, because my evidence does remain scientifically relevant, I am abiding by a lot of these illusions regarding daylight savings time, regarding what would govern ordinarily in a natural environment. And why? Because not only because this evidence does remain scientifically relevant and abiding by that, but also because you're seeing how it is under all circumstances the fake sun. It's a light source. 8ELZ230. It's a light source as I abide by those rules. Daylight savings time, not a year. An hour difference with regard to time change. I'm staying at one apartment complex all day long and the sun is rising and setting at that address. And how was there a sun over the Miami-Dade Police Department where Tyreek Hill is being arrested on body cam on September 8th, 2024? How is that ever happening when the sun is rising and setting in Los Angeles over me, which is a matter of documentation, which is what is necessary in order to show a demonic, which is a highly malicious means of a government that is criminally targeting American citizens. There is no other way to prove that other than to document that. And it is a scientific impossibility, meaning it is not naturally occurring. This is demonic, while it is also exposing what is highly criminal. Highly criminal. All right? That is speaking to what is intentional while the entity is engaging in this system. All right, so that's a matter of documentation, and I do abide by the laws of, not the laws, but the policies that we go by in America with regard to daylight savings time and whatnot. It's all an illusion, being 3 hours ahead of us. Okay, well, at 10:20 a.m. when Tyreek Hill's being arrested in Miami, Florida, under a light source, which you can clearly see in the body cam of that state actor, the Miami-Dade Police Department, the sun is at 7:20, 3 hours, Western, we're on the West Coast. That would be 3 hours earlier at 7:20 a.m. And my documentation is showing a fake sun that is not far from rising, and it's rising right in alignment to me when I am at the Holiday Inn, happened to be in the same city in Hesperia, California, but there's a whole body of evidence that pre-exists my relocation to Hesperia, California, because the sunrise is happening over the Ontario Museum of History and Arts. The sunrise is happening at the Arcadia Motel 6 in Arcadia, California. The sunrise is happening, and I mean in perfect alignment with me. The sunrise is happening at my apartment complex at Alvarado Gardens in Los Angeles, California. Through my living room window, the sunrise is happening through the Planet Fitness on Washington in Los Angeles, California. The sunrise is happening while I'm sleeping in the vehicle outside of 325 West G Street and 630 North Fern Avenue in Ontario, California. The sunrise is happening while I am remaining inside of Tracy Banks' apartment number 51 at the Woodside Senior Apartments across the street, a distinct in location, close in perimeter, but very distinct with regard to the angle and the position of that light source while I'm capturing a so-called sunrise at 7:18 in the morning. And none of this is coexisting with what you're seeing over Tyreek Hill in the Miami-Dade Police Department during 2024, okay, and on September 8, 2024, 3 hours ahead of us. How is this the case? The sun is never moving from where I'm located, but yet somehow it's on body cam where Tyreek Hill is subject to an arrest in Miami, Florida. That's just one example. That's just one example. It's not happening at the same time. In the same way that there is no sun at 10:31 a.m. over the Sherman Oaks courtyard by Marriott, where I am showing you the fake sun that's remaining over me at La Quinta in Hesperia, California. It's nothing other than, it's patently absurd. And it's also very highly unintelligent. The demon-possessed, the corrupt government, Satan itself, sought to discard American citizens, whoever even got close to. Nobody has shown the pattern of conduct with regard to it's relevant to the engineered environment. It's a demonic imitation of the natural environment. It's exposing what everyone, if you thought or if you wanted to just, I don't believe in Satan. I don't believe that, I don't believe in God and I don't believe in Satan. You're free in America. You can believe whatever you want. Okay. But it is unreasonable with regard to facts, which what you're looking at. We don't have to talk about spirituality because the facts are leading you to an inevitable conclusion. It's inevitable. It is unreasonable for you to disregard what you are looking at with your own eyes. Okay, it's evidence that no one can deny, not reasonably at least. Now, if you want to be unreasonable, I'm not going to engage in that fruitless exchange. Okay, you're not talking about, so we're not trying to reason to come to some reasonable conclusion. We can reason through this together. We can look at the evidence together. It is what it is. It is exactly what it looks like. It's entirely impossible to coexist. It's entirely impossible to naturally occur. What is it? It is exactly that which you have been disregarding. If you want to claim that Satan isn't real, you have been deceived. You've been deceived. He is very real. And that's exactly what he wants you to think. Satan is a spirit. Satan is a spirit. You cannot see spirit. Satan is a spirit, but you can hear that spirit. You can see that spirit as it animates a person. It's called demon possession. Satan uses people all the time. That's what federal group stalking and monitoring is. A population of people that are under the control of Satan. He controls companies. He controls governments. He controls communities. And they're together engaging in criminal conduct, which is being exposed for your benefit. To know that the arch enemy of your soul is very real. And he is hoping that you never wake up to that reality so that you stay asleep in darkness. And the Lord Jesus is coming back. He's coming back in judgment. He's coming back in judgment. He's going to ask you, what did you do with my son? What did you do with my son? The Lord Jesus, he came, he walked on this earth and died, committed no sin. He's not a filthy, wretched sinner like we are, in need of a savior, lived a perfect life, fully God and fully man, walked this earth and died for other people. He died for you, not just anyone. He died for you. If it was only you, even you, demon-possessed group stalker, who I'm going to prosecute. If it were only you, he would have died for you. He would have done it all over again. You will face consequences here in the natural, and you're going to face consequences in eternity based on what you choose to do with his son who died for your sins. You will not blaspheme the Holy Spirit and deny his son, which he did not give his most treasured possession for naught. He didn't do that for no reason. And there will be consequences for trampling over that free gift of salvation, which is to your benefit, so that you can have a right mind and not be like these sex offending psychopaths stalking a stranger who are no longer secretly trying to murder people and defame them. It's being exposed, and they're also going to be subject to criminal prosecution for it. This is just a hint regarding what's coming, and it's called judgment. It's called judgment. It is currently 3:41 p.m. The entity's giving the fake sun over me while you hear amplification. That's demonic. The demons are listening to me speak about what it is that I'm exposing about them, and the fact that the Lord Jesus loves you. He died for your sins. He didn't just die, but he rose from the dead. No man can do that. No man has the power over life and death except the true and living God. And he's the one that's letting you know about what's happening here in California. He's the one that's letting you know, giving you a warning. He is coming back in judgment. And time is running out, and Satan knows that as well. He knows that as well. He has all these demons deceived. He has all, but let me be clear. This federal prosecution is going to wake up a lot of them. They're going to wake up. They will wake up. There will be many that wake up. They will not escape judgment. They're not going to escape the consequences, but it's going to cause them to wake up. It is literally an act of mercy. Better you be subject to a criminal prosecution here on earth than to lose your soul for all eternity. That's how far gone the people of the state are, the demons, the state of California, those who serve Satan. That's how far this entity is. Just referencing it in legal terms. That's how far these people, the people in the state have gone. Human beings, whoever you are, wherever you're listening. That's how far it is. That's how far it's gone. That's how deep, that's how dark it is. Better you serve what is a very severe consequence here on earth. And it is the gift of God that it is enough to wake you up so that you do not burn in all eternity. Burn. There will be weeping and gnashing of teeth, endless, agonizing, suffering. There will be no ice water. There will be no break. You will be reminded of all the ways and all the moments where you had an opportunity to turn. You had an opportunity to repent. Everyone who tried to witness to you, everyone who tried to tell you, maybe you should stop doing this. This is not the way. You're going to be reminded that you're going to be tormented by it. That is not his desire. Hell was not made for you and I. It wasn't made for us. It was made for Satan and all of the fallen angels. Satan is currently controlling a lot of people who maintain free will. They can turn and repent. They can. And a lot of them, they need to suffer very severe consequences before they get to that point and they wake up. But a lot of people are not. They have sold their soul to the devil and they have no intention to turn. And the Lord knows the hearts of all. And that's not who I'm talking to. But he is able to turn the darkest hearts. He knows those who will hear and those who will respond. He knows who you are. And he died for you. He died for you. You specifically. That's who he's waiting on. Because he's coming back. He is coming back very soon. It is currently 3:44 p.m. The entity's keeping the lights over me. I'm at Holiday Inn. This is the intersection of Park Avenue. And I surmise Palmdale because that's where I just got off the freeway. So this is the, I'm going to capture the light source and images. It's 15494. Of course, the entity is group stalking, all manner of what's legally relevant when you're prosecuting stalking and you're prosecuting stalking by the state. So the entity, I'm subject to the P.O.C. while I go in and converse with them about, oh, do you have anything available? All of that conversation is ongoing monitoring. License 362 NLG, that's Oregon, group stalking with Burtech, who's crossing path, Burtech in Victorville. And it is, again, 3:45 p.m. This is P.O.C. Okay, the malice of the demon possessed, 362 NLG, that's Oregon, and the timing with which the demons engage in everything is how you're identifying a population that are spiritually in sync. These are demons that are targeting together, and they're targeting in that demonic environment. A demon on a motorcycle, which is amplified audible activity under the fake sun that's over me at this Holiday Inn, while the demon with that license plate is crossing path behind me. And this is, again, an entity that's exhibiting high level of malice and impunity in doing so. The entity is doing so while I document the specific environment. You're going to see in the images that I capture right now. Again, it's 3:47, so approximately 3:46. I just captured the images. You'll see the fake sun. Demons crossing path. The motorcycle is the means of amplification, and the demon is crossing path behind my vehicle. This demon is the one I documented, third party. He crosses path. He's crossing path again, and the amplified audible activity is the method of a demon on a motorcycle, and they're acting as one together. And that is just the elements of monitoring while the rest of the demons are all pacing around a relevant position. And that's just giving you an example of how a population is stalking you, and you're concentrating your attention to the elements of monitoring. How are the elements underway? The entity is acting as one on an ongoing basis, ceaselessly. As I'm documenting that system. This is again at 15494 Holiday Inn, 15494 off of I believe this is Palmdale Road. That's amplification. So while the demon is driving by me at the same time, while the fake sun is over me, that's a third party with that Oregon plate is group stalking. And that's one way in which the entities engage in the same pattern of conduct on an ongoing basis. Ongoing. All right. And the demons are surrounding you, acting together on an ongoing basis, ceaselessly, day and night. Okay. The engineer light remains at nightfall. Okay. That's why you're understanding the ways in which a system is designed to keep American citizens under surveillance. And while I'm subject to criminal targeting, while I clearly stand out like a sore thumb amongst a population of demons, and I don't conform to the system. And that's not because I went out organizing and talking about I'm a Christian and I'm not a demon and I don't do it. No, the entity is keeping me under surveillance. They know by my life and who I am. By the way, Satan knows who is not a part of his own camp. This is how you have strangers stalking you, okay? Because it's spiritual in nature. Obviously, I don't know this person in the natural, so this person that's engaging in a demonic pattern of conduct, by the way, is also aware of me by virtue of their engagement in that criminal system. This is a spiritual knowledge. This is a demon that identifies, knows who I am. Okay, that's a spiritual enemy with regard to understanding what the system is. With regard to prosecuting, you're prosecuting for what is the entity's pattern of conduct. A bunch of strangers stalking one person. It's identified through that unnatural environment and through that pattern of conduct that's occurring in that unnatural environment. And because you have a population that's engaging in that, 7XQR907, you're understanding what is the malice with which a government is using strangers to stalk one person, which is terrorism. All right, P.O.C. Capturing the impossible light activity in the light source while the people in the state are group stalking. Impossible light fills the Holiday Inn. They're group stalking inside of the Holiday Inn. Impossible light that's bending on the inside of the building. There would literally be no sunlight on the inside. Hi, how are you? I'm fine. It smells clean here. I wanted to find out if you guys have any Alfredo. Hi. If you guys have any availability.
Yes, we do. Were you looking for a room with a single bed or two beds?
It's just me, just one bed.
Okay. So for a standard king, that'll be starting at $159 before taxes. And our deposit will be $100.
Okay. And the deposit is refundable if you don't, like, based on damage or something,
Yeah,
right?
it's just an incidental hold. And
Okay.
it does process 3 to 5 businesses after checkout to go back to your bank.
Okay. You need a credit card? Or?
Yeah, credit or debit, and then I'll just need your ID to create a reservation for you.
Okay. How many floors do you guys have?
6.
Oh, really? It didn't look that tall.
Yeah, it's 6.
What type of floor? Well, what type of room did you just tell me you had? 'Cause for one bed, is only one type with one bed,
Yeah,
right? And that was $159, you said?
before taxes.
Okay. And what floor is that on? I'm curious.
So we have it on different floors. So do you have a preference for floor?
Yeah, I don't know if you guys have. Do you guys have like a lot of noise issues here at this hotel? No.
Really, no. So as of
Paper-
right now, it looks like we have rooms on any floor, each floor.
Okay. I'm thinking. Oh, you guys have elevators, right?
Yes.
I guess it doesn't matter. What floor did you have?
We have any floor available.
Okay. I'll do the fourth floor.
Fourth floor?
Yeah, that sounds good. What time is it? Thank you for your help, Alfredo.
Yeah, so I just need your ID and the credit or debit card you'll be using.
Okay. All right, you will see demonic pacing and terrorism that Holiday Inn is engaging in, and a demon lying in wait in the parking lot. This is sitting in the parking lot, stalking somebody, waiting for me to walk out. That's mental illness being exposed. License plate 6SPJ239 at 4:06 p.m. And this demon is in the parking lot, while a demon you'll see pacing around on a phone. That's not walking around just conversing. That's a demon that's pacing under the fake sun. And while he is pacing, I'm being terrorized with impossible light activity that's appearing on the wall behind Alfredo, who's checking out the room to me. Okay, that's also a sexually violent threat. The entity is letting you know up front that they will be keeping you under surveillance inside of your hotel room, which is a sex offense. Okay, that's an unlawful threat communicated by the state that's engaging in that perpetual sex offense. This demon is pacing around on his communication device while I'm taking pictures of that, and he's on his phone. That's federal stalking, and he's doing so openly with Holiday Inn, who's profiting while this criminal conduct is underway by the patrons who are staying at the venue. Okay, 4:06 p.m. I'm capturing on video the entity stalking under the fake sun that's remaining over the La Quinta Inn. That's speaking to what is mutually exclusive, and also the impossible light activity, which is direct evidence of federal group stalking and monitoring. That's amplification under a fake sun, and all these third parties, that's a prosecution. License 325XCW, that's New Mexico. These are the literally the dim-witted demons who are group stalking under a fake sun and amongst impossible light activity. You need to understand the intentional engagement in what are criminal elements of monitoring, which is demonic activity. The government that is terrorizing you and exhibiting demon possession will be prosecuted for terrorism in the United States. 7CKU551, 9MQH622, CWB8567, that's Arizona, 9DGV605. Yeah, group stalking sitting in his car. License 8HMZ715. License 6P47735. Utah 8Y4JZ. License 7FCH452. 9FET073. 99595R1. CWT6720, that's Arizona. This is Michigan, DF12733. License 26236, that's handicap. All right, license plate. You will see surveillance by this Caucasian male stalking a black woman, okay? License 8HMZ715. And then will likely go home if he has a girlfriend or a significant other or around any children. This is a sex offender that needs to be identified as such, posing a threat to the vulnerable, posing a threat to himself and to women and children and the rest of society. What is a demon-possessed group stalker? Stalking a stranger. That's what you need to know is not a secret. While you see the specific environment surrounding him and he's sitting in his car in plain view. Going to be prosecuted for domestic terrorism. 27155G1. This is criminal conduct and lawlessness and absurdly psychotic criminal conduct that the government is engaging in and is sponsoring. 90WK048, 7TSF842, 8TTJ765. License 8K29354. Blair Church and Flynn. Consulting engineers. Also, group stalking sex offenders. The license plate 50401V3. I believe I said it was in case I didn't. 7ZDA764. License 8RDN255. Holland Mobile Welder. They're also engaged in state surveillance group stalking, which is sexual violence that they as a company, they as employees are simultaneously engaging in, and also maliciously so by hiding behind their business of welding, mobile welding, or being a mobile welder. They're engaging in criminal conduct. License 362 NLG, that demon is parked in the parking lot, engaging in the pattern of conduct after engaging in pacing around me amongst the same P.O.C. while now I'm behind on the back of the parking lot. He was group stalking while the fake son was at the front of the parking lot. This is the same Oregon license plate. This demon knows that he was specifically documented. This is federal prison. This right here is what is going to be treated with federal prison, P.O.C. 362 NLG. All right, and this demon is monitoring with the one that's pacing on the inside of the hotel while engineer light's shooting like a laser on the wall behind Alfredo, who's composing himself. He's being so helpful and being so polite while monitoring and terrorizing you, okay? And that's supposed to psychologically torture, and it does. Reasonably threatens a targeted individual that is subject to the system suffering in silence. And that's exactly what the federal government is going to address while the government is targeting you through a demon-possessed population while it is practicing federal group stalking and monitoring. Alrighty, you will see the fake son while this demon with the third-party Oregon plate criminally monitoring me and then returns to engage in some more. That's begging for federal prison, and that's exactly what you get while that impunity is documented. Okay, you'll see that in still images captured at 4:12 p.m. And this is a sex offender that then checks out a hotel room and engages in maintaining surveillance, criminally monitoring you while hostile to the documentation that it's criminally monitoring on the internet. License 11604V2. It is currently 4:12 p.m. We're then just keeping the fake son over this venue, and I'm going to document the address right now. Alrighty, documenting, it's 15494 Palmdale Road, which is not off of Bear Valley Road. The light source is remaining directly over me as I go through from one venue to the other. This is the evidence on podcast that I'm capturing while the state is stalking me as I go from place to place, which is evidence through the specific environment and the pattern of conduct that the demon-possessed are engaging in corporately while engaging in that criminal monitoring, and the government is monitoring the evidence that's going to be submitted against it. That's also an additional measure relevant to the prosecution of the state of California. Okay, witnessing every step of the way its exposure, witnessing every step of the way while it is being surrounded with rules and policies and laws that it's going to be prosecuted by, and never ceasing to engage in that ongoing threat to my life and safety and well-being while witnessing the fact and aware of the fact, and as opposed to ceasing to engage in it, to correct it, rectify it, okay? At the very least, just act like it wasn't happening. At the moment you start documenting, just stop engaging in it altogether. The entity didn't do that, though, okay? The entity has not done that, and that is notable with regard to the prosecution and all government actors who are engaging and facilitating this system in California. It's duly noted. It will be used against you when you are plucked out of the positions that you're currently holding, okay? And they're all demons in doing so. It is currently 4:14 p.m. Alrighty, that is, again, the real-time knowledge that demons expose or reveal and demonstrate, when you hear the traffic, that's not, that's called audible activity creation. Audible activity creation, light activity creation, is a demon's intentional engagement in what is criminal monitoring. And that is a real-time reaction while demons are corporately aware of what I'm stating. It is literally an emission of a group stalker. And it's the same thing that's happening while it's under a fake sun. That is speaking to the intent to create what is supposed to appear as just traffic. It's supposed to just sound like traffic, and it is none of the above. This is exposing to you the reality of demonic activity, which is speaking directly to demon possession, which is very real upon the existence of the arch enemy of your soul, Satan himself, who possesses people. Okay? That's how you get federal group stalking and monitoring amongst a massive population who are the constituents of the state of California to be prosecuted and no longer capable of engaging in a massive sex offense secretly or surreptitiously or covertly, outside of the ability for any person to recognize it, let alone the federal government to prosecute it. It is 4:16 p.m. This is P.O.C. License 8PZB 775 9FIW 239. The entity group stalking with a group of demons on motorcycles, employing the same method that they heard me expose about them. So the demons tend to engage in more and more. They're literally followers. That's why they're stalking me. But they literally follow the leader. If, as I say something, the demons will do it. When I say the entity is engaged in group stalking me by helicopters at Walmart, what did the demons do? They engaged in group stalking, and that's the most idiotic thing I've ever seen in my life. A whole bunch of people are going to federal prison for that. Okay, but like I said, no sane person is going to be engaged in group stalking in the first place. So if you didn't know that you were mentally ill, you are learning about it while your demonic behaviors, which you might be ignorant about, you might not be aware of the nature of your very disturbed, but you know that you're not supposed to be stalking somebody, and you also know that you're harassing. That the demons know that. The demons might not know the spiritual context regarding what they're doing. They might not know that they're demons. They might not know that they are literally mentally ill. Oh, but they know very much regarding the emotional and the attitudes that they have toward a target individual that they don't even know. They're aware of that. They're being given, while they're monitoring evidence, they're being given the ongoing relevant context regarding their spiritual state as they're engaging in this criminal system. They're learning about themselves. Many do know, though. There are those who serve Satan. They practice witchcraft. They're deep into the demonic, and they are fully sold out for Satan. Which, again, that's a deceived person, because there are no benefits to serving Satan. And whatever it is that you think you've won, it is very temporary. And you have to continuously give you have to continuously sacrifice to Satan, which is going to result. It is inevitable. You will reap what you sow, first of all. And second of all, you're going to burn in hell for whatever it is that you thought was worthy sacrificing, including yourself. There is no salary. There's no amount of celebrity. There is no person that is worth selling your soul. Satan is not God. So you have to continuously give what is an ongoing sacrifice. So if you're using spells, in other words, to keep somebody, quote unquote, in love with you, which is not love. Why would you even settle for that? That's letting you know you have issues at the outset. Love is a voluntary act. Okay? Christ came and out of love. He gave his life because he first loved us. Unworthy of that love. That's what love is. Not under the condition of some demonic spirit, all right, where you want to compel someone else, which is, by the way, within the tendencies of a sex offender who wants to do things to you outside of your knowledge and consent. That's the kind of behavior, that's the spirit of a sex offender, in case you didn't know that, while you're practicing witchcraft, trying to control another person. But it is analogous to that sort of behavior. You have to continuously maintain those spells, because that's not going to last forever. It's not. All right, so you're continuously engaging what is waging some sort of offering up to Satan, and he is not God. It is temporary, and it is also not satiating to your soul. All right, if you're honest to yourself, you're not satisfied. You still don't like yourself. You still don't like your existence, while you want everyone else to be deceived and thinking that you are. Nobody is tricked by you. Nobody. That's why you're stalking a stranger, because you don't like yourself. Oh, wrong way. You don't even like yourself. All right, while you're stalking, you're group stalking. Nobody that has any sort of self-worth or knowledge about your value as a person. It's group stalking. Okay, and understand how it's not different with regard to the chief of police. Understand how it's not different with regard to these celebrities in Hollywood. They're group stalking off of Mulholland Drive. It doesn't matter how much money you make. It does not matter. And they know exactly who you are when you are of the light, and they are literally drowning in darkness. They know exactly who you are. That's how you have an entity stalking what is a stranger, because I don't know any of these demon-possessed people. But they're learning about themselves. They're learning about their own condition, perhaps the reason as to why they know that they're doing what is so sick, why they do what they do, why they feel the way they feel about themselves, why they maintain the attitudes and the perspectives that they do about themselves, which they maintain secretly while trying to smile on social media when they hate their very existence. And by the way, that's also evidenced by the P.O.C. No sane person, no satisfied, happy person, genuinely joyous, filled person is group stalking. It is impossible. It is mutually exclusive to be genuinely full of joy and satisfaction in your life when you are demon possessed. Satan literally has control over you because you are that miserable. Okay? Because you're drowning in sin. You are utterly in darkness. There's no joy. There's no joy. No, you're being deceived. These people are acting like, we eat, drink, and be merry, for tomorrow we die, and this is the life. We're just going to party it up. And they're lying. They're miserable. And I'm going to tell you the truth. Okay? And they are envious of those that don't have to have all that noise going on. And they're quiet in their peaceful, somber, relaxing environment. That's not chaotic. Okay? Quite simple, perhaps, even. And you're satisfied with that. You're filled with that. You know where that comes from? The Holy Spirit, a relationship with the true and living God, whose satisfaction is not based on your earthly circumstances, and you'll never be caught up in a federal prosecution for group stalking with a corrupt government. That'll never happen. Never happen. License 8CY 892, 8CYW 892, excuse me, 7R78311. It is currently 4:26 p.m. The entity is keeping the fake sun while I'm documenting, and I'm speaking to the pattern of conduct that the entity is engaged in. So I want to document these license plates because impossible light, nobody's driving behind me. The fake sun is over me, and impossible light's just flashing inside of my car. That lets you know that everybody around you is group stalking. 8ZVM323, 7ZUE012, 8DVS929, 8RVU049, 9LHK645, 7BOA007. Group stalking by sitting in their vehicle, headlights on. Same thing with this third-party license plate, 8SRJ632. This is Legends Barbell. They're a bunch of demons. They're not concerned with weightlifting. They don't even like themselves. They're lifting all this weight, working out, and they're stalking strangers. That's what they're doing in California. While they're on social media telling you about how much they lifted today. And they want you to follow them. JBIONIQ. Okay, a demon group stalking in a parking lot under a fake sun. It is currently 4:27 p.m. 8PNW951. 8BJU109. These are a bunch of demons while no one is around you, and impossible light activity is just bouncing all inside of your car. Just like you see in the hallway inside of La Quinta Inn, you know exactly what directed light is. Demons are stalking you, in case you did not know that. They are demons and they are stalking. License 29579Y3. License 7ESC876. At what is Legends Barbell. Legends Barbell is a group stalker. Filled with a bunch of group stalking demons. Okay? And the answer to your miserable life is not lifting weights and group stalking simultaneously. You need Jesus. You need deliverance. It is currently 4:27 p.m. A whole bunch of demons are group stalking on this is what street is this? Yeah, Palmdale Road in Armagosa. They're lined up in traffic, one demon after another. 69735A, that's Nevada, on a always on time transportation, US.320253. That's a commercial vehicle. License 9FQP248. License 9EOF096. A demon stalking with terrorizing light. 9BZP017. Car filled with third parties under the age of majority, I believe. 37545G3. License. Impossible light activity reaching underneath the vehicles. YP8128. That's Exodus, nonetheless. Exodus is a commercial actor, and is group stalking. That's a truck with no trailer on the back of it. The entity is group stalking in concert with the entity that is doing so. I'm going to get in front of you. Thank you. The entity is group stalking. I'm talking to these demons because they're listening to me. So you can hit my car if you want to. The entity is group stalking, and they're listening to me document and going out of their way to cross path 9BGX805. Driving in the Meridian. That's not somebody that's that's somebody that's maintaining presence in the path. The entity has very often engaged in car collisions while they're group stalking you. That's called a murder. That's called attempted murder while they're group stalking you. And that's what an entity is doing, chasing you down under a fake sun. All right. And that stalking conduct is no longer hidden. So all of the all ongoing incidental harms and harms that are reasonably foreseeable to result while you're group stalking, that's hunting somebody down like they're an animal, you go to federal prison for that. Any harm comes to that person or their property. you're going to federal prison. 8LYG497, DK23847 paper, KT216 handicap, 8ZSC321, GB599 handicap, license 82571V3. These are demons that are just crossing path one after another under a fake sun. They're in a circus environment, stalking together. It's an entirely pathetic existence as a whole entity. In California, one of the most, wants to create this image about California and Hollywood and LA like it's the place to be. Okay, there are a lot of prosecutions and exposures amongst celebrities. I won't name any names. All right, but if you have any idea about what YouTube is, then you know exactly about the many names that are going to continue to be dropped regarding the satanic behaviors of celebrities who are going to be prosecuted for crimes. That's nothing other than the fruits of who it is that they serve, and it's Satan. Okay, that's why you're being caught engaging in what are these ritualistic orgies. It's spiritual. Okay, they're group stalking in California, and it's not limited because you're some celebrity. They're all under the same engineered environment with the demon-possessed group stalker 9GHT553 with the demon-possessed. Again, I don't know any of them, but they know exactly who I am. You're dealing with demons. And it doesn't change on their status. It's not based on their status. Okay, this is what the state of California is engaging in while it's outwardly exuding this image, which is highly deceptive. And it's also seductive on purpose. Oh, they want you to come to California because they want to suck your soul out. Okay, so you can become part of them. And if you're not, these demons know who you are and you will be targeted. Okay, the entities engaging in a pattern of conduct and doing so in a manner that is highly malicious, while again putting California on the map as though it's the place to be. This is one of the darkest places that you can end up in, and dark with this place is going to burn up. All of this is going to burn. All right, you have more than not who are going straight to hell. Okay, and I'm not happy to state that, but that's the reality. Okay, broad, far and wide is the path, and many are on it, and it leads straight to hell. They're going straight to hell. Okay, the entities engaging in this pattern of conduct with impunity. This is indicative regarding the spiritual nature of those who are in darkness. They are content in darkness. They will continue in darkness. They will die in their spiritual darkness, and they're going straight to hell. The entity is engaging in this pattern of conduct, and that's being illustrated with regard to the prosecution of the state, the defiance of that pattern of conduct, defying law. Okay, you are also contending with the Lord God Almighty, and he has made some very clear statements about what shall not be permitted as well. Okay, the entity is engaging in a pattern of conduct and defying one who is under no circumstances to be defied. It's absolutely impossible to tell God what he said when he spoke it. It is. There's no debating with the Lord God Almighty. That's what the entity is doing while it's group stalking me. Just want to point that out. The entity is doing so with impunity. So I'm very diligent to point out the ways in which the entity is engaging in this conduct, which is my job. Okay. The entity is doing so on behalf of the state of California. That's also relevant. All right. The entity is doing so. It's currently 4:32 p.m. maintaining a specific environment while I'm driving on what is Palmdale Road, and the fake sign, having never been on Palmdale Road, but yet you see what is not coexisting with being over the La Quinta and yet another venue engaged in federal group stalking and monitoring. There's no sun over the roof of that building. Going to be seen outside of the windows of that venue, seen through my window while I'm in that parking lot while I'm driving on Palmdale Road in Victorville. Okay, and it's the same with Los Angeles, it's the same with San Diego, it's the same with Bakersfield and Kern County, it's the same with remaining in Ontario, California at Woodside Senior Apartments. This is highly unintelligent, and it's for a purpose, to show you what was always in front of your face the whole time. It's always been in front of your face. It's right in front of your face, and it's obvious. Okay, it stands out like a sore thumb. The entity is group stalking, and there are a bunch of demons doing so. Demons who are sex offenders, and they don't want you to know that. Demons who are mentally ill, and they don't want you to know that. They also don't want you to know that they hate their lives. Okay, and they have sold themselves over to the devil for positions that they can't even hold. You're not holding on to that position as the mayor. You're not holding on to that position as the chief of police. You're not holding on to that position as some council member, some president over some corrupt company. You're not holding it. You're not holding it while you're making all this money. You will not maintain that level of secrecy. You will not maintain that position in that manner of public corruption. You will not do so without the rest of the world knowing it. You will be fully exposed. While you hear amplification, 8WHP550, that is the demon speaking to what is confirming the truth that I speak. While you hear amplification under a fake sun, that's exactly what the demons are stating. That's amplification. Okay. It is currently, by the way, I'm at Cobalt Road and Palmdale Road. This is, again, what amplification? What is that? That's the loser. what, whining with regard to losing? Nobody cares about what the whiners is talking. Nobody cares about that. The whiners are going to federal prison. The whiners are going to be impeached. The whiners are going to be plucked out of the positions, fired, okay, prosecuted, imprisoned. Okay, that's what the whiners are going to be. That's what you hear with regard to amplification. License 47149H3. License 8NMD941. 9EMJ484. 8ZAE151. CLOUDDS 8X66001. All right, P.O.C. And you will pay attention when you listen, witness my documentation. Everything that you're hearing are the criminal elements of monitoring. It's not just everyday normal life. And you are witnessing the demonic respond to the truth that they know that I'm speaking while I expose all of their secrets. It's amplification under the light source and engineered light. These demons are in real time responding to that which they have no vote in. They don't have a vote, and what the Lord Jesus has said is going to come of this. They don't have a vote in it. All right? It is currently 4:35 p.m. This is P.O.C. That's stalking with audible activity. I don't. Oh, Tire Les Schwab. Yeah, in relevant position there. It's on the edge of the plaza. Group stalking with dominoes. Impossible light activities. License 8WSN541. The entity is group stalking, terrorizing me with impossible light inside of the venue. Absolutely, just openly demonic. Light just moving across the walls while you're ordering your food. And this third party is making a purchase at that facilitating venue. These demons are pacing around me, 8XPX753 and 9JYX052. This third party is again on camera next to me, group stalking me, license 8WSN541. Again, that's a female. And it's currently 4:47 p.m. 8JHY681, AP800, handicap. And let me show you the light source here. Okay, bunch of demons, group stalking, sitting in surveillance in their vehicles for purposes of relevant positioning, getting out of their car, which while demons close their doors, it's audible activity creation, and there are a bunch of demons crawling underneath in the engineered light. They're all monitoring as they walk into the facilitating venue that's making money, which is dominoes. 8ZIG306 is what you will see. 8EAY729, 733-955. You will see the fake sun over me while I am at the PALMDALE. Dominoes, oh, I have their address. I believe I do. Okay, well, I will. I have their receipt. It's Domino's number 8368. They're group stalking in Victorville, well, in the specific environment with the very constituents of the state who go in and they make money while they're group stalking together, threatening your life, monitoring you together. These are also the sex offenders that engage in a sex offense as one, while they're maintaining relevant positioning, making money during the day, group stalking with the same population all around your hotel or wherever it is that you live. And they're engaged in criminal surveillance while that venue, that establishment is in relevant position to your location where state surveillance is underway. License 8RKP854, 8RIC017, 7TH W036, 7PYC964, 9JJX839, 9CBC764. A terrorist, a sex offender on the run. License 9EJY823, 6DNJ197, and 8XPX753. This demon that's stalking in the path, pacing as I walk outside of the parking lot, just walks right into a venue. Group stalking with that one that's making money, unlawfully group stalking together. Impossible light activity while this Caucasian male, okay, liver spots, wrinkles, bald head, license plate 9KZC917. It should have no business aware of when my panties go down, but that's what that sex offender knows while I'm under surveillance inside of a hotel room. License 8LLL499, license 7VCR802, license 6EYJ649. Group stalking and engineered light, which I'm walking in, that's a terrorizing environment while they're group stalking as a population. Another sex offender, 9DIP 436, surveillance. Group stalking, federal stalking, and engineered light under the fake sun. 7VCR802, I already read that one. 6EYJ649, 8F, yeah, I read that one already. All right, this is P.O.C. License 9MGK753. This group stalking a population of demons. License 99113M1, 8EOJ311, CH, hold on, CHNN024. Domino's getting in their vehicle, group stalking the employee going from the venue, getting in their car, already documented that license plate, 4TPU871. All right, and those are the same ones that are preparing your food. Okay? Understand with regard to all the ways in which an entity that is group stalking you is threatening your safety, threatening your life, threatening your well-being. There is no mystery. There's no ongoing random anonymity regarding any and everything happening to a targeted individual, and it's reported to you on the news as some random crime to be solved, or some sort of unsolved mystery, or some sort of unfortunate series of circumstances. The entity is targeting, engaging in murder, and acting to defame, that is kidnap an American citizen. Whom it is keeping under surveillance. Oh, it's just me. This is P.O.C. It's 4:50 p.m. Alrighty, that's the people of the state group stalking, I believe, with minor children. That's the basis of federal prison. Nonetheless, I'm showing you what is relevant positioning. Those are stalkers that were sitting in the car, waiting, lying in wait, kind of very psychotic, what the demons do. And then as I walk out, and also as I switch from recording to pictures, all those demons hop out the car real quick. What does the door closure mean, though? The door closure is crossing a path, light activity, and audible activity. Those demons are monitoring even while they want to flee, being caught on camera, because nobody wants to look like exactly what they are, and that's exactly what they still look like. Demons who are stalking, okay? The entity is doing so while walking into Domino's, and you're seeing inside, all they do is go inside and make a purchase. You're group stalking with that business establishment. They're in the business establishment where the fake sun is over this venue, and inside I took pictures of the environment, and you have absolutely impossible. This is Domino's that's engaging and terrorizing you. Psychological harm, that is, again, going to be quantified with regard to damages. These companies are going to pay for the criminal conduct that they're engaging in. And they're doing so with regard to malice, because they're also monitoring the evidence. And so this is, again, speaking to what will not be missed in that criminal and civil prosecution. You were essentially begging to be penalized with regard to damages. You were begging to be marred with regard to that reputation for engaging in sexual violence and terrorism and psychological torture, while you were also simultaneously making money, which will under no circumstances be tolerated as a matter of federal law and public policy. The entity is doing so while you are subject to terrorism via impossible light activity, while you have the audacity to make $1. All of that's going to be put in its proper place, okay? That's going to be adjusted. That's going to be balanced out. That's entirely unlawful, and it is absurd also. You will not engage on the backs of Americans who you are seeking to sacrifice, make money while you're engaging in that demonic sacrifice of an American citizen, while you're group stalking them. Okay, because that's all the Domino's is doing while they're preparing my food, listening to everything that I'm stating, and they will also be subject to a criminal prosecution, any and everything related to that criminal pattern of conduct, including the preparation of food to that targeted individual. License 8RVK981 is group stalking. P.O.C. It's currently 4:53 p.m. All right, Domino's is indeed group stalking with the demons who are pacing around me while the fake sun is over the Domino's restaurant, and impossible light activity is streaming all through Domino's. Showing, by the way, Satan is preparing your food. If you like pizza, you need to know what Domino's is about and what Domino's employees are all about. It's not a coincidence that I'm in some somewhere out in the sticks, which is what Hesperia is, and you've got the pattern of conduct that's underway amongst people who work for a company that is very popular in the U.S. specifically. And you have what is a demonic pattern of conduct. You have a condition of those that are engaging in a very specific criminal pattern of conduct. And they're doing so while they are aware of the fact that it's being exposed about them. The entity is monitoring, and while I am documenting them sitting in here, I'm looking at the manager, I'm looking at the employees, I'm looking at these demons who are preparing food, who are monitoring with the demons that are aware of exactly what's being documented about them. And so in real time, what does that look like? The demon that's walking in and out of the freezer, he's pacing. He walks out of the freezer into the kitchen area where they're preparing the food, and then he's walking back, talking the whole time, which is monitoring. He walks back in and out of the freezer, and while I am noting, okay, this is the demon that's pacing, amplified audible activity with real time, and the entity is keeping impossible light activity moving all inside of this restaurant. This is criminal conduct that, again, notably, the people of the state are preparing your food. The people of the state are also surrounding you in traffic on the roads and the highways. The people of the state are, for example, also those that you know. And also clearly relying on the population of those that you don't know. There are more groups stalking you that you don't know than those who are, and with reference to the average person. Okay. Now I know a lot of people. But I don't know like millions and millions of people, because that's who's monitoring me. Millions and millions of people are monitoring me, and there are more people group stalking you that you don't know than those whose name you do know, and they're acting together as one entity. And the entity is filling this venue. While you hear that, that's a demon that's monitoring. Everything has a personality with regard to the specific environment. And that's a demon that's using a method of noise and engineered light under the fake sun. Also, while that demon 8TVG400 and possible light across the curb while this demon walks up to just walk into the venue, making a purchase, group stalking with a commercial actor. That's literally how the pattern of conduct works. It is 5:06 p.m. While what is it that I'm describing? Terrorism that Domino's is engaging. Hi, I thought I heard somebody say carry out, but no. I thought I heard someone say carry out, but maybe it's for the gentleman. Oh, when was it done? Nobody told me.
I'm so sorry about this.
Thank you.
Go ahead and grab your house.
Oh, thank you. Have a good one. Oh yeah, so they just have me sitting here waiting while they're monitoring me. Okay, that's not an accident. I'm going to get a free drink. I don't even drink soda, but nonetheless, that's again the entity is just sitting there. They're targeting you. So they know when they've prepared your food and it's just sitting there waiting, and they're sitting monitoring the documentation, hostile because you're documenting them, and then they don't tell you when the food is ready. All the aspects of the P.O.C. It's going to translate into dollars. And it's going to translate into a criminal prosecution. So just want to make sure it's 5:07 p.m. This will get lemonade. Is this okay? Where did he go? Is this okay? Thank you. All right, it's 5:07 p.m. This is P.O.C. Alrighty, you're gonna look at Domino's engaging in group stalking me by walking out, giving a hard dap, right? While they're group stalking somebody else. Sex offenders, losers do that. You will see the fake sun over them while they're group stalking me at the Domino's, which is speaking to the malicious intent by a lot of unintelligent people who are targeting an American citizen, and that's going to be, again, that's occurring on the watch of Domino's, who's profiting while their employees are group stalking by engaging in relevant positioning. License 9GNB442 is also engaged in lying in wait, just sitting in the parking lot, just waiting for the target individual to come out. That's very psychotic, and it's also that which an entity engages in while plotting harm to that targeted individual. Understand this same deliberation is underway regarding any and everything affecting the life and the physical safety and well-being of that target individual. This is the exact same type of conduct that they're engaging in. Lying in wait behaviors, which you're necessarily doing so in this specific environment. You're not just casually conversing, you're group stalking in relevant position, and everybody sees and knows that, okay? So it's revealing mental illness, and you have Domino's group stalking. Why do they go out of their way to do so? Because the demons are very hostile as you point out their criminal conduct. It's like an ego bust to Satan, okay? You're dealing with, again, the level of ego that you're dealing with, and it's evil. It's a wicked level of evil. It's of ego. Excuse me. It's not okay. It's not cute. It's not funny. It's actually very serious, and an entity is threatening your life while you're dealing with that level of psychopathic conduct that a population is targeting you with, and that's just because they're sore losers. So you want to stalk somebody in secret, and you're mad because it's not a secret, so you engage in more and more of that stalking conduct. License 7KFC867, and that's literally what the demon possessed do. It's 5:10 p.m. And again, that's the entity that's targeting me. And then just prepare the food and just let it sit there. Just let it sit there. While they're engaging in group stalking, I had to get up and ask them about it while they're monitoring. Every demon coming in is group stalking while they're coming and picking up a pizza. All they're doing is targeting me together while they're making money. I am literally the center of attention. You know that because of the engineered environment. And it is relevant to what is harassment and a threat to your life while the entity prepares the food and it's just sitting there. Oh, here it is right here. And they're group stalking you. So you're not engaging in that accidentally. That's, again, the pathetic aspects of this POC as I'm exposing it. The entity is engaging in what yes, it is pathetic, but it's a threat to the life of the target individual. It remains a threat. I can point these demons out and let you know what they're doing and also what's their criminal intent as they do it. All right. And it's supported by evidence. This is not ongoing. I'm not reading some crystal ball. That's not what's going on here. But the entity is engaging in a specific pattern of conduct, and it's requiring knowledge regarding all about what the target individual is doing, and also what they're doing while nobody's around. Okay, while you're purportedly by yourself, but the entity is still targeting through the activity creation, through the environment, while you're moving and while you're in operation of a communication devices. They know exactly who you are, what you're doing as you do it, including when you are, for example, sleeping and when you awake. That's a high level of obsession. Okay. The demon possessed do not want you to know that you are the center of their universe, but you know it as a matter of evidence because it's the specific environment. you can look around at everybody and they're all stalking, right? That's pathetic. It's 5:11 p.m. This is the pattern of conduct. I did document the address where the entity is engaged in that POC. In case I didn't document, let me capture it again. All right, demons strategically parking around me, strategically opening and closing their doors, criminally monitoring, lying in wait, and doing so in their arrival. Very, very psychotic. Okay. Again, doing so while they're monitoring what I'm doing on my phone as well. I'm going to read their license plates. And this is attributed to the third parties who are also making money off of these demons who are group stalking with them together. These third parties who are group stalking are license plate. It is currently 5:12 p.m. They're group stalking with Domino's and the rest of the people. Domino's is located at 12274 Palmdale Road in Victorville, California, 92392. And the people of the state that surround, that is one demon arriving and the other demon arriving on both sides of me. License plate 9MHS492. I believe that is a Domino's employee group stalking. And also the license 8RBR829, and that intentional engagement and what is relevant positioning on both sides. Domino's employee and another third party as a consumer. As I began operating my phone, again, I stopped speaking. I changed apps on the phone. That's called stalking with activity, with simultaneity to what you recognize the pattern. With simultaneity, demons arrive to park. They're keeping the parking spaces around me empty for that purpose. Everything that's happening around me is deliberate. The moment that I switch apps, demons parking on both sides of me, which is pacing under the fake sun and engineered light. They're the same demons you are not forgetting who are stalking with impossible light activity. And these short-minded they maintain a checker mindset, like anybody forgot about first of all, the fake sun or the impossible light activity. No one has forgotten about that. So they know, it's known that you're stalking and that you're stalking someone's conduct, monitoring someone's conduct on a phone. Those are the people of the state. That's Domino's. Again, that's the people of the state group stalking 7CZX 348. That's a demon waiting for me to move my car. 5CIP 506, patiently waiting behind the other demon. Nobody's honking behind them while they're waiting for me to move. Group stalking with minor children. License 7CFD 479, a sex offender in custody of minor children today, right now. 9EVK 102, engaging in a sex offense and doing so with minor children. Those are the same ones that engage in having sex with minors. Trafficking minors, murdering, kidnapping, acting in conspiracy of the state's criminal pattern of conduct, and you are in custody of children. There is no surprise regarding what the entity has been engaged in. It's being reported to you on the news every day. These are the people of the state engaging in this criminal conduct. They are the sex offenders. They are the terrorists. They are the demon possessed, by the way. DD8TU60, license 8NRB659, license Brosnan Security, group stalking, but this demon's not in operation in the vehicle, but Brosnan Security is customarily working for Walmart, by the way. So those commercial actors are engaged in the POC. License 8KAJ731, license 9MQT618. These are third parties. If they're not natural born citizens, deport them. License 9MAG133. They are African American. Well, excuse me. They are black. They may or may not be African American. They could be Jamaican. They could be African. They could, but if they're not natural born citizens, they're going to be deported. GB413 handicap. Another dark skinned African male. They're group stalking in this country. Again, being given the privilege to be here. And, if they are doing so, while they're group stalking, which they all are, that part of the population, that's a very easy remedy. Those that are subject to federal prison, you're not getting out of that. You're going to federal prison, and then you're going to be deported out of this country. All right, and it's going to do wonders for the immigration system. It's going to do wonders for the population. It's going to do wonders for the economy. It's going to do wonders for jobs. A lot of these so-called problems and issues that we have in California's economy, which are created by virtue of this system of corruption, this public corruption, that's not a part of the dialogue. It's not a part of the exposure regarding what the entity is engaged in, and the resolution regarding this public corruption is built into the prosecution of the state of California. And it's very simple. If you want to engage in un-American terrorism that the government cannot, the government can't defend itself, let alone defend you. You have no shelter. You are fully exposed. Not only that, you have thereby lost what has been immediately revoked is any citizenship or naturalization that's been granted for you to be in this country. You were not granted the privilege to be here, to violate the rights, the American citizen, the constitutional and human rights of another in this country. That's not why you were given the privilege to be here. That's not what you agreed to when you were granted that privilege to be here. That's not what you stated you would do when you were granted the privilege to be in this country. And that's exactly why you are out of this country after prosecution. All right. And nobody's going to bat an eye. Nobody's going to miss you. You're not welcome. OK, I'm documenting the ways in which such terrorists are not missed. Such terrorists are not welcome. This is exactly why. We will happily ship you back to wherever you came from. License. For you, LJ446. It's currently 5:17 p.m. This is P.O.C. I'm at the 12234. This is the address of Walmart. The fake sun is in alignment with my vehicle. I'll take a picture of that at 5:17. I believe this will be 12234 Palmdale Road. But I will confirm that right now. Hold on. What is the address of this? Walmart, which is across me. Yeah. 12234 Palmdale Road in Victorville, California, where the fake sun is in perfect alignment with my vehicle, speaking to what is group stalking by the people of the state, and doing so by a population, and it includes commercial actors. And this is speaking to the prosecution of the government that's acting through, again, the fictitious, illusion of some separation amongst the government and the private citizen. And that's just an illusion. As I'm showing you the specific environment, the government that's criminally surveilling you in violation of your constitutional rights, and they're doing so necessarily in concert with, via the people of the state, who share a condition. By the way, they're all demon possessed, maliciously engaging in a pattern of conduct, and you are understanding what's the illusion with regard to some distinction between a government actor when you're looking at a police vehicle, or you're looking at a fire truck, versus looking at a demon with license 9JAL957. That is the state vicariously. Okay. And that's criminal conduct, and it is equally threatening. While they're group stalking with the state directly, federal prison. No question about it. Okay. The entity is engaged in a bullying system, and that's supposed to shut you up. And everyone's going to federal prison for that. No one's going to be shut up. You're going to blow the whistle. The government's going to watch its mouth. The government's going to shut its mouth. And the government's going to take that prosecution for this public corruption that it's engaged in. It's no longer a secret. And nor will you engage in obstruction of justice to try to oppress that targeted individual. Not only what they say is going to be used against them, but the ways in which, the ways in which they state it, but also the substance of that speech. That's state speech. That's not private speech. And nothing that they're doing is occurring in a constitutionally protected manner. The government is surrounded, and you will document the government in all the ways in which I've shown you. The people that state where they live, the people that state where they're shopping, where they're working, while they're traveling. That's the government following you from place to place in a manner that you were never supposed to be aware of. And it does not work. As a matter of fact, demons, to falsely depict the character of that target individual that has the discernment to be able to not only speak to the truth of what you are, Satan, but then provide evidence, tangible evidence to submit in a court. That does not equal defamation. As a matter of definition, that's not what defamation is. That's abuse of power. That's abuse of the government, because they are disregarding the evidence against them and just slapping a label on that target individual and then kidnapping them. That will no longer be permitted. That's never going to be permitted ever again. It was never permitted. It's no longer capable of occurring outside of the purview, outside of the knowledge of the federal government, who has been hereby alerted regarding what the states are doing. And again, a compliment to the P.O.C. This is a whole tutorial as to the ways in which they do it. This is how they do it. All right. It is currently 5:20 p.m. This is P.O.C. All right. Walmart is indeed monitoring. It's really disconcerting when you're brought to the realization about what's going on around you, but it's filled with demons who are group stalking, and the entity is maintaining inside of Walmart an ongoing incessant beeping. And the moment that you become aware of it, in other words, you're conscious like, wow, that's a lot of beeping. It's not that you didn't notice it at first, but the beeping is so incessant, then you start conscious, okay, wow, that's a lot of beeping. Demons are paying very close attention to you, and that's when the beeping stops. Okay. It's audible activity creation. It's also really demonic. And all these are all demons that are inside of a grocery store, and they're all just stalking. And it's the same thing. And it's very disturbing. They're all engaged in federal stalking. They're all engaged in pacing all around you. And the entity, the light source is in alignment with it's stalking with a fake sun. It's in perfect alignment with my rear windshield window. And these are demons that are wearing uniforms. These are demons that are walking around with shopping carts, engaging in what is group stalking as a society, and it's being concentrated inside of a store. This is the pattern of conduct, which is very disturbing that an entity is engaging in this, and it's revealing what is more common than the entity would like that to be known. They want mental illness to be diagnosed and recognized in a very particular manner, the manner in which you're familiar with. But this is mental illness that's not being assessed, it's not being diagnosed, it's not being discussed or conversed about, whatever. It's not being exposed whatsoever. But this is a type of mental illness. It's very disturbing what a whole population is doing together. And they're in sync in doing that, and they're paying close attention to one person while it's supposed to appear as though you're not, because you're talking to somebody else. You're not because you're literally you're on the job, so it's impossible for, and that's not true. The pattern of conduct as you've seen it is that which is very logical, and it's very consistent, and the entity is engaging what is exhibiting malice, while it is thinking that because they're gang members and they all engage in the same uniform conduct, which is supposed to appear relaxed, all right, and random, all right, and also protected under the Constitution, that there is no such thing as group stalking, and that is absolutely unsupported by the evidence. The evidence doesn't show that there is no such thing as group stalking. The evidence also doesn't show that there's any mental illness based on the documentation, the evidence that's exposing the system. The evidence exposing actually mental illness is owned by those that are engaging in that system. That's literally the evidence that's revealing mental illness on the part of the entity. And it's very psychotic to engage in what is harassment. That's why I'm recording this. Walmart is indeed group stalking me. You already know that. But they are group stalking, and it's inherently harassing while the entity is maintaining incessant beeping inside of the store. And as a whole bunch of demons are stalking you, exhibiting psychologically harmful conduct while they're stalking you, and they're all acting like they're not, they're focused on something else. Contrary to what the entity sought to maintain a position, an image, as being disinterested, painting some sort of picture of paranoid schizophrenia. That's not what it depicts. It depicts what are psychopaths who are stalking you in what is a highly passive-aggressive manner. And that aggressive manner is shown through that pattern of conduct through the environment, and that passive behavior, that passive component is shown, exhibited through them keeping their backs to you, them talking to each other, them being supposedly what is at work, being focused on an activity, in other words, and the fact that you don't necessarily know them personally, or the fact to the contrary, the fact that you do know them and they're in your family or they're your friend, and for you to even contend that I would be targeting you, or how can I stalk you when I'm related to you? What are you talking about? This is all relevant to what is passive-aggressive conduct by an entity, and it's revealing mental illness on the part of that entity, as opposed to the system that's designed to result in criminal defamation of that entity. It's very psychotic to stalk somebody with incessant noise. Understand, these are the works of Satan. It's occurring in the neighborhood Walmart, okay? And that's harassment. It is harassment as an entity. It is occurring while they are keeping me under surveillance. In the moment that I begin, okay, with the beeping, immediately the beeping stops, all right? Those are demons that are paying very close attention to you. That's also the closeted sex offender that's also mindful of the moment. When you are taking your panties off, that should not be public information, but it is amongst the entity that's keeping you under surveillance. And that is the sex offender that also doesn't want you to know about that. All right. It's currently 5:36 p.m. while I'm on camera, and the entity is indeed group stalking while I'm in Victorville. All right. This is P.O.C. All right. Textbook for lying in wait conduct. This is a demon that's group stalking. Right behind me is ED997 handicap, group stalking with Brosnan, who's at an entrance in alignment as I walk out of the entrance with light activity. Brosnan is the third party. Brosnan was group stalking. The demon that was driving that Brosnan vehicle is going to federal prison, okay? While he was group stalking, as the fake sun remained over me as I went from both the exits, the fake sun was directly over the top of my head as I went through one exit. As I walked out, Brosnan was group stalking very heavily, and so was the fake sun, which is also the evidence where you're understanding somebody is stalking you, and they're supposed to be able to hide through some sort of sense of anonymity. Nonetheless, Brosnan's engaged in light activity relevant positioning, and this demon with this license plates that I'm documenting, again, it's not coincidental with regard to my walking out. The demon that's parked next to me is loading their vehicle in a position to use their vehicle to start it and pulling off, and right behind my vehicle, stalking in the path while Brosnan is creating light activity. Again, you'll see in images 8 MKB 631, and stalking right behind my vehicle is again that demon parked in a handicap, and they are handicapped, okay? This is mental illness that is being exposed, and it's going to be diagnosed on the basis of their conviction. Again, this handicap license plate ED997, who was group stalking with Brosnan, using that commercial vehicle, which is light activity creation, monitoring while I'm inside of the store and also outside of the store. On surveillance cameras, also Brosnan, third party is wearing a Brosnan vest and is group stalking inside of Walmart. And while the demon walks through the exit, they use the doors. They have these little alarm that sounds. They were using that as a means of stalking with activity as I was walking in and out. And so while Brosnan is engaged in the pattern of conduct, as I'm walking by, Brosnan wearing a bulletproof vest, I believe, or at least it looks like they want to look rough, and there's nothing tough and strong and intimidating about a demon that's group stalking. But anyway, this is an entity that's acting commercially wearing a Brosnan vest, and they're on surveillance cameras walking through the venue, as you will see me, because I reference cameras. Everything that the entity is doing on camera is with regard to monitoring me. All right, and that's why I also with regard to what's going on in the parking lot. It's all criminal activity. Every single last ounce of every single second, while the whole population is at the same time all together acting as one to maintain the elements, maintain surrounding conduct, maintaining light activity, doing so not only with regard to maintaining some sort of net of activity and presence around me, but also with regard to any abrupt movement or change in direction, for example, that I'm doing. These demons are engaged in hovering stalking conduct. License 8XGR325 is included in that. It is currently 6:07 p.m. And this is Walmart. Walmart is a group stalker. Walmart is group stalking me, and while making money while doing so. Walmart's engaged in criminal summoning. Those are the same demons that are stalking in fire trucks, which you saw in video. Okay, federal prison, license 8XGR325, 8KZY266. This is the government E873A1. And also Brosnan, who's group stalking with light activity. You see the demons group stalking in the fire trucks. You see the demons group stalking in the police vehicles. You see the demons group stalking via helicopter, which is the same corrupt entity, group stalking with all the people of the state. All right, that's the entity that's using sirens. Those are demons that are group stalking. Okay, so let me give you the license plate of Brosnan, who's crossing paths while sirens are the mode of audible activity. Brosnan's license plate is 3578444, and that is again out of state. I'm gonna capture images of that. All right, where you're hearing criminal summoning, the entity is stalking in the path. You will see what is a cloud-covered, subdued, fake sun, some sort of sunset that the entity is imitating. That's not a sunset. This is a population that is indeed stalking through Brosnan security. License 7KNW506. He's stalking in the path that is parking next to me as I'm taking pictures. That's a demon that's getting right next to you with the method of light activity and relevant position. And also license 8XGR325, who's group stalking in the path, just sitting in a parking spot. And these are psychopaths who are engaging in what is together as one at the moment that they arrive at in the relevant position, at the moment they arrive parking next to you or driving out of the parking space. This is the intentional engagement in what is movement in that environment. And the objective is to maintain that activity creation based on what I do as I do it, including on a communication device. Engaging in criminal summoning is the basis of federal prison. And that Brosnan security is group stalking with Walmart, a group stalker that's in relevant position in Hesperia, California. And again, the address where Walmart is group stalking is 12234 Palmdale Road in Victorville, California. Using a car alarm with simultaneity to my switching from apps. That's a demon that's monitoring on a communication device. This is what's concentrated inside of a hotel room while the entity is indeed group stalking. License plate 6XNU102, group stalking. All right, license is 9JDR574. While the entity is keeping what is the license 9FUP496, group stalking. 7WHK834, 9NPW953, 9AXZ612, 6XNU102 is the demon that's crossing path as the entity uses a car alarm. The moment that I'm going to do this again, I'm looking at the app right now, the Samsung Notes, as I press on an Android device. If you're familiar with the function where you can vacillate between windows, and that's exactly at the same time that I do that in order to see the address 12234 Palmdale Road, which is Walmart, a third-party facilitating venue who's group stalking with the people who are patrons at this facilitating venue, who are group stalking together with the state that sounded sirens, group stalking with it. The moment that I do that, that's the simultaneity of activity creation. 8NST142. Those are demons. Those are demons, okay? The same demons that engage in crossing a path and terrorism and sexual molestation. That's sexual molestation when you're touching someone's breast with impossible light activity. All right. You're not allowed to touch at all as a stalker. The entity is always molesting, violating the person, the privacy, all right, of that targeted individual. Sex offenders do that. That's what sex offenders do. Okay, stalking in the path. This demon's license plate, 8 POV 903. To maintain light activity, a sex offender who is group stalking by molesting with impossible light, just engaging in surveillance. This is a mentally ill person who's a threat to children. These are the types that are engaging in sex with minor children. Stalking someone, molesting them with light. The predatory mind state is that which is predisposed to engaging in sex with minor children. Sex offenders. I'm helping you make these connections because that's exactly what they do. This is the entity that does that. This is the entity that's being convicted for sexual violence in the state of California, in this country. And they are, by the way, demons. Okay? License 8FWC 553, 8DRW 981, license 7ZBY 380, 9KWS 851. You heard sex offenders sounding sirens, by the way. That's what you heard. Those are sex offenders. Those are not actual firefighters. Those are not police officers. Those are sex offenders. They're stalking. And you will be referred to with regard to what you are actually doing and what you actually represent. Because you are masquerading as a police department does not make you a police department. License plate 8YHC 786, license 8KWU 784. Alrighty, you're looking at demons surrounding with light in the parking lot. This demon is maintaining presence all around me. License 8KWU 784. This is a sex offender. All right, that's a Latino male driving a Honda Civic. Plenty of space to go around in the specific environment. This is not patiently waiting. This is pursuing with light. Group stalkers. Very ominous stalking conduct. Sex offenders. These are sex offenders. I'm not going to mince words with you. They are demon possessed. This is sexually predatory conduct while they want to touch all over you with light. That desire, that ongoing objective to want to touch on with light. Okay, you need to understand there's a predatory aspect to that. It's absolutely abnormal and it is entirely predatory for a criminal purpose. License 9BTG538 is group stalking with these sex offenders. 6SOG509. You'll see in still images, you'll see a demon in relevant position. In the parking lot, they're engaging in what is surveillance. They're sitting in their vehicles, maintaining presence for in the path. And they turn on their vehicles at nightfall. Understand, you're under the fake sun. That's what they're all doing while you are under the light source that's remaining over you. And they're all surrounding with engineered light and impossible light activity. RAY 1999, a sex offender. Thinking that they're cool with their vehicle and their personalized license plate. That's a sex offender. Okay, there's nothing cool or impressive about a demon, about a stalker, about a sex offender. Absolutely nothing. License plate 67317X3. All right, it's currently 6:15 p.m. That was criminal summoning by sex offenders. 7KYM 765. And the entity now has a fake moon that's in alignment with my vehicle, okay? License 9HPC397, maintaining the same exact pattern of conduct of which you are identifying a population who is group stalking through the hallmarks, that which is occurring in the environment where the fake sun is remaining over me, and also notably when it's remaining over a building all day long, such as La Quinta Inn, and then at nightfall you'll see over that same building is the fake moon. This is the same pattern of conduct that I'm documenting it at Alvarado Gardens, which, by the way, I reference for your comparison purposes so you can understand the pattern. It's not a natural environment, and also the entity will place the fake sun over the apartment all day long, and then at nightfall that's where the fake moon is as well. This is where an entity is engaged in a pattern of conduct which is readily identifiable. This is what I captured at La Quinta Inn, and I reference, if you'll look at the evidence on YouTube, that's a video captured at 4 o'clock in the morning on today is the 16th, so that was October 15, 2024, approximately at around 4 a.m. You'll see the fake moon, and I reference with regard to video evidence showing what is a pattern of conduct by the state, which is identified through this specific environment. You will see Alvarado Gardens, which is a body of evidence showing stalking with a fake sun over that apartment complex. 8WEY 641, crossing path with light activity. And at Alvarado Gardens in Los Angeles, where there's never any provision for the sun to be over La Quinta Inn anywhere in Hesperia. 9JVD 986, because the entity engaged in what was a documented and very foolish act, which regard to the inevitable prosecution and exposure of demon possession and public corruption by the state, because the entity engaged in what is rising a fake son and setting a fake son while engaged in ongoing obsessive stalking. All they were doing was stalking all day, all night, while a fake sun remained over that property. And at nightfall, I documented the moon also over my apartment. That is not the natural environment. That's entirely demented, showing what is concealed mental illness, a population full of sex offenders who indeed engage in having sex with minors. They engage in sex trafficking. They engage and they enjoy perverted things, which is why they engage in a sexually violent pattern of conduct. This is practiced as a society. The entity that you heard engaged in criminal summoning right now is practicing it with the people of the state. License 8D-TL480. License 9NPW953. License 6KUB483. And all they're doing is maintaining a method of crossing a path with light activity at the traffic stop. I'm at Cobalt Road and Palmdale Road. This is the entity's obsession as it is exposed as a demon-possessed population is maintaining the ongoing cycle of the pattern of conduct. All they're doing is stalking. And you know that they're stalking because of their pattern of conduct that they engage in a specific environment, which is also demonic. All right? Possible light activity moving inside of my car. This is a sex offender. It's going to be prosecuted as such as well. 66919M3. Terrorizing while headlights are not reaching in through the middle of my vehicle, paneling across my stereo, the face of my stereo. This is a sex offender. 66919M3, driving a gray, charcoal, rusty colored Titan XD. This is a group stalker under the fake moon. All right, and that sex offender driving that Titan, who's engaged in the same exact sex offense, they're engaging in terrorism as an entity, and they're also sex offenders with the rest of them. 7054083 is the same actor, okay? They're group stalking together. 7XWA493, 9HPC397. You will see close-up images of this terrorist, this sex offender, that is inclined to have sex with minor children. That's the type of predatory mind state that's engaged in group stalking, engaging in group stalking with minor children, engaging in predatory behaviors while looking to the left and the right like nothing happened, like a psychopath. That's the type that's engaging in sexual violence and doing so in a malicious manner on behalf of the state. And you will see close-up images of that sex offender. This is a female, and I wouldn't want that demon touching me with her hands, and she also doesn't have consent to touch me while she's group stalking me with the state. And you will see her close-up, and she's got a passenger. It looks like somebody under the age of majority, who is, by the way, subject to what is a threat while they're group stalking with that demon who's driving the vehicle. Okay, and this is what the people of the state are posing to minor children whom they're group stalking with in California. It is currently 9:19 p.m. That the evidence of that demon, that demon-possessed third party who's engaging in ongoing documented terrorism as an entity while I'm driving my vehicle, and the impossible. Driving in the lane next to me is never going to result in what is paneled light moving across toward the driver's side. So the light's coming toward me as it's moving across the face of my stereo. That's a demon who is stalking. License BKA 3CEA. That's Arizona. An impossible light activity by that demon who's group stalking as I read their license plate. That's again a sex offender. License plate 9GVE912. These are the sex offenders in Victorville, California. P.O.C. And they are, as a population, while I'm on El Evado Road, all of the people of the state, as I documented them in the screenshot, giving you a snippet of the people of the state documented by address, all up and down that street, all of those addresses, those are the people of the state, and they will all be prosecuted for this exact criminal system. They do not cease to be a part of the entity. I just drove on that street to document the state's pattern of conduct where the sun would not possibly be within what is the natural environment, in other words, over my head while I'm in front of what was, I believe, 12848 El Evado Road. Nonetheless, I captured the precise address, and you're looking at the people of the state documented by license plate, documented by address, documented by maintenance of the specific environment, and you will be exposed as the demon-possessed group stalker that you are by virtue of your address, and they are still engaging in this pattern of conduct while I'm on the roads and the highways. Okay? Do not forget all of the pattern of conduct. While the entity is having a good old time terrorizing with engineer light and group stalking on the roads and the highways, this is exactly what the people of the state are engaged in while they're group stalking on El Evado Road. I documented them by address. Okay? The entity, and it's not based on what, I was at work. You're engaged in federal group stalking, monitoring. The entity is maintaining presence while I'm in relevant position where you live. You will be prosecuted by address. 705 4083, terrorism via impossible light inside of my car, approaching Amargosa Road. This is where the entity had the fake sun over the Holiday Inn, and don't forget that timing, because the entity is going to have a fake sun over the Holiday Inn in the morning, as though that is where now the sun is going to rise, and that's somehow at the same time going to be in alignment with my hotel room at Arcadia, at the Motel 6, and that's also at the same time in Las Vegas, Nevada, over the Hotel of Courtyard by Marriott, off of Dean Martin Road, very specific with regard to the video evidence showing what is a population that's engaging in a massive sex offense. And they're going to be treated like the sex offenders and the terrorists that they are. All right, it's currently 6:22 p.m. All right, these demons are engaged in animalistic conduct, pursuing one person together as a population. It's no longer a secretive. It's not a secret. It's not hidden. All right, it's not looking like normal traffic and somebody's no, you look like the pack of demons that you are stalking somebody. That's what they look like, and that's literally what they are. And that was the purpose. That's the purpose at the outset. I need to go there. With regard, BC82M, Arizona. That's the purpose of the P.O.C. To take off the mask that the entity is wearing. And not only did I take it off as I'm documenting, I'm showing you what is malice at the outset. It's never a persuasive appearance in the first place. This is revealing what you need to be cognizant of, and that which has a spiritual context. And that spiritual context is revealing what is highly malicious. The entity is engaging in a pattern of conduct. There you go. I think I can get through here. I am at the same time documenting. Let me get these demon license 9HKA414. License 83749C3, 9GHM705, 8TMW7007DHX, 986. License 9LPU699, 939FC handicap, AGMZ. Okay, group stalking license, DK16K48. This is a sex offender sitting in the middle of an alley with their vehicle in reverse. With a method, that's a method of stalking in the path. That's a sex offender that's stalking, and that's a psychopath doing so in a clearly identified method. All right, and this is a population that's maintaining those elements of monitoring all around you. That is indeed the type of sex offender, the type of mind state, the type of malicious conduct that results in having sex with minor children, and no one's supposed to know about that. All right, the people of the state are indeed sex offenders. The pattern of conduct is sexually violent, and these are engaging. This is a malicious pattern, a criminal system that's underway by a population, and they are, by the way, rampant sex offenders that are not being prosecuted and exposed based on what they are actually engaging with a corrupt government. That they're engaged in criminal conduct together. All right, license plate CHP4158. That's Washington. That's a sex offender. That's group stalking with the means of light activity. This is the same venue where you saw the fake sun, the engineer light that's bouncing off of the outside of the windows onto the sidewalk. And then also on the inside of the building, while you're looking at the demons group stalking inside of the Holiday Inn. So the method of stalking in the path at nightfall is sitting in the vehicles with the headlights on. Those are demons that want to touch all over you, who are stalking you. Stalking a woman, okay? That's creepy conduct, and it's not supposed to be something that you're aware of or you're supposed to be able to identify. But your ability to do so is not based on some sort of crystal ball where you're reading minds. You're looking at a pattern of conduct in a very specific environment, and that's a sex offender. That's an entity that's engaging in a very specific pattern of conduct while engaging in criminal violence. All right, domestic violence, by a government that is stalking you. This is domestic violence by an entity. This is U-Haul stalking in the past. License AM75550. That's a sex offender lying in wait. A method of light activity is what is the objective of coming from behind the Holiday Inn on the opposite side of me to maintain the elements of monitoring. That is the behavior of a sex offender that's trying to corner someone. Understand what the entity is doing at all times. Never capable of escaping what is being touched, surrounded by, terrorized by what is not even naturally occurring light. Okay, they're headlights. And by the way, headlights are not designed to blind each other while we're driving. All right, headlights do not extend to that sort of length, that sort of the depth that this engineer light does. Maintaining the character of the engineer light, the impossible light activity. This is what's happening at nightfall, and their group stalking. U-Haul is first of all identification of a third party, and so is the demon that's driving the U-Haul vehicle. All right, that's captured in still images. That's an African American. I don't know what that is. It's a girl or a boy. I don't know what it is, but it's an African American driving it's a melanated person. I'll keep it that like that, because it might not be an African American. It could be an African, could be a Jamaican, could be a Haitian. But nonetheless, this is a melanated individual that's group stalking in the path, pursuing a woman at nightfall, keeping a woman under surveillance. This is the conduct of sex offenders. The entity that's engaging in lying in wait, sex offenders do that. And that's what the entity is doing, and it's not a secret. Okay? They're doing it as an entity, keeping a woman under surveillance in a hotel room. Okay. What type of person in concert with their boyfriend, with their husband, okay, with their kids is stalking a woman? The demon possessed. The demon possessed. All right. There is no way that my husband would be participating, not knowingly, but I would know if I was around a demon. I won't be marrying any demon. But there is no way that my husband would be participating and focusing on, you are necessarily focusing on when you're group stalking. You're focusing on another woman. What you and your partner, they're group stalking together. This is what an entity is engaging in. It's entirely sick. They're together and it's not even about each other. It's not about their relationship. It's not about them. They are group stalking me in the hotel. Okay. They're entirely focused on everything that I'm doing as I do it. And they includes the entire entity. And that is also shown through the pattern of conduct. The entity is engaging in a very specific pattern of conduct and does so with through the methods where I'm showing you what is predatory. Predatory with this light conduct. Very predatory with the light conduct. And it looks even more ominous when you see the demons in the dark, with what is supposed to look like just a car that's at night. You need light. It's supposed to look like a necessity. It's supposed to look like just random. There is random, traffic, very innocent and unassuming. It is everything but that. It is ominous. It is predatory. It's psychotic. And it is the entity that is pursuing you with a method of light. And by the way, the engineered light is not the product of those headlights, just like the engineered light is not the product of sunlight. That's not even the sun. It's not the natural environment. That same malicious pattern of conduct underway at nightfall where sex offenders pursue you. And the objective is to touch all over you and follow you around with light while they're stalking. License 25201S3. The same exact conduct, driving into the parking lot because they want to maintain a method of light activity. All right, it is currently 6:28 p.m. This is underway by Holiday Inn group stalking, and the entity is engaging in what is the documented sunrise at Holiday Inn at 9750 Keith Point Avenue. All of the places where I've shown you the sunrise, and then the entity is keeping the fake sun at whatever venue that I'm documenting for the duration of the day. This is the highly unintelligent system. The pattern of conduct that's occurring all day long under the fake sun is occurring at nightfall, and you are recognizing again the identification of ominous predatory conduct while an entity is terrorizing, while stalking you. And what are demons stalking about? Demons are always stalking with the engineer light, day and night, on an ongoing basis, also pursuant to what you do as you do it, including on communication devices, and it's entirely demented. This is the population that does engage in violating children. They are engaging in this criminal system with children, while in custody of children, while they are literally a threat to children. License 6CJZ468. They are doing so with knowledge of the fact that they are being documented and exposed, and they have, and this is noted, until the day that I testify against the entity in federal court, the entity never ceased to engage in this criminal system. All right. That is speaking to its own demise, meaning the federal prosecution and the intensification of what is sentencing, where domestic terrorism is to be deterred based on the severity of the consequences for engaging in domestic terrorism. You are not treated as any sort of less threatening terrorist while you're engaged in domestic terrorism via group stalking with the state. It is a direct, that is actually, it is the direct opposite of that. It is as threatening as an entity that is engaging in what is, for example, the Oklahoma Unabomber. I keep using that example. When you are directly and immediately engaging in what is the objective by murdering people and harming them by blowing up a building. The entity is doing so, targeting an American citizen through a more methodical, through a more systematic and a long-term basis with regard to permanently deconstructing the person itself. It's much more maniacal. It's much more deliberate. It's much more malicious with regard to the pattern of conduct that the government is engaging in through the constituents of the state on behalf of a government that wants to murder just the same, but wants to murder you as a person, wants to murder your identity, wants to murder the way in which you even view yourself, and wants to murder all of the prospects of your life and your future, including murdering you as a person, ending your life. Okay, the entity is engaging in this. This is the reason why you're group stalking. That's why you're group stalking. So it is no small thing when the demons are having a field day, stalking, pacing in the hallways, amplified audible activity, stalking with the hotel room door closed. That's a demon that's monitoring you. And that's occurring at a commercial venue. And it's on behalf of the state of California. That's in furtherance of the conspiracy to murder and kidnap someone. It is no small thing. And none of that is occurring in an isolated manner. It's amongst the entity who are, again, you're seeing while I'm outside, all the demons are pacing around. They're all group stalking together in traffic, focused on one woman inside of a hotel room. That's entirely psychotic, and that's exceedingly sexually violent and predatory. Okay, that's also relevant to the psychological harms, which will have a dollar amount placed on it, while the people of the state will be subject to civil and criminal prosecution, while sex offenders are maintaining presence on the grounds of the facilitating venues. 7FCH452 in order to monitor group stalk and target on behalf of the state. That's engaging in what is entirely demonic. And this is going to be known worldwide. The ways in which the United States is engaged in terrorism, not different from other countries that are known terrorists. So are American citizens now. They're engaged in terrorism, and that's not a secret. The United States is engaged in terrorism while making money. They're making money while doing it. The entity's making money while calling it a company name and selling you products. And what's the difference? Around the world, they're engaged in making money by selling large weapons, selling bombs and whatnot. They're making money as well, while they're selling people, all of that, which is incidental to the terrorism that's occurring across the seas. The United States is not different, and it's not like good news. I'm not happy to report this, but all I'm speaking to, there's some hypocrisy here. There is some false sense of difference. There's no distinction between the U.S. and other countries that are terrorizing its own people. That's what the United States is doing. And it is entirely, comprehensively satanic. All right. The United States is engaged in ritualistic methods of sacrificing, murdering people, and they want to appear as though they are upright, civilized while doing so, making money, doing so maliciously under the guise of company names and businesses and establishments that are engaging in this system of terrorism. And it's showing what is sexual violence. It's showing what is mental illness. It's showing what is criminal conduct, lawlessness amongst the entity, public corruption. All right. Entirely different and antithetical, okay, incongruent with what the entity is, and by the entity I mean what the United States, what this country is representing itself to be. Okay, we're supposed to be civilized. We're supposed to be some sort of civilization, having being some beacon of light. No, not at all. No, this is showing what is the breakdown of the American society. This is a breakdown, and it's not hidden anymore. It's in plain sight. And as this is exposed, anywhere where you're at in the world, you can identify it where you're at. You are able to identify it wherever you're at, because this is not limited to the United States. I just happen to be in the United States. I happen to have the ability to enforce my rights under the existing Constitution, because we have a Constitution in the U.S., but the pattern of conduct remains the same. Wherever you are, you're not limited to some United States jurisdiction. You are able to recognize the demonic imitation of the natural environment. You're able to recognize the demon possessed in their behavioral patterns in this environment, where you're recognizing what is monitoring demons who are stalking. Okay, so the surveillance system being kept under surveillance, which the entity, Satan, is using the government. Okay, Satan's interested in having what is power, and Satan is using the governments to do so. It is currently 6:34 p.m. The demons that's stalking in the parking lot, I'm going to capture images. You will see what is stalking in the path with the method of light. This is license 25201S3. This is stalking in the path where an entity is maintaining a method of light activity. This is the ominous stalking by a population. Doing so, which is criminal facilitation. And this is a violent sex offender that then goes and maintains a room in the hotel while they're also monitoring while my panties are down, amongst ongoing amplified audible activity, amongst the entity that's maintaining aerial surveillance, while engineer light is also inside of the venue and the fake sun remains over the venue. This is a sex offender creeping in the dark while maintaining what is engineer light, because the light that's all over the vehicles, all over the ground, is not the headlights. It's engineer light while a demon is stalking inside of a vehicle. This is P.O.C. This is what you'll see in the image I'm going to capture right now at 6:35 p.m. Again, this is a third party, 25201S3. This is impunity, and it is a basis for putting sex offenders like this in federal prison. Turning off the headlights is light activity. This demon is monitoring and getting out of the vehicle. Maintaining that light activity, I'm still going to document, because the demons that are monitoring are engaging in what is monitoring evidence. And they're walking in a parking lot filled with engineered light. They are still creating incessant light activity. Alrighty, that is indeed a sex offender that gets right out of the vehicle and walks right into a third-party facilitating venue Holiday Inn. This is an African-American male sagging his gray pants, wearing what is a burgundy turtleneck. He has a non-existent neck. He doesn't look like he has a neck. That's a means of identifying him. He has a large head, and I don't see any neck on that underneath that turtleneck. And he's got an earring in his right ear and wearing a black cap. He is driving the Dodge Ram, license 25201S3, and this is predatory conduct. It's terrorizing while stalkers are maintaining presence all around you, maintaining light. Okay, all they want to do is touch all over your body with light. I've shown this ongoing act of terrorism on an ongoing basis. You're seeing it during the day while I'm at the Glendale DMV, for example, and demons are crossing path on the street and engineer lights moving all across the DMV. That's the entity. At nightfall, the entity is doing the same thing, pursuing you with methods of light activity at nightfall, and doing so while they are maintaining that means of engineer light while they're stalking in the path. Okay, and it is the same engineer light at nightfall, not headlights, in the same way that driving under the fake sun doesn't create light moving across the DMV in Glendale, and driving in at night under the street lamps doesn't create multiple shadows. That's not natural light activity. That's not the normal light activity. And these are demons stalking in the path with engineer light. License 25201S3 is immediately replaced with the demon that's at the entrance, maintaining a method of light activity in order to touch in the path. Okay, I want to document this again. Let me get this demon's license plate, because these are sex offenders that are going to be prosecuted. License 8TTJ765. P.O.C. Oh, let me take a picture of that. You understand? All right, I did capture what is the engineer light. Your shadow is not going to be perpendicular to each other when you're standing under a street lamp. That's not the normal light activity. This is a demonic environment where demons are indeed group stalking, and at nightfall the entity is maintaining what is a method of molesting your person. This is sexual violence. The entity that's engaged in this predatory objective are the likes of those that engage in things which is not a surprise when it's reported on the news, as they work amongst children, work at a school, for example, or drive a school bus, and they are having sex with those under the age of majority, statutory rape. That and much worse is not being reported on a daily basis. Okay, group stalking that's underway in the state with the government is being facilitated amongst an entity that is a sex offender. 9TSF 852, I believe. I can't really see that one, but this is the entity that you can disregard that one. The entities engaged in the pattern of conduct, which is inherently sexually violent. So I'm just speaking with regard to the mindset, the mens rea, the objective with regard to the presence in the path with light that is not even naturally occurring. So this is speaking to a combination, the objective to engage in that which is malicious, that which is criminal, stalking. You're not supposed to be aware of the fact that they are stalking you. And you are supposed to be immediately written off as paranoid, imagining, hallucinating. You're some sort of bipolar person. In other words, looking at you, you are the problem. It's your fault when you are identifying the pattern of conduct. That doesn't work with the P.O.C. Obviously, I'm pointing out the malice. I'm pointing out what is also it's illogical. It's also unintelligent. It is indicative of what is nothing than outright abuse by the state. Okay, that's engaging in criminal defamation. Who, by the way, under what I've witnessed, what I've been subject to, we didn't even have a conversation. And they are writing stuff, creating diagnoses, people that I never even met with. And if I did meet with them, I am not speaking with them. And there is certainly nothing in my communication or in my behavior or my demeanor that is anything speaking toward any sort of mental illness whatsoever. The entity is engaged in what is highly malicious while they are monitoring. Okay, the entity is doing so in an environment that you are mindful of, and the objective to want to touch someone outside of their consent while you're pursuing them, and while you have no reason to be pursuing them, you should not be pursuing them, and you want to secretly stalk someone. You don't want it to be known that you're stalking them, that they're the focus in that environment, in the ways in which the entity does so. That is revealing a predatory mindset, a predatory objective. That is the tendencies of a sex offender. Okay, and it's the same thing because it's underway inside of the private spaces while the entity is engaged in a corporate invasion of privacy. These are the behaviors of sex offenders, and this is what the people of the state, I mean, every family, every corporate actor, every business, every government department and agency are engaging in this sexual violence together. When I say pervasive, when I say broad and far reaching, that's what I mean. That's what the evidence shows. That's what they're doing. And all you're doing is analyzing that behavior, analyzing that system, analyzing that pattern of conduct. Okay, so you're going from stalking and pursuing someone and wanting to touch all with engineer light all the time when you're stalking someone. Okay, a sex offender does the same thing with their hands, wanting to touch all the time while you're stalking someone. What's the difference? Traditional stalking versus group stalking. That which is demonic, you can also be demon possessed, engaged in traditional stalking. But essentially, that's what this is. But the entity is maliciously hiding the fact that you are being stalked by Satan is using a whole population to do it. Very, very demonic. Okay, pursuing and touching with engineer light is as violative as pursuing and touching with your hands with the body part, which you're not giving consent to any of that while they're stalking you, because they're stalking you, because they're monitoring you. All right, very psychotic, very psychotic. All right, and there is nothing, in other words, that is innocent or that's I would say not only innocent seeming, but unassuming through the entity that's in a dark parking lot and you see headlights. That's a threat. It's a threat. It's a stalker that's in the path, maintaining the elements of monitoring. And that is, again, what needs to be directly associated with the documentation, as I've shown you, demons that are stalking at nightfall. I mean, it is as threatening as the demons that are stalking during the day under the light source. And so that's all that I'm speaking to, giving narration to while the demon possessed are engaging in this pattern of conduct of stalking in the path with light. Always stalking in the path with some method of light. Okay. And it's not normal light. It's engineered light at that. It's not even like natural light. The character of the light is engineered. It's directed light. It's placed light. And a demon is engaging in presence in the path, which is criminal. All right. You'll get more attention. In other words, if it's the police are doing so while they are necessarily engaging in something related to some execution of their duty. They're there writing a parking ticket, or they're there because somebody's getting arrested, or they're there because something happened and there's a dead body. They're pulling a body out of the building. They're doing something. The entity that's stalking you directly is engaged in some sort of outward appearance. It's malicious with regard to the execution of their duties. The entity is doing so vicariously through the people of the state, and it is equally threatening. That's what you're recognizing, the malice. And it's the same actor. The actor is acting directly. The actor is acting vicariously in the same exact environment, demon possessed equally. Okay. It is 6:44 p.m. This is P.O.C. And that third party is maintaining presence in front of the Holiday Inn, which Holiday Inn is fully engaging in it. Holiday Inn is engaged in making money while checking the demon possessed in and out of the hotel, while group stalking with the demons that are maintaining criminal presence. And it becomes criminal upon the arrival of the specific environment, which arrives as I arrive. And the entities engaged in criminal conduct as I remain. All of it is serving that criminal system, and it never ceases to be that. It is indeed about the target individual. That's why you're going to the extent of having a whole fake environment centered around where that target individual is at. And that's exactly how you're going to be prosecuted for that psychotic pattern of conduct. And all that money that's been made has been about the target individual, and you're not going to keep that either. It is currently 6:44 p.m. This is P.O.C. Oh, the demon begins moving. You get this license plate touching again. That is is this a commercial actor? Oh, material culture consultants. Those are demons. That's a group. It's a corrupt company. They're engaged in federal stalking as well. Those are demons that are a part of that company. That's the commercial actor on that license plate that I documented. As I stated, another third party was replacing the African American that was group stalking by maintaining light in the parking lot. They're doing so by that third party. That's a commercial. It's a commercial means they may have a side business or whatever because they have a logo on their vehicle. But you need to understand that those are demons. So that's a corrupt business. They're engaging in the pattern of conduct, and they're doing so while the entity is molesting with engineer light. Okay, the molestation by that sex offender driving around in circles. Again, that is material culture consulting. All right, that sex offender's license plate again. You'll see images of what is a sex offense, and it's stalking in the path with method of light activity. The hazard lights in this third party's license plate again. Engaging in archaeology and paleontology, license plate 8TTJ765. And if this isn't a natural born citizen, they're going to be deported. P.O.C. Okay, so you will see my shadows that's surrounding me while you see the images of a sex offender that's molesting with light. Just driving around the parking lot is a demon that's pacing around. Remember, they're creating light activity, driving around the perimeter all around you, stalking in the path literally, and also touching. Okay, so this sex offender, and again, this commercial actor, material culture consulting, and it's also engaged in what is a sex offense, molesting with light. That is the sex offender that has no business driving school buses. That's what the state of California is engaging in right now. That drives school buses, that is engaged engaged in what is presence around children. That is walking around without a conviction on its head, labeled on its record as a terrorist, as a sex offender, as one that is keeping a woman under surveillance and wanting to touch all over her with engineer light while you're stalking her. And you're also keeping her under surveillance in a hotel. This third party with that license plate and that commercial actor is engaging on behalf of a whole entity. Okay. And this is where the fake son was present. That is the same criminal objective with regard to stalking in the path with engineered light. Okay. That is again, Material Culture Consulting is a group stalker. And that demon driving that vehicle is engaging in that pattern of conduct. And you will see what is the evidence of molesting with engineer light, not headlights. It's not natural light activity. It is under all circumstances a criminal touching. Light is the instrumental with regard to the elements of monitoring in the demonic environment. That's why I have shadows that are perpendicular to each other and moving all around as I'm walking. That's not the product of street lamps. Okay. You'll have a shadow that's customarily behind you while you're walking in a parking lot. But in the engineered environment where demons' objective are to touch you, that's a sex offender, the perpetual sex offense. All the ways in which the entity is engaging in the perpetual sex offense includes while you are in an engineered environment shown through the multiple shadows that you have, demons want to touch all over you and stalk all in the path. They want to surround you with a method of light. And at nightfall, it stands out very well when you see a bunch of headlights on. Those are demons that are stalking in the path, and it's engineered light. Okay, while you're in the engineered environment. And you can see that through what is the multiple shadows that I also captured images of while that demon is engaging what is an unlawful touching. And that's when he's going to be prosecuted as a sex offender that he is. But that's the state. That's the state that's engaging in that. All right. It is currently, again, 6:48 p.m. This is P.O.C. at the Holiday Inn. This Holiday Inn, again, is located at 1504. I can't see the address. Let me capture it real quick. Alrighty, this is the entity that is group stalking by helicopter. Alrighty, this is Holiday Inn at PALMDALE Road where the fake son was over the same hotel. This is the hallmark of stalking in the path. And those are demons. And that's group stalking by the state. And this is stalking in the path. That's one shadow. That's two shadows. This is three shadows. That's a demon that's stalking. Okay, and so is this one, 99595R1. Stalking in the path with light activity, that's federal prison. All right, that's the state. This is the state also. Federal stalking. P.O.C. Stalking with the state that uses helicopters while they're keeping you under surveillance also in a hotel room is the basis of federal prison, and that's where he's going. This is a white male in operation of a communication device, group stalking with the state that uses helicopters to engage in terrorism and psychological torture, while they're also group stalking with the entity engaging in what is a method of light activity, stalking in the parking lot. 9NLF204, and they were group stalking the whole time. I want you to pay attention to my shadow here. There's another shadow right here in front of me here, and here's another one here. This is not normal light activity. These are demons. Federal prison, all right? And the other demon drove by. This demon that went into the hotel, the African-American with no neck, license 25201S3, group stalking in the path with light. The demon that I just documented that was group stalking used the commercial vehicle on, I will recite that. It's on the podcast right now. They're all going to federal prison. Okay. This is the entity that's group stalking by the people of the state. This is light activity, stalking in the path. This is what they're doing while the fake sun remains over your head during the day. And this is where the fake sun was captured at 4 p.m. The entity is keeping a light source, which is directly opposed to the natural environment at Woodside Senior Apartments, where the Ontario police are doing the exact same thing. All right. Understand Jeremy Dean. He's going to federal prison. 99595R1. He's going to federal prison for group stalking with the San Bernardino County Sheriff's Department. The demon-possessed Victorville Fire Department under the fake sun and engineered light. That's what I'm surrounded by right now. And the people I say are going to federal prison working at Holiday Inn. This is the hallmark of the P.O.C. And this is indeed the state. The Budget Inn is group stalking. The people that stayed in traffic are group stalking. They're maintaining presence in the specific environment, and you're looking at them flying in circles. They're demons that are pacing. And again, this is a shadow that's here. This is a shadow that's here. That's a shadow that's back there. That's three shadows. Okay, that's not caused by the normal light activity of a street lamp. They're going to federal prison. Okay, that is again 25201S3. The employees of Holiday Inn are going to federal prison, including Alfredo. Okay, the demon that's group stalking in this vehicle right here, 9NLF204, group stalking, going right into the hotel while they're engaging in terrorism with the state, who's flying in circles over the hotel. These are sex offenders that are keeping me under surveillance while my panties are down. This is the sex offending entity that's engaging in surveillance of a woman who's prosecuting them. and they're going to federal prison for that. Okay, the entity is engaging in that and doing so with impunity. Those are the demon-possessed group stalking in the demonic environment, and also under the fake sun, which you saw here at 4 p.m., which is also how you know that the state is group stalking, because it's a specific environment. This is also the specific environment at nightfall. All right, and understand the federal government is recognizing the specific environment. You have two shadows in front of you. That's a demon that's stalking in the path, going right into the hotel. That's group stalking also. They're all engaged in federal stalking as well. The entity arriving with helicopter with regard to hostility towards your documenting and exposing it, they're going to federal prison for that. Okay? Every third party that I just documented right now and all of the employees for Holiday Inn at this hotel are going to federal prison. It is currently 6:52 p.m. This is where an entity is keeping a fake sun, as I documented, after 4 p.m. This is under no circumstances occurring at what is La Quinta, where the entity had the fake sun at 4 p.m. Woodside Senior Apartments, where I'm documenting the fake sun that was rising and setting at Woodside Senior Apartments. I documented it at 4 p.m. The entity is keeping the fake sun over me while I'm in the side of the laundry room at the Alvarado Gardens, where I'm working and living, where the entity had the fake sun here. This is speaking to the specific environment, and this is the specific environment at nightfall. Your shadow is upright. When you're looking at light that's coming at a downward trajectory, that's not the product of street lamps behind you. That's where demons are stalking, flying in circles, pacing in a helicopter by flying in a circle over your head. And that's incriminating all the demons that are stalking in the parking lot. Okay, that's relevant positioning right here. If you can send stalking in the path, always engaging in what is path. And because I'm exposing the fact that they're stalking and that they're sex offenders, so the group stalker that is the state arrives in helicopter, and everybody goes to federal prison for that. All right, because I'm exposing the demon possession and I'm exposing the criminal conduct, the stalker that is the state, who is a violent sex offender. I want to be clear. License 25201S3. That's an African American male with a black cap, a burgundy turtleneck. He's got no neck. He's wearing also I believe gray pants. 9NLF204. This is a female group stalking, maintaining a method of light activity in the engineered light, while the entity, they are helping the state engage in criminal monitoring and state surveillance while they have the method of light activity. They're going to federal prison, and so is the workforce of Holiday Inn. That's P.O.C. They're doing so while the shadows, you can see 1, you can see 2, you can see 3. That's not the normal light activity. These are demons group stalking, including the state that uses helicopters to do so. All right, those are sex offenders as I documented them on the podcast, and that's the state that they're group stalking with on their behalf while the entity arrives in helicopter. That is the intolerable method of group stalking, where you have a lot of people, hundreds of people, who are going to federal prison for terrorism in the United States. And they're demonic while doing so. This is demonic in every regard. It's not just criminal, it is the work of Satan. And this is exposing why Shannon DICUS, a demon over the San Bernardino County Sheriff's Department, and what is Jeremy Dean, the demon, the captain over the San Bernardino County Sheriff's Department, the Hesperia division, the demons that are over the Victorville Fire Department, the demon that's over, for example, what is the San Bernardino County Fire Department, these corrupt government actors who are demon-possessed, engaging in this demonic system. They are functions of the state, engaging in criminal summoning, engaging in stalking by the state, which is employed, underway by the demons who are the people of the state in that environment. P.O.C. All right? This is the entity that's stalking, and everybody in Holiday Inn is group stalking. Everybody. And they're going to federal prison. Literally by work schedule. Because that's exactly where they're going, and the government is going to be directly prosecuted as well. This is P.O.C. It is currently 6:55 p.m. Accessing, sitting engaged in surveillance in their vehicles, just walking, and they were group stalking in the vehicle the whole time. Okay? P.O.C. All right, this is stalking in the path too. I want you to understand. That's stalking in the path. A demon was there. They drove off. Another demon engaging in the same conduct, stalking in the path with the method of light. Flying directly over the top of my head, repeatedly flying in circles over and over and over again. Holiday Inn is engaging in what is state surveillance in the United States. Holiday Inn and its employees, the ones at 9750 Key Point, are going to federal prison, and so are the workforce here at Holiday Inn in Victorville off of PALMDALE Road, going to federal prison, state surveillance, group stalking with the population. At that great distance, you can tell the targeting through the environment, the unnatural environment where you've got shadows that are surrounding you on the ground, and the entity is also group stalking by helicopter. Those are the hallmarks. Stalking in the engineered environment with presence in the path, engaging in surveillance by sitting in their vehicles, group stalking on an ongoing basis. Sex offenders, obsessed with genitalia, obsessed with your nude body, obsessed with what's going on in a private space. Hostile because you're exposing that. Arriving in helicopters because they're hostile to it. So you're going to respond to that unfounded hostility revealing mental illness psychopaths with federal prison. This demon, 25201S3, and that demon that was driving the vehicle, again, they're going to federal prison. They went right into the venue. They're in hotel rooms and they're going to federal prison. And so is the employees of Holiday Inn. Unlawful and an intolerable level of facilitation, just like the LAPD, just like the Ontario Police Department, Woodside Senior Apartments, Alvarado Gardens are going to federal prison. All right, the entities engaged in the pattern of conduct statewide, which is what this is showing. It is currently, again, 6:57 p.m. This is my shadow. I just want you to show the light, see the light activity. This is absolutely impossible light activity. The sound of that traffic is monitoring conduct. And this is a third shadow right here. Has nothing to do with the street lamps. Holiday Inn's engaged in state surveillance in concert with the rest of the entity. New budgeting is in relevant position. Criminal monitoring, federal stalking. As you saw, they're group stalking through the drive-thru right here. They're monitoring me as opposed to engaging in what is making a purchase that's separate and distinct. It's demon stalking in the path with light activity. The same sex offenders who are sounding sirens to monitor, group stalk a woman who is exposing their whole system. And you have hundreds of people who are going to federal prison. This is P.O.C. This is San Bernardino County. Okay, the policing agency here is San Bernardino County Sheriff's Department, a documented kidnapper. All right, basis of disbanding. They are group stalking while a demon is in the helicopter. The state is the one that has access to the helicopters, the fire departments and the police departments and the sheriff's departments. They're going to be prosecuted, and San Bernardino County Sheriff's Department, a documented kidnapper, disbanding, including while it's happening in Hesperia. License 6XTG847, crossing paths with the method of light activity on behalf of the government. That's group stalking in helicopter. That's federal prison. It is currently, again, 6:58 p.m. That's documentation of what is impunity. That's P.O.C. Alrighty, documenting what is group stalking by helicopter at the venue. So I want to make sure I get everybody's everybody's license plate again. The license plate that I documented regarding the demon with the no neck, this African-American male with no neck, wearing a turtleneck, being a stalker and a sex offender, stalking it at nightfall, with a method of light activity in order to touch, in order to pursue with engineered light. That demon, 25201S3, who's group stalking in relevant position inside a Holiday Inn, is a part of that same criminal system, was doing so with the same corrupt entity that flew over and in circles over my head in a helicopter right now. And he's going to federal prison, okay? License 25201S3. And so is the demon that is on video, group stalking, maintaining a method of light activity, license 9NLF204. Also group stalking with the Caucasian male who was in the vehicle, who I captured on video and in license plate. That demon drove off. They are maintaining criminal presence at the Holiday Inn, who was fully exposed as engaging in group stalking while I'm capturing helicopter in the engineer light, where I'm also showing you the fake sun during the day as I captured upon my arrival at this venue. The entity is clearly engaging in what is the communication of an unlawful threat, and that is federal prison for a lot of people. License 27155G1. License 295Z84, that's Nevada. License 9NLF204. License 9NXB623. License 7WRH834. And that is my vehicle beeping. License. I can't really see that one. The Oregon, the third party that was group stalking under the fake sun, as I documented earlier today. All right, going to federal prison. This third party group stalking on the side of the road while the entity's group stalking in helicopter. This demon's license plate is 9LON339. That was Intercon Security. They're going to federal prison. Vehicle 2381 PPO 6822. They were group stalking with the state that's terrorizing and engaging in psychological torture by helicopter. That is, again, Intercon Security. That driver is going to federal prison. All right, I captured an image of relevant positioning. They're stalking on the side of the street with a method of light activity using that vehicle 7JEV128. That looks like a commercial vehicle. The entity is group stalking with the entity in the, as I captured on video, in the parking lot across the street. Let me put my seatbelt on 1 second. The entity is engaging in federal group stalking and monitoring as I'm capturing video of relevant positioning across the street, which is where that security vehicle drove in order to maintain a method of light activity in the path. And as I'm pointing out the sex offenders that they are, the entity that is hostile to that arrives in helicopter to engage in directly group stalking, which is the entity's group stalking at all times. So a sex offender doesn't like hearing the fact that they are a sex offender. They don't like to hear that. And they will arrive and engage in what is criminal conduct using helicopters. And everyone goes to federal prison for that. 7WPE 966, everyone that's engaging in that. License 7NHY 926, license 8ZLJ 319, license 7TCE 387. They're all group stalking with the entity that is maintaining methods of light activity in the path, and they were group stalking with the state that just crossed path in helicopter, flying in circles over me, which is an act of terrorism and psychological harm while you are enforcing your rights in documenting the state for prosecuting it for keeping you under surveillance in violation of your constitutional and human rights. All right. The demons are group stalking well beyond Holiday Inn. I'm documenting at Holiday Inn, and I will document beyond the Holiday Inn while they are group stalking as one entity together. License plate 9KMN 584 6ZUF 656. License 8XQA 842. License 8WCZ 032 6NPU 281. 9411782, 94117A as in Apple 2, 9HPN 116, 8YGE 722, and I don't see a license plate on that one. Okay. It is 7:03 p.m. Want to make sure I get that because this is all relevant positioning. The entity sounds sirens, and it also engaged in psychological torture. That's why is an entity stalking in helicopters? Because the entity intends to terrorize and psychologically torture you. And I have a body of evidence of the LAPD, the Azusa PD, the Glendale PD, the Ontario PD, the entity that is group stalking by helicopters, as I'm the Las Vegas Metropolitan Police Department, that is stalking in the specific environment by helicopter. Okay, this is how an entity, a demon possessed one, that is engaging in the pattern of conduct in California and in Nevada, and this is shown, which is coexisting the engineered environment, which is speaking to a very specific pattern of conduct where the entity is seeking to harass and terrorize as an entity, and doing so using helicopters, which is the basis of federal prison for the state and for the people of the state. 27155G1, 8WAS 040, CWZ OA26 paper, license 6P47735, license 9FET 073, license 8TRM 453, license, this is Utah, which I documented earlier, 8Y4J7, 9GMK 792, 8HMZ 715, CWW 8564, that's Arizona, license CHP 4158, Washington. And this is, oh, I can't see the license plate on that one. License 7YMH 699, 9DGV 605, TNHONEY, license 9GEZ 773. That's a sex offender touching on behalf of the state that's stalking in helicopters because the sex offenders are offended by the fact that they're being exposed as sex offenders, engaging in sexual violence, that you're literally being called what you are based on what you're doing. Those are sex offenders that are stalking in helicopters, okay? And don't like the fact that the demons that they are being exposed as sex offenders as they engage in sexual violence. CWB 8567, that's Arizona. License 9MQH 622. License 9FIW 239. This is New Mexico 325XCW. License 6YSD 758. The 76 across the street is engaged in federal group stalking and monitoring in concert with the state that flew over in relevant position by helicopter. The 76 is right across the street. License plate, stalking in the path, these demons. License 8XOH479. All right, turning around and turning on their vehicle lights in order to maintain light activity. 9ETU843. Yeah, 9E, hold on. They're all engaging in group stalking together with the state using helicopters. 9ETU843. The same melanated person, man or woman, I don't know what that was, driving the U-Haul vehicle, group stalking with the state in helicopter. I already documented them on podcast. All right, in Alfredo, Alfredo, who's documenting he's group stalking. You hear him on podcasts. He's group stalking amongst the impossible light activity under the fake sun and with the state. That is group stalking by helicopter. Alfredo's going to federal prison. Him and everybody else that works at Holiday Inn. License 26236. That's handicap. License LIL 408. That's Oklahoma. License plate. Hold on, I'll get that one in a second. 9LHS 745, 9DWK 048, 295Z84. License 30366N2. The demon this is a female driving a, an Atlas. A Volkswagen Atlas. She's on video stalking in the path in concert with the state while I'm being molested with impossible light activity, and I have multiple shadows surrounding me. The terrorism via directed light, while the entity engages in terrorism by group stalking in helicopter. And this is while the entity is listening to me speak to you about the facts regarding the sexual violence that the state of California and the people of the state are inflicting while they're violent sex offenders stalking. Okay. And they're demons pursuing you with engineer light. Sex offenders don't like to hear the fact of their sexual violence. And so they tend to arrive in helicopters, group stalking, which is very incriminating to the people of the state. Not only will the state produce the evidence of the demon that's stalking in a helicopter who's going to federal prison, but the people of the state are going to federal prison in concert, with regard to who's engaged in that iteration of the P.O.C. They're going to federal prison together. License 9NXB623. Let me be clear. The demon, the melanated person, male or female, long dreads, I don't know what that was, is group stalking with the Arizona license plate AM755550. That's parked in the parking lot. There's another demon driving another U-Haul vehicle, U-Haul van, crossing path. License, so I want to document that. License 8K29354. I just documented a demon crossing path in a U-Haul vehicle. That's a different vehicle. Okay, a different third party. But it's the same third party. U-Haul is engaged in federal group stalking and monitoring, and U-Haul will be prosecuted while the people of the state employ U-Haul vehicles, that is a logo, to engage in the elements of monitoring to engage in the P.O.C. License 7WRH834, 6XIG847. And I've already captured this demon that was group stalking under the fake sun with the Oregon plates. He's going to federal prison for group stalking with the state that employs helicopters to terrorize me, because I'm documenting him and exposing the fact that he's an exceedingly violent sex offender and is, by the way, predisposed with regard to engaging in sex with minors. That's what the people of the state do. That's what demon-possessed people do. That's what sex offenders who are group stalking are predisposed to engage in. Group stalking is a sex offense. Group stalking is revealing a predatory mindset. Group stalking is inherently sexually violent and perverted. No, it is not far-fetched to engage in having sex with minor children, because that's what sex offenders do. Sex offenders are also group stalkers, and sex offenders engage in this criminal conduct and are hostile while that pattern of conduct is exposed. I'm not the one engaging in sexual violence. They are. And they're the ones that engage in more terrorism because they are sex offenders and they are predisposed to engage in what are methods of sexual violence that we're all aware of. I'm explaining to you and documenting and exposing sexual violence that demons engage in while they have a predatory mind state regarding molesting you with engineer light, because they're stalking you. They're stalking. That's what sex offenders do. This is the same population that is engaged in what is a risk to minor children, sexually molesting, violating minor children, sex trafficking minor children, engaging in what is sex with those under the age of majority, having sex with the kids that they're working with while they're group stalking, driving the school buses. Yes, that's exactly what the demon-possessed engage in. That's exactly what they're capable of engaging in. And those are sex offenders that arrived in helicopter group stalking, because Satan can't handle the truth while it's being spoken, proclaimed. And everybody that engaged in that iteration of the P.O.C., including while they're group stalking on the job inside a Holiday Inn, they're all going to federal prison. License 362 NLG, that's Oregon. He's going to federal prison. License 7WDT306, 7FCH452. Group stalking by maintaining light in the path. This is impunity. I'm going to document this third party. This is an entity that's obsessively stalking. It does not matter what the punishment is. 7RZA378, a sex offender lying in wait as I make a turn in the parking lot, arriving to maintain presence in the path with light. Right. Right, that is P.O.C. That third party is captured. They're maintaining presence in the path with light, coming to pick up another demon. It's nothing other than another third party group stalking together at the facilitated venue with Holiday Inn, group stalking together, and the entities engaging in that pattern of conduct with malice and knowledge of the fact that it's being documented. That's why they arrive in helicopters, by the way, in the specific environment, as I'm exposing the fact that sexual violence shall be recognized in all the ways that demons don't want you to know about. They also don't want you to know that they're predisposed. In other words, they are a risk to engage in what is sexual violence that you wouldn't be surprised by if you were aware of the sexual violence that demons practice. You wouldn't be caught off guard when they are reported as engaging in having sex with teenagers, having sex with preteens, having sex with little kids. That's what the demon possessed engage in. They're violent sex offenders. And this predatory mindset, this predatory objective of stalking and molesting with engineered light, keeping a woman under surveillance in a hotel room, engaging in what is corporate invasion of privacy, monitoring somebody in a private space. That's exactly what sex offenders engage in. That's exactly the pattern of conduct that leads to what is reasonably foreseeable: having sex against someone else's will, rape, minors, having sex with minors, violating minors. Yeah, that's right up the alley of a group stalker. That's exactly what this government is engaging in while they're stalking in helicopters, by the way. That's exactly what this population is engaged. It's the people of the state that are being prosecuted in California for sexual violence. You do not have Holy Spirit-filled, Bible-believing Christians who are group stalking, who are engaging in sexually violating children. They can claim it all they want, but their actions defy what is reality. You know them by their deeds. It doesn't matter what Satan professes. Satan knows scripture. Satan attends church. Satan leads Bible studies. And Satan will scream out, hallelujah, praise the Lord Jesus Christ, while Satan is in every regard practicing wicked, walking in darkness. It doesn't matter. You know them by their deeds. Okay? No Holy Spirit-filled group stalker. Excuse me. That's a paradox. Literally an oxymoron. No Holy Spirit-filled person is a group stalker. It is literally mutually exclusive. This is demon possession at work. This is demonic activity. And that's just for you to know. I'm going to prosecute based on the criminal pattern of conduct. But let me be clear. The pattern of conduct is sexually violent. By the way, sex offenders, threats to children, threats to the vulnerable, threats, those that are, again, the sex offenders who don't want to be known and identified as sex offenders, they'll engage in terrorizing you in helicopters in order that you're supposed to shut up. I'm not going to, and everybody's going to federal prison that's engaged in group stalking with that state. And you need to know that this is exactly what the corrupt fire departments are engaged. You saw the Victorville Fire Department group stalking under a light source today, an impossible light that's beside the truck on the ground. That has nothing to do with any sort of reflection of that fire truck. Those are demons. They were stalking with the people of the state. It was on video. The demon that's over that corrupt fire department, that's the likes of those stalking in helicopters. The demon that is over as captain of the Hesperia police department, which is San Bernardino County Sheriff's Department, Hesperia's district over what is the San Bernardino County Sheriff's Department, the entire department. Hesperia is a district within the San Bernardino County Sheriff's Department. They are an entirely corrupt department as well, engaged in federal group stalking and monitoring. They're kidnapping and they're group stalking inside of the facilities. Those are demons wearing badges, bearing weapons, calling themselves deputies. They are delusional. They are sex offenders that are wearing, they're wearing uniforms. All they're doing is dressing up like they're playing dress up. That's what Satan is doing, playing dress up. That's all they're doing. They're a bunch of sex offenders. And they know that. That's why they arrived in video for the world to witness. Sex offenders exposed in the state of California, stalking in helicopters. Okay? The entity is responding in the engineered environment by engaged in criminal summoning. Everybody that works at Holiday Inn's going to federal prison because this is what the entity is doing 24/7. The sex offender that was driving the Victorville Fire Department vehicle, no sex offender has any business part of any law enforcement agency. No sex offender has any business part of any fire department. No sex offender has any business around children, driving school buses, as a teacher, as a substitute teacher, working as a gym coach, working as for the Unified School District, anything having to do with minor children or the elderly who cannot protect themselves. No sex offender has any business in any of those areas or the medical field. Drugging people so that they're incoherent, so that they don't know what you're doing to their genitalia. That's what sex offenders do. That's what group stalkers do. So if you want me to be very honest, and I'm not going to mince words while the terrorists want to arrive in helicopters, because I'm speaking the truth about sexual violence, you are a sex offender. You will be prosecuted as a sex offender. Holiday Inn needs to be associated with what it is engaged in. Sexual violence. Sexual violence. That's not what you're going to see on social media. That's not what you're going to see in their commercials. But that's exactly what they're engaging in. That's exactly what they're engaging in. And that's why the state is flying in circles over my head, exhibiting demon possession, stalking in helicopters. Stalking in helicopters. That's what sex offenders do. Sex offenders go to federal prison. Sex offenders are barred from the hospitality industry, such as working amongst the public, where you can engage in sexual violence amongst the public that's staying in hotels. That's why sex offenders will be barred from these types of industries, where they create a public safety concern. There's a threat to the public. And so do sex offenders that are stalking in ambulances and fire vehicles and police vehicles, sounding sirens. Those demons are stalking me. And they're sounding sirens. At the moment that I'm speaking to the Victorville Fire Department, group stalking under a fake sun. Okay, that's entirely pathetic and it's very embarrassing. Okay, that entire fire department is demon possessed. You need to know that they're corrupt. Their business happens to be state surveillance. They just so happen to be they happen to be engaged in what is the simultaneous engagement and what is putting out fires every now and then. They're engaged in state surveillance. They serve Satan. They're demon possessed, and that's an entirely corrupt department. That's why you saw that light source and the engineered light beside that fire truck vehicle. That's impossible light activity. That's also not going to ricochet into my car while you drive by. Those are demons who are targeting, that engage in just what you heard, criminal summoning, demons who are stalking, demons who are listening to the truth being spoke about them, and they engage in criminal monitoring in a manner that is perceptible because they're group stalking the whole time while I'm documenting these demons by license plate and address and business name. That's the state that's being documented and exposed. Okay, this is cleansing of a corrupt population, a bunch of sex offenders who are literally threats to children. These children are reared up in sexual violence, amongst sexual violence, being desensitized with regard to sexual violence, while they're engaged in group stalking and while they're raised by sex offenders. The entity is group stalking as a way of life in California. Group stalking is an exceedingly violent sex offense. Sexual violence is built into the pattern of conduct where they're practicing this demonic ritualistic method of stalking someone. And then sex offenders are hostile because you call them exactly what they are. You're also stalkers. You're also demon possessed. You're also mentally ill psychopaths. And this is supported by evidence. These gang stalkers just engage in defamatory conduct amongst the gangs. That's it. That's all they're doing. Because you're documenting them and you're not supposed to be able to identify. You're not supposed to be able to prove it. Nothing about the intelligent articulation about the evidence showing federal group stalking and monitoring is serving to support the defamation of the targeted individual. Those are sex offenders that are hostile. Sex offenders engage in stalking by helicopter. That's why you have Dominic Choi, who's been removed as the chief of police. That is not the end of how Dominic Choi is going to be tolerated with regard to the criminal conduct that was occurring on his watch, while the corrupt demon, that is Karen Bass, who is in very close relationship with these corrupt government actors who are engaging in exactly what I captured on video at Holiday in Hesperia, California, where I'm capturing a fake sun, which is speaking to the demon possession of an entity that's group stalking throughout the state of California. The mayor knows all about it. So does the demons that they're acting closely with. The mayor works very closely with the county sheriff and the chief of police. These are demons. And these departments are practicing a pattern of conduct. And guess what? They're sex offenders bearing badges, sex offenders calling themselves government politicians, government actors. They're criminals, and they're engaged in criminal activity that is no longer a secret. They are also engaged in sexual violence that's no longer closeted, no longer secret. It's not a secret at all. And to engage in more terrorism via helicopter, the hallmark is to confirm, again, which the entity is always doing as it's listening to me expose it, the truth that I speak regarding the pattern of conduct and what you know about the group stalkers. The group stalkers are sex offenders. The group stalkers are psychopaths. The group stalkers are demon possessed, which is, again, the way in which the mental illness is manifesting over a person, over a human being. They're exhibiting mental illness, the psychopathic P.O.C. That's the affect of demon possession. That's what inspires somebody to stalk an American citizen, stalk an individual in helicopters. That's what causes that. Okay, so this mental illness is literally a disqualification from law enforcement and from the medical field and from working amongst the public. This entity that's engaging in sexual violence, molesting. This is a Caucasian male driving a red Mustang, heavy facial hair, group stalking with the entity that's engaged in criminal summoning, stalking in helicopters while you have shadows surrounding you. Group stalking, which is license plate 9MDW761. All right, that sex offender is criminal engagement in the elements of monitoring. That's a violent sex offender also engaged in and interested in and facilitating every other sex offender to keep a woman under surveillance inside of a hotel room. Every moment when my genitalia is exposed, every moment when my panties are down, the entity is engaging in exactly what you saw on video, stalking in helicopters, demons who are going dizzy, flying in circles while I'm nude inside of my hotel room doing whatever it is that I'm doing, and a bunch of sex offenders, an entity engaging in sexual violence that it does not want to be known, but the whole world is going to know that the state of California is a sex offender engaging in federal group stalking and monitoring. That's what group stalking is. It's a sex offense. That's exactly how it's going to be prosecuted because that's what it is. The entity that is hostile while it's criminally monitoring, admittedly so, in the specific environment, arriving in helicopter, the hallmark is arriving in helicopter while they're listening to the truth being spoke about them. And the entity is going to produce the name of that demon that's engaging in stalking in a helicopter. That name is going to be produced, and everybody working in Hallmark, at Holiday Inn is going to federal prison. And the demons whose license plate I'm documenting, they're going to federal prison. Sex offenders that engage in domestic terrorism in the U.S. are going to be treated just like that. All right, it is currently 7:23 p.m. Another demon engaging in the pattern of conduct, stalking in the path, molesting me with engineer light while they're driving into the parking lot. I'm going to document them by license plate. This is the same entity that's stalking in helicopter, arriving, engaging in the pattern of conduct, which is all that they're doing. And they're doing so, again, why did they arrive in helicopter specifically? Because they're group stalking right now while there's no helicopter flying over my head. The entity is group stalking at all times via the state because I'm speaking to the sex offender. That is this third party, 526-34A3. Okay, stalking in the path with the method of light, activity, and relevant position. While they're parking at the front, you have what is again a sex offender that always wants to touch with some method of light activity while they're stalking you. They're stalking you. Okay, they're doing so on behalf of the state. You got another demon approaching. This is, again, this demon's license plate, 526-34A3. And this demon, which is Blair, Church, and Flynn, which I documented earlier. This is a Caucasian male who's group stalking. This is a Caucasian male with facial hair, a beard and a mustache. It's, again, license 50401V3. I documented him group stalking earlier. And he is crossing path in that commercial vehicle, group stalking with the state. The entity has the fake moon right in alignment. You'll see this demon that's crossing path. He has a shadow in front of him and behind him. That's not the natural light caused by street lamps. They're in the engineered environment, stalking in helicopters, engaging in criminal summoning, doing so on behalf of the government, stalking in the path, and the predatory pattern of conduct is shown while demons are sitting in the dark with methods of light activity. Alrighty, the demons engaging in surveillance in the parking lot. Again, as I take pictures, these are psychopaths whose objective is to aim light in the dark. With they're sitting in their vehicles, but they're also in the engineered environment. They have multiple shadows. I have multiple shadows, as you're seeing, and that's how you're recognizing what is stalking with light, and which demons do. And violent sex offenders of the male and female genders are keeping me under surveillance. These are violent sex offenders who are predisposed, by the way, to engage in sexual violence that you are recognized and familiar with, and it's not less sexually violent while the entity is pursuing you, touching all over your body. And these are the same ones that have no business working around children. By the way, it's no surprise when the people of the state are being prosecuted and charged with sexual violence. This is the sexual violence that's built into a malicious pattern of conduct that the state is engaging in. License 62279Y3. This is a PRS holdings company. This demon of this holdings company is group stalking, using the commercial vehicle to engage in the pattern of conduct on behalf of the state. By the way, that's the unlawful use of a commercial means to engage in criminal monitoring, regardless of the fact whether that demon's actually on the job making money right now for this company. That's a matter of evidence. That's why the entity is flying over group stalking in helicopter. And that's speaking to sexual violence that PRS Holdings is engaging in. All right. It is currently 7:26 p.m. Understand sexual violence is based on the corporate invasion of privacy by the entity keeping a woman under surveillance in the private space at all times, at all locations. The perpetual sex offense is occurring with regard to the entity's ongoing molestation of the person without the consent, without the right to do so. The sexual violence is with regard to the population that is pursuing a woman, stalking a woman together. Why are you pursuing a woman? Why are you stalking someone? The entity is intending to falsely depict, to murder and kidnap that woman. This is what group stalking is, and I'm referencing myself. But the entity is also sexually obsessed. Predatory conduct is built into the P.O.C, and it is underway through what is the maintenance of engineer light. The entity is doing so in a readily identifiable specific environment, and doing so with malice and real-time knowledge. Okay, the entity is maintaining an ongoing cycle of engineer light inside of the parking lot, which is underway by the demon. I want to document this license plate. Hold on. This demon's license plate while they're group stalking. Let me get this really quick. All right, this is an Asian female. This is a violent sex offender. And if this isn't a natural born citizen, she's going to be deported. And this impunity is noted. She's molesting with engineer light while this demon is in a vehicle, which is the means of crossing a path in concert with the state that's stalking in helicopter. Again, her license plate is 9ETU199. This is a violent sex offender predisposed to having sex with minors, engaging in sex trafficking. This is what the people of the state are engaging while sexual violence is underway, while a population is engaging in the ongoing objective to molest you with engineered light. Stalk you obsessively as a population on behalf of the government that uses helicopters as you expose that. Okay, the entity is doing so. It's currently 7:28 p.m. You'll see this demon captured in what is images, and that is the basis of federal prison as well. That's a sex offender that's stalking as a population, as I'm documenting yet another third party. All right, it is currently again 7:29 p.m. where you will see the images of that third party. And again, this is an Asian, I believe it could be a Latina female. It's definitely not an African American or anything. I could tell by the skin color. But again, anyone of the population that's not a natural born citizen, they're going to be deported out of this country. You are out of this country. I'm showing you what is terrorism that's underway in this country, and it is the basis for deportation of a large amount of the population. A lot of people from other countries come to California specifically. All right, and so this is a way of lawfully and justifiably ridding this population of this infected infected entity that is in the state of California engaging in terrorism with the corrupt government. All right, you're going to literally cleanse this population by removing them. Those that you're not even naturally from, you're not even welcome. Okay, the melting pot that is the United States is not welcoming terrorists and not welcoming terrorism with the corrupt government. And that's exactly what's happening in California. All right, now the corrupt government's going to be dealt with. A lot of them are going to federal prison, and they're going to be impeached from the positions that they hold while they're exposed as being sex offenders. And I want to be clear. The mayors, that is a sex offender. You're facilitating sexual violence. Do you think because they are not in the room while a young lady or a young man is being raped, but they're aware of the fact that outside, while they're in that room and that's going on inside of that locked room, and they're aware of it and they're not doing anything to stop it, and they're actually engaging in the creation of policies and an environment where it is fostered, where it is literally thriving under their watch, and they know all about it, that they're any less of a sex offender? Absolutely not. You are indeed engaged in what is sexual violence while group stalking, federal group stalking and monitoring is on your watch. They know exactly what's going on, and you are not being missed. I am documenting you by position. You are being exposed, and you are a sex offender as well. You know exactly who you are, and I am exposing you. The government positions that you are temporarily holding. No sex offender shall sit as a mayor. No sex offender shall sit as a council member. Okay, the entity is engaging in this pattern of conduct as a public entity that is corrupt through and through at every level of government. While sex offenders are engaging in terrorism in your city, that is speaking directly to you, sir or madam. That's speaking directly to you. And what you are, not only are you corrupt, the world knows that you are demon possessed, and you're also a closeted sex offender. You're a psychopath, hoping that no one knows about who you are and what you're engaging in and what's occurring on your watch. And none of that anonymity, none of that mystery exists. They know exactly what you are, and they know exactly what you're engaged in. It is currently 7:31 p.m. The entity is engaged in sexual violence. Everything that's occurring inside of this parking lot is on the watch of Holiday Inn. Okay, these demons, yet another one, they're all going to federal prison. And the entity made a deliberate decision about which one is going. They picked and choose today. They didn't want it at Fairfield Inn by Marriott. They didn't want it at what is the venue that I'm documenting. What I'm going into the hotels and, oh no, we're full here. We're all filled up. No. The Homes to Suites Hilton, they were all filled up. The entity is engaged in deliberately choosing which venue they're going going to quote unquote make available while they're monitoring the evidence, they're all going to federal prison. That's what the entities engage in. This criminal system occurring, helicopter activity over the bank where I'm baking, over the grocery store where I'm shopping, over me on the freeway where the people that state are surrounding on the roads and the highways, over the hotel that I'm staying at, every single type of venue, you're all going to federal prison. It is currently 7:32 p.m. This is P.O.C. Alrighty, the entity engaged in what is the people of the state. These are the sex offenders that are engaging in keeping a woman under surveillance, the people of the state. Super amplification. All of this traffic is really loud when I stop recording. That's a demon, okay? The entity is group stalking. That's a population that's full of sex offenders that are keeping a woman together under surveillance. And that's, again, the government that's a sex offender using helicopters to keep a woman under surveillance. That's a sex offender that's also trying to scare you, trying to psychologically harm you, targeting because you're showing and exposing the fact that you're subject to sexual violence by that corrupt government. And the demon that's crossing path while that amplification is underway is doing so in the specific environment. Let me capture. This is P.O.C. All right, it is 7:36 p.m. and you're looking at a demon. That's amplification with 3 shadows. That's the entity that's group stalking. All right, and the entity is engaging in what is targeting with amplified audible activity. This is what the government, these are the sex offenders that are driving school buses. These are the sex offenders that are stalking while your panties are down. These are sex offenders that are interested and obsessed with your genitalia when you're nude. They are the sex offenders that are interested in having sex with minor children. They engage in sex trafficking. They are the ones that are engaging in the sexual violence. This is the government that's engaging in this conduct, that it is also playing cops and robbers with this demon-possessed entity. All right, this is Satan's system. They are the ones that are engaging in what is the issue of sexual violence and the sexual perversion amongst this corrupt entity. They are the ones that are engaging in that and entirely exposed while you're listening to a demon that's group stalking via amplification. All right, license plate 8JDJ873. All right, my shadows in front and behind me while the demons are engaging what is amplification, which is, again, the sex offenders that enjoy sex with minor children. They like driving school buses while they're engaging in sexual violence. That's what I'm capturing, literally, while a group stalker is driving a Hesperia Unified School District vehicle and group stalking under the fake sun, and while you have kids in the back of that bus, okay? You're literally a sex offender engaging in sexual violence while you're in custody of children. I mean, it's making absolutely no sense, and the entities engaged in what is a secret government system. It's not a secret anymore. And it's also not a secret that you're a sex offender. They are the same ones that, again, as you are hearing amplification, as you can see the images and the video of what is multiple shadows, that's not the product of being walking under a street lamp. No matter how many street lamps there are, you are not going to have multiple shadows like a deck of cards just laid out around you. That's not normal light activity. That's engineered light. Those are the demons that engage in exactly what it is that I'm exposing about them. They're engaging in sexual violence, keeping me under surveillance. They're obsessed with touching my body with that which is not even naturally occurring. They're doing so under that which is not occurring during the day either. That's not the sun remaining over me all day long while they're obsessively molesting with engineered light under a fake sun, stalking. These are the same ones that engage in that same predatory mindset, pursuing minor children, sexually violating minor children outside of their consent, doing so in a malicious manner where children are not going to be believed or they feel threatened if they report. This is what the group stalking system is built on. That sort of mindset, that sort of predatory mindset, that sort of psychological harm. But I'm not a child, and I can clearly articulate what the entity is doing, and it's also pointing to what the entity is reasonably engaged in. Engaged in conduct that is reasonably foreseeable to result in that sort of mindset. That sort of demented pattern of conduct is exactly where sex offenders and pedophiles come from. That's exactly where that comes from. And by the way, the entity that's engaged in criminal conduct in California, it's the people of the state. It is literally the group stalkers that are also engaging in pedophilia, engaging in what is sex with those that are under the age of consent, engaging in what is group stalking with them, and they're also sexually violating them. And they also engage in what is exposing hostility that they harbor because you're telling on them. That's the sex offender that does enjoy sex with minor children while they're engaging in what is sexually violating, sexually targeting a woman like myself, and I'm exposing it. You are indeed a sex offender, and you have a whole department, the San Bernardino County Sheriff's Department, that arrives in helicopter because I'm speaking the truth about it. That does not make you less of a sex. That makes you an exceedingly violent sex offender. Very violent, very threatening. Criminal conduct increases when you report it as opposed to decreasing, which is revealing a psychopathic mind state. Mental illness. That is not removing a liability under law. Psychopaths know exactly what they're doing, and they intend to do more of it. Especially when they're supposed to be so smart and cunning that no one's supposed to know. They're not smart. They're idiots under a fake sun. They're idiots in engineer light at nightfall. They are idiots that arrive in helicopters. It is on the front page of the YouTube channel to prosecute the state of California. Hundreds of videos showing this is a hallmark. In fact, where you see the entity arriving in helicopter in a specific environment, ding, 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 everyone's group stalking. Everyone is going to federal prison. That is being documented. That's the idiot that is stalking. That's the idiot who are sex offenders. Those are the types that have such huge egos, thinking falsely that they were above the law, above suspicion. No one could ever see them. No one could ever successfully elect. All of that is a matter of deception on their part. None of it is intelligent or sophisticated at all. It's entirely ridiculous, actually, the pattern of conduct. It's ridiculously stupid and idiotic and ignorant. Ignorant. You have to be ignorant to think that the sun is over the same parking lot for 12 hours in the day. You are ignorant. Okay, the entities engaging in a pattern of conduct, the inability to control oneself is the provision of evidence against the state of California. These are sex offenders who you hear amplifying audible activity. And that is also revealing what are sex offenders interested in my genitalia. That's exactly the correlation, the connection you need to make in your mind, because those are sex offenders stalking a woman. That's the reality of what they're engaging in while they're stalking as a population. That's a sexually violent beast, the people of the state, who have no business around children, working around children, having custody of children. You have a real problem on your hands with regard to what the demon-possessed are engaging in while they're posing a threat to all manner of not only themselves, but those that they are connected to and society itself. The demon-possessed are moms and dads, and they're sex offenders, not above, not far-reaching whatsoever to engage in violating their own children. If you do not like these truths being spoken, then you need to repent and stop engaging in that which is directly revealing what is sexual violence. If you don't like these truths being spoken about you based on what you're doing, that's what you're doing. You are a sex offender. You cannot handle the truth. That does not change the fact that it's the truth. It's all supported by evidence, as opposed to what is just vacuous name calling. All right, those do not make facts. The entity is engaging in what is sexual violence as an entity and doing so on an ongoing obsessive basis while they are monitoring the evidence. That ongoing obsessive sexual violence is relevant to the prosecution of the state of California. And it's occurring, again, via Holiday Inn, who is on Palmdale Road, group stalking just like the Holiday Inn in Hesperia, California, at 9750 Key Point. This is a company that's going to be severely punished under federal law, treated as the person that it is. Under federal law, this person, Holiday Inn, is a sex offender, a violent one. The perpetual sex offense, to be specific, the perpetual sex offense that an entity engages in that's requiring and necessitating Holiday Inn's engagement in criminal facilitation, which Holiday Inn will be criminally prosecuted for. It will also be relevant to what is the civil damages that Holiday Inn is going to compensate the target individual, myself, for, while I am subject to sexual violence that Holiday Inn is engaged in, while amplification, impossible light activity, terrorism, and psychological torture via helicopter by the state, in concert with Holiday Inn and all the demons that Holiday Inn is checking hotel rooms out to, and while the entity itself is on the property and all around the property, group stalking with Holiday Inn. This is P.O.C. It is currently 7:45 p.m., and the entity engages in more criminal conduct, which is why I'm taking the time to articulate it, as it does so while it's criminally monitoring evidence. That's amplification. That's a demon to its own demise. To its own demise. And why am I saying to its own demise? Because all the demons that third party is acting with, that's not the normal volume level. It's also not normal light activity while your shadows surrounding you. Those are the elements of monitoring. This is Satan that's engaging, revealing the mental illness of the demon possessed, who call themselves mom, dad, aunt, uncle, grandma, grandpa, they're sex offenders. That's what the people of the state are. They're sex offenders and they're demon possessed. Not only are they in need of an exorcism, they are in need of a criminal prosecution, a conviction for domestic terrorism in the U.S. And that's exactly what's coming up. All right. This is the government that's engaging in this public corruption, and they're doing so with impunity. As you hear that amplification, that's speaking to criminal conduct that Holiday Inn is going to be prosecuted for. It's not vague. It's not ambiguous. It's not separate or distinct. It's that which Holiday Inn is directly engaged in. Every single last one of those demon-possessed employees are monitoring me right now. All right? That's exactly what they were doing in Engineer Light inside of that Holiday Inn hotel, which is directly, it's directly in contrast. It's totally not, it's not possible to coexist with the specific environment, not the natural environment. That's necessarily a specific environment, legally relevant, with regard to what's happening at La Quinta Inn at the same time for the duration of the day. Like I stated, there will be no sun outside of the window of Holiday Inn at that third floor hallway window. That's showing what is impossible light activity, while a demon is using a vacuum, a method of light activity and pacing. While you're listening to the demons that are the entity group stalking on the roads and the highways, that's speaking to the sex offender, who are the people of the state, the population. And you are not looked at as innocent or separate or distinct or outside of the purview of federal group stalking and monitoring. You are looked at as a very serious threat of a sexual nature, while you are a parent engaging in federal group stalking and monitoring. It is the very opposite of what Satan sought to appear as while group stalking through the people of the state. It is the direct opposite of that. The entity is acting specifically through the demon-possessed families, through the demon-possessed companies, who are the demon-possessed government actors, who then go home to those who they are connected to. You are terrorizing and stalking somebody, and then you clock off work, and that psychopath goes home to other people. That's exactly what's going to be addressed. Okay, people are being murdered out here, and people are being sexually violated in the state of California, and a lot of this can be avoided if they were properly labeled based on what they are. Domestic terrorism is going to be exposed, and also the sex offenders, who are the people of the state of California. There need to be warning labels on the demon possessed, and that's exactly what is being accomplished. While they are very well capable of being stopped before they engage in raping another child, before they engage in creating more child porn, before they're engaged in sex trafficking more children, before they're engaged in kidnapping and murdering people, shooting up public venues, engaging in what is lawless violence in the streets. While you're listening to amplification, those are the same demons that engage in all of that which I mentioned. And then the demon-possessed entity, the group stalkers, who are the state, stalking in helicopters, those are the ones playing cops and robbers with these demons, and they're group stalking together. Oh, we did a major crackdown today. We busted a drug trafficking scheme, and in downtown Los Angeles, and we arrested a large amount of white supremacists, and man, we've made the community much better after this great day of those are the demons who are group stalking together. Those white supremacists are third-party group stalkers. All right, in their presence, the fake sun and Engineer Light, in concert with the demons, those same demons stalking in helicopters, playing cops and robbers on the news while they're being arrested and being prosecuted for criminal conduct in LA. And they are the demons playing cops and robbers together. I just want you to understand what's being exposed and the purpose that it serves. Sex offenders will not be able to, in the same way, engage in what is, any attacks that are without warning. You've been given warning. You've been given warning. You have been given even that which the entity will be subject to, domestic terrorism maintained by the DOJ, those who are a threat to the public, and everyone else will know it. You can't just apply for any job. You just can't go live anywhere when you're prosecuted for group stalking. No company is going to be able to continue its business outside of the reputation for engaging in this, if that business is even permitted under federal law to continue. All right? The entities, you're not going to be able to do it without any warning anymore. There are plenty of warnings, and they will be labeled accordingly also in addition to that. And this is with regard to serving the public good. You have a sex offender, ding, 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 beware, sex offender, beware, sex offenders, beware. This is the venue, this state is where sexual violence by the entity is underway. This is the purpose that serves. Sex offender, this demon, where you hear that amplification, license 9KDA 687, the same demons, amplification, group stalking, P.O.C. Okay, and that demon is going to be identified so that everybody else in the world, wherever they go, they're able to be known beforehand, before they're able to inflict any harm to unsuspecting potential victims. That's the bigger picture as well. Removing demons from the government. That's the benefit. That's the purpose as well. It is currently 7:50 p.m. and the demon possessed, which is going by the name of Holiday Inn, is group stalking. Group stalking is an exceedingly violent sex offense. You have a population of people, while they also want to, on the surface, look like they're a consumed and concerned a mom or dad or professional or government actor, all right, some sort of politician. They're obsessed with my genitalia. And I can't make that up. And that is also not flattering. They're group stalking me inside of the private space. They're group stalking me, following me from place to place as an entity. And it includes the government that is facilitating by virtue of placement in these positions of authority and these positions of leadership where this criminal system is underway as a pattern of conduct amongst that department in concert with the population. Demon possessed all the way around, through and through. Because you're group stalking when you are of this very specific condition. That's what enables you to engage in stalking with activity creation. All right. The entity is engaging in what is public corruption on an ongoing basis and doing so with malice, doing so with impunity. You have a lot of businesses that won't even exist any longer after I get done with them. They will no longer exist. You have businesses that will be literally ruined by reputation if they have enough money to compensate for the harms that they've inflicted. They will be ruined by reputation. That costs even more money. Okay. It is very lucrative to have what is a spotless, immaculate reputation. It's bad for business to be known as a sex offender and as a terrorist. It's not good for business. All right. The entity is going to be subject to what is massive imprisonment. A lot of people going to federal prison. With regard to what is understanding what the Lord Jesus has said shall not be permitted, and what is also not permitted under federal law. It's not permitted. You will not do this to anyone else without it being seen, clearly seen in broad, directed light. I was going to say broad daylight, but this is an engineered environment. So everyone is able to recognize the engineered environment, and where the government is engaged in a system of targeting American citizens, which everyone is aware of now. Everyone's been educated about it. And guess what? Those that engage in it are no longer closeted sex offenders. They are openly engaged in sexual violence as a people, as a society, as a government, as an entity. And it's directly pointing to your local mayor. It's directly pointing to your council members. It's directly pointing to the business owners, the so-called job makers. Okay, the so-called medical community, in that they're a bunch of demons and they're violent sex offenders. They are not heroes. They're perverted. They're corrupt. They are debased. They're degenerate. It's currently 7:53 p.m. and that ongoing amplification and possible light activity in the specific environment, which I captured during the day, and the entity is going to have a fake sun over this venue in the morning, which is the P.O.C. Covering up the fake sun, it's the same P.O.C. The entity never ceases to engage in the pattern of conduct. Satan never created a plan B. That's how you have what I've shown you, what is the unmistakable pattern of conduct. And I have detailed it for you, what the entity does, how the entity does it, what the entity is necessarily aware of as it engages in it, which is speaking to the ways in which you're going to prosecute for that. You're going to prosecute based on a very deliberate and highly malicious criminal system that is supposed to result in the murder and kidnapping of American citizens, which the entity is doing with outright disregard for the laws and the human rights of another. All right, you're listening to the entity engaged in criminal conduct by the San Bernardino County Sheriff's Department, while demons are exhibiting the fact that they're very proud sex offenders, while amplification is heard. That's a psychopath. Very proud sex offenders who are going to be identified by name in federal courts. Okay, identified by name. Okay, Satan cannot stand the truth. Satan will respond with its animalistic behaviors, such as amplification. That's how animals behave, like a barking dog. That's engaging what is a show of aggression. That's what demons do. These are animals that are going to be placed in the cages where they belong, impeached from the positions that they shall no longer hold, removed from the public, positions where they're engaging in public corruption and engaging in criminal conduct. Dangerous. while they maintain these positions. That's what's being revealed to you while you are hearing animals responding to what they're criminally monitoring, invading privacy, admittedly engaging in sexual violence, because they're also invading privacy, listening to every syllable that I utter while I'm in a private space. And they are obsessed with my genitalia, obsessed with what's going on in the bathroom, what's going on when I'm taking my clothes off. And those are the secrets that the demon possessed don't want to let you know, but I'm going to let you know all about it because I've documented it is the P.O.C. It is an exceedingly violent sex offense that's happening 24 hours a day. And it's the government, the state of California. There is nothing impressive about California. These are animals, and they will continue to increase in the violence that they inflict, even amongst each other. They will increase in the aggression that they exhibit, even amongst each other. While the government is sponsoring it, they will become more and more animalistic, more and more beast-like, while they are attacking each other in the streets, eating each other alive, like the animals that they are already acting like based on this demon possession, this condition that they're engaging in. Terrorism by the American government of an American citizen. It is literally antithetical to what this country is supposed to stand for. I have hundreds and hundreds of videos of this evidence of this criminal system as I've been subject to it as a matter of documentation since 2018, 2019. This is occurring in the United States. We are not in a third world country. This is going to continue. This is exposing, this is for a prosecution, but this is exposing where this country is headed, and it's nowhere good. Okay, it's nowhere good. Not only is this country going to reap things based on what it's doing across the borders, but you're looking at the signs of it. The signs of it. The entity is attacking the state. The government is attacking itself. When you're attacking the American citizens, you are destroying yourself. And this is a ticking time bomb. It's a matter of time. All right. This is mental illness exposed. The demon possessed are not sane. The demon possessed are psychopaths. The demon possessed are animalistic. They engage and they behave like animals, and they do so as their exposure for that condition, their exposure for their sexually perverted behaviors, for their criminal behaviors, for their lawless conduct. They engage in what is exposing that mental illness, and they will be subject to punishment for it. They're going to be punished for it. But you need to understand and recognize and anticipate what is coming. And those that know Christ Jesus, it's nothing for you to fear. I'm standing right on top of this demon. Okay, that is the state. I'm standing right on its neck. But understand what is happening in this country. It's going to get worse. It's going to get worse and worse and worse. Because the demon possessed, this is psychopathic behaviors, as it would be referred to in the secular. It's psychopathic behaviors, and it's going to attack itself. The entity is going to destroy itself, which is what you're doing when you're attacking your own American your own citizens, and for vanity. Okay, you're talking about animalistic conduct. You're sacrificing people so that you can have a little bit of money, so that you can have some sort of status. Okay, that's literally animals. Those are beasts. Okay, and the amplification of audible activity, you are listening to Satan that is responding to Satan's being exposed. You are also witnessing it on video when you see helicopters pursuing me. That's Satan's response. These are the demon possessed who will be plucked out of the positions that they hold. The government shall produce the names of these psychopaths, these sex offenders, because they're going to federal prison for a long time. You don't just do a weekend. You don't just do a couple years of federal prison for terrorism via helicopter. You're going to be treated like the barbaric Neanderthal that you are, as though we're in some third world country, and we're not. We are still governed by a constitution, regardless of the entity's disregard of it, as I'm exposing it, and you will be going to federal prison for a prolonged term. Because understand, in 2024, group stalking in helicopter, that's years of impunity. Years of impunity. It's the entity group stalking me on the first night when I documented back in September, August of 2019. And what is October of 2024? This is years of impunity of stalking in helicopters. You're going to federal prison for you're not getting out you're going to federal prison. You're not getting out anytime soon. The government's going to produce the names of these government actors. It is not ambiguous. The state will produce the names of these government actors, because every single last one of them are going to federal prison. And it's going to be public information regarding the ways in which the federal government punishes domestic terrorism, which shall not be tolerated in this country. It's not going to be tolerated. But it's also serving as a warning, because the entity that is of this condition, not only this is mental illness exposed, this is sexual violence that's closeted. This is the threat that, in other words, that the population is posing to children, to the vulnerable in society, and also regarding what is going to increase with regard to the aggression, with regard to the violence And it is literally personified through the amplifications, personified through the unnatural environment, the demonic pattern of conduct. All right. It is literally the work of Satan. It is currently 8 p.m. on the dot. All right. Satan is listening to that which it has to expect. While they're listening to me, they're monitoring me. They're also listening and getting a lot of hints regarding what it has to look forward to. And not only is it going to be painful, it's going to be embarrassing. The entity is engaging in a pattern of conduct which is designed to punish and deter this matter of public corruption that the entity is engaging in. And the entity is engaging in what is the pattern of conduct with impunity. Impossible light activity moving across my back seat while this sex offender crosses path, driving a white van. This is a Caucasian overweight female, 7HDE150. Impossible light activity moving across my backseat. That's a demon, and that's a sex offender who's also obsessed with my genitalia, stalking me, monitoring me while I'm inside of a hotel room. She is a threat to children. She is not above, nor is it unreasonable to presume that such sexual violence while group stalking poses a threat to minor children. Okay, the risk of engaging in sexual violence amongst minor children, the risk to engage in violence against the public while you are group stalking. All of that is built into the warning that is created amongst the public who are being exposed while they're engaging in the pattern of conduct, of federal group stalking and monitoring. All right. So I just want to be clear on that. That impossible light activity, that's a demon that's obsessed with my genitalia. They're stalking in the same exact manner while I'm in a hotel room, obsessed with me and everything that I'm doing. And you should not be. That's weird. You have a population full of weird people. You're going to be prosecuted. That's terrorism. That's very sick. And the reason why, they're demons. And this is not a scary movie. It is real life. All right. Again, it's 8:02 p.m. The entity's group stalking me as I go from the hotel. Holiday Inn's a part of all of this. Okay. And so is La Quinta Inn. I'm just not at La Quinta Inn anymore. La Quinta Inn represents the people of the state. Okay. While you're staying at a hotel overnight, that's systematic facilitation, acting with the population that arrived in helicopter on day one. They're all going to federal prison. Every single last one of them. All right. The entities, and they're going to federal prison with the government that flew in the helicopter. That demon's going to federal prison. You're not escaping the devices of the federal government. There's more than one acronym that's at work with regard to the prosecution of the state. You will be producing all that information and you're going to federal prison. And the demons that you're group stalking with on the ground all around me, all of them are going to federal prison. They're all together conspiring to murder someone, conspiring to kidnap someone. This is what's happening in like corners in society where nobody knows what's going on. And they're exterminating people. They're the cockroaches that need to be exterminated. This demon's license plate. Oh, this is the same one that's going to federal prison. Let me read his license plate again. He was group stalking with the state that arrived in helicopter. So let me remind you about this demon's license plate. That is 99595R1. That's the Caucasian male. He is going to federal prison. He's group stalking with the entity that flew over me in this parking lot by helicopter. And that same sex offender, the female driving the white van, she's still engaged in surveillance at the other end of this parking lot, maintaining presence in the path with light. The same demons who are obsessed with my genitalia. Okay, obsessed with my new body, what's going on with me, every word that I say. Everything that I speak regarding the truth of the sexual violence of their obsessive stalking and their ongoing criminal system that's no longer a secret. They're not able to engage in what they've been doing for decades in secret anymore, nor can you maintain this outward demeanor as anything other than a sex offender, anything other than a corrupt government actor, anything other than a facilitator of murder and kidnapping in the state of California. You're not going to be anything other than that because that's what you are. You're going to be seen clear as day as what you are. Period. It is 8:04 p.m. Again, this is P.O.C. at Holiday Inn, and the address of this third-party facilitating venue, all of the employees are going to federal prison. Again, it's Wednesday, October 16, 2024. They're all going to federal prison, working at what is the Holiday Inn. And the address of this Holiday Inn, where I also captured the specific environment during the day under the fake sun and engineer light, that is the address of the people of the state at Holiday Inn, Victorville, an IHG hotel. This is located at 15494 Palmdale Road in Victorville, California, 92392. All right. They're all going to federal prison working for this company, just like La Quinta Inn, just like Woodside Senior Apartments. The demons inside of that apartment complex, the building in front of me and the building that I was inside of engaged in 24-hour surveillance on behalf of the state. The Ontario Police Department day and night stalking in helicopter, just like you saw over my head in this specific environment. And in the real time knowledge of what it is that I'm documenting, because I'm talking about very heavily the fact that they're sex offenders, and I'm making sure I'm going over and honing in on the acts of sexual violence, understanding the mindset of a sex offender. What's the objective? Not based because they're not pulling their genitalia out and touching you because they're touching you with engineered light. It is still a predatory mind state that is to be appreciated. They're touching your body while they're stalking. You don't even have what are you stalking for in the first place? You have no business stalking, and then you're engaging in what is a demonic method of touching all over someone while you're stalking them as a population. So you got one demon after another demon after another demon after another demon after another demon. That's all I'm documenting in this parking lot, because that's all they're doing. That's all they're doing. Yeah, you're a sex offender who also is mentally ill, and you're going to federal prison for that. All right. And that sexual violence, that predatory mindset is recognized. It's clearly seen. You need me to articulate it. That's what it is. That's what I'm pointing out to you. And those are sex offenders that are not far removed from using their genitalia and violating the person of another without their consent. Okay, violating minor children in a malicious manner where no one is supposed to believe them when they're being targeted like that. That's the same malicious mindset that targets children, that engages in pedophilia, that engages in sex trafficking of children, that has sex with those under the age of majority. It's the same type of mindset. All right, that's all that's being exposed about the people of the state. Those are the sex offenders engaged in criminal conduct, which is recognized under natural law. They're doing so in a demonic method, targeting an American citizen. And because it's demonic, it's no less sexually violent. It's no less predatory. It's no less perverted. It's no less demented. All right. It's even worse in many ways because it is demonic. The demonic wants to be right in your face and still not be recognized. The demonic wants to tap dance right in front of your face and you not be able to recognize that they're standing right in front of you. That's what the demonic wants to do. All right. The entity's group stalking this demon's license plate. Sex offender, license 00159B4. With this demon, this license plate, this is another group stalker license, IG 24037, driving a Bronco with a federal license plate on it. The entity is engaging in the pattern of conduct with knowledge of the fact that they're being documented. I've documented many of the entity with federal license plates, and the entity engages in this pacing. These are demons. Remember, it's ritualistic with regard to their pacing conduct. So they're engaging in pacing and light activity creation while they're listening to me speak to the fact of what they're doing. Demons are hostile while you point out their pattern of conduct, while you point out their objectives, while you literally provide legal analysis with regard to their demonic pattern of conduct. Satan doesn't like that at all. And that is also relevant with regard to the timing where they're engaging in what is stalking with activity. That's called relevant positioning. Listen to what I'm stating as I'm documenting. The entity is engaging in what is ongoing criminal harassment and terrorism as an entity who is engaged in the criminal pattern of conduct with the intent to obstruct justice, and also based on the fact that they are obsessed with my genitalia, they're obsessed with me, they're group stalking, and they are demon possessed, and that's why they are pursuing me. That's why they're engaged in group stalking me. Okay. And you know that not based on a natural relationship you have with them. You know that because of their presence in the specific environment and their engagement in what are the elements of monitoring, which you are doing as a demon possessed person. Okay, I am not able to engage in stalking with activity creation because I'm not able to hear the person through the wall next to me and be able to, I don't have any demon on me that would enable me to stalk with audible activity creation at the same time you're in another room away from me, you touching your phone screen. That's what demons are able to do. These people are demon possessed and they're group stalking. They're monitoring. They're monitoring in the shoes of the state. That is the government. The government that's in flying and stalking in helicopters and calls a whole police department full of people who are demon possessed. And they pass the academy and then they're given official positions. They're given authority while this system of surveillance is underway. So this is a whole masquerading of a constitutionally based system. And it's not. This is a surveillance state. And they're all demon possessed. You have a force full of demons who are group stalking, and this is the state that's masquerading as law enforcement agencies. Okay, that I just want to make sure that I make that abundantly clear. Not going to mince words with that at all. That's exactly what their condition is while you're group stalking. And they're responding to everything that I'm exposing about them as I stated, because they are in fact obsessively consumed with everything that I do, everything that I say, everything that I expose about them. And they're also violent sex offenders who are also they're predisposed to engaging in sexual violence amongst minors. Amongst those that don't consent to their advances. That's what a sex offender that's stalking you engages in. They're inclined to engage in that. This is the entity that's also being exposed for that sort of thing that's being reported on the news. Yeah, they have sex with minor kids. That's what the group stalkers do. That's what the demon possessed do. They target children, just like they targeting me. I'm an adult over 18, but that targeting behavior, that lawlessness, all right, that psychopathic hunting down of a person, you don't even know me, and whether you know me, and doing so maliciously also while I do know you. And by know you, I mean that in air quotes. I know your name. Of course, I don't know you. You're not actually my friend or my genuine family if you're acting with the state, failing in this endeavor to sacrifice me. A demon-possessed group stalker whose name I know. Okay. Of course, I don't actually know you. The entity is engaging in this pattern of conduct, and that tendency to engage in group stalking is revealing what is a threat to the public and minor children. This is a pre-sex offender state, if you will. Okay, you're in a state which is speaking to you're inclined to engage in that sort of sexual violence. This is why you will not be permitted around to work around minor children. This is why any custody of children that the entity has, that is literally a part of the ways in which the entity is going to be prosecuted. The entity is engaging in a pattern of conduct which is putting children, the elderly, in harm's way. There are no accidents that's happening amongst the demon possessed. They're aware of my the moment that my panties are down and the moment that I'm walking inside of the hotel room. You're hearing amplified audible activity. That's a element of monitoring as opposed to just traffic occurring. No, this is where you saw the light source. This is where you see engineer light. This is where your shadows surrounding. Amplified audible activity is direct deliberate act with regard to elements of monitoring, and it's also criminal that the public is engaging in. But it is providence. You can hear that also as well. That's going to be the prosecution of the state. Criminal monitoring is occurring amongst the state. It's all criminal. So the entity is engaging in this pattern of conduct with outright disregard of the constitutional and human rights of another. And that inhumanity, not only are they targeting that amongst each other, it's a threat to children. It's a threat to, in other words, to the vulnerable in American society. And the entity is around children, teaching them these demonic and sexually violent and terrorizing ways of life, which is harmful, contributing to the delinquency of minors, including them and using them while sexual violence, while terrorism is underway in the U.S. with knowledge of the fact that it's not even a secret that they're being exposed in doing so. And this is what Holiday Inn, you need to understand. You need to associate that directly with the business name Holiday Inn. That's exactly what this business is about. That's why it's happening at Holiday Inn. All right. It is, again, 8:12 p.m. Group stalkers listening to the truth that I speak and engaging in more confirmation for you while I'm documenting it, because that's what that is. More confirmation for you as you listen to me speak the truth, unadulterated with regard to the exposure of a corrupt entity that provides evidence against themselves. It would be one thing for me to just make a whole bunch of statements that are unsupported, meaning no evidence. Where are the facts? Where is the evidence supporting all these statements? That's not what's going on, though. This is the case that's already proven, by the way, beyond a reasonable doubt, that the government is indeed a stalker. The government is also a sex offender while it's stalking you. The government is exposed as mentally ill while it's also stalking you. And when I use the term government, I am referencing the entity that's acting directly and vicariously. And it gets down to the detail of literally government actors: the mayor, the county sheriff, the chief of police, the fire chiefs, all right, the company owners, the company managers, the employees, the population, the apartment complexes, the names of the managers of that part, the employees at that apartment complex, the names of those employees who are delivering the packages at those communities, at those business establishments, those that are engaging in what is patronage and consumerism at those. It gets very specific. It's not vague and broad whatsoever. And it's all of this criminal conduct is going under the names of the people of the state. They are fully exposed. They don't have any. This is an absolutely constitutional prosecution, and they have zero constitutional protections. The only constitutional right that they have is to a zealous defense. You can defend all you want, because what you will not reconcile is the specific environment, which is directly relevant to what shall be identified as the ways in which a public entity that is maliciously targeting you is demonstrating the intent to do so. You're not ignorantly or coincidentally or, accidentally engaging in the elements of monitoring. Amplification is a demonic occurrence. Impossible light activity, light ricocheting, and you're going to claim with a straight face, oh, I don't know anything. You're a lying demon, and you're going to federal prison as I document you. And that's why you document Satan. The impossible occurrence of engineer light is the direct evidence of intent by not just that demon, but the population. Remember, group stalking is that which is done by an entity, not just that person. They're telling on everyone. They're telling on everyone. You're going to use that to prosecute the whole entity who, by the way, provides evidence against itself when it's stalking in helicopters. Telling on everyone. Everyone. All right. Demonic pacing in the parking lot while the people of the state are group stalking at Holiday Inn. This is going on a 24-hour basis while a bunch of sex offenders are obsessed with me and everything that's going on as I paint my nails, as I paint my toes, as I take my panties off, as I take a shower, as I brush my teeth, as I blink my eyes, as I fall asleep and wake up, as I turn my laptop on, as I touch my phone screen, okay? As I walk from the bathroom to the bed, as I lay up in the bed, as I sit down in the bed, as I touch the demons are monitoring everything, obsessively consumed with my genitalia and everything else. That's what the state of California is, and that's what the state of California is engaged in. And federal policies, public policy, shall be created in order to guard the American society from what is the threat that this so-called secret society poses. They're a threat to children. They are the ones that there is a warning, and you can know beforehand, before such sexual violence happens to minor children. They have no business working or being around minor children. This does wonders with regard to the formation of laws and policies regarding what is the now exposed means of domestic terrorism in the country. Group stalking, which the government is facilitating. And it is serving for the cleansing of the population and the state itself at every level of government. All the demons currently sitting in power are to be removed. They know exactly what's going on in their city and their county. They know exactly what's going on. They are a part of it. They proudly tout the fact that they are a part of the community while they're leading that community. That community is a demon-possessed group stalker, and so are you. All right, it is currently 8:17 p.m., and this is P.O.C. on, again, Wednesday, October 16, 2024. The entity group stalking as I go from place to place. The evidence showing the entity stalking me as I go from La Quinta Inn in Hesperia, California, to what is ultimately the Holiday Inn in Victorville, California. That is replete with the evidence showing the specific environment. This is a population that is intentionally stalking you from place to place, and doing so with the criminal intent to obstruct justice on an ongoing basis, including by stalking in the most obvious manner the ways in which the world will recognize how terrorism is occurring in the United States, using helicopters to terrorize and psychologically torture an American citizen. This is more evidence that's going on the front page of the YouTube channel. The YouTube channel, social media is used to expose the corrupt government, and it's also used to prosecute the corrupt government. And the world is going to witness that. That's what the YouTube channel is used to engage, that's what the YouTube channel is used in order to complete. And the entity is also monitoring, aware of everything that's being uploaded. You have a bunch of fools stalking under a fake sun. You are placing yourself in the evidence of the state. I can't. Like I said, I'm just delivering the news to you. I'm just a messenger. All right. It is currently 8:18 p.m. and this is P.O.C. All right, it's 8:23 p.m. You'll see a demon stalking in the path. They're standing in engineer light, shadow in front of them and shadow behind them, with simultaneity to my most subtle facial movement. The demons that are stalking very obsessively, also doing the same thing when my genitalia is exposed. The sex offenders that call themselves the San Bernardino County Sheriff's Department are engaging in stalking using sirens, which is light activity and audible activity, while they're group stalking with the demon that you see in the path at the entrance of the Holiday Inn at 8:23, while they're group stalking me as I walk into the venue. And the entity is on surveillance cameras doing so. Again, Jeremy Dean is a sex offender who was obsessed with my genitalia, but would like to be looked at by the public as a husband and a father. This is a demon-possessed terrorist over a corrupt actor. That is the not that venue, the San Diego, but the San Bernardino County Sheriff's Department, who is group stalking me. Okay, and that is exposing what is sexual violence, while my facial movement is the inspiration behind the sounding of sirens by demons that are very close with regard to the immediacy of the sound of the sirens and the simultaneity with regard to my physical movement. While engineered light is occurring, I'm being molested. Hi, what's your name? Maddie? Okay. Maddie, you work at the front desk?
I do.
Okay, thank you. I just wanted to make sure I need to know who's in front of me right now. That's P.O.C. 8:24 p.m. That is criminal summoning by Maddie, and my thighs are being molested with engineered light, just like while Alfredo was standing at the same location, and impulsive light activity was shooting inside of the depths of that entrance. It's impulsive light activity occurring during the day, and at nightfall, Maddie's going to federal prison. All right, group stalking with the San Bernardino County Sheriff's Department, engaging group stalking with any that flew over in circles in helicopter. Maddie is also a sex offender. All right, obsessed with my every movement, just like the demons stalking in police vehicles, sounding sirens as of the moment that I make the most minute movement, working in engineered light. That's P.O.C. Oh, I found the elevators right here. Thank you, Maddie. It is 8:25 p.m. Alrighty, well, I'm talking to, hi, what's your name? And I'm asking her, that's audible activity, and I'm looking at my thighs appearing in front of me on the desk where Maddie is group stalking, working at the front desk. While demons are aiming light in the path, remember, it's not headlights that's creating the shadow of my thighs in front of me. Those are demons stalking in the path, the sex offenders that want to touch all over me while I'm documenting it inside of the parking lot. And because the sex offenders don't like that, they arrived in helicopter. Those are the entities that are group stalking with Maddie, who is indeed going to federal prison. By the way, 8:25 p.m. Excuse me, 8:26 p.m. The criminal summoning and the stalking by helicopter that is placing the people of the state that are group stalking with Holiday Inn at Holiday Inn while Holiday Inn is making profits while engaging in this criminal system. That equals federal prison for a lot of people, including specifically starting with the employees, including Maddie and Alfredo. It's 8:26 p.m. This is P.O.C. All right, criminal summoning again by the sex offenders who are group stalking while they know that I'm inside of the hotel room. And the entity immediately ceases the sound of the sirens while the sex offenders know that I grabbed my phone. This is, again, criminal conduct that Jeremy Dean is being documented as engaging in. This is the demon that's in a position of leadership over the Hesperia's district of San Bernardino County Sheriff's Department, and also the corrupt law enforcement agency that I will document with regard to all of the aspects of that system in Victorville, California. The entity had the fake sun over this venue at 4 p.m., which is what I documented at the entrance. The entity is indeed group stalking, engaging in criminal summoning, and demons who are sex offenders pacing in the parking lot or monitoring while they're driving by. And I'm inside of the hotel room. They're in the parking lot where you have multiple shadows. They're in the parking lot where the entity is flying over by helicopter. These are sex offenders that are, as an entity, stalking a woman and obsessively consumed with her genitalia, her nude body, everything that's going on inside of her hotel room, which is a private space, in concert with the sex offenders that use sirens as a means of amplified audible activity. All right, those are sex offenders that are going to be subject to what is a prosecution exposed for domestic terrorism in the United States as a terrorist organization, not a police department, not a functioning, legitimate sheriff's department. In other words, law enforcement agency while I'm in the city of Victorville. All right, this is sexual violence that the fire departments engage in together, and also demons that are group stalking using, those are EMTs that drives ambulances that also engage in the pattern of conduct of criminal summoning. The entity incriminates the people of the state while they engage in that, and every aspect of the state. That means all of the entity that's group stalking via the hospitals, via the corrupt police departments, and every police department is being I cannot stress this enough. The entity is engaging in criminal conduct to its own demise. All of the functioning terrorist organizations that are masquerading as law enforcement agencies in Victorville, San Bernardino County. This is San Bernardino County wide. It's the state. The entities that's sounding sirens, the federal government knows exactly how this system works. So demons are hiding in corners, sounding sirens while they listen to me enter my room, while they know that I grab my phone. Immediately those sirens stop. I don't have to make up stories about the entity that's stalking. You saw again in the specific environment, stalking by helicopter. Yes, they are sex offenders, intimately concerned about what's going on in my pants, okay, between my legs. Sex offenders that want to be looked at as law enforcement agencies. They're not. They're sex offenders. Okay, in the moment that I enter my room, Maddie, who's group stalking at the front desk, she's going to federal prison. She's a sex offender herself. That's why she's engaged in that pattern of conduct while in possible light activity. This is a demon who thinks that she's engaging in the pattern of conduct beyond any basis or ability to identify it. You're looking at impossible light activity. Rather, I'm looking at impossible light activity. My thighs are appearing in front of me on the front desk where Maddie is group stalking in the path. While that impossible light activity is present, Maddie's going to federal prison. Okay, Maddie's engaged in what is a systematic means of the elements of monitoring with the state. Your group stalking at a venue where you're working and making money while the pattern of conduct is underway. It is as corrupt as using your business as a means of trafficking drugs or trafficking human beings. Okay, maintaining a brothel while you're running a hotel in the front, and it's also a brothel. This is engaging in what is federal group stalking and monitoring while you're at the on the job. Domestic terrorism that is being facilitated by the state, who are Holiday Inn, including Maddie. She's going to federal prison, okay? While I'm documenting this, Maddie and every other employee is being documented, and they're all going to federal prison. The entity is also providing evidence. I just want to break this down because these unintelligent minions are serving for their own prosecution. You have departments that are going to be disbanded. You do not have to go outside and try to chase down the demon in the police vehicle. They're cockroaches. Actually, they're all over in the vicinity. And they're sounding sirens based on what I do as I do it. Failing. This is supposed to frustrate the target individual. This is supposed to terrorize. It is reasonably terrorism. It is reasonably terrifying. It is that which is entirely unlawful. But my ability to confront it does not mean that it's any less criminal, because I find it to be particularly pathetic. Okay, you're stalking me, and you want to be looked at as a police. You want to be looked at as having authority under that makes no sense to me. And you are a sex offender that's going to have nothing to do with law enforcement. When I'm done with the entire department. The entity is engaging in this pattern of conduct as a department. This is in Victorville, California. San Bernardino County Sheriff's Department, and I'm going to confirm with regard to the policing agency in Victorville. I believe they do have a police department in Victorville, but I know that San Bernardino County Sheriff's Department is the policing agency, while in Hesperia, for example, San Bernardino County Sheriff's Department is contracted as the quote unquote police. They're not police. They're engaged in state surveillance, and they happen to wear badges and bear guns, bear weapons, while they're engaging in the system of surveillance, playing cops and robbers. This is a terrorist organization. All right, entirely illegitimate, and that's why they're engaging in what is sexual violence, consumed with what I'm doing inside of my hotel room. There's a name for people like that. They're called sex offenders. All right. And Maddie is not a concealed or covert sex offender. While you hear her voice, Maddie's engaged in criminal presence in the past. Maddie's going to federal prison because she's doing so as an employee. That's exactly where Maddie's going. And so is Alfredo. You heard his voice on this podcast. Alfredo's going straight to federal prison. The entity is engaged in this pattern of conduct with the state, with impunity, and they're putting demons, the demon possessed that I'm documenting. You see them terrorizing with impossible light activity. You see them terrorizing under the light source. You see them group stalking with the state directly and vicariously. And all they're doing is checking into a hotel to group stalk me all night long at a hotel. Okay, the entity is engaged in a pattern of conduct, and that level of obsession is not only sexually violent, it is highly mentally deranged. So the entity that's engaged in this pattern of conduct, you're not supposed to know about all of that. You're not supposed to know about the details regarding all of that. You're supposed to be making an ongoing distinction, an ongoing separation amongst every person that you're encountering. Who, by the way, none of them know you, and none of them can be shown to be stalking you under any circumstances whatsoever. This is, again, the false reality, which is entirely illogical. The pattern of conduct and the evidence that I've shown is entirely logical. It is showing what is absurdly abnormal on the part of the entity. It's entirely demonic. It's unnatural with regard to the environment, but it's entirely logical with regard to the analysis, showing how a pattern of conduct is underway. That very specific and demonic pattern of conduct is consistently underway everywhere that I'm going. The entity is stalking me, following me from place to place, as you are seeing their weird and demonic conduct underway, their criminal pattern of conduct. Okay? No matter how creepy it is, it's their pattern of conduct. No matter how demonic it is, it's their pattern of conduct. No matter how sexually violent it is, and how weird and so unfathomable it is, nobody's supposed to even be able to believe it. You're going to believe the evidence, and the evidence is showing what is an unmistakable pattern of conduct that belongs to the state. The sex offender that is sounding sirens is let me be clear, it's blowing the whistle on the whole entity. I just want to be clear, every fire department, every person in a position over these fire departments, every person in position over corrupt law enforcement agencies who are exposed as terrorist organizations, you will be specifically and deliberately referred to as terrorist organizations. America making a response, making a clear stance regarding what is not tolerated in this country. Engaging in state surveillance, engaging in group stalking American citizens is not that which is underway by law enforcement agencies. That which is underway by terrorist organizations is what's going to be prosecuted. You are not going to be referred to as a law enforcement agency because that's not what you are. Making a distinction, and the rest of the country is going to make a decision as well. You're going to make a lot of decisions because there are ongoing reverberating consequences regarding what the entity is doing. And you will be treated based on what it is that you do, which is supported by evidence. There's no name calling here, and the evidence is going to speak for itself. All right, Maddie's going to federal prison. I just want to say that again while Maddie's listening, engaging in corporate invasion of privacy. She's a sex offender. She's group stalking with the state. That's sounding sirens as I walk into my room, communicating a threat to their own prosecutor. Very foolish. All right, and I will be identifying the name of the corrupt departments in Victorville, California, and the fire chiefs that are waiting for impeachment, and any of those that are not even a part of this population naturally with regard to naturalization or citizenship that's been granted as a privilege, and they've been a welcoming, contributor to society. And no, they're not when they're a demon-possessed group stalker in a position of leadership over these corrupt departments. And you will find your way to what is deportation. You're not above the law. You're going to be treated like every other cockroach that's group stalking. Okay? It is currently 8:37 p.m. This is P.O.C, sexual violence while the entity sound sirens inside of my hotel room, which is the specific environment. This is P.O.C.
Right. And so then it all becomes very, then it's all very subjective. She has no right to say that.
Alrighty, documenting what is group stalking by the demon that's group stalking in the hotel room. Not only is he walking in into your light, my shadow's on both walls as I'm walking down this hallway. This demon is a sex offender. I'm also monitoring while my panties are down. This is a Caucasian male with a white mustache in room 425, group stalking and opening the door with simultaneity to my operating my phone as I open up the Chrome browser. This is the moment at the same time that's the simultaneity of conduct where the entity is group stalking with the state engaged in criminal summoning. That's the state acting directly. This is the state acting vicariously in the specific environment. At 8:42 p.m., which is the current time right now, this demon is crossing path. This is a demon that is aware of the fact that my panties are down and is engaging in lying in wait conduct the moment that I operate my communication device. This demon is opening their front door, the hotel door at the same time. That is accomplishing not only crossing a path, but audible activity creation. The entity is doing so with regard to knowledge of what it is that I'm doing inside of the private space, which is the hotel room. It's 8:42 p.m. Who's knocking?
Maintenance?
Oh, yeah, what's wrong?
I did get a word with you.
Oh, can you get a word with me? You work here, right?
Yes,
oh, yes. How can I help you?
I don't know, I guess apparently there's been some kind of complaints about somebody recording and videotaping the lobby, the parking. I don't know. To be honest with you, they just asked me to come up here, have a word with you.
When did you get? Hey Ray, when did you get this complaint?
It's been going on throughout the whole day. I guess. Well, not throughout the whole day. Maybe earlier today, sometime in the afternoon. To be honest with you, I don't know what's going on. They just asked me to come and talk to you.
So you don't know what's going on, but you came to ask me about what again?
About, I don't know, recording. Would you mind calling the front desk? I guess they just want to have a word with you. Like, I'm just saying.
Manny's at the front, or I'm sorry, what's her name? Manny?
Yeah.
Is that her name, Manny?
Maddie?
Maddie.
Yeah.
I walked in. What happened?
No, so I'm saying, would you mind calling the front desk? I guess they've been trying to get a hold of you, that's why.
Trying to get a hold of me? Hell, I'm in the room. I just came in the room, though. I just actually got here, so that's why I'm like, what are you talking about?
Well, I'm just relating a message. I guess they're trying to get a hold of me and they want to talk to you, so.
The hotel?
Yeah.
Maddie wants to get a hold of me. Okay.
Yeah.
You're Ray, right?
Ray.
Okay, thanks, Ray.
Okay, have a good night.
Call Maddie, right?
Yeah.
At the front
just
desk? Okay.
There's actually just on the phone itself, there's an extension front desk.
Okay, will do as soon as I can. Thank you, Ray.
Yeah, no problem.
Have a good one.
You too.
This is criminal monitoring in concert with the demon that is in room. They're pacing in the hallway. This is let's see. room 425, the demon that gets on the elevator. All right, he gets on the elevator, he's monitoring. You can hear him. I'm walking to the ICE machine because I want you to hear what is relevant positioning, audible activity. This is monitoring by sex offender while I'm in the private space. My panties are down, and this sex offender that's exiting the hotel room, the same pattern of conduct that they're engaging in the hotels, they're using the hotel room doors. They also engage in terrorism by just sounds that's occurring through the ceilings, through the floors, through the ceilings, through the walls, through the ceilings, through the floors, just ongoing amplification and sensational activity while impossible light activity is underway. This is Ray, the maintenance supervisor. This is an employee. He is going to federal prison. He's a third party group stalking. The entity is engaged in group stalking by helicopter. The entity is engaged in group stalking in the specific environment. The fake sun is documented. I was speaking with Alfredo, and I'm speaking with him, and the entity, the use of my phone is nothing that's going to cause alarm to someone who's not targeting you. Besides the dissecting their malice, the entity's group stalking. Holiday Inn is a group stalker. Okay, period. The entity is engaging in what is, while I'm walking by Maddie had full opportunity to ask me to speak with me if she wanted to. When I walked by her twice, I said hi to Maddie, I said bye to Maddie, and I got on the elevator and Maddie didn't say anything. What's underway, first of all, is monitoring. Ray is indeed monitoring, and this is also communication of a threat by entity who should have no concern about what it is that when I'm walking into the parking lot, and also when I'm capturing video of the entity that's stalking in a helicopter. What does that have to do with the people that are in the parking lot? Me capturing video of the helicopter, what does that have to do with the people in the parking lot? As you capture the light source in the sky, as you capture the helicopter in the sky, what does that have to do with the people in the parking lot? In addition to that, the entity is engaging what is monitoring while Ray is knocking on my door, which is activity creation, audible activity in impossible light. Ray is pacing while the demon in 425 gets on the elevator and comes right back. While Ray is talking to me, this is the demons who are working at the venue, monitoring with the demons that are staying at the venue, group stalking with the state that you saw, engaging in what is stalking in a helicopter, group stalking in a helicopter. This is all that entity acting as one, maliciously under the guise of being an employee, maliciously under the guise of staying as a hotel guest in the specific environment. While they're engaging in what is monitoring while my panties are down, this sex offender that's staying in room 425, you can hear him in operation of a communication device. You can hear him while he's walking in a hallway, while his shadow is appearing on both walls, because that's the light activity, impossible light activity that's inside of this hotel, which is not the product of the lights in the hotel. These are demons who are pacing in engineered light while they're monitoring while my genitalia is exposed, while my panties are down, while I'm in a private space. And as I use my phone, going from not touching it, it's on the counter, to operating it and opening up the Chrome browser, this is the same formula with simultaneity to my operation of a communication device in the specific environment. So a demon creates activity. And that's what this demon in room 425 engages in. The door closure is simultaneous with my operation of my phone. And this is group stalking 101. As I'm documenting this, Ray is not only engaging in what is group stalking, this is the entity that is also trying to communicate some sort of threat that doesn't make any sense on its face while I'm walking in. And first of all, I can use my phone to do whatever I want in the parking lot. This is the entity that's targeting you in a parking lot. They are assuming that they have the right to group stalk you in public, and they are under those same rules. They don't have the right to, but under those same rules, the entity is hostile to what they are necessarily. They're both engaging in conduct as though they're free to engage group stalking in public, but while they're also acting like they're not even interested, they don't even notice you. But the entity it sounds as though he's echoing some sort of sentiments regarding what is using my phone in the parking lot, which I'm doing in my car, which I'm capturing the helicopter activity, terrorism in the parking lot, which should have nothing to do with everybody that's around me, right? The helicopter has nothing to do with anybody else around me. But I just want to make sure that you heard that. Ray is, again, another third party. He's going to federal prison, and the phone is in the room, and the entity did not call the phone. That's activity creation. Maddie very well could have called the phone. The reason why is Maddie and Ray are group stalking with the demon that goes back. He gets on the elevator. As I'm speaking to the P.O.C. and I'm referring to this description of this third party, this Caucasian male with facial hair and engineered light, the use of my Chrome browser, and immediately the entity is responding with an ongoing means of audible activity. This is also demons who are frenzied. These are the same demons. When you're looking at the fake sun, when you're looking at the impossible light activity, you're mindful of this criminal summoning, you're looking at the multiple shadows in the parking lot, and then you're understanding how are the elements underway when you're inside of the hotel. Oh, well, the demon possessed, such as an employee of Holiday Inn, who was engaged in all of that criminal conduct that I documented in the parking lot, which again, while I'm inside of my vehicle, there is nobody that could be aware of what I'm saying in my vehicle because I'm not yelling. And everybody's acting like nobody knows that you're there. They're so uninterested. They're so unbothered. Stalking me is within your imagination. That's the only place where stalking is happening, in your mind. That's what the entity's argument, which is highly unpersuasive and in clear opposition to the evidence. What the evidence shows: a highly malicious, albeit unintelligent, system of group stalking, state surveillance, which requires the population to participate in it. And as you expose that population, the demons that are group stalking the state of California arrive in helicopters. Maddie and Ray are group stalking together, and they're doing so in the specific environment, which is on the inside of this hotel in Engineered Light. The entity is knocking on my door in order to maintain the elements of monitoring, and also based out of fear because they're listening to me describe the specific environment, describe this third party who got on the elevator. That means they got back off the elevator in order to monitor me with Ray, who's talking to me about, he's literally backpedaling while he's making his statements. And then he's also backpedaling. This is a demon that's mindful of what the response is going to be. I'm not going to respond to anything. I'm just going to ask you questions about what is the basis of the statements that you're making. And these sounds like accusation. I'm just waiting for you to make an accusation. Where are you coming from? All I'm doing is prosecuting, because it doesn't matter what the entity says, what the entity does. They're all going to federal prison. You are learning about malice, which is also revealing the demonic. You are listening to the series of admissions by a population who is stalking and who is obsessed with my genitalia, just like I told you. Okay? Obsessed. All right, the entity, and that is a violent sex offender, Ray, maintenance supervisor, who's group stalking, talking about something that's going on in my, he made the statement and then he backpedaled from it immediately. Oh, can you just call the front desk? The entity is group stalking together, and this is the elements of monitoring. It's in the specific environment where Ray is talking to me about this nonsense in order to monitor me with the demon that's in room 425, who went back into his room, which was pacing with the people of the state who are in the hallway that has Engineered Light, which I'm going to capture on video right now. It's 8:51 p.m. This is stalking in the path with light. This is a sex offender, and this is the obsessed group stalking pattern of conduct. This is a demon that's in perfect alignment with my room, stalking in the path, in the parking lot, in the specific environment, maintaining a method of light activity. Turn the lights on and off is light activity. And this is a sex offender that also knows that they're on video, which is why they're now getting out of the vehicle, which is still monitoring in the path with the rest who are engaging in surveilling a woman in a hotel room. These are the sex offenders who I documented by license plate. Maddie's going to federal prison. Ray's going to federal prison. The demon in room 425, who is group stalking and pacing with him, they're monitoring while my panties are down. They're monitoring with the state that uses sirens to create audible activity. These are the violent sex offenders group stalking with the state that flew in circles over me in helicopter. Psychopaths, demons stalk in the path with light. Never forget the formula. This is P.O.C, and this is the sexual violence by an entity that is keeping a woman under surveillance. Who is stalking women in the middle of the night? Who is in keeping a woman under surveillance while she's relieving herself in the bathroom? Who is keeping a woman under surveillance while she's taking her clothes off inside of a private space? They are referred to as sex offenders. They're monitoring while the impossible light activity is in this hallway in this hotel. They're engaged in federal stalking, and this sex offender and this demon that's pacing in the parking lot, walking away and then walking back, are monitoring together. Together. Sex offenders. A population of them. These are the ones having sex with minor children. These are the ones interested in child porn. These are the ones engaged in raping men and women. These are the people of the state who are engaging in a sex offense that is federal group stalking and monitoring as a population. That demented mind state. That's who is engaging in that, and that's what you need to understand the threat that the demon-possessed pose. P.O.C, this is sexual violence as I'm documenting amongst the state at 9:04 p.m. Holiday Inn's going to be prosecuted for that ongoing terrorism. A demon stalking in perfect alignment with my room in the engineered environment that is P.O.C. They're stalking. They're group stalking. P.O.C. It's 9:04 p.m. It's currently 9:18 p.m. There's water on the floor in there.
Yeah, I'm coming tomorrow.
Oh, okay. Smells good over here. Hi, question. Yeah. What time? Well, I know what time breakfast is actually. It says on the little schedule, breakfast and dinner. Is that included with the room or?
It's typically not.
Oh, okay.
What's your room number? I can take a look to it. Maybe last name?
Spencer. No, I have it. Here we go.
Okay. Perfect.
So it's not included, right? The other Holiday Inn, but I know you guys.
Yeah,
are
the
different.
Holiday Inn Express has it included, but the Holiday Inn without anything,
Got
because we have
it.
a full restaurant and bar, it's not
Okay.
included. But dinner is available from 5 to 10, and then breakfast is from 6 a.m. to 10 a.m. And it's full restaurant, so it's not buffet style, so it's made to order.
Okay, you can have that put on your room if I want to get that, right?
Typically, yes. It just depends. So I think right now.
Pretty ring.
Thank you.
It's pretty.
Yes, it looks like you can have it build your room.
Okay, thank you very much.
Yeah.
Have a good one. Is the microwave usable?
Yeah, there's a microwave in our separate shop.
Okay, thank you. Smells good. Well, at least it smells good while they're group stalking, I guess. I'm an optimist, always looking for the positive and the atrocious. It's 9:20 p.m. The entity is monitoring. The entity is group stalking while in the parking lot. These are demons that are engaging in 24-hour activity creation in the parking lot. So this is, in other words, they're maintaining that exactly what you saw on video. A demon is in perfect alignment with my vehicle, using the vehicle as a means of light activity. And this is engineered light. It's not headlights. Okay, you're looking at headlights of a vehicle, but remember, this is an engineered environment. It's actually engineered light that's being aimed in alignment with me. This is group stalking. That's what group stalking is. Stalking in the path with light activity, engineered light. And the demon that's in room 425, engaging in sexual violence while demons are engaging in that conduct, like what I show you in the parking lot, is coexisting with what are the demons who are pacing and engineer light inside of the hotel, and then engaging in what is the method of monitoring me through Ray, the maintenance supervisor, who's group stalking with knowledge of what it is that I'm documenting in real time. That's literally an ongoing display of an absurd and unheard of level of obsession, while the entity is relentlessly group stalking and its criminal system is no longer a secret. And the fact and everything, and not only are you exposed, you're being prosecuted, but all the aspect of your criminal pattern of conduct is creating the actor that engages in XYZ conduct is a sex offender. The actor that engages in ABC conduct is a psychopath. That's mentally ill, indicative with regard to the behaviors that they practice as a pattern. Okay, the entity that engages in STW, whatever behavior that I'm pointing out, which is within the pattern, that is the pattern of conduct that the entity is exhibiting with regard to what is a stalker. Okay, the entity is stalking while I'm in a hotel room. What do you call someone who is stalking you as you go from place to place and then keeping you under surveillance inside of your hotel room? Is interested in the moment when you're nude using the bathroom, because that's what the state of California is engaging in. It is exactly what I said it is. And they're also psychopaths who are entirely mentally deranged while they group stalk in the demonic methods employed. They pace around and they stalk in the path with engineered light. These are the demon possessed, relentlessly pursuing. Also sexually perverted and motivated, predatory in doing so. And they're witnessing their exposure, and their obsession is thereby also exposed. Okay, that's the P.O.C. It's currently 9:22. You're looking at the totality of the evidence, not just this podcast, but the images and the videos that are captured while the ongoing evidence is captured on an ongoing basis. That's what I'm referencing right now. There is no light inside of a building. Putting a light bulb, having a light bulb placed above your head does not create shadows on both sides of your person, upright on the walls. Also moving around in real time, that shadow is traveling from behind me to in front of me, to being on the floor in front of me, to being on the floor behind me, to being upright and moving, pacing ahead of my person as I'm walking on both walls. That's not normal light. That's called engineered light. These are demons that use the door closer as a method of audible activity, and they're also, again, jointly, all corporately aware. Public information as my panties are down. That should not be. Sexual violence. This is the same entity that has sex with kids. I keep mentioning that because you need to understand the sex offense that is group stalking. These are the people of the state that engages in those types of offenses. They are group stalkers.
P.O.C. It is 9:23 p.m. All right. Coexisting with light activity and audible activity creation, this demon with a Nevada plate, 130R63, and in the dark, they have the magnified size of their shadow of their car that's swiping, just like you see my shadow in the hallway. This is a demon that's monitoring with the demon that's ruffling a package while he walks by my vehicle and gets into his vehicle, monitoring together with the demons in the vehicles. License 26236, handicap, P.O.C. That may or may not even be that demon's vehicle. They're maintaining elements of monitoring, but I will state that this third party is accessing a black Tesla with a handicap license plate. With regard to the pattern of conduct, it's legally irrelevant. This is he is handicapped with regard to the mental illness. This is a psychopath, and he will be subject to mental examinations insofar as being a group stalker that's demon possessed, engaging in that POC, pacing around me while ruffling a package. Okay, so walking around me and making noise while a demon on the opposite side is using a vehicle with the method of light activity. These are demons that are group stalking together, and they are interested in engaging in surveillance in perfect alignment with the window of my hotel, stalking in the path. These are violent sex offenders, and there's no other way for me to put that. Interested in what is the personal affairs of a woman. It doesn't get any more predatory than that, and this is the state. Okay, it's 9:25 p.m. This is POC. All right, this is ongoing harassment, as you are aware of the specific environment that's inside of the building that is Holiday Inn, okay? The entity that is stalking in helicopters is group stalking with everyone inside of the hotel who are in the demonic environment, which is speaking to demons who are occupying hotel rooms in relevant position, monitoring a woman inside of a hotel room, which is the commission of an exceedingly violent sex offense, which is also very, very mentally deranged. These are psychopaths who are together collectively stalking a woman and also obsessively consumed with all of her personal and private activities, group stalking with regard to and monitoring with regard to every minute movement. So the demon that you see group stalking with Holiday Inn via the third party in room 425, this is the people of the state, a violent sex offender that is engaged in what is ongoing harassment while demons stalk with audible activity and engineered light. That's why you have light that is naturally impossible to occur from a light bulb. That is your shadow that's appearing on both sides of your person, moving around you while you're walking in the hallway. That's not light. That's the product of the artificial light bulbs in the hallway. This is speaking to the intent to engage in stalking with activity creation. The demons inside of the hotel are group stalking with the demons on the outside of the hotel, who are group stalking via amplification. These are demons who are group stalking a woman together, collectively consumed with and obsessively concerned about all of my private and personal activities inside of a hotel room while I'm nude, while I'm physically indisposed, while I'm engaged in all of that which women need to tend to. It's a matter of public information. The sex offender Holiday Inn is group stalking with the state of California, who is engaging in the ongoing perpetration of a sex offense, a very violent sex offense, because you're not being sexually violated and surveilled with regard to predatory methods of group stalking. The entire population is group stalking you in a sexually violent manner. With also regard, the sex offenders aren't doing it which is egregious. It's egregious to be subject to it, and unbeknownst to you, it's even more egregious while the demons are monitoring your evidence, which is letting them know, they know that you are aware that they are sex offenders stalking you, and the sex offender continues to pursue you. That's what Holiday Inn is going to be prosecuted for, okay? And it includes the demon who you hear telling me about the breakfast and dinner times and whether it's open and whatnot. She's group stalking in the specific environment. Ray's group stalking in the parking lot. All right, this is a demon. I love when they act like they're hard of hearing. They don't hear what it is that I'm stating while I'm standing right in front of them. But yet those demons know exactly the moment when I'm stroking my phone screen and are engaging on that uncanny ability to stalk with audible activity while their shadow flies all over the place. All right, in an environment where the sun is engaged in ongoing dynamic movement over me. Those demons know exactly what I'm stating while they are failing in their ongoing wager against my life when they want to commit some sort of sacrifice, which is never going to happen. The entity has sacrificed its own secrecy, it's sacrificed its own reputation, it's sacrificed its freedom, it's sacrificed its the ability to engage in the conduct absent any sort of consequences, which the state is going to suffer, and the people in that state. Company name, family name, department name, etc. The entities is engaging in a pattern of conduct and will be prosecuted accordingly. So I just want to document it's 10:06. Ongoing amplification inside of this hotel room in a specific environment. That is the P.O.C. A population is keeping a woman under surveillance. It's the sex offenders that do engage in also criminal conduct that you recognize. As I'm exposing the sex offense that you are learning about, this same entity that's an exceedingly violent sex offender engages in sexual violence that you are familiar with and that you find egregious already, like having sex with minor children. Okay, that's what the people of the state engage in while they're group stalkers engaging in revealing what is a predatory behavioral pattern. This is sexual violence that is going to be appreciated under federal law. Okay, and while a population is keeping you under surveillance in all manner of what is perverted and predatory, they are engaging in that while they are monitoring the person that's not ignorant about it, who is literally going to prosecute them and is breaking down and detailing all of the facets of that sexual violence. And this is what an entity is doing against American citizens who are under the age of majority. Okay, while I was under the age of 18, I was subject to the system while I was living with the people of the state, and I was calling the entity mom. Okay, the entity has been engaged in targeting me since before I was aware of it, before I turned 18. You need to understand the sex offense that is federal group stalking and monitoring. While the state is targeting you before you reach some sort of age of majority, that's not how group stalking works. It is a violent sex offender. You are subject to sexual violence that you are not aware of, nudity being a matter of public information, and they're walking by you and maintaining what is supposedly some secret information about knowing your measurements, knowing what your body parts, your genitalia looks like, because they're keeping you under surveillance in a private space. And they also know what you're doing while they're group stalking, monitoring, pacing in and out of their hotel rooms using the door closure as a method of activity creation, doing so while the entity is group stalking inside of the hotel while amplified traffic is a means of activity creation. Group stalking as a population, and you see the entity stalking by helicopter. This is a sex offense indeed engaged in by the state. It is currently 10:08 p.m. This is documentation of ongoing harassment and terrorism and sexual violence as an entity that is engaged in federal group stalking and monitoring, and is also engaged in the criminal pattern of conduct intending to obstruct justice. All right, it is 10:08 p.m. This is P.O.C.